Chapter 1. The Unfortunate Encounter. The Great Lan Dynasty. Capital City, Jiangling. Imperial Palace, Treasure Monitoring Bureau. Nightfall. Shi Qinglang abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. Just a moment prior, a bolt of lightning had struck down from the heavens. In the next instant, he found himself enveloped in a kaleidoscope of colors and had arrived in this unfamiliar place. To his astonishment, Shi Qinglang discovered that both his hands and feet were bound, and he lay on his back on a strange bed. Fragments of another person's life flashed through his mind. It took a considerable amount of time for him to regain his composure. Had he truly traversed to another realm? "Oh, my little darling, you are awake." Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang turned his head. Before him stood an elderly man clad in blue, with a head full of white hair, delicately pinching his fingers, squinting his eyes, and exhibiting a gluttonous expression akin to that of a lecherous swine. Behind the old man was a tall and robust young man dressed in green. Both were adorned in the garb of eunuchs. What sort of absurdity is this? And calling him little darling? This is utterly repugnant. Shi Qinglang felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. "Xiao Shunzi, step outside and close the door. If there are no pressing matters, do not disturb our delightful encounter with the little darling," the old man instructed. "Yes, I shall take my leave. Master Li, please indulge yourself and summon me if needed." The young eunuch, referred to as Xiao Shunzi, displayed a sycophantic smile as he retreated. Master Li approached the bedside, half sitting, and caressed Shi Qinglang's cheek with his withered hand, smirking. "Look at this skin, so tender it seems to glisten with dew. Xiao Shiyan, we have been thinking of you for quite some time. You have conveniently presented yourself to us. Now, do share with me what you overheard that day." Tu didn't hear anything at all. Shi Qinglang suppressed his nausea, feigning an expression of fright as he replied. Master Li chuckled, continuing his unwelcome ministrations. "Xiao Shiyan, regardless of what you may have heard, you now face two choices. Either you submit to me willingly and serve me well, securing your position within the palace. Or alas, I shall have to silence you permanently. In the palace, the death of a powerless little eunuch like you would hardly cause a ripple, would it not? Xiao Shiyan, you are a clever fellow, you know how to choose, do you not?" Shi Qinglang's thoughts were filled with curses for this Master Li and the heavens alike. He had just turned 30, lived a life devoid of wrongdoing, and prided himself on his contributions to society. How had he inexplicably been struck by lightning? To become a tragic figure was one thing, but why did others who traversed to different realms often become deities right from the start? Why was he subjected to this sordid fate, to be taken advantage of by a decrepit eunuch? This is truly outrageous. Shi Qinglang was utterly despondent. Before he could finish his internal tirade, he suddenly felt a chill as Master Li tore open the upper half of his garments. This is disastrous. At that moment, Shi Qinglang felt like a helpless cabbage, fearing he truly was to be ravaged. Could this be the retribution for defying his parents in his past life by choosing to become a forensic doctor? What was wrong with being a forensic doctor? Was it truly necessary for such punishment? Shi Qinglang was on the verge of tears, staring at the lecherous eunuch with thoughts of despair. If I were to take my own life, would I be able to return to my former reality? This was perhaps the greatest wish occupying Shi Qinglang's mind at that moment. "Have you made up your mind, Xiao Shiyan?" TSK, such supple skin, I do have a taste for this." The old eunuch's hands roamed, his face reflecting sheer delight, punctuated by occasional humming. This was simply intolerable. As Shi Qinglang observed the eunuch preparing to unfasten his trousers, he thought, "To hell with it. If I must die, I shall do so with dignity. Death is but a fleeting moment. I shall retain my integrity in this world. I am resolved." Just as Shi Qinglang was about to confront Master Li with all his might, Xiao Shunzi burst in, breathlessly exclaiming, "Master Li, it seems there is trouble. What trouble could be so urgent?" Master Li paused his actions, his expression darkening as he inquired. Lowering his voice, Xiao Shunzi cautiously replied, "There are many shadow guards outside, and it seems they are searching for someone. Surely, it cannot be that the news of my capture of Shiyan has leaked?" With a resounding slap, Master Li struck Xiao Shunzi. "Have you lost your mind? A mere powerless little eunuch could withstand the shadow guards? Hurry and find out what has transpired. It must be something else. Make haste and return, and remember to be astute. Understood. I shall depart at once. Xiao Shunzi, covering his face, offered a sheepish smile before hurriedly exiting. Master Li scoffed, turning back to the bedside, just as he was about to resume his activities. Shi Qinglang suddenly sprang from the bed, brandishing a dagger aimed at Master Li. Seizing the opportunity, while Master Li conversed with Xiao Shunzi, Shi Qinglang had used the dagger hidden in his boot to sever his bindings, poised to deliver a surprise. Master Li instinctively dodged, avoiding a fatal blow to his heart, but still sustaining a wound to his arm, blood flowing freely. Seeing his chance, Shi Qinglang retreated immediately, engaging in a direct confrontation with an adult would be tantamount to courting death. He fled in a frenzy, utterly disoriented. In the dead of night, amidst the enveloping darkness, he ran towards the most secluded areas. After what felt like an eternity, he found himself at the edge of a lake. Nowhere left to run? Shi Qinglang bent over, resting his hands on his knees, wiping the sweat from his brow, forcing himself to regain composure. Just as he mentally retraced his escape route, a figure appeared behind him. "You little rascal, you certainly can run. Why have you stopped?" Xiao Shunzi, panting, scolded. "Don't come any closer, or I will kill you." Shi Qinglang threatened, clutching the dagger tightly. "With what? Just you?" Xiao Shunzi scoffed, rolling his eyes. "Who do you think you're scaring with that dagger? I advise you to comply." Before he could finish, a shadow descended from above, crashing onto Xiao Shunzi, rendering him motionless. Is this truly the end? Chapter 2. The Mysterious Man. After a brief moment of contemplation, Shi Qinglang's curiosity got the better of him, and he approached to investigate. What was this? Another person, a man in black, his face concealed, with a robust and imposing physique. No wonder he was able to incapacitate Xiao Shunzi so effortlessly. It appeared that both individuals had succumbed to unconsciousness. At this moment, Shi Qinglang regained his composure. He understood that even if he had temporarily escaped, he could not evade the palace's grasp forever. As long as he remained within these imperial walls, he would inevitably fall into Master Li's clutches. Given this reality, he resolved to take a gamble. He needed to uncover the truth of the situation and see if there was a chance for him to turn the tables. Shi Qinglang first used the dagger to slice Xiao Shunzi's garments into strips, binding him securely. Then, driven by curiosity, he turned to the man in black and pulled down the obscuring cloth from his face. The man appeared to be a stout fellow, around 30 years of age, with a dignified countenance, sharp eyebrows, and a square jaw, exuding a cold and resolute demeanor. However, in such precarious circumstances, Shi Qinglang dared not judge by appearances. To be on the safe side, he proceeded to bind the man as well. After completing this task, Shi Qinglang approached Xiao Shunzi and delivered 2 resounding slaps to his face. Ugh! Xiao Shunzi groaned in pain, slowly regaining consciousness. Shi Qinglang wore a playful smile. "It seems the heavens have finally intervened. You truly are out of luck." Xiao Shunzi, though feigning bravado, retorted, "Shi Yin, you had best release me. If I do not return tonight, Master Li will not spare you." Shi Qinglang, uninterested in lengthy discourse, placed the dagger against Xiao Shunzi's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. "You seem quite defiant." Xiao Shunzi trembled, quickly capitulating. "Wait! Don't kill me! Master Shi, we can talk this through." "Very well. Let us converse." Shi Qinglang licked his lips, adopting the demeanor of a deranged killer, continuing his intimidation. "I will ask, and you shall answer. Should you dare utter a single falsehood, I will carve a line across your flesh." "Agreed. I will speak the truth. What manner of man is Master Li?" "Ah, you do not know?" Xiao Shunzi instinctively replied. "Do not concern yourself with what I know. I am inquiring of you. So speak truthfully." Shi Qinglang's gaze turned icy as he drew another line across Xiao Shunzi's skin. "Ah, I will tell you," Xiao Shunzi cried out in despair. He dared not ask further questions, promptly divulging, "Master Li is the head eunuch of the Treasure Monitoring Bureau, named Li 1. Why does he wish to capture me? 3 days prior, when you delivered provisions to our bureau, did you not overhear Master Li's secret dealings of smuggling valuables out of the palace? Although you managed to escape swiftly and were not captured on the spot. But there are still those who recognized you, identifying you as Shi Yin, the esteemed official of the food department. Subsequently, Master Li ordered me to apprehend you. However, the Su who resides with you is not to be trifled with, so I hesitated to take action. Today, upon hearing that Su who has been reassigned, I administered a sedative to incapacitate you and then delivered you to Master Li. So it was Shi Qinglang, being an expert forensic pathologist as well as a connoisseur of psychology, immediately discerned that Xiao Shunzi was indeed not lying. The pressing dilemma now was how to deal with him. You cannot kill me. If you take my life, Master Li will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Let me go, and I shall pretend this encounter never happened. You must flee for your life. Xiao Shunzi was acutely aware of his precarious situation. Noticing Shi Qinglang's apparent indecision, he hastily employed both coercion and persuasion. Ah, are you unable to act? If you do not eliminate him tonight, it will be your own demise. A deep voice resonated from the side. Shi Qinglang turned to see a robust man, who had somehow awakened, a hint of mockery gracing his lips, likely having overheard their conversation. Shi Qinglang swiftly rendered Xiao Shunzi unconscious before turning to inquire, "And who might you be?" The man snorted derisively, about to respond when his expression abruptly changed. He threw his head back, expelling a cloud of black blood, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Poison? Shi Qinglang gazed at the dark blood pooling on the ground, his mind wavering on whether to offer assistance. The man's origins were unknown, yet he appeared to be a good Samaritan. However, his words carried an unsettling chill, and his disregard for human life was palpable. Such individuals are rarely benevolent. Yet, witnessing the man's excruciating torment stirred a sense of compassion within Shi Qinglang. After much contemplation, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Regardless, this man had indirectly saved his life. He could not turn a blind eye to his suffering. He resolved to save him first. Shi Qinglang searched his person and discovered a set of silver needles concealed within his clothing. Without further delay, he applied the acupuncture techniques he had learned in his previous life, targeting several acupoints on the man's head. The man's convulsions gradually subsided. Shi Qinglang followed the trail of blood, tearing open the man's shirt, revealing 3 deep claw marks on his shoulder, the flesh grotesquely torn, and the blood a sinister black. Moreover, visible streams of dark energy coursed through the man's body, likely the source of his earlier convulsions. A glimmer of resolve ignited in Shi Qinglang's eyes as he continued to insert the silver needles into the man's acupoints. In a brief moment, he managed to suppress the dark energy. The man then exhaled deeply, sprawling on the ground, drenched in sweat, his chest heaving violently. "I have merely restrained the spread of the toxin for the time being, but a complete cure will not be easily attained," Shi Qinglang remarked, furrowing his brow. With his expertise in traditional medicine, he could manage ailments, but detoxification was not his forte. "Thank you, esteemed little official, for saving my life. I beg your forgiveness for my earlier transgressions," the man said, having regained his composure and clasping his fists in gratitude. The incessant reference to little official left Shi Qinglang both amused and perplexed. Just as he was about to respond, the man's expression shifted dramatically as his gaze turned towards the distance. "Alas! Someone is in pursuit," the man muttered, his body tensing. With a swift motion, the bindings around his wrists and ankles snapped apart. He cast a lingering glance at Shi Qinglang, and after a brief moment of hesitation, seized the unconscious Xiao Shunzi before leaping into the lake. The suddenness of these events left Shi Qinglang momentarily stunned the man, and Xiao Shunzi disappeared beneath the water's surface, leaving no trace. Realization dawned on Shi Qinglang. The man's final glance seemed to harbor a hint of murderous intent. Could it be that he wavered between deciding whether to take my life? Chapter 3. Social death. Before Shi Qinglang could fully comprehend the situation, a fire dragon suddenly appeared not far from him, followed closely by a group of 7 or 8 individuals brandishing torches. Each of these figures was clad in black attire, draped in red cloaks, with swords and daggers at their waists, exuding an air of superiority. "Who are you? What brings you here in the dead of night?" The leader scrutinized Shi Qinglang with a cold gaze, inquiring icily. Upon observing their attire, Shi Qinglang surmised that these individuals were indeed the shadow guard spoken of by Xiao Shunzi. He quickly feigned a dazed appearance, allowing a hint of fear to flicker in his eyes. Replying to Your Excellency, I am Shi Yin, a young eunuch from the Shongshan Supervisory Office, that I am as perplexed as you are about my presence here. For I was just asleep moments ago, that a shadow guard behind the leader scoffed. Boss, I've seen him before. He is indeed a young eunuch from the Shongshan Supervisory Office. This place is not far from there. He probably sleepwalked here in a daze. The leader of the shadow guards nodded slightly, stepping forward to tear open Shi Qinglong's clothing. Have you seen a man in black with a mask? He cast a glance at Shi Qinglong's shoulder before his expression softened slightly as he asked. Shi Qinglang hastily shook his head, adopting a bewildered demeanor. No, I just woke up and saw you gentlemen. Very well. Return now. Remember, if you encounter any suspicious individuals, report to us immediately. The leader of the shadow guards, having harbored no further suspicion, uttered this command before leading his men away. Not long after the shadow guards departed, two figures suddenly emerged from the lake. Breaking the surface point, one man tossed the unconscious Xiao Shunzi aside and approached Shi Qinglang. It seems I've wagered correctly. You truly did not betray me. The man grinned widely. Who on earth are you? Why were those shadow guards after you? Shi Qinglang furrowed his brows in inquiry that if you wish to survive, refrain from asking so many questions that I won't leave you in debt for this favor. I will help you resolve your issues, so return without worry. The man seized Xiao Shunzi once more and, with a few leaps, vanished into the night sky. Shi Qinglang sank onto the ground, contemplating the recent events as if they were a dream. Is this how thrilling it is right from the start? He finally took a deep breath, hurriedly piecing together the fragments of information swirling in his mind. There was no doubt. He had indeed crossed over. However, the original owner of this body was not the young eunuch Shi Yin as perceived by others, but rather Prince Shircheng of the Nanhai Jing Kingdom. 4 years prior, a prince supported by the Dalan dynasty conspired for power. The 10-year-old Shircheng was entrusted to several loyal ministers of the late emperor and later fled to the capital of Dalan. Shi Yin was originally a loyal guard of Shircheng, handpicked by the late emperor to serve as a stand-in, and had undergone cosmetic alterations to resemble Shircheng. Now, their appearances were strikingly similar. Unless one was intimately familiar with them, it would be challenging to distinguish between the two. Later, those loyal ministers seeking information sent Shi Yin into the Dalan imperial palace as a young eunuch of the Shongshan Supervisory Office. Little did they anticipate that Shi Yin would unwittingly betray Shircheng. Coincidentally, Shi Qinglang from the modern era had met his demise due to a lightning strike, only to find himself inhabiting Shircheng's body. What a twist of fate! Through Xiao Shunzi's words, Shi Qinglang deduced that Shi Yin had inadvertently overheard a secret of Li Gonggong. Realizing that Li Gonggong would not let him off easily, Shi Yin had schemed to use Shircheng as a scapegoat. This seemed the most logical explanation. Yet, as a loyal guard, how could he be so cowardly? Who granted him the audacity to betray his master? Shircheng, oh Shircheng, you truly live up to your name. How earnest you are! Suddenly, a wave of panic washed over Shi Qinglang, and he quickly pulled down his trousers, gazing at his intact manhood, and finally sighed in relief. Li Shi Yin had some humanity left, refraining from castrating his original master. Perhaps time was of the essence. Shi Yin must have already fled under the guise of a kitchen servant. This channel for delivering food to the palace had been managed for quite some time, often used to relay messages. Who would have thought it would now become a means of peril for the young prince? Having grasped the situation, Shi Qinglang realized he could only temporarily assume the identity of the young eunuch Shi Yin and take things one step at a time. Seizing the opportunity, he inspected the items on his person. The silver needles he concealed were a habit of Shircheng's. Both Shircheng and Shi Yin had learned some medical skills. The dagger hidden in his boot was for self-defense. Additionally, he possessed a token with Shongshan Supervisory Office inscribed on one side and Shi Yin on the other. Serving as his identification in the palace, it seemed imperative to return to the Shongshan Supervisory Office. Recalling the shadow guard's mention of its proximity, he noticed the man's gaze inadvertently drifting toward a certain direction. Let us test my luck. Shi Qinglang ventured toward that direction, and indeed, he soon spotted the characters of the Shongshan Supervisory Office. Just as he hesitated, a tall youth approached him. The boy appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. Dressed in a similar blue eunuch attire, his face was innocent and brightened upon seeing Shi Qinglang. Xiao Shitu, I finally found you. Where have you run off to? Shi Qingling was taken aback. He had encountered someone familiar with Shi Yin, yet he had no idea who this was. What to do? This was truly a moment of social death. The boy waved his hand in front of Shi Qingling, and seeing him unresponsive, he reached out to touch Shi Qinglong's forehead. Xiao Shitu, you don't recognize me? It's me, your brother who, Su Hu. Have you burned your brain out with fever? Su Hu. Shi Qingling recalled Xiao Shunzi's words. This Su who lived with Shi Yin. This could work. A spark of inspiration struck him. Brother who, I'm fine, just a bit dazed from sleep. I must have sleepwalked to the lakeside and was awakened by the shadow guards that Su Hu seemed to accept this explanation. Assisting Shi Qingling back to a side room within the Shangshan supervisory office, that Su Hu poured a bowl of water for Shi Qingling, expressing concern. Xiao Shitu, how did you suddenly fall ill? I returned this afternoon and found you lying in bed with a high fever. I managed to procure some medicine from the Imperial Hospital, and when I returned, you were nowhere to be found. That a warm feeling washed over Shi Qingling. He sensed Su Hu's kindness and was about to express his gratitude when suddenly, gurgle. How embarrassing. His stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Su Hu laughed heartily. You've been sleeping for so long. You must be famished. I'll get you something to eat right away. That's the good thing about our Shangshan supervisory office. You want to go hungry. Just wait a moment. That Shi Qingling watched Su Hu leave. He and T waited long when suddenly, a series of barks erupted from outside, accompanied by Su Hu's angry shouts. Chapter 4. Almost became a true eunuch. Shi Qingling hastily pushed the door open to see Su Hu holding 2 buns, while a large white dog gnawed at Su Hu's pant leg. You little beast, let go. Those buns are for Xiao Shitu. You can't have them. Woof woof. Brother Hu Su Hu, seeing Shi Qingling approach, chuckled helplessly and quickly tossed the buns away before bending down to catch the large white dog. Stop! A sharp voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the courtyard. Shi Qingling turned to see a finely sculpted young boy standing at the gate, glaring angrily at Su Hu. The child was wearing a somewhat ill-fitting eunuch outfit, appearing to be around 11 or 12 years old, with an arrogant demeanor that lacked the humility expected of a eunuch. With one hand on his hip and the other pointing at Su Hu, he declared imperiously, How dare you touch my dabai? The large white dog, sensing its master's command, joyfully bounded to the boy's feet, baring its teeth at Su Hu scoffed, Which palace do you belong to? Little eunuch, don't you know that dogs aren't allowed in the palace? Hurry up and take it away. The young boy looked down his nose. How dare you speak to me that way? Dabai, bite him. At the command, the little white dog lunged at Su Hu. Shi Qingling rubbed his temples, unwilling to bully the young. Observing the boy's relentless stance, he sighed, Little brat, where's your manners? Look, even your dog has learned to be arrogant. The boy retorted, Who are you to meddle? Hand over those buns. My dabai is probably after them. Shi Qingling could hardly believe he was in a bun-stealing contest with a dog. How had he sunk to this level? Heaven above! The world is truly absurd. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Even a clay figurine would have some temper. I want to give them to you. If you don't take your dog away promptly, I swear I'll teach you a lesson. The young boy curled his lips in disdain, his eyes gleaming with contempt. That in an instant, he moved with remarkable speed, darting 2 steps to stand before Shi Qingling. With a swift kick aimed at Shi Qinglong's groin, the latter was left utterly dumbfounded, frozen in place as his body failed to respond to his mind's commands. Shi Qingling could hardly believe that such a small child would resort to violence over a trivial disagreement. The force behind the boy's kick was undeniably formidable, and as he braced for impact, despair washed over Shi Qingling. Was he truly destined to become a genuine eunuch? What a tragic turn of fate. At the critical moment, a towering figure appeared before Shi Qingling. Shielding him protectively, the IT was none other than Su Hu. Su Hu's arm shot downward, seemingly intent on seizing the boy's kicking leg. Yet, with a mocking sneer, the boy deftly shifted his stance, evading Su Hu's grasp, and swiftly unleashed a kick that landed squarely between Su Hu's legs. Su Hu cried out in pain, his legs clamping together as he rolled on the ground. Veins bulging on his forehead and cold sweat streaming down his face. Truly, he was a cowardly little eunuch. The boy's expression remained impassive, a hint of amusement flickering at the corner of his mouth. Ignoring the writhing Su Hu, he turned his gaze back to Shi Qingling, who felt a chill run down his spine. The young boy, despite his tender age, wielded a ruthlessness that was alarming. should that kick have struck a vital area. His survival would have been uncertain. Stop. The soft command, though uttered in a gentle tone, was akin to a lifeline for Shi Qinglei. Upon hearing the voice, the boy froze, as if all his strength had been drained from him. With a pained expression, he gasped, "Sister." Shi Qinglei swallowed hard, finally realizing the source of the voice, that a young girl clad in purple stood at the entrance of the courtyard, her demeanor as cold as ice. Yet her beauty rivaled that of blooming peach blossoms. Appearing merely 13 or 14, she already possessed the makings of a stunning beauty, her features imbued with an air of confidence that was utterly captivating. The girl cast a disdainful glance at the boy before striding toward Shi Qinglei and Su Hu. Leaning down, she softly inquired, "Are you both unharmed?" "No, we're fine," Su Hu stammered, recognizing her noble attire and understanding that they had inadvertently offended someone of high rank. The boy puffed out his cheeks, muttering, "Sister, I know my limits, that he's just a eunuch. He'll all be fine after a little pain." Silence. The girl shot a cold glance at her brother before turning back to Su Hu. She presented him with a jade pendant, her eyes filled with apology. "This is an offering to make amends for my brother's reckless behavior, that if you require it, I can summon a physician to attend to you." Su Hu, overwhelmed, hastily waved his hands that no, it's really unnecessary. The girl placed the pendant on Su Hu's lap, nodded slightly to Shi Qinglei, and then took the boy's hand, turning to leave. Shi Qinglei, still shaken, patted his chest and exhaled a heavy sigh, gradually regaining his composure. The events that had just transpired were indeed harrowing. He carefully helped Su Hu to his feet, expressing concern. "Brother Hu, are you all right?" Su Hu managed a wry smile. "It's fortunate that I've been rendered incapable. Had I still possessed my manhood, that kick might have cost me my life. That it was excruciating, but I'm much better now. There's nothing to worry about." Shi Qinglei assisted Su Hu into the house, feeling a pang of guilt. "Brother Hu, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been in this predicament. Don't say such foolish things." Su Hu clapped Shi Qinglei on the shoulder, signed that as lowly eunuchs in this palace, we must look out for one another. Today's misfortune is merely our fate. I suspect that pair of siblings are of royal blood. The little boy likely acted out of mischief. They didn't pursue us, so we should consider ourselves fortunate. Little Stone, if you encounter them again, remember to steer clear." Shi Qinglei nodded silently, deeply aware of the palace's dangers. It seemed he would need to remain low profile and cautious in the future. "Little Stone," Su Hu hesitated, then said, "I must take my leave. An officer from the Shadow Guard has taken an interest in me and offered me a position. You know such an opportunity is rare. I came back to bid you farewell. Now that I see you're well, I can leave in peace." Chapter 5. Was the concubine assassinated? Having absorbed Shi Qing's memories, Shi Qinglei understood the significance of the Shadow Guard. The Shadow Guard served as the eyes and ears of the royal family of the Dalan dynasty, operating independently from the political and military structures, answering solely to the emperor. Similar to the notorious Eastern Depot of his past life, every member of the Shadow Guard hailed from the ranks of eunuchs. They held the authority to supervise officials, could establish secret prisons, and wielded immense power, making them one of the most feared organizations in the court. Moreover, the Shadow Guard also functioned as the royal family's bodyguards, ensuring that no men other than the royal family inhabited the inner palace. Thus, it was only fitting that eunuchs from the Shadow Guard were tasked with the protection of the entire harem. The emperor need not worry about any illicit affairs occurring within the palace. For someone like Su Hu, a lowly eunuch, being invited to join the Shadow Guard would open the door to a prosperous future. Shi Qinglei clapped Su Hu on the arm, congratulating him. "Brother Hu, that's wonderful news." Su Hu scratched his head, thumping his chest. "Little Stone, once I rise to prominence, no one will dare bully us again." "Good. I shall rely on you in the future, Brother Hu." Su Hu embraced Shi Qinglei tightly, his reluctance evident. "Little Stone, I'm off now. Take care of yourself." Shi Qinglei patted Su Hu's sturdy back, not knowing what else to say. Although their acquaintance was brief, he would forever remember Su Hu's kindness. The following morning, before Shi Qinglei had fully awakened, he was jolted by a series of loud knocks on the door. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he opened it to find an elderly eunuch standing outside, clad in a blue eunuch's robe almost identical to that of Li Gonggong. The old man queried sharply, "Why did it take you so long to answer the door?" Not recognizing the man, Shi Qinglei surmised from his tone and attire that he was likely a steward, "Forgive me, Gong Gong. I've been unwell and was still in a daze." Shi Qinglang feigned a pitiful demeanor, lowering his gaze. "Enough of that." The old eunuch waved his hand dismissively, then continued, "The higher-ups have given orders. The Imperial Hospital is short-staffed, and I've been instructed to reassign someone to assist. I recall that you, little stone, have some knowledge of medicine, so you're the one for the job. Get ready and report to the Imperial Hospital promptly." This was precisely what Shi Qinglang had hoped for. Remaining here posed the risk of being recognized, while heading to the Imperial Hospital would alleviate his immediate concerns. "Of course, I'll prepare right away," he replied, masking his delight. The old eunuch nodded and turned to leave. But Shi Qinglang recalled the events of the previous night and seized the chance to inquire, "By the way, Gong Gong, I heard quite a commotion outside last night." "What happened?" The old eunuch glanced around, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "You're quite astute. Indeed, a significant incident occurred last night. Many were injured. Otherwise, the Imperial Hospital wouldn't be in such a hurry to seek assistance. Pray tell, what transpired?" Shi Qinglang feigned curiosity. With a mysterious smile, the old eunuch revealed, "It is said that assassins infiltrated the Jade Fu Palace of the concubine last night, that a large number of shadow guards were dispatched to apprehend the intruders. But it seems they failed to capture anyone. That I also heard that Li Gonggong from the Department of Treasures had a falling out with one of his underlings, leading to a fierce brawl that resulted in both of them perishing. Quite a night of turmoil, indeed. Rumor has it that even the Emperor was furious, blaming the shadow guards for their incompetence. They might send the floating tower guards to conduct a thorough investigation tonight. Those floating tower guards are not to be trifled with. They tend to arrest people on a whim, so be careful." Stone Qinglang was not unfamiliar with the Futa Guard, like the Shadow Guard. The Futa Guard was also a private army of the Emperor, serving as his eyes and ears. However, unlike the Shadow Guard, whose members were all eunuchs, some serving as palace guards and others covertly monitoring the officials in the capital, Futa Guard consisted entirely of elite warriors, their influence extending throughout the entire Dalan dynasty, with numbers reaching tens of thousands, over 10,000 of whom resided in the capital alone. The elderly eunuch was a man who relished the spectacle. Engaging in casual conversation with Stone Qinglang before turning to leave, it was during this exchange that Stone Qinglang gleaned that the elderly eunuch was none other than the head of the Shengsanjian, Gonggong Zhou. Through Zhou's words, Stone Qinglang recalled the man from the previous night who had promised to help him resolve his troubles, and to his surprise, it seemed that promise had indeed been fulfilled. With the death of Eunuch Li, he found himself temporarily safe. Yet, aware of the treacherous depths of palace intrigue, Stone Qinglang resolved to find an opportunity to escape. Given his current status, remaining here posed a risk to his life. For the time being, however, he decided to visit the Thai hospital, as it might present a more favorable opportunity in his past life. Although he had been a forensic doctor, his family lineage was steeped in traditional Chinese medicine, with his mother being a renowned surgical expert. Stone Qinglang himself was a polymath, proficient in both Eastern and Western medical practices, while his studies had focused on pharmacology. Such skills would surely find ample application at the Thai hospital. After a brief preparation, Stone Qinglang proceeded to the Thai hospital to report for duty. Though he was unfamiliar with the surroundings, he found it not difficult to inquire about the institution. The Thai hospital was situated in a secluded courtyard between the front hall and the rear palace of the emperor, likely designed for the convenience of the physicians. Upon arrival, Stone Qinglang noted that several young eunuchs, like himself, had also been summoned to assist temporarily. After presenting his identification token and completing a simple registration, he was assigned tasks. The Thai hospital was bustling with activity that day, filled with many injured members of the Shadow Guard, presumably the result of the exploits of the man from the night before, indicating his remarkable martial prowess. For the temporary eunuchs like Stone Qinglang, the work was straightforward, preparing medicine during the day and keeping watch at night. These tasks posed no challenge for him. But as luck would have it, he found himself on night duty that very first evening. Once night fell and all others had either departed or retired for rest, he stealthily made his way to the apothecary. He intended to discreetly procure some herbs that, while of little value to the palace, could prove life-saving. In such a vast apothecary, the absence of a few herbs would likely go unnoticed. Such was the advantage of proximity. Yet, feeling somewhat guilty about his intentions, Stone Qinglang held a candle, glancing about cautiously, moving without making a sound. Just as he stepped into the apothecary, he suddenly felt a rush of movement, and a figure lunged at him. If you wish to live, do not make a sound. That a chill ran down Stone Qinglong's neck as a familiar voice whispered near his ear. Chapter 6. Familiarity breeds comfort upon hearing this. Stone Qinglang first nodded. Then, shifting his gaze slightly into candlelight, he discerned a pair of thick brows and large eyes. Though the figure was masked, obscuring much of their face, Stone Qinglang, with his background as a forensic doctor, was particularly sensitive to details. Just from those eyes, he recognized the person immediately. "ITSU," he blurted out, instinctively realizing that this was indeed the robust man from the previous night. However, as soon as he spoke, he regretted it. "Why are you here again?" The man seemed equally surprised, letting out a soft sigh as he lowered his mask, revealing a look of astonishment. Stone Qinglang forced a polite yet awkward smile. Good sir, could you please lower the dagger? I assure you, I want to make a sound. Let us converse amicably, that we seem to have a certain fate, do we not?" After a moment of hesitation, the man set down the dagger, though a glimmer of wariness remained in his eyes. "What are you doing here? I thought you were affiliated with the Xingsanjian." Stone Qinglang silently grumbled to himself, realizing he owed his presence here to the man's actions, which had resulted in many injuries. However, he dared not voice such thoughts, instead offering a stiff explanation. "The Thai hospital is short-staffed, and I was called in to assist. That was you who killed Eunuch Li of the Shang last night. Wasn't he it? I heard about it today. Thank you." Stone Qinglang sincerely expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply to the and IT was merely returning a favor. "I, Chenemo, do not owe anyone anything." The man waved his hand dismissively, his tone cold. "Understood. Then, Brother Chun, if you have no further matters to attend to, please carry on, that I will pretend I was never here." Stone Qinglang adeptly took his leave. Chenemo scrutinized Stone Qinglang for a moment, then nodded. "Very well, I will trust you once more. You may go." Stone Qinglang felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly turned to leave. Although Chenemo had aided him, he harbored a genuine fear of being silenced. After taking several steps, he suddenly recalled the words of Eunuch Zhou and hesitated before turning back, deciding to speak candidly. "Brother Chun, I heard that the Futa Guard will be conducting a strict inspection for assassins tonight. Do take care that this." Chenemo narrowed his eyes, then sighed, displaying a resigned expression. "Your warning proves I did not misjudge you. Rest assured, even if I encounter trouble, it shall not implicate you," with a firm resolve. Stone Qinglang returned, looking sincerely at Chenemo. "Brother Chun, is there any way I might assist you?" Chenemo, rarely displaying kindness, offered a faint smile, patting Stone Qinglang on the shoulder. "Little brother, I appreciate your good intentions. However, at this point, I fear I may be beyond salvation. To be honest, I am a eunuch in charge of managing the gates of the Cold Palace. That, as you can see, I have been injured and poisoned. Tonight, I infiltrated the Thai hospital to procure some medicine to treat my wounds and neutralize the poison. But it appears I am too late. Since the Futa Guard has intervened, they will undoubtedly conduct a thorough search. I cannot conceal my injuries." Stone Qinglang was taken aback, surprised by the revelation. Observing Chenemo's robust physique and masculine aura, he would never have guessed that such a towering figure was a eunuch. Yet, he then recalled Su Hu and began to reflect. It seemed he had harbored some biases against eunuchs, likely due to preconceived notions from his past life, believing all eunuchs to be effeminate. Such narrow-minded thinking was truly detrimental. "What? Are you startled?" Chenemo misinterpreted Stone Qinglang's reaction, offering a self-deprecating smile. "Not at all. I was merely pondering. Brother Chin, why not hide here in the Thai hospital tonight? Surely it won't be searched." Stone Qinglang quickly shook his head, explaining, "Thank you for your kind offer, but you do not understand the ways of the Futa Guard. They would rather mistakenly kill than let any suspect escape. They will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation based on palace records. Anyone who hasn't been searched will become a target for capture, leading to further scrutiny. Therefore, there is no way for me to evade them. Such is fate. It cannot be helped. I will face whatever comes. Better to adapt than resist." "Wait!" Stone Qinglang suddenly interrupted. "Brother Chun, they haven't recognized you. Have they?" Chenemo instinctively nodded, that if they are only examining injuries, then as long as we can conceal your wounds, you could potentially evade detection. While that may be true, the claw marks are quite deep and cannot be concealed. "Leave this to me," Brother Chen. Just wait here for half an hour, da-da. All right. Chen Mo hesitated but eventually agreed. Though he was perplexed, he felt he could trust this young eunuch after their encounters. Half an hour passed swiftly, when Stone Qinglang returned. He held a jar in his hands, steam rising from it. What is this? Chen Mo inquired, his eyes widening in curiosity. Stone Qinglang proudly patted the jar. Brother Chen, this substance is called gelatin. Once dried, it closely resembles human skin. If you apply it to your wounds, it will be nearly impossible to detect that you have been injured. Unless someone inspects closely, you should be able to pass undetected. Chen Mo glanced at the greasy substance, displaying a hint of distaste and skepticism. Will this truly work? Stone Qinglang assured him. Of course it will, Brother Chen. You'll see for yourself. Quickly, remove your clothing. With a resigned smile, Chen Mo pulled off half of his shirt, revealing a grotesque wound, dark and swirling with toxins. Brother Chen, it appears the poison has worsened. Shikinglang, while applying gelatin to Chen Mo's wounds, inquired, for now, I have temporarily suppressed it with my true energy that we shall discuss it further after we pass through tonight. This poison cannot be expelled in an instant. Chen Mo nodded, engaging in casual conversation with Xinglang. That be, by the way, little brother, I am yet to learn your name, that I am called Shiyan, though they affectionately refer to me as Little Stone. Observing Shiyan's age, he commented, You appear to be around 13 or 14, that I am 14 this year. Chindigu. And you? I am nearing 30. By age, I should indeed be considered your uncle. Upon hearing this, Shikinglang couldn't help but silently scoff, for he had been 30 in his previous life, and if one were to account for this life's age, he could very well be Chen Mo's uncle. Chapter 7. Seeking warmth and unity, the two exchanged idle chatter until, after a while, Shikinglang snapped his fingers and grinned. Chindigu, the task is complete. See for yourself. Chen Mo looked down to find that the wound on his shoulder had indeed miraculously grown a new layer of skin, perfectly concealing the injury. Unless one examined closely, no flaws could be detected. Overjoyed, Chen Mo straightened his attire and clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, little brother. If I can survive this ordeal, I shall return to express my gratitude. Shikinglang smiled. Chindigu, you are too kind. In this palace where everyone lives in fear, it is a stroke of fortune to become acquainted with someone as heroic as you. This sentiment was not mere flattery. Shikinglang genuinely wished to forge a friendship. Relying solely on oneself in the treacherous palace was indeed fraught with challenges. The best course of action was to find trustworthy companions to seek warmth in unity. Chen Mo's exceptional martial prowess and his demonstrated reliability made him a suitable ally. Not wishing to linger further, Chen Mo took his leave. That night, Shikinglang could not find peace in his slumber. In the dead of night, the commotion of the floating pagoda guards searching the premises echoed through the air. Even the Imperial Medical Institute was not spared. After verifying his identity, Shikinglang faced no difficulties. Yet, witnessing the guards' fervor, his concern for Chen Mo grew. The following morning, Shikinglang heard that the floating pagoda guards had apprehended numerous individuals the previous night. Still uneasy about Chen Mo, he concocted an excuse and slipped out of the Imperial Medical Institute. He inquired about the location of the Cold Palace, which was quite secluded and appeared desolate, devoid of any human presence. Shikinglang located the small courtyard of the Cold Palace and, seeing the door ajar, stepped inside. The courtyard was modest, featuring a stone table and a few rudimentary rooms. Shikinglang called out a few times, but received no response. Listening closely, he discerned faint groans emanating from one of the rooms. Following the sound, he pushed open the door to find Chen Mo sprawled on the floor, disheveled and convulsing, his hands grasping at his own body. That moment, Chen Mo's exposed torso was marred with numerous bloody scratches he had inflicted upon himself. While dark energies swirled around him, oh no, the poison within him is flaring up. Shikinglang quickly retrieved silver needles and, tracing the path of the dark energy, punctured various acupoints on Chen Mo's body. A cry of pain escaped Chen Mo's lips as he gradually regained consciousness. Chindigu, what has happened to you? While assisting Chen Mo onto the bed, Shikinglang asked, It seems you have saved me again. Chen Mo exhaled a breath of foul air, shaking his head with a rueful smile. Last night, when the floating pagoda guards came to search, although my wounds were concealed, they remained suspicious. Those guards were exceedingly cautious and probed further to ascertain whether I possessed martial skills. Reluctantly, I had to suppress my true energy to masquerade as an ordinary person, which allowed me to deceive them. However, without the true energy to suppress the poison within, it soon erupted violently. The agony was unbearable, a torment that gnawed at my bones and scorched my heart. Ultimately, I lost consciousness, and thankfully you arrived in time. Shiking Lang explained, I heard that the floating pagoda guards apprehended many last night, and I could not help but worry about you. So I came to check. Chen Mo, with sincere gratitude, remarked, little brother, counting this instance, you have saved me twice. This is a tremendous debt of gratitude. Shiking Lang quickly interjected, Chindagu, you are too generous, since we are fated to meet. Let us dispense with such formalities. The poison afflicting you can only be temporarily suppressed with my current medical skills. I am unable to cure it entirely. Chinamo chuckled, no matter, I have my own means of expelling the poison. Last night was too rushed. Now that the crisis has passed and I have regained consciousness, the poison shall not be a significant concern. However, I would trouble you to help me boil a barrel of hot water. I need it for a medicinal bath to assist in detoxification. Upon hearing this, Shiking Lang felt relieved and hastily agreed. Before long, he had prepared a large barrel of boiling water. Chindagu, it is ready. Is there anything else you need me to do? Chinamo, seated on the bed and cultivating his energy to heal, slowly opened his eyes at the sound of Shiking Lang's voice and gestured to a spot nearby. On the table are the herbs I brought back last night. Please mix and crush them, and later add them to the bath. Shiking Lang nodded and hurried to the small kitchen next door with the herbs. Upon his return, he found Chun Mo already submerged in the bath. Little brother, you can pour the herbs in now. Chun Mo instructed. Although his eyes remained closed, he seemed to sense Shiking Lang's every movement. Following his instructions, Shiking Lang's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he witnessed this era's method of energy cultivation for healing. The warm water in the tub bubbled incessantly, and the rising steam enveloped Chun Mo entirely. Shiking Lang could vaguely perceive an invisible energy surrounding Chun Mo. How intriguing. This so-called martial arts is indeed remarkable, that he sat beside him, filled with envy, quietly observing. Not wishing to intrude, Shiking Lang kept vigil until midday. Having scarcely slept the previous night, he unintentionally dozed off. Suddenly, a loud sound jolted him awake. He turned to see Chinmo spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Chindagu, are you all right? No worries. Expelling this toxic blood has finally expelled the poison from my body. Chinmo waved his hand, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, and his complexion appeared much healthier than before. Seeing Chun Mo rise, Shiking Lang quickly handed him a cloth. That it must be said, Chun Mo's robust physique, even with Shiking Lang's 2 lifetimes of experience as a man, evoked a tinge of envy, observing Chun Mo's well-defined muscles. It was evident that he was not merely a product of gym training. His entire being radiated explosive strength. His well-proportioned muscles, broad shoulders, and V-shaped torso, strikingly handsome, with a full chest and defined abs, would surely attract countless admirers in Shiking Lang's past life. However, at this moment, Chunmo's lower half was devoid of any covering, an unsightly scar marring his otherwise perfect form, starkly out of place in his previous life. Having witnessed various corpses, this was his first encounter with a living castration. His initial reaction was surprisingly, not bad technique, before a wave of pity washed over him. Such an instinctive response astonished him. It seemed to be a case of professional deformation. Chapter 8. I am not a eunuch. Chinmo took the cloth from Shiking Lang and, without any reservations, stepped out of the bath, casually drying himself before donning a pair of undergarments. Little brother, to be honest, in my 30 years of life, aside from my family, I have never owed anyone anything. This time, I owe you a monumental debt of gratitude. If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. From now on, should you require my assistance, even if it means walking through fire or facing peril, I shall not hesitate. Chunmo earnestly expressed his gratitude. Shiking Lang assisted Chunmo in sitting beside him. If he were to claim that there was no personal motive behind saving Chunmo, it would be untrue. Ever since witnessing Chunmo's martial prowess, a thought had taken root in his mind. The original owner of this body, Shi had fallen victim to treachery due to his lack of martial skill. Now that he had been reborn, he could not afford to repeat such a mistake. Chindagu, I shall speak candidly. If possible, would you be willing to teach me martial arts? Shiking Lang asked straightforwardly. Chen Mo hesitated, taken aback by Shikinglang's request. This, I did not anticipate you would ask for such a thing. Shikinglang clasped his fists. Chen Dagu, within this palace, one can face life-threatening dangers at any moment. Relying on others is less dependable than relying on oneself. That is why I wish to learn martial arts for self-defense. If this request troubles you, I shall not insist. Everyone has their own burdens, and you need not feel obligated. Furrowing his brow, Chen Mo replied, Little brother, it is not that I am unwilling. However, the teachings of my martial arts cannot be shared with outsiders. If I were to teach you, I would have to take you as my disciple. Yet, I am currently embroiled in a vendetta, and my life is in constant jeopardy that I truly do not wish to involve you in this. Shi Qinglang pondered for a moment and, with startling candor, declared, Brother Chun, I am not a eunuch. His words were not uttered in haste. Rather, he understood that, to fully earn another's trust, one must first extend trust to them. Thus, revealing his own secret was the most effective means of achieving this. Impossible, Chen Mo exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he continued in shock. In this harem, no man can enter without having been purified. Without hesitation, Shi Qinglang removed his trousers. After all, I have seen your form before. Letting you have a glimpse in return seems only fair. Seeing is believing. Now you shall have no doubts. What? How did you manage that? Chen Mo stammered, his gaze fixated in astonishment. The situation unfolded as Shi Qinglang recounted the tale of Shi Cheng in its entirety. After listening, Chen Mo sighed softly. So it is thus that I had no idea. Young brother, that you too are a pitiful soul that to my knowledge. Although Nanhai Jingwa is a small nation, it is quite affluent. Who would have thought that a prince of Jingwa would find himself in such dire straits? Very well, he continued, since you have been so forthright, I shall cast aside my reservations, that if you do not mind the potential repercussions of being associated with me, I shall take you as my disciple today and impart my martial skills to you. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang was overwhelmed with joy. He quickly poured a cup of tea, then knelt and bowed 3 times before raising the cup above his head. Disciple Shi Qinglang pays his respects to master. Please enjoy this tea. Shi Qinglang placed great importance on the act of apprenticeship. Having bowed his head, he wished not to deceive with Shi Cheng's name. Chen Mo accepted the cup, took a sip, and smiled as he helped Shi Qinglang to his feet. Shi Qinglang, is that also your name? It is merely a courtesy name, Shi Qinglang replied casually. Master, you may call me Qinglang or Little Stone from now on. Chen Mo, not suspecting anything amiss, nodded and chuckled. How delightful! Who would have thought that one day I would have a disciple, and a prince at that? Ha ha! Shi Qinglang shook his head, flattering. What prince from now on? I shall simply be your disciple. Chen Mo affectionately patted Shi Qinglang's head. Before taking on a disciple, he had not felt it, but now that he had, he regarded Shi Qinglang with an inexplicable sense of endearment. Qinglang, since you have entered my tutelage, I shall not conceal my matters from you. You may have guessed a portion of it. My enemy is none other than the current favored concubine, Hua Mingyao. I suspected as much when I infiltrated Yufu Palace the previous night. Do not worry, master. Even if your enemy is the Empress, I shall stand by your side, Shi Qinglang declared with righteous conviction. Chen Mo's eyes reflected a glimmer of gratitude as he spoke gently. In truth, my name is not Chen Mo, my surname is Lei, and my given name is Hao. Lei Hao, Shi Qinglang murmured, repeating the name. Chen Mo, or rather Lei Hao, nodded. It had been so long since he had used that name that hearing it from Shi Qinglang felt somewhat strange. Lei Hao was soon lost in reminiscence. Continuing, I hail from Huzhou, born into a prestigious family. Over 20 years ago, the Lei and Hua families shared a close bond, and an engagement was arranged between me and Hua Mingyao. She is 2 years my senior, and we have known each other since childhood, sharing an innocent affection. The 2 families agreed that once I came of age, I would marry Hua Mingyao. However, when I turned 17, the Hua family abruptly called off the engagement. At that time, I believed that Hua Mingyao and I were deeply in love and could not accept this sudden change. Despite my pleas, she refused to see me again. Soon after, Hua Mingyao married into the imperial palace. It was then that I realized my own foolishness and unrequited feelings. Unable to bear the blow, I drowned my sorrows in wine and stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Unfortunately, a month later, a group of skilled assassins attacked the Lei family. I will never forget that day. The Lei family, With over 100 members, lay amidst a sea of corpses, the air filled with wails of sorrow. Shi Qinglang instinctively furrowed his brow. Such a horrific tragedy sends chills down one's spine, even when merely hearing of it. Master, Shi Qinglang called out as he noticed Lei Hao had fallen silent. He looked up to find Lei Hao's eyes bloodshot, his fists clenched, veins bulging on his arms. That it was evident that a tumultuous energy was surging within him. Sensing the impending explosion of energy, Shi Qinglang realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly plunged a silver needle into Lei Hao's brow, calling out to him repeatedly. The needle's prick jolted Lei Hao, who immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes gradually regaining clarity. Master, are you all right? Shi Qinglang asked, relieved to see a glimmer of life in Lei Hao's eyes. That it is nothing. I was merely lost in sorrowful reminiscence. Lei Hao replied with a sigh. Perhaps you should rest for a while, Shi Qinglang suggested, feeling empathetic. Lei Hao shook his head, a flicker of warmth passing through him. That no need. For so many years, I have lived in hatred. Now that I have expelled this pent-up anguish, I feel much more at ease. Let me continue. The Lei family's guards fought valiantly to protect my escape. Yet, those assassins pursued me relentlessly, driving me to the brink of despair. A stroke of luck. I fell from a cliff, gravely injured and near death, but I was fortuitously rescued by my master. That I spent 2 years recovering, and once healed, I trained under my master for 3 years, achieving modest success. Fueled by the desire for vengeance, I bid farewell to my master and ventured into the world alone to investigate the massacre of the Lei family. Regrettably, amidst the vast sea of people, I had no leads on my enemies and wandered aimlessly for several years. 2 years ago, by sheer chance, I arrived in the capital. Perhaps fate was on my side, for I encountered the leader of those assassins. Though his appearance had changed somewhat over the past decade, I recognized him immediately. Then, my martial prowess had reached a level equal to his, and I finally had the chance to take his life with my own hands. Master, Shi Qinglang inquired with curiosity, if you have already avenged your family, why then did you enter the palace? Do you still harbor feelings for Hua Mingyao? Lei Hao narrowed his eyes, speaking with bitterness. It is not as simple as you think. That I interrogated that man regarding the slaughter of my family. At first, he was unyielding, but after enduring a month of torment, he finally revealed the truth. Pleading for death. To my shock, he was an assassin sent by Hua Mingyao. I never imagined that Hua Mingyao would resort to such ruthless measures to erase our past. That I was the one who brought ruin upon the Lei family, and no amount of remorse could atone for my sins. Yet, I must live to exact my revenge. To kill Hua Mingyao, I became a eunuch and entered the palace. However, by then, Hua Mingyao had risen to the status of favored concubine, surrounded by numerous skilled protectors. Although I had reached the 3rd rank of martial arts, I could not approach her. Only recently did I break through to the 2nd rank, which enabled the assassination attempt the previous night. Shi Qinglang was astounded by the convoluted nature of the events. The former beloved had transformed into a vengeful enemy. It was a tragedy indeed. Master, he sighed, offering consolation, this is merely one side of the story. The truth may not be as it seems. That I have pondered this, too. Lei Hao conceded, but if not Hua Mingyao, who else would know of our past? Who else would dare to commit such atrocities against the Lei family? I cannot deceive myself, nor will I wrongfully accuse anyone. That I must confront Hua Mingyao and demand an explanation for her actions. Unfortunately, I underestimated the skilled individuals within the palace. Even after reaching the 2nd rank, I could not even catch a glimpse of Hua Mingyao. That night, I fought my way in and injured many, yet I was ultimately stopped by a matron who was also a 2nd rank expert. We both sustained injuries, and in my weakened state, I managed to escape, only to discover that she practiced poison arts. That on my way back, the poison from my wounds flared up, and I fell from the sky. You know the rest. Shi Qinglang finally understood how the little Shunzi had been knocked unconscious. That he pondered whether it was luck or misfortune that had befallen him. After hearing Lei Hao's story, Shi Qinglang felt at a loss for words. Such a horrific event is difficult for anyone not directly involved to truly empathize with. Master, a gentleman avenges his family. 10 years is not too late. After pondering for quite some time, Shi Qinglang finally managed to utter a single sentence. Lei Hao, caught between laughter and tears, replied, I have already waited for over a decade. Must I endure another 10 years? Moreover, in this wretched state of mind, I can scarcely be called a man, let alone a gentleman. Sure, Qingling could sense the despair woven into Lei Hao's words. It seemed that these past years had been a torment for him. With hatred gnawing at his heart incessantly, in pursuit of vengeance. Lei Hao had even gone so far as to castrate himself, a drastic measure that served as a punishment not only for his enemies but also for himself. Master, why must you go to such lengths? Shi Qingling lamented. Yet, Lei Hao responded with a carefree smile. Do not mourn for me, Qingling, that I have no regrets about my decision thus far. Aside from revenge, I have no reason to continue living. It is but a few pounds of flesh. There is nothing to be reluctant about. Shi Qingling, with unwavering determination, declared, Master, you still have me, that I will find a way to uncover the truth and avenge you. Lei Hao's expression darkened, and he spoke with grave intensity. Qingling, remember, my vendetta is solely my own affair. You must not involve yourself, that I did not even confide in my own master to avoid implicating anyone else. From now on, focus solely on your martial arts, that if the opportunity arises, leave this palace and do not return. This was the first time Shi Qingling had witnessed such a stern side of Lei Hao. He sensed that failing to comply might mean that Lei Hao would cease to impart martial arts to him. Very well, Master, I promise you. Shi Qingling nodded reluctantly. Only then did Lei Hao reveal a hint of a smile. And he continued, let's not speak of my matters any further. From this moment on, I will teach you the skills of our sect. How much do you know about martial arts? Although Shi Qingling possessed the memories of Shi Cheng, he had never practiced martial arts himself, and thus he could only shake his head helplessly. Lei Hao patiently explained, no matter. I shall start from the beginning. Pay close attention. The martial path is divided into 9 grades. The 9th grade is the copper skin stage. The 8th is the iron bone stage, and the 7th is the body refinement stage. The lower 3 grades primarily focus on tempering the body and can be referred to as the 3 stages of body refinement, which are indeed inferior martial arts belonging to the external school of practice. The middle 3 grades are the 6th grade inner breath stage, the 5th grade heart observation stage, and the 4th grade no leakage stage. This marks the transition from external to internal cultivation, belonging to the internal school of practice, which can be summarized as the 3 stages of qi cultivation. The upper 3 grades are considered the realm of martial arts masters. The 3rd grade, profound understanding stage, the 2nd grade, subtlety stage, and the 1st grade, law and form stage. These 3 grades pertain to the metaphysical and emphasize the comprehension of intent, which can be regarded as the 3 stages of spirit refinement. Chapter 10. To practice this skill, must one first become a eunuch? Shi Qingling had never before encountered such esoteric concepts of martial arts, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, the feeling of being guided by a master was truly delightful. Master, are there many experts within this palace? Shi Qingling inquired, considering his own circumstances. After a moment of reflection, Lei Hao replied, this palace is rife with hidden talents. I had previously underestimated the masters within. However, to my knowledge, there are certainly quite a few at the 3rd grade, profound understanding stage, as for those at the 2nd grade, subtlety stage, there may not be many openly acknowledged, but I cannot ascertain how many lurk in the shadows. As for 1st grade experts, even within the palace, they are exceedingly rare, that I know of only 2. One is Tang Yi, the commander of the Shadow Guards, who wields immense power as the chief eunuch of the entire palace. The other is Xiong Tiancheng, the commander of the Buddhist Guards, who commands tens of thousands of troops, his influence spanning the entire Dalan dynasty. Shi Qinglong's gaze ignited with determination as he asked, Master, do you think I possess the talent and potential to achieve the 1st grade mastery? Do you think 1st grade masters are as common as cabbages? Even I have yet to reach that level. Lei Hao replied, bemused that do not be overly ambitious. A grounded approach is the way forward. Shi Qingling expressed his disappointment with a soft sigh. In the realm of martial arts, there is a significant divide between the 4th grade, no leakage stage, and the 3rd grade, profound understanding stage. Only by surpassing this threshold will you have a chance to attain the 1st grade. Hearing this, Shi Qingling chuckled, Master, even if you do not believe in me, you must believe in yourself. Surely a disciple trained by you cannot fail to reach the 3rd grade. Lei Hao chuckled. You are clever, but do not let your wits lead you astray. Learning martial arts is not as simple as you might think. What I will teach you next is called the 5 Thunder Heavenly Gang Technique. It is a top-tier martial art that allows one to skip the 3 stages of body refinement altogether. Once you cultivate a breath of true qi, you can directly enter the 6th grade, inner breath stage. Such an esteemed martial art is worth its weight in gold. You are indeed fortunate. Is it really possible to do that? Shi Qinglang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Master, are martial arts techniques graded as well? Wouldn't this be considered a shortcut? Lei Hao clarified, indeed, the lower-tier martial arts can only be cultivated up to the 7th grade. Body refinement stage. The middle-tier martial arts can reach a maximum of the 4th grade, no leakage stage. Only the upper-tier martial arts offer the means to cultivate beyond the 3rd grade. Among them, only the top-tier upper martial arts can potentially allow one to reach the 1st grade. Law and form stage, i.e. at lower or middle-tier martial arts, practitioners generally must begin at the 9th grade. Copper skin stage and advance step by step. However, top-tier upper martial arts are profound and intricate. They can achieve the effects of body refinement through the true qi cultivated within. Of course, where there are benefits, there are also drawbacks. The physique developed through such cultivation will be considerably weaker than those who have genuinely practiced the 3 stages of body refinement. My family S martial arts are a top-tier, middle-tier technique, cultivated step by step from the copper skin and iron bone stages, and the 3 stages of body refinement are particularly arduous. The 5 Thunder Heavenly Gang technique was passed down to me by my master. And after I switched my cultivation method, I finally reached the 2nd grade, subtlety stage. Now you understand the value of my technique, do you not? Shi Qinglang raised his thumb in admiration. No wonder, master. Your physique is so impressive. Your build is truly commendable that I sincerely envy you. Envy? How about we start practicing from the 9th grade, copper skin stage? Lei Hao teased. That would be unnecessary, that I cannot endure the hardships that you can. Master, I shall begin directly from the qi cultivation stage. After all, one must endure hardship before enjoying sweetness. In truth, the 3 stages of body refinement have their merits as well, that I recognize your good intentions. Master, but I fear I might waste your precious time. Besides, you are still injured. Shi Qinglang observed the playful glimmer in Lei Hao's eyes, fearing that if they continued this line of discussion, he might suffer a severe reprimanding, and quickly changed the subject. Master, since the 5 Thunder Heavenly Gang technique is not a family heirloom, which sect does it originate from? My master, who is also your ancestral master, was a Taoist adept. Belonging to no sect or school, he referred to himself as Wufang Dalan. Was he a 1st grade master? Shi Qinglang inquired. Lei Hao shook his head. I cannot say for certain that at that time. My perspective was limited, and I could not discern my master's realm. However, I felt he had at least reached the 2nd grade, subtlety stage that so many years have passed, and I have not seen him since. Now, having fallen into such a state, I lack the face to confront him again, that if he were to learn of my current condition, he would surely be very disappointed. Shi Qinglang offered consolation. He would not. Your ancestral master is surely a person of understanding and would comprehend your struggles. Lei Hao smiled wryly. One can only hope. Now, back to the matter at hand. The 5 Thunder Heavenly Gang technique is incredibly formidable, with immense destructive power, yet it bears a significant flaw. Before you begin your training, you must prepare yourself mentally. Shi Qinglang felt a sudden chill in his heart. Could it be that to practice this skill, one must first become a eunuch? How klitsch! Do not speak such nonsense. Lei Hao chided as he gave Shi Qinglang a sharp rap on the head. Are you implying that I became a eunuch for the sake of practicing martial arts? Shi Qinglang scratched his head sheepishly, offering a conciliatory smile that it was not entirely his fault. He had not intended to unearth Lei Hao's wounds. It was merely a reflexive reaction. Lei Hao, not wishing to dwell on the matter, continued, the flaw of this technique is that one must possess a virgin body to cultivate it. Moreover, until one reaches the 1st grade, law and form stage, one must not lose their virginity. Otherwise, their progress will be permanently stunted. That if you aspire to become a 1st grade master, you must possess immense willpower. At least until you reach the 1st grade, you must abstain from all desires. Qinglang, can you achieve that? Shi Qinglang felt despondent. In his previous life, he had remained single since birth. How could he be expected to continue this path in his new life? Was he destined to be a lone star? Faced with such a choice, what could he do? Master, I can. Shi Qinglang replied with a woeful expression, his head hanging low. Lei Hao patted Shi Qinglang on the shoulder, offering encouragement. I believe you can too. Now let us officially begin your training in the 5 Thunder Heavenly Gang technique. Thunder is born from the convergence of yin and yang. Its sound is thunder. Its form is lightning, embodying the righteous path of heaven and earth. During the process of cultivation, one must simultaneously traverse the dual meridians of yin and yang within the human body using a single breath of true energy. Lei Hao meticulously elaborated on the profound essence of the technique, emphasizing the principle that such teachings are not to be lightly disseminated. Many of the intricacies require a master's personal guidance and instruction to achieve maximum efficacy. Under Lei Hao's tutelage, Shi Qinglang thoroughly unlocked the door to martial arts, embarking on a relentless journey of diligent practice day and night. Time flew like an arrow, and 2 years swiftly passed. In the early morning, Shi Qinglang sat cross-legged on his bed, exhaling the stale air and inhaling the fresh. His garments fluttered without the presence of wind, yet no trace of energy rippled outward. Clearly, he had reached the pinnacle of the state of no leakage, demonstrating an exquisite mastery over himself. That as he gradually withdrew his energy, he expelled a long stream of white mist, extending nearly 3 feet. Upon opening his eyes, a hint of helplessness flickered across his face. The third-grade realm of Tongxian indeed presented an insurmountable chasm. Even his master could not elucidate how to ascend further, only stating that enlightenment through opportunity was essential. Alas, he could not afford to rush. Over the past 2 years, under Lei Hao's meticulous guidance, Shi Qinglang's progress had been rapid, swiftly cultivating a breath of true energy, achieving the 6th-grade Neishi realm, following the prescribed path of the technique. He circulated his true energy within his meridians, continuously amplifying his internal breath and gradually opening up his acupoints, thereby unblocking the various meridians that end this process, if one could attain a state of utmost emptiness and tranquility. As the saying goes, to reach the utmost void and maintain serene stillness, all things will emerge, and I shall observe their return. One could fully immerse their spirit into their own being, enabling a vivid projection of their body to manifest in their mind, wherein acupoints, meridians, and bones would be distinctly visible. This is the state of observing the heart, allowing for both self-reflection and the observation of others. Chapter 11. A murder case arises. Shi Qinglang dedicated over half a year to attain the 5th-grade state of observing the heart. He discerned that applying this capability to medicine was akin to a low-spec version of a CT scan. The traditional Chinese medicine he studied in his previous life relied on pulse diagnosis and inquiry, deducing ailments through generations of accumulated experience. Ancestors documented symptoms in medical texts, while descendants referred to these texts for diagnoses. However, in this realm, a warrior at the 5th-grade observing heart state could utilize their energy to probe the inner workings of the human body. If they also possessed medical knowledge, they could discern the source of ailments through pulse readings with even greater precision. Shi Qinglang surmised that the top-tier physicians here were likely warriors of at least the 5th-grade observing heart state. Above the observing heart state lies the 4th-grade state of no leakage. Shi Qinglang spent approximately another year gradually connecting all his meridians, thereby naturally achieving the state of no leakage. From Shi Qinglang's perspective, the so-called state of no leakage is a mastery over the body that approaches perfection. Vital energy no longer escapes. With a mere thought, one can precisely control the flow of energy within, even regulating the opening and closing of every pore. Such a level of control over the body was something he had never dared to imagine in his previous life. Yet, in this era, he truly accomplished it. Of course, this was also thanks to the guidance of the esteemed Lei Hao. However, the subsequent 3rd-grade realm of Tongxian was indeed enigmatic beyond comprehension. Shi Qinglang remained at a loss. According to his understanding, the upper 3 grades, known as the 3 realms of refining the spirit, pertained to the development of the brain domain, and it seemed that genuine enlightenment was requisite. Shi Qinglang shook his head in resignation, gathering his thoughts as he donned his outer garments at a leisurely pace. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Lei Hao sitting alone in the courtyard. "Master, I have failed again," Shi Qinglang said with a pained expression. "It is of no consequence. Take your time. Do not rush," Lei Hao consoled with a smile. Regarding his disciple's innate talent, Lei Hao felt immense satisfaction that in just 2 short years, Shi Qinglang had transformed from a complete novice to a pinnacle of the 4th-grade state of no leakage. Even within martial arts families, a 16-year-old at the 4th-grade state is considered a prodigy, cultivated with boundless resources from the very onset. Yet Shi Qinglang achieved this in merely 2 years. Such a pace of cultivation, while not entirely unique, was indeed extraordinary. And he surpassed Lei Hao by a considerable margin, undoubtedly possessing the potential to reach the first-grade realm in the future. Unbeknownst to Shi Qinglang, his speed of cultivation was already remarkably swift. At this moment, he felt a tinge of frustration and replied, "Very well, Master. I shall head to the Tai Hospital. 2 years prior, Shi Qinglang had caught the attention of a physician named Wei Jie at the Tai Hospital, who retained him as an assistant. Now, Shi Qinglang spent his days at the Tai Hospital, working alongside Wei Jie, while sneaking back at night to learn martial arts from Lei Hao. This routine had become a habit for Shi Qinglang, maintaining a steadfast rhythm of his daily life. He had even grown fond of this tranquil existence, his desire to leave the palace diminishing significantly. Today, as Shi Qinglang walked along the path, he encountered a slender youth clad in shadowy attire rushing towards him. Shi Qinglang recognized this youth. His name was Zhu Li, and he shared a good rapport with Su Hu. "Little Stone, something terrible has happened. Brother Hu is in trouble," Zhu Li exclaimed, his face etched with concern. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang's heart sank. Among all those in the palace who offered him a semblance of warmth, aside from Lei Hao, Su Hu was the one he cherished most. Su Hu had joined the Shadow Guards 2 years prior, and had been doing well. He had always looked after Shi Qinglang, earning his recognition as a friend. Now, learning of Su Hu's predicament filled Shi Qinglang with apprehension. "What has happened to Brother Hu?" Shi Qinglang inquired anxiously. Zhu Li took a breath. "I have only heard that last night Brother Hu killed Wu Lu and was captured on the spot. He is now imprisoned in the Shadow Guard jail, undergoing interrogation. Wu Lu?" Shi Qinglang was taken aback. Aware that Su Hu had some grievances with this individual, that Su Hu had often complained about Wu Lu, yet to think he would resort to murder seemed out of character for him. "Zhu Li, what else do you know? Tell me everything," Shi Qinglang urged. Zhu Li replied, "Brother Hu was on night watch with Wu Lu last night, but for some unknown reason, they got into a conflict. It is said that in a fit of anger, Brother Hu killed Wu Lu. This was witnessed by Chen Baihu himself, that I am not clear on the details. I only heard about it this morning. I happened to see you and rushed over to inform you." Shi Qinglang took a moment to compose himself before nodding subtly. "All right, I understand. Thank you." Zhu Li took his leave, and Shi Qinglang fell in a deep contemplation. Though he knew Su Hu to be righteous, he was not impulsive. Shi Qinglang surmised that something unusual must have transpired. However, given his current identity, he felt powerless to intervene. Lost in thought, Shi Qinglang arrived at the entrance of the Tai Hospital. Just as he was about to enter, he heard someone call his name from ahead. "Shi Yin, just in time. Come with me to the Yangxin Palace." Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang looked up to see a young man who appeared to be around 30 years old. Hurrying towards him, that a young eunuch followed closely behind. This man was none other than Wei Jie. Upon seeing Shi Qinglang, he quickly approached, thrusting a medicine box into Shi Qinglang's hands without looking back, and continued onward. The Yangxin Palace? Shi Qinglang realized with a start that he understood that the Yangxin Palace was the current emperor's place of work. Could it be that the emperor was unwell? But wasn't he the emperor as personal physician always Kong Tai? Why would Wei Tai be summoned today? Indeed, today was turning out to be quite an eventful day. Shi Qinglang glanced at the young eunuch beside Wei Jie, realizing that he should not ask too many questions at this moment, and quietly followed behind the two. Before long, the trio arrived at the grand hall of the Yangxin Palace. Shi Qinglang lowered his head, not daring to look around, his gaze only catching sight of a pair of golden boots on the main seat. "Your Majesty, Wei Tai has arrived," the young eunuch reported, bowing respectfully. "Your humble servant Wei Jie pays his respects to your Majesty." Wei Jie similarly bowed. Shi Qinglang, following suit, imitated their actions, though given his humble status. It was not his place to speak that in the Dalan dynasty, the act of kneeling was of utmost importance. Even in formal occasions, kneeling before the emperor was not required. "Rise," came a voice from the main seat. "Neither warm nor cold." "Thank you, your Majesty. May I ask why your Majesty has summoned me?" Wei Jie found himself wavering in uncertainty, tentatively inquiring that in Chapter 12, "I humbly ask your Majesty to remove your trousers." Shi Qinglang slightly raised his head and beheld a middle-aged man seated on the throne, adorned in a resplendent dragon robe, crowned with a purple gold cap, his countenance dignified, exuding an innate authority. "This must be the current emperor of the Great Lan dynasty, Emperor Tianqi," Xiao Beiyu to it was Shi Qinglong's first encounter with the emperor's illustrious visage. To at that moment, there stood beside Emperor Tianqi a middle-aged eunuch. His hair streaked with gray, yet his demeanor exuded warmth and mirth. Clad in a vibrant crimson robe, slightly stooped, this eunuch was the grand director of the imperial household, the emperor's most trusted confidant. Head eunuch Huaiyan. Emperor Tianqi cleared his throat and cast a glance at Huaiyan. With a wave of his hand, Huaiyan signaled for the other eunuchs and maidservants in the hall to discreetly withdraw, leaving only Wei Jie and Shi Qinglang in attendance. Physician Wei, can this individual beside you be trusted? Huaiyan inquired, his voice possessing a somewhat effeminate tone. Wei Jie replied candidly, to Grand Director, this individual is named Shi Yin. He originally served as a minor eunuch in the imperial kitchen, later transferred to the Imperial Medical Bureau to assist, that I have observed his understanding of pharmacology and his diligence. Thus I retained him as my assistant. He has been by my side for 2 years now. The prescriptions I provide are diligently prepared with Shi Yan's assistance. He is indeed someone I trust. Huaiyan nodded in acknowledgement and continued. Recently, His Majesty's health has been somewhat compromised. Today, I have summoned you for a consultation. Remember, this matter must not be divulged to anyone that I understand. Regarding His Majesty's condition, I shall not utter a word, Wei Jie assured. Huaiyan glanced at Emperor Tianqi, who nodded in response. Huaiyan, comprehending the unspoken agreement, approached Wei Jie and whispered, Physician Wei, His Majesty has recently been experiencing some difficulties in his intimate affairs. The prescriptions from Physician Kong have yielded little effect, which is why I specifically summoned you today. It is said that you are a disciple of the renowned healer Jiang Shang. I wonder if you possess any prescriptions that could alleviate His Majesty's concerns. Upon hearing this, Wei Jie broke into a cold sweat, frantically wiping his brow with his sleeve. This was his first time feeling such intense anxiety. Although he was an outer disciple of the divine Dr. Jiang, he was genuinely unskilled in treating such ailments. After a moment of hesitation, he quietly replied, Grand Director, may I first examine His Majesty's health? Huaiyan nodded, of course. Huaiyan guided Wei Jie forward to take Emperor Tianqi's pulse. Before long, with trepidation, Wei Jie spoke up, Your Majesty, your health is generally untroubled. It is merely a case of overexertion and fatigue. With some appropriate rest, you should recover without issue. That I have prepared a prescription here for Your Majesty to consider. Shi Qinglang kept his head lowered, stifling a smile. It seemed that Emperor Tianqi had indulged excessively. Could it be that he was suffering from impotence? However, this was hardly surprising, as it was said that the imperial harem boasted 3,000 beauties. And which man could resist such temptation? Wei Jie swiftly penned a prescription, but upon Huaiyan's glance, he shook his head in disapproval. Emperor Tianqi let out a displeased snort. The Emperor's majesty was palpable. Even in silence, his presence was formidable, causing Wei Jie to fall to his knees in fright. Huaiyan furrowed his brow and leaned closer, softly asking, Physician Wei, your prescription appears nearly indistinguishable from that of Physician Kong's. If you cannot provide His Majesty with a satisfactory solution, you may incur his wrath. Wei Jie's face turned ashen, rendered speechless. Suddenly, Shi Qinglang stepped forward, clasping his fists and declaring, Your Majesty, I possess some knowledge of medicine as well. In particular, I have inherited a technique involving silver needles, which could be remarkably effective for certain ailments. Might Your Majesty permit me to give it a try? Huaiyan was momentarily taken aback, then angrily retorted, Impudent servant, how dare you presume to meddle with His Majesty's health? Are you seeking to court death? Shi Qinglang knelt, looking up at Huaiyan with unwavering composure. T.O. Grand Director, I mean no offense. I merely wish to alleviate His Majesty's worries that if I fail to treat His Majesty's ailment, I am willing to accept any punishment. Over the past 2 years, Wei Jie had observed that Shi Qinglang possessed some peculiar medical skills. Even a mere mention of his methods could illuminate Wei Jie's understanding. Seeing the Emperor's rising ire, Wei Jie felt he had no better option and decided to take a gamble. Allowing Shi Qinglang a chance, Grand Director, I can vouch for Shi Yan's knowledge of unique medical techniques. Perhaps, Wei Jie hesitated but persisted, clasping his fists in supplication. Enough, Huaiyan, Emperor Tianqi interjected, since Physician Wei has vouched for him. Let this young eunuch examine me. Huaiyan complied, casting a warning glance at Shi Qinglang before leading him to Emperor Tianqi's side. Shi Qinglang took the emperor's pulse, feeling a surge of confidence. Your Majesty, your ailment is not severe. I can treat it. Really? A flicker of excitement danced in Emperor Tianqi's eyes as he exclaimed. Shi Qinglang nodded. In truth, Physician Wei's prescription is indeed on point. However, traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes gradual treatment, relying on herbal remedies for restoration, which may not yield immediate results. Yet, if combined with my silver needle technique, the effectiveness should be greatly enhanced, that it won't be long before your Majesty can regain your vigor. Seeing Shi Qinglang so assured, Emperor Tianqi felt a measure of trust. Hearing the phrase regain your vigor made him beam with delight, his eyes sparkling with camaraderie. Clearly, he understood his plight, that it was as if he were on the verge of exclaiming. Then why wait? Proceed to treat me at once. That is, Huayan cleared his throat. How exactly will this silver needle technique be applied? Shi Qinglang's expression faltered slightly, his lips pressed together as he hesitated. I humbly request your Majesty to remove your trousers. What did you say? Huayan thought he had misheard, his eyes widening in disbelief. This was the first time he had encountered such audacity from a eunuch. Shi Qinglang quickly clarified, my silver needle technique requires stimulating the body's acupoints for treatment. Thus, His Majesty must remove his clothing. Huayan exclaimed in fury, have you lost your mind? I have never heard of such a method of treatment. Shi Yin, what exactly are your intentions? Shi Qinglang maintained his composure, responding, to Grand Director, my medical knowledge originates from overseas and differs from that of other physicians, that I am solely intent on alleviating His Majesty's concerns. Harboring no ill intentions. Just as Huayan was about to unleash his fury, Emperor Tianqi raised his hand, saying, it matters not. He is merely a young eunuch. When I bathe and change, it is these eunuchs who serve me. Moreover, with Huayan overseeing, what is there to fear? Huayan, assist me in disrobing. Emperor Tianqi then turned his gaze coldly. However, let me make it clear. If you successfully treat me, I shall reward you handsomely. But should you dare to mock me, the consequences will be dire. Shi Qinglang quickly assured, I understand, Your Majesty, and I ask that you remain at ease. Chapter 13. Who gave you the audacity? Emperor Tianqi grunted in acknowledgement and rose to approach the couch at the back of the hall. Huayan followed closely, signaling for Shi Qinglang and Wei Jie to wait behind. Shi Yin, you may enter. Before long, Huayan's voice resonated from within the chamber. Shi Qinglang nodded at Wei Jie, signaling him to remain calm, and then entered the chamber alone. Upon entering, Shi Qinglang saw Huayan stationed to one side, that on the bed, Emperor Tianqi lay fully unclothed, eyes closed, reclining on his back. That it must be said that Emperor Tianqi, accustomed to luxury, though not particularly robust, was indeed well preserved. His shoulders were broad, waist narrow, and skin as smooth as jade, though his private area appeared somewhat lackluster. Shi Qinglang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly while maintaining an air of nonchalance. He then retrieved his silver needles and commenced treatment for Emperor Tianqi. Low moans echoed from the chamber, causing Wei Jie kneeling outside to feel his face flushed as a man himself. Wei Jie understood the implications and felt a weight lift from his heart, realizing that Shi Qinglang truly possessed skill. Before long, Shi Qinglang emerged, winking at Wei Jie with a beaming smile. Soon after, the sound of rustling clothing came from within the chamber. Emperor Tianqi emerged, his face flushed, followed closely by head eunuch Huayan. Shi Yin, your silver needle technique is truly... Emperor Tianqi raised his thumb in praise, contemplating his words that air, your medical skills are exquisite. I can distinctly feel a refreshing clarity. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. It is your robust constitution that facilitates such results. I merely provided a touch of enhancement, that as the saying goes. Flattery is the best attire, and Shi Qinglang was adept at choosing flattering words. Good. You certainly know how to speak. Emperor Tianqi laughed heartily. Does this mean I am cured? Your Majesty, this is just the preliminary treatment. Every 3 days henceforth, it is imperative to administer acupuncture once, complemented by the prescriptions of Physician Wei. After 4 or 5 such treatments, the Emperor's health will naturally be restored. Indeed, that sounds splendid. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Qinglang cautiously remarked, yet I must request that Your Majesty refrain from overexerting yourself during these 3 days, prioritizing self-cultivation and tranquility instead. The notion of not overexerting and focusing on self-cultivation was subtly articulated by Shi Qinglang. It remains uncertain whether His Majesty, the Emperor of Tianqi, comprehends the underlying implications. I understand, the Emperor replied, raising an eyebrow with a smile, giving a slight nod. Shi Qinglang discreetly observed the Emperor's expression and discerned that His Majesty had grasped the meaning, thus deeming further hints unnecessary. Shi Yin, you have accomplished a great feat this time. Speak. What reward do you desire? The Emperor, evidently in high spirits, proactively inquired about a reward. Aware that such opportunities are rare, Shi Qinglang promptly knelt, his expression earnest, and responded, Your Majesty, I humbly wish to investigate a case. Upon hearing this, the Emperor expressed curiosity. Pray, elaborate. It is indeed intriguing for a mere eunuch to decline a reward in favor of pursuing an investigation. Piquing the Emperor's interest at it is as follows. Shi Qinglang began, recounting the matter concerning Su Hu, even disclosing his relationship with Su Hu without reservation. His decision to do so had been made upon learning of the Emperor's concealed ailments. Believing that only through this opportunity might he meet Su Hu, the Emperor, after listening, glanced at Huai Yin beside him. Huai Yin, understanding the cue, replied, Your Majesty, indeed such an incident transpired last night, and the shadow guards are already conducting interrogations. The Emperor pondered for a moment and remarked, Shi Yin, you are quite the loyal person. Very well. In light of your contributions, I permit you to partake in this investigation. However, should Su Hu indeed be guilty of murder, no matter how much you plead, I shall show no leniency. Do you understand? Shi Qinglang's heart soared with joy as he bowed in gratitude. I understand. Thank you for your Majesty's profound grace. The Emperor turned to Huai Yin, instructing, take him to meet Tang Yi and relay my orders. Shi Yin, Physician Wei, you may retire. This humble servant takes his leave. Huai Yin complied, leading Shi Qinglang and Wei Jie out of the Yangxin Palace. Physician Wei, you may return to the Imperial Medical Bureau first. I shall escort Shi Yin to the Shadow Pavilion. Huai Yin instructed indifferently. Wei Jie, not daring to speak further, cast a glance at Shi Qinglang before bowing and departing. After Wei Jie left, Huai Yin scrutinized Shi Qinglang with keen interest, smirking, Shi Yin, pray tell, who has endowed you with such audacity to be so presumptuous? Shi Qinglang bowed his head respectfully. Chief Steward, Su Hu once saved my life. Though my status is humble, I understand the importance of gratitude and merely wish to do my modest part. Huai Yin scoffed, the waters of the palace run deep. Do you truly believe that your meager efforts can save Su Hu? One must at least make an attempt, Shi Qinglang replied. Neither servile nor arrogant the audacity of the young. Huai Yin remarked, very well. Since His Majesty has issued a decree, I shall not interfere further. May you find your own fortune. Shi Qinglang expressed his thanks and followed Huai Yin as they made their way to the Shadow Pavilion. The Shadow Pavilion serves as the operational base for the shadow guards within the palace, occupying a prominent corner on the western side. The pavilion rises 7 stories high, imposing and magnificent. With Chief Steward Huai Yin present, the personnel of the Shadow Pavilion dared not obstruct their passage, and they were promptly escorted to the highest floor. This level is exclusively reserved for one individual, the commander of the Shadow Guards and the Grand Eunuch in charge of the palace's sword, Tang Yi. Chief Steward, what brings you to my humble abode? As Huai Yin and Shi Qinglang reached the 7th floor, a voice resonated from nearby. Shi Qinglang turned in the direction of the sound and beheld a strikingly handsome man standing there with a smile. This individual, tall and elegantly attired in a vibrant red robe, exuded an air of sophistication, undoubtedly the renowned Grand Eunuch Tang Yi. Behind Tang Yi stood a youthful eunuch, no more than 13 or 14, sharp-eyed and brandishing an ornate sword. Huai Yin chuckled lightly. Tang Darun, you are being too modest. Tang Yi gestured for Huai Yin to take a seat, joining him beside. Naturally, Shi Qinglang stood at Huai Yin's rear, while the young eunuch swiftly served 2 cups of tea. Huai Yin took a sip, remarking, Xiao Bai, your tea brewing skills have certainly improved. I am glad you enjoy it, the eunuch, known as Xiao Bai, replied bashfully. Tang Yi, getting straight to the point, inquired, did the chief steward come here on behalf of the emperor's orders? Huai Yin recounted the emperor's instructions in detail. Thus, oh hasty, Tang Yi remarked, regarding Shi Qinglang with a hint of surprise. Typically, I would not involve myself in such trivial matters. They are generally left to my subordinates. However, since His Majesty has spoken, I shall personally oversee the interrogation. The dungeon is located beneath the Shadow Pavilion. Shi Yin, you shall accompany me shortly. Seeing that Tang Yi had acquiesced, Chief Steward Huai inclined his head slightly before preparing to take his leave. Tang Yi personally escorted Huai into the door. Lowering his voice to ask, Chief Steward, what is the background of this Shi Yin, that he has drawn the Emperor's direct attention? Tang Darun, there is no need for concern. Shi Yin has no remarkable background. Consider this merely a fortuitous incident. Huayan replied with a faint smile, offering no further explanation. As matters related to the Emperor's privacy are sensitive, Huayan refrained from elaborating. Before Tang Yi could press further, Huayan departed. Tang Yi wasted no time and turned to Shi Yin, leading him toward the dungeon of the Shadow Pavilion. Along the way, Tang Yi pondered over Huayan's words. Greetings, Commander. The dungeon guards, upon witnessing the commander's presence, immediately stood at attention, their expressions serious. Tang Yi nodded and directly inquired, who was handling the case of Su Hu? The guard replied truthfully, reporting to the commander, it is Chun Baihu who is in charge of the interrogation. Chun Dong, take me to him. Yes, in a certain chamber of the dungeon, Su Hu was bound to a torture rack, his bare upper body marked with numerous bloody welts. Before him stood a shadow guard, mercilessly wielding a whip. Stop! A middle-aged man slammed his hand on the table, demanding angrily, Su Hu, will you confess? Why did you kill Wu Lu? Su Hu, barely able to keep his eyes open, weakly replied, Chen Darun. I did not kill Wu Lu. I have stated this many times. I implore you to see reason. The man addressed as Chen Darun by Su Hu, naturally, was Chen Dong, that he coldly snorted, taking a step closer. Narrowing his eyes, I witnessed Wu Lu die by your blade with my own eyes. Do you still dare to quibble? You will not shed tears until you see the coffin, Chen Dong continued. Su Hu, I advise you to confess obediently to avoid further suffering. Su Hu's gaze hardened. I did not do it, and even if you beat me to death, I will not admit it. Such resilience. Chen Dong taunted. If only the treasure in your trousers were still intact, you might truly be a man of iron. As he spoke, he picked up a red-hot iron and approached Su Hu, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Even after breaking 2 whips, you still refuse to confess. That I wonder how you will withstand this branding iron. Su Hu, eyeing the searing implement, felt a wave of terror wash over him. Speak up. Do not bear this alone, Chen Dong taunted, bringing the iron closer, threateningly. Although Su Hu felt fear, he remained resolute, biting his lip and turning his head away in silence. Foolishness, as Chun Baihu's eyes gleamed with malice. He pressed the iron against Su Hu's chest. Su Hu screamed in agony, his body convulsing violently. When Shi Qinglang and Tang Yi arrived, they were met with this brutal scene. Shi Qinglang clenched his fists, struggling to suppress the urge to intervene. Salutations, Commander. Upon seeing Tang Yi, Chen Dong and the other 2 shadow guards hurriedly bowed in respect. Tang Yi cast a cursory glance at the man on the torture rack, his expression unfazed, and asked, Is this Su Hu? Indeed. Tang Yi stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Su Hu. Su Hu, I am Tang Yi, the commander of the shadow guards. Now tell me what transpired last night. Su Hu, having noticed Shi Qinglang, quickly deduced that Shi Qinglang must have employed some method to summon Tang Yi. Not one to miss his chance, Su Hu seized the opportunity, reporting to the commander, last night, I was on duty with Wu Lu at the West Gate. Shortly after the hour of Z, I was suddenly struck from behind and lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found Wu Lu dead before my eyes. The dagger I bore was plunged into Wu Lu's body, and I was utterly terrified at that moment. Just then, Lord Chen arrived with his entourage and accused me of murdering Wu Lu. Tang Yi furrowed his brow and inquired, Chen Dong, is he speaking the truth? Chen Dong clasped his fists and replied, Your Excellency, do not heed this scoundrel's one-sided tale. When my brothers and I arrived, we found him standing next to Wu Lu, a knife in hand. That Wu Lu had already collapsed beneath him, slain by a single thrust. All my companions witnessed this. This rascal was caught red-handed yet refuses to confess. Such occurrences are not uncommon. With a few severe punishments, he will surely break and confess. Tang Yi nodded impassively and continued. Su Hu, you claim you did not commit the murder. Do you possess any evidence? You assert that you were knocked unconscious. Did you see who struck you? Su shook his head and replied, I did not see. Yet I assure you, I am innocent of Wu Lu's death. I implore you to see the truth, my lord. Tang Yi shifted his gaze, addressing Shi Yin. You have heard, Su cannot prove his innocence. Chen Baihu and the other shadow guards all bore witness. The truth should not be difficult to discern, correct? Shi Qinglang was rendered speechless. Is the process of adjudication in this era truly so hasty, to lack the ability to prove one's innocence and thus be deemed a murderer? Suppressing his indignation, Shi Qinglang first bowed to Tang Yi, then turned to Chen Dong. Lord Chen, if I have not misheard, you merely observed Su Hu wielding a knife, which was embedded in Wu Lu. You did not witness him personally slaying Wu Lu, did you? Chen Dong frowned, casting a glance at Tang Yi, who nodded in affirmation. Only then did he respond, I do not comprehend your words that is there a distinction. Shi Qinglang smiled, there is indeed a distinction. Suppose Su Hu is truthful and was indeed struck down by another. That person could have used Su Hu's knife to kill Wu Lu, then disguised the unconscious Su who was the murderer. Which you, Lord Chen, happen to witness that not plausible. This is sheer sophistry. If we entertain your claims, then the coincidences are simply too numerous. Chen Dong scoffed derisively. Very well. May I ask, what is the nature of the relationship between Su Hu and Wu Lu? Shi Qinglang did not refute and continued. They are both under my command, and while they may have minor disputes and hold disdain for one another, such rivalries are not uncommon among the shadow guards. Chen Dong replied truthfully. Given that, why would you arrange for them to guard the western gate of the palace together? Shi Qinglang inquired curiously. Naturally, I hoped they could transform their enmity into camaraderie, fostering interaction to perhaps resolve their underlying tensions. Chen Dong answered, furrowing his brow. Chapter 15. Autopsy that makes sense. Shi Qinglang felt no flaws in Chen Dong's reasoning. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, then, who possesses the superior martial skills between the two? Chen Dong pondered and replied, they are evenly matched. Otherwise, they would not be so at odds with one another. Shi Qinglang asked, were there any signs of a struggle at the scene? Chen Dong, growing somewhat impatient, furrowed his brow and cast a sidelong glance at Tang. Seeing that Tang Yi remained silent, Chen Dong grudgingly continued, I did not notice to be by the time we arrived, Wu Lu had already succumbed to his wounds. Shi Qinglang clicked his tongue. That is indeed curious. Logically speaking, Su Hu and Wu Lu are evenly matched if they engaged in combat. It would not be resolved quickly. Given the commotion, it should have drawn the attention of the patrolling shadow guards. Since no one heard any disturbance, we can reasonably deduce that Wu Lu was ambushed and killed instantly. Moreover, given Su Hu and Wu Lu's poor relationship, do you, Lord Chen, believe Wu Lu would have been completely unguarded against Su Hu? Would it be so simple for Su Hu to launch a successful ambush? Chen Dong hesitated. Well, that is not entirely impossible. Shi Qinglang chuckled, turning to clasp his fists. Lord Tang, you have heard this case is fraught with uncertainties. We cannot hastily conclude that Su Hu is the murderer. Tang Yi narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Shi Qinglang intently. Previously, he had merely been following imperial orders to observe, yet after hearing Shi Qinglang's inquiries and analysis, he found himself reassessing him. With just a few questions, Shi Qinglang was able to unravel the complexities and reveal inconsistencies. This young man is indeed remarkable. Shi Yin, this case does have its ambiguities. I hereby permit you to investigate. However, Su Hu cannot be entirely exonerated. Should you allow personal connections to cloud your judgment and act unjustly, I will not be lenient. Do you understand? Shi Qinglang felt a surge of joy and bowed deeply. Rest assured, my lord, I will uncover the truth and live up to your expectations. Chen Dong, unwilling to concede, interjected, my lord, this... Tang Yi emitted a discontented grunt. Are you questioning my decision? Chen Dong hastily lowered his head and clasped his fists. I would not dare, Tang Yi declared. Then it is settled. First, detain Su Hu until the truth is revealed. He is not to be subjected to torture. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Qinglang implored, Lord Tang, Su Hu's injuries are severe. I kindly request your mercy to allow him to receive treatment at the Imperial Hospital. Tang Yi frowned. Su Hu is yet to clear his name. This would be contrary to the law. Shi Qinglang insisted, my lord, forgive my candor, but if the true murderer is among the shadow guards, that person could easily orchestrate Su Hu's death in prison, making it appear as a suicide out of guilt. Even if Su were the true culprit, given his skills, he could not escape the palace. Thus, what harm is there in allowing him to stay at the Imperial Hospital? Tang Yi, bemused, chuckled and pointed at Shi Qinglang. His expression slightly exasperated. You, young man, are becoming quite audacious. Very well, considering your argument has some merit, you may take Su Hu. However, should he escape, all responsibility will rest upon you. Do you comprehend? Shi Qinglang's heart leaped with joy as he bowed. I understand. Thank you for your kindness, my lord. Tang Yi suppressed a smile and nodded. I shall await the results. Do you have any further inquiries? Shi Qinglang, seizing the moment, pressed on. My lord, may I inquire where Wu Lu's body is? I wish to conduct the autopsy myself. You can perform an autopsy? Tang Yi inquired, astonished that I have some proficiency. Shi Qinglang replied, his eyes sparkling with confidence. When it comes to autopsy experience, perhaps no one in the entire Dalan dynasty could rival him. Given his accumulation of knowledge over millennia, leading to the modern expertise in forensic medicine, Tang Yi, intrigued, clapped his hands and laughed. What a claim of proficiency! You are not at all modest. I am eager to see how you demonstrate your expertise. Chen Dong, where is Wu Lu's body? Please lead the way. Chen Dong replied, it is located one level below the dungeon. Please follow me. Shi Qinglang suggested, my lord, let us bring Su Hu along. We may still need to question him about certain matters. Tang Yi had no objections and nodded slightly. The shadow guard soon released Su Hu from the torture rack, assisting him to follow Chen Dong. The group swiftly arrived at the mortuary. Shi Qinglang observed that this place was even colder than the prison above, making it an excellent location for preserving corpses. Chen Dong approached a stone table, pulling back the white cloth that covered it to reveal a blood-soaked corpse. With a stern expression, Chen Dong stated, this is Wu Lu. The two knives beside him. The bloodied one belongs to Su Hu, while the other is Wu Lu's. Shi Qinglang nodded and stepped forward to examine the two knives closely, then meticulously inspected Wu Lu's body. Lord Tang, there are no signs of a struggle on either of these knives. Furthermore, aside from the knife wound to his chest, Wu Lu's clothing shows no signs of damage. This indicates that Wu Lu did not engage in a struggle before his demise. Therefore, the one who killed Wu Lu must either be someone he trusted, who took advantage of his unguarded state to deliver a fatal blow, or a person of superior martial skills, leaving Wu Lu with no opportunity to defend himself. Based on these 2 points, Su Hu does not fit the profile. Chen Dong scoffed, you've already mentioned that. Yet if Su Hu seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, it is not entirely impossible for him to have killed Wu Lu with a single strike. Thus, we cannot hastily conclude that Su Hu is not the murderer. Shi Qinglang nodded in agreement. Lord Chun makes a valid point. We must see what the body can reveal. That he then announced, I will commence the autopsy now. The scene may be somewhat unsightly, Lord Tang. Lord Chun, do you wish to remain? Tang Yi interrupted, proceed with your examination. We shall observe. The shadow guards have witnessed far worse. It is merely a corpse. Shi Qinglang smiled faintly. Since you do not mind, let me show you indigenous folks what true forensic expertise entails. Soon, all of Wu Lu's garments were removed by Shi Qinglang, revealing the lifeless body of a mature eunuch. That Wu Lu appeared somewhat emaciated, apart from the emptiness beneath his waist, which bore the grotesque scar from his castration. A ghastly blood hole pierced his chest. Chapter 16. The true cause of death. Shi Qinglang examined the body meticulously, leaving no minute detail overlooked. Even as he scrutinized Wu Lu's corpse, a glimmer of excitement shone in his eyes, provoking a sense of dread among the onlookers, who began to wonder if this young eunuch harbored peculiar inclinations. Moreover, Shi Qinglang shaved Wu Lu's head clean, just as the others were left bewildered by his actions. A smile crept upon Shi Qinglang's lips. To my lord, behold. This reveals the true cause of Wu Lu's demise. Tang Yi and the group of shadow guards followed the direction of Shi Qinglang's finger, and indeed, upon Wu Lu's scalp, they noticed a minute wound. Tang Yi reached out, his hand hovering an inch above Wu Lu's head, and gently tugged backward, that a slender steel needle gradually emerged from the tiny wound at the crown of Wu Lu's head. Shi Yin, how did you discern the true cause of Wu Lu's death? Tang Yi squinted, examining the needle, and asked in a low voice that in response to my lord, Wu Lu appeared to have met his end by a single strike. However, the knife wound on his chest was not inflicted prior to his death. The muscle tissue of a living person exhibits a stress response. Had he been stabbed while alive, the surrounding flesh would have contorted. My lord, observe. Shikingling pointed at Wu Lu's wound, continuing his explanation. This particular injury is remarkably smooth. Thus, I deduce that this stab was intentionally inflicted post-mortem, aimed at framing Suhu, since this wound is not fatal. Wu Lu's death must have another cause that I examined his internal organs and found no signs of internal injury or poisoning, nor did I discover any other external wounds. Hence, I suspect the trauma likely resides in the head, obscured by hair, rendering it difficult to detect. Tang, he listened intently, nodding in appreciation. No wonder you claim proficiency in autopsy, that I never expected such capability from one so young. Shikingling clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your kind praise that my ancestors traveled overseas and learned some esoteric arts, which have been passed down. Tangy did not delve further, twisting the steel needle in his fingers, muttering to himself. To have inserted such a fine needle into Wu Lu's head, causing instantaneous death, would require at least a third-tier master of the profound realm. He then turned to Suhu, nodding slightly. That's Suhu. You have been wrong this time. I shall ensure you are compensated. You may rest assured and recuperate at the Imperial Medical Institute. Once you have healed, come directly to find me. Suhu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he knelt in gratitude. Thank you, Lord Commander, for your keen insight that I am vindicated. Tang Yi smiled. You should thank Shiyin. Without his intervention, you would likely have faced dire consequences. Suhu turned, choking on his words. Little Shirtu, Shikingling quickly assisted Suhu to his feet. Brother Hu, why are we being so formal? Come, I shall take you back to the Imperial Medical Institute for treatment. Suhu grinned. All right. I shall follow your lead. Tang Yi pondered for a moment, then cautioned. Shiyin, although you have cleared Suhu's name, the true culprit remains at large that I have entrusted this matter to you. I hope you uncover the truth. Shikingling bowed, acknowledging the task. Rest assured, my lord, I shall not fail in my duty. However, the current clues are scarce, and it may take some time. Tang Yi waved his hand dismissively. No matter. Just pursue the investigation with diligence. Now, take Suhu back to recuperate in a secluded room of the Imperial Medical Institute. Cries of agony occasionally pierced the air. Little Shirtu, be gentle. Brother Hu, weren't you quite bold in the prison? Why do you now reveal your true self? Shikingling teased as he applied medicine to Suhu's wounds. Suhu grimaced. At that time, I thought since death was inevitable, I could not die unjustly. But reflecting on it now, I truly feel some trepidation. Those individuals were quite ruthless. Shikingling comforted him. Fortunately, these are merely superficial wounds. With time, they will heal. Suhu declared. Little Shirtu, you saved my life. From now on, I am yours to command. Whatever you require of me, I shall comply. This statement felt rather awkward. What does it mean to say I am yours? Am I to bear responsibility for saving you? Shikingling felt somewhat helpless and forced a smile. Brother Hu, please do not say that. You have always looked after me, and now that you have been wronged, I will not stand idly by. Suhu gazed intently at Shikingling, making him slightly uneasy. Brother Hu, what is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Suhu scratched his head. I just feel that you are different from before. I knew you had some medical knowledge, but I never heard you could perform autopsies. And what you said today was quite impressive, so succinctly clearing my name. Much of it went over my head, yet it all made perfect sense. How did you come up with all this? And how did you manage to have Lord Tang personally accompany you to investigate the case? It's utterly astonishing. Little Shirtu, you've changed quite a lot in these past 2 years. I hardly recognize you. Shikingling replied earnestly, Brother Hu, I know you have many questions, but I do not wish to deceive you. I cannot disclose the truth to you now, but when the time is right, I shall reveal everything. Do you trust me? Suhu clasped Shikingling's shoulder, raising an eyebrow. You saved my life. Of course, I trust you. If you choose not to share, it's your prerogative. We are brothers after all, with the commander of the Shadow Guards as our backing. Who would dare bully us again? At this, Shikingling found himself both amused and exasperated. Brother Hu, Lord Tang has no connection to me. Tio put it simply. I cured a chronic ailment of the Emperor and achieved great merit. It was then that the Emperor granted me permission to investigate your case. Lord Tang, too, was merely following the Emperor's orders to assist me in this matter. So, we remain the same, without any substantial backing to rely upon. In the end, we must rely on ourselves, for only we can be depended upon. Suhu's expression turned emotional. tears brimming in his eyes. "Little Shirtu, the merit you gained is far too disproportionate to the price paid for my life." Shikingling patted Su Hu's back. "Brother Hu, your life is worth far more than any merit. Now that we are brothers, let us speak no more of debts." That Su Hu wiped away his tears, thumping his chest. "All right. You are right from now on. I, Su Hu, am in your service, and I shall not stand on ceremony." "Here we go again." Shikingling sighed in resignation before asking, "Brother Hu, what do you think of Qin Dong?" Chapter 17. Enemies on a narrow path. Su Hu pondered for a moment, frowning. "I used to think he was a good man, treating both me and Wu Lu equally without favoritism. But today, it has become evident that he clearly aimed to ruin me. It's strange. I never wronged him." Shikingling clarified, "It is not that you have wronged anyone that led to your entrapment. It is rather due to your prior conflict with Wu Lu. The murderer, seeking to eliminate Wu Lu, naturally needed a scapegoat to bear the blame. Brother Hu, you are the prime candidate." That Su Hu grasped the implication. Shocked, "Little Shirtu, are you suspecting that Qin Dong is the one?" "Indeed." Shikingling analyzed. "He orchestrated your pairing with Wu Lu for guard duty and was the first to arrive at the crime scene, solidifying evidence against you for Wu Lu's murder. Such coincidences are too orchestrated. Without these precise arrangements, it would not have been so easy to pin the blame on you. Thus, Qin Dong is highly suspicious." The more Su Hu listened, the more he found Shikingling's reasoning compelling. That he instinctively asked, "Why didn't you expose him before Lord Tang?" Shikingling shook his head. "Why would Qin Dong wish to kill Wu Lu?" "How do you know that Lord Tang sent behind him?" Su Hu was taken aback. "Even Lord Tang is suspect. Am I doomed?" Shikingling reassured him. "I was merely offering an analogy, a hypothetical possibility. Qin Dong is not necessarily the murderer, and mentioning Lord Tang was just a casual remark. Until we ascertain the facts, we should refrain from acting hastily. I sense that this matter is far more complex than it appears. However, Brother Hu, rest assured. Now that your innocence has been established, regardless of who the true murderer may be, he shall refrain from returning to harm you, in order to avoid unnecessary complications, framing you as lost all significance. And should he take action, it would only heighten the risk of exposure." Su, who let out a sound of realization, finding himself unable to keep pace with Shi Qinglong's line of thought, nodding in a daze. "I shall follow your lead." That a few days later, it was time for Shi Qingling to attend to Emperor Tianqi once more. After a series of acupuncture sessions, the emperor's spirits visibly lifted. Emperor Tianqi cast a glance, hesitating to speak. "Shi Yin, do you see how well I am now?" Shi Qingling understood, realizing that their esteemed emperor was likely unable to contain himself any longer. "Your Majesty, as long as you exercise a modicum of restraint, your health is no longer a matter of concern." The emperor clapped in approval, exclaiming, "You are indeed clever and capable. No wonder even Tang praises your skills before me and wishes to transfer you to the Shadow Guard. What are your thoughts on this matter? If you prefer not to go, there is no need for you to feel troubled. I can also grant you the title of Imperial Physician." Shi Qingling clasped his hands in respect, responding, "Your Majesty, may I take some time to consider before making a decision?" The emperor, evidently in high spirits, nodded, saying, "Take your time to ponder." After expressing his gratitude, Shi Qingling was about to take his leave when a small eunuch burst in. Kneeling to report, "Your Majesty, the 12th prince has suddenly fallen ill." "Have the physicians been summoned?" Emperor Tianqi furrowed his brow. "Several physicians have examined him, but all claim there is no remedy. We implore your Majesty to make a decision." The emperor slammed his hand on the table, furiously declaring, "Incompetent fools, make haste to Wudong Palace. Shi Yin, you shall accompany me to see the young 12th. Upon arriving at Wudong Palace, they found a 13 or 14-year-old boy, clutching his head and rolling in agony on the bed, his cries echoing through the chamber. The surrounding physicians and attendants appeared utterly at a loss, among them Shi Qinglong's old acquaintance, Wei Jie. "Shi Yin, quickly attend to my 12th. The emperor commanded Shi Qingling. He complied, stepping to the bedside, and upon seeing the wretched state of the 12th prince, his pupils dilated in shock. This 12th prince was none other than the boy who had assaulted Su Hu 2 years prior. What a twist of fate! Were it not for Emperor Tianqi's presence, he would have preferred to ignore this arrogant young prince. Yet under the emperor's watchful eye, he felt compelled to comply. Sighing inwardly, Shi Qinglang retrieved his silver needles and inserted one into a specific acupoint at the back of the 12th prince's neck. Gradually, the boy calmed down and soon fell into a deep slumber. Shi Qinglang then checked the 12th prince's pulse, and after a brief moment, he emitted a soft sound of surprise, glancing at the other physicians. They all shook their heads in response, including Wei Jie. Emperor Tianqi, growing impatient, asked, "What is the matter, Shi Yin?" Shi Qinglang replied truthfully, "Your Majesty, I have merely induced a temporary sleep for the young prince. His pulse appears normal and does not indicate any issues." The emperor turned to the other physicians, his voice laced with ire. "Then why was my 12th in such excruciating pain?" The physicians exchanged glances, uncertain of how to answer. Wei Jie stepped forward, clasping his hands. "Your Majesty, the 12th prince's ailment struck suddenly, my colleagues, and I could discern no cause. We beseech your Majesty to forgive us." "What use are you?" Emperor Tianqi scoffed, his voice cold and commanding. The very fury of the emperor made the physicians tremble, all of them kneeling in fear. Shi Qinglang cautiously interjected, "Your Majesty, the human brain is an intricate structure. The young prince's headache may have been triggered by a sudden neurological disturbance that it is possible that he may not experience further episodes. We must wait for him to awaken to inquire further. I implore your Majesty to remain calm and take care of your health." Taking a deep breath, the emperor regained his composure and instructed, "Shi Yin, your acupuncture technique is quite remarkable. Remain here to watch over my 12th. Wei Tai, you shall stay as well to tend to him once he awakens that my son is entrusted to your care." Shi Qinglang and Wei Jie exchanged glances, both bowing in acknowledgement. The emperor cast a dissatisfied glance at the other physicians before sweeping his dragon robe and departing. The remaining physicians, visibly relieved, wiped the sweat from their brows and hurriedly took their leave, leaving only Shi Qinglang and Wei Jie behind. Wei Jie hesitated, and Shi Qinglang, sensing his unease, inquired, "Wei Tai, have you discerned any peculiarities regarding the young prince's condition?" With only the two of them present. "Feel free to speak your mind," Wei Jie nodded, then shook his head. "I merely find the incense in the young prince's chamber to be rather unusual." "What is different?" Shi Qinglang asked, sniffing the air for any distinctive scent but finding none. Wei Jie replied, "My sense of smell is inherently more acute than most. I can detect subtle fragrances that others may overlook. The young prince's chamber utilizes a royal-grade dragon saliva incense. However, compared to other palaces, there is something distinctly different about this particular fragrance, as if it contains an additional element." Intrigued, Shi Qinglang joined Wei Jie at the incense burner. Upon inspection, they discovered a small amount of yellow powder within. Wei Jie lightly touched it with his finger and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. "This is the scent." Shi Qinglang scrutinized the yellow powder, feeling a sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. During the autopsy of Wu Lu, he had noticed similar yellow powder beneath Wu Lu's fingernails. However, since Wu Lu had not died from poisoning and Shi Qinglang had been focused on locating the fatal wound, he had overlooked this detail. Could it be that Wu Lu's death is somehow connected to the 12th prince's ailment? A gut feeling told him these two events were surely intertwined. Resting his chin on his hand, he fell into deep contemplation, losing track of time. Just as he was beginning to connect the dots, the 12th prince's anguished cries interrupted his thoughts. Shi Qinglang and Wei Jie rushed back to the bedside, finding the young prince still partially unconscious, clutching his head and wailing that an idea struck Shi Qinglang, and he swiftly took the incense burner and exited the chamber. Not long after, Wei Jie followed him outside. The young prince is no longer in pain. It seems the fragrance is indeed the issue. But how is it that so many eunuchs and maidservants in the chamber can smell it without any reaction, while only the young prince suffers from headaches? Shi Qinglang shared Wei Jie's confusion. It was still too early to draw conclusions. They decided to observe the young prince's condition further and discuss it in the morning. That night, the 12th prince slept soundly. The following morning, Shi Qinglang and Wei Jie discreetly returned the incense burner to the chamber. As anticipated, it was not long before the 12th prince began to stir uneasily in his sleep, though not as violently as before. Shi Qinglang quickly extinguished the incense, allowing the young prince to drift back into a drowsy slumber. Shi Qinglang's expression grew grave. If his suspicions were correct, Wu Lu had been silenced because he had tampered with the 12th prince's incense burner. Nevertheless, several questions remained unanswered. Why did the 12th prince exhibit no signs of poisoning, yet suffer such severe headaches upon inhaling the fragrance? And why was it only the 12th prince who reacted, while others remained unaffected? Wei Jie, sensing the gravity of the situation, spoke with a serious demeanor. It appears that someone in the palace intends to harm the young prince. Should we report this matter to the emperor? Before Shi Qinglang could respond, the chamber door was abruptly flung open that a strikingly handsome young man strode in, exuding an air of authority. The youth appeared to be merely 14 or 15 years old. Clad in white robes, wielding a sword tall and graceful, with a visage akin to a jade crown. A truly dashing young gentleman. Shi Qinglang had thought his own appearance was quite remarkable, yet he felt overshadowed in comparison to this youth. "Who dares to harm my brother?" the young man demanded, his gaze piercing as he addressed Shi Qinglang and Wei Jie, his voice frigid that it was evident that he had overheard their conversation outside the chamber. Whether by design or mere coincidence, brother. Shi Qinglang realized that this young man was yet another prince of the palace. "Are you the 9th princess?" Wei Jie, scrutinizing the youth, blurted out, having recognized the 9th princess after years of service in the palace, albeit nearly failing to do so due to her masculine attire. "Princess?" Upon hearing these words, Shi Qinglang could not help but cast a few more glances at the 9th princess. So it is. No wonder she is more beautiful than his own appearance. She is, after all, a young lady, a woman. Indeed. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Shi Qinglang's mind, as the image of that little girl in purple from 2 years ago seamlessly merged with the figure of the girl now disguised as a boy. It was unmistakable. That little girl in purple who thwarted the 12th prince's nefarious deeds had also saved both him and Su Hu at that time. The 12th prince had even called her sister. She is none other than the present 9th princess, Xiao Fengtong, and the 12th prince is her own younger brother, Xiao Fengwu. No wonder this place is referred to as Wudong Palace. What a splendid pairing of phoenix and Wudong tree. Realizing this, Shi Qinglang promptly lowered his head and clasped his fists, saying, "I am Shi Yin. Pay my respects to the 9th princess at this moment." Xiao Fengtong's thoughts were evidently not focused on such formalities. She merely acknowledged him with a perfunctory HM before turning to Wei Jie. "Wei Taisher, I distinctly heard outside that someone intends to harm my brother." Wei Jie was immediately at a loss. His gaze shifting desperately to Shi Qinglang for help he could not fathom when it had begun, but he had somehow come to view Shi Qinglang as his pillar of support. Shi Qinglang inwardly rolled his eyes. "It is at times like this that you remember me." However, he dared not continue to conceal the truth, so he recounted the anomalies they discovered with the dragon's saliva and the 12th prince's head ailment in detail. "No, I must report this to father." Upon grasping the full situation, Xiao Fengtong's complexion grew slightly pale, and she instinctively turned to leave. "Your Highness, please reconsider," Shi Qinglang hurriedly interjected. Xiao Fengtong shot him a deep glance, her expression tinged with displeasure. "How dare you obstruct me?" Shi Qinglang quickly clarified, "I would not dare, but for the sake of the 12th prince, I implore you to allow me to finish speaking before you make a decision." Xiao Fengtong narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Shi Qinglang, then reluctantly nodded in partial belief. Shi Qinglang, maintaining his composure, stated, "Your Highness, forgive my boldness. Within this palace, those who possess the audacity to conspire against the young prince are assuredly not of ordinary stock. Currently, we hold no evidence. Even if the emperor were to find out, it is unlikely he could uncover anything in the short term that if word were to leak, it would inevitably alarm the snake in the grass. Should the mastermind behind this plot learn of it, would not the young prince's situation become even more precarious? Continue, Xiao Fengtong said, her expression softening upon hearing his words. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Qinglang pressed on. The most pressing matter now is to ascertain the cause of the young prince's head ailment. Other concerns can be addressed once he has recovered. Chapter 19. The Taste of Freedom. Xiao Fengtong, having regained her composure, pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Indeed, I had been remiss in my considerations. Shi Yin, who else is privy to this matter? Only I and Wei Taisher, and now you, your highness. Shi Qinglang replied honestly. Xiao Fengtong turned her gaze to Wei Jie, her eyes earnest. Wei Taisher, do you possess any remedies for my brother's ailment? Wei Jie lowered his gaze, sighing lightly, that I regret to inform you, your highness, that my medical skills are inadequate. that I cannot discern the cause of the young prince's condition, that a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Fengtong's face as she turned back to Shi Qingling. Shi Yin, I have heard that you possess some extraordinary medical knowledge, and even the emperor holds you in high regard. Since you were able to detect such sinister tactics, do you have any solutions? Shi Qingling shook his head with a wry smile to AT present. I do not, Your Highness, that I beg you for more time to ponder. Xiao Fengtong furrowed her brow, falling into silence. The room was suddenly enveloped in an atmosphere of awkwardness and stillness. Wei Jie suddenly spoke up. I happen to know someone that if he is willing to lend his expertise, he might uncover the root of the young prince's affliction. Who? Wei Taisher, do tell, Xiao Fengtong asked eagerly. Her eyes brightening. It is my mentor, the renowned Jiang Shang, known in the world as a master of both medicine and poison. Master Jiang Shang. Xiao Fengtong exclaimed in delight. Wei Jie, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes, nodded. Xiao Fengtong fixed her gaze intently on him. Is it truly possible to invite him? I would be most grateful. Wei Taisher. Wei Jie cleared his throat, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. In truth. Your Highness, I am merely an outer disciple of my mentor. He is long since retired. Based on my understanding of his temperament, whether he would be willing to return to the fray depends entirely on his mood. I cannot guarantee anything. Xiao Fengtong frowned. Does he not even regard our royal family's prestige? Wei Jie stuttered an explanation. My mentor's disposition is somewhat unique. Even for royalty, he may not be inclined to acquiesce. Very well. Xiao Fengtong sighed deeply. Wei Taisher, I shall not press you further. Just provide me with Master Zhang's address, and I will personally seek him out. Upon hearing this, Wei Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding, Your Highness, that I shall rely on you. That he then cast a glance at Shi Qingling. Your Highness, I suggest you bring Shi Yin along, that he possesses some knowledge of extraordinary medical arts and might sway my mentor. After some contemplation, Xiao Fengtong nodded. Agreed. I shall seek an audience with Father to request permission to visit the Xinhua Academy to seek my mentor's aid for my brother. Shi Yin is familiar with my brother's condition. I believe Father will not harbor any suspicions. Having reached a consensus, Xiao Fengtong and Shi Qingling agreed to meet at the palace gates after a stick of incense had burned, and she hurriedly set off to find the emperor. Shi Qingling first discreetly returned to Lei Hao's residence, briefly explaining the situation before changing into more ordinary attire and heading to the palace gates. Before long, Xiao Fengtong arrived. Shi Qingling promptly cupped his fists in greeting. Xiao Fengtong's demeanor appeared considerably calmer than before, even allowing herself to scrutinize Shi Qingling with renewed interest. Your Highness, is there something on your mind? Shi Qingling asked, feeling somewhat unnerved under her gaze. Shi Yin, have we met before? I was so preoccupied with my brother that I neglected to inquire, Xiao Fengtong asked, her brow slightly furrowing. A thrill of recognition surged within Shi Qingling. Your Highness, do you remember 2 years ago when the young prince disguised himself as a little eunuch and chased a white dog to the Shangshan Bureau? Xiao Fengtong pondered for a moment before her eyes widened in realization. I remember now. It was you, Shi Qingling nodded. Indeed, it was I. At that time, we were unaware that you were the 9th princess and the 12th prince. We were quite presumptuous, and I hope you will not hold it against us. Xiao Fengtong squinted playfully. Who would have thought there was such a connection? At that time, Fengwu was too young to understand. I have already disciplined him upon our return. You do not still harbor any resentment towards Fengwu, do you? Shi Qingling felt a slight blush creep onto his face, feeling as though he had been subtly mocked. He quickly lowered his head and replied, I would never dare. In fact, I should be thanking Your Highness. Xiao Fengtong waved her hand dismissively. It has been so long. Let us not dwell on the past. This time, it is I who must thank you on Fengwu's behalf. Seeing the sincerity in Xiao Fengtong's expression, Shi Qingling could not help but feel moved as a member of the royal family. She had been destined from birth to occupy a position of privilege, yet her magnanimity was truly commendable. With newfound sincerity, Shi Qingling replied, Your Highness, you truly honor me. That it is my fortune to serve you. Xiao Fengtong smiled gently. When we are outside the palace, we may simply address each other as equals. There is no need for excessive formalities. That I study at the Xinhua Academy under the guise of a male student. Going by the name Feng Jiu, you mustn't let that slip. Shi Qingling understood and nodded. Of course. I shall refer to you as young Master Jiu. Xiao Fengtong nodded in satisfaction, secretly praising the individual for their cleverness. While the two conversed, they had already arrived at the grand entrance of the Dalan Imperial Palace. The palace boasted 3 layers of gates, each spaced approximately 10 zhang apart. The innermost gate was guarded by the shadow guards, while the outer 2 gates were under the watch of the floating pagoda guards, creating an impenetrable fortress. Xiao Fengtong presented a golden royal token, uniquely hers. The front side bore the character Xiao in bold, while the reverse displayed a 9, but the entire token was intricately carved with a lifelike golden dragon. Upon seeing this token, none of the guards dared to question Xiao Fengtong and Shi Qinglang. The registration process was entirely bypassed. The majesty of the royal family was evidently not to be trifled with. After passing through the 3 gates, Shi Qinglang finally stepped outside the palace, even if only temporarily. He felt a long-lost sense of freedom. The air outside felt remarkably fresher, and the oppressive weight on his heart had lessened considerably, evoking a sense of soaring high in the sky or swimming freely in the sea. If not for Xiao Fengtong's presence beside him, Shi Qinglang would have undoubtedly let out a long, triumphant howl, but alas, he could only contemplate it in his heart. Xiao Fengtong guided Shi Qinglang to the carriage stop outside the city walls. A man dressed as a floating pagoda guard leaped down from a carriage and approached with cupped fists, greeting, "Your Highness the 9th Prince." Xiao Fengtong casually acknowledged him with a sound of assent. "The carriage you requested is ready. Your Highness, that if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," he said. Xiao Fengtong nodded slightly, waving her delicate hand. The floating pagoda guard bowed and retreated a few steps before departing. Chapter 20. Highly insulting, Xiao Fengtong glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before unfolding a map and pointing to a location. Shiyin, the Yamen's medical valley we intend to visit is approximately half a day's journey from the capital. Since this is our first visit and we are not familiar with the route, it may take longer than expected. Let us first reach Fuyuan town and rest for the night, so we can enter the valley early tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang regarded the princess with newfound admiration. It was not an exaggeration to say that her beauty and intelligence coexisted harmoniously, as she managed to think of such thorough plans in a short time. Naturally, Shi Qinglang had no objections. His only responsibility was to drive the carriage according to the map. 2 fine steeds pulled the carriage as they galloped onwards. Before nightfall, Shi Qinglang finally arrived at Fuyuan town. Not far off, he noticed a crowd gathered at the town's entrance. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Hearing Shi Qinglang's laughter, Xiao Fengtong curiously leaned out of the carriage to see the commotion. After a single glance, she spat in disgust, her face turning crimson, and quickly retreated back into the carriage. "Ninth young master, I shall go see what is happening. Please wait a moment." Shi Qinglang suppressed his laughter and replied. Xiao Fengtong gave a barely audible HM, clearly still recovering from the sight. The town lacked city walls, with 2 stone pillars standing about a zhang high, supporting a horizontal beam that served as the town's entrance. Shi Qinglang approached the pillars, and as he got closer, his view became clearer. Suspended from the beam was a man, robust in stature, but slightly overweight. He was blindfolded, a cloth stuffed into his mouth, and his hands were tied high above him, leaving him dangling a full person's height above the ground. Even more absurdly, he had been stripped of all his clothing, save for a flag covering his lower half, preventing complete exposure. This was precisely the reason Xiao Fengtong had refrained from showing her face. However, the townsfolk were far less modest than she. Men and women of all ages pointed and discussed the man being humiliated. Leaning against the 2 stone pillars were 2 burly men, swords in hand, their expressions filled with mockery and derision. Shi Qinglang mingled with the crowd, listening to their conversations and quickly grasping the situation. The man being hung was Fang Jinxiong, the young master of the Candle Dragon Gang. 2 hours prior, Fang Jinxiong had clashed with members of the Tianshui Lu family in Fuyuan town, resulting in a fierce altercation. Unfortunately, the Candle Dragon Gang was no match for the Tianshui Lu family and was utterly defeated. Young Master Fang had been stripped of his clothing and left here to endure humiliation. The flag covering him bore the character Fang in large letters. This truly exemplified the saying, "The harm may be minimal, but the insult is profound." Shi Qinglang swiftly returned to the carriage to relay the details he had gathered to Xiao Fengtong. "Candle Dragon Gang? Fang Jinxiong?" Xiao Fengtong furrowed her brow, musing the names. Shi Qinglang inquired curiously, "Do you know that young master?" I do not. Xiao Fengtong initially shook her head, then continued as if reciting from memory. However, the Candle Dragon Gang and our Xinhua Academy are both located in Xianglin City, so I have heard of their gang. The Candle Dragon Gang has always had a good reputation, and there are some grievances with the Liu family of Tianshui City. It is said that a few months ago, the gang leader Fang Hong faced off against Liu Changkong from the Tianshui Liu family. ASA result. Fang Hong was severely injured, while Liu Changkong, using Fang Hong as a stepping stone, soon broke through to the first rank of the law manifestation realm. The Liu family subsequently rose to prominence in the martial world, rapidly expanding their influence. Meanwhile, the Candle Dragon Gang has been left reeling, unable to lift their heads. It truly is unexpected that the Liu family would resort to such humiliation against the Candle Dragon Gang. Killing is one thing, but this is going too far. Shi Qinglang, perceiving her intent, cautiously suggested, "Ninth young master, should we lend a hand to the Candle Dragon Gang?" After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Fengtong nodded. "Very well. The Academy and the Candle Dragon Gang share some ties in Xianglin City. We certainly cannot stand idly by. Shi Yin, I can see that you possess some martial skills. Can you handle this matter?" Shi Qinglang grinned, thumping his chest in assurance. "Ninth young master, you can rest easy. Dealing with these minor thugs is no challenge at all." Ever since he had begun training in martial arts, other than guidance from Lei Hao, he had never engaged in a real fight. His eagerness had long since been stirred, and he was eager to try his hand. "Make sure to dress him properly before bringing him to see me," Xiao Fengtong reminded with a slight smile. "Understood." Shi Qinglang acknowledged and set off that he first sought a tavern in the town, requesting 3 guest rooms to allow Xiao Fengtong to rest, as it would be inappropriate to have a princess waiting in a carriage. He still had a sense of duty as a worker. Then, Shi Qinglang confidently strode forth and beckoned the 2 burly men with a finger, mimicking a certain pose from his previous life. "Come here." The 2 sword-wielding men, sensing his hostility, were just about to reprimand him when they were suddenly met with a dazzling sight, and before they knew it, they were knocked to the ground by a single punch from Shi Qinglang. After rotating his wrist, he thought to himself that it was rather unsatisfying. These 2 men were merely at the 6th rank of the internal breath realm and hardly posed a challenge. Shi Qinglang rescued Fang Jinxiong and provided him with a decent change of clothes. Fang Jinxiong, appearing to be just over 20 years old, had above-average looks, but his deep and reserved gaze suggested he was an intelligent individual. Inside the tavern, Fang Jinxiong bowed deeply to Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong, overwhelmed with gratitude. "Thank you, young Master Feng, and thank you, Brother Shi, for saving my life. That I will surely repay this debt." Xiao Fengtong interrupted. "Young Master Feng, you flatter us that it is only natural to assist those in need. Moreover, with the Candle Dragon Gang and our academy both situated in Xianglin City, we should look out for each other." The academy. Fang Jinxiong trembled at the mention, his eyes gleaming with intensity. "Young Master Feng is actually from Xinhua Academy. No wonder you possess such an ethereal demeanor. The Candle Dragon Gang cannot compare to Xinhua Academy. We are worlds apart. You overestimate us. Since when did martial artists hold scholars in such high esteem?" Shi Qinglang couldn't help but scoff inwardly that he had previously thought of Xinhua Academy as merely a place of study. But witnessing Fang Jinxiong's reaction suggested that it was far more significant than he had assumed. It seemed that if given the opportunity, he should learn more about the outside world. Chapter 21. Observing the thunder breakthrough. Xiao Fengtong, hearing this, gently shook her head. "Young Master Feng, you speak too highly of us. The Academy simply does not meddle in the affairs of the martial world. We are not worthy of such comparisons." "You are right. It was indeed an inappropriate choice of words on my part." Fang Jinxiong nodded vigorously. Xiao Fengtong, accustomed to such exchanges, turned to ask, "Young Master Feng, what exactly transpired earlier?" Fang Jinxiong's face flushed with embarrassment, and he replied, "Several months ago, my father was severely injured after a battle with Liu Changkong. That I was on my way to the Yamen's medical valley to seek medicine for him when I unexpectedly encountered Liu Yiming, a member of the Liu family. Liu Yiming?" Xiao Fengtong inquired curiously. "Is he a skilled member of the younger generation of the Liu family?" Fang Jinxiong scoffed disdainfully. "That Liu Yiming is hardly a worthy opponent. At best, he can barely be considered a 4th-rank unleaked realm fighter. If it were a one-on-one confrontation, I would have no hesitation in striking him dead with a single blow." "Liu Yiming. relying on his status as the nephew of Lu Chongkong, has brought along two formidable experts of the third tier of the Tongxin realm. This time, point one of them, dressed as an elderly steward, does not intimidate me. However, the other, named Feng Chu, is a peak expert of the third tier, and I cannot hold a candle to him. Should they join forces, I would have no chance to escape. Alas, this is indeed a predicament. This time, I have made a tremendous fool of myself. Xiao Fengtong felt too embarrassed to speak. Casting a discreet glance at Shi Qinglang, who understood her sentiment and replied, "Brother Feng, there is no need to be overly concerned that a true man should not be troubled by trivial matters that I end the future. We shall ensure that Lu Yiming pays double for this affront." Feng Jinxiong forced a smile. Currently, the Lu family is at the zenith of their power, attracting many experts to their side, that I wonder if our Zhulong gang will ever have a chance to rise again. Xiao Fengtong reassured him, "Brother Feng, do not belittle yourself. The Lu family has only recently ascended. Their foundation is still shallow, and these younger generations are bound to invite calamity upon themselves sooner or later." "Then I shall take your words to heart," Feng Jinxiong replied gratefully. Then inquired, "By the way, Miss Feng, Brother Shi, have you come to Fuyuan Town to seek out the Yiming's medical valley?" "Indeed," Xiao Fengtong affirmed. "My younger brother is afflicted with illness, and we have come to seek the renowned healer, Jiangshini." "Jiangshini?" Feng Jinxiong frowned. "As far as I know, while there are indeed many skilled physicians in the Yiming's medical valley, only one can truly be called a divine doctor. Mei Lin, the divine physician Mei." Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong exchanged glances, both sensing something peculiar. Wei Jie had spoken rather ambiguously, mentioning that he could not divulge any further details due to the rules of his sect, and that whether they could secure an audience with Jiangshini depended on their luck. Xiao Fengtong contemplated for a moment. "No matter, let us proceed and see for ourselves that as long as we can cure my brother's ailment. It matters not which divine doctor it is. It seems Wei Jie would not dare to deceive her regarding this matter. They could only take it one step at a time." "Very well. If it pleases you, may I accompany you, Miss Feng?" Feng Jinxiong asked without hesitation. Xiao Fengtong, noticing Feng Jinxiong's apparent familiarity with the Yiming's medical valley, did not refuse. They agreed on a departure time for the following day and engaged in casual conversation before retiring to their respective quarters. Just past midnight, a rumble of thunder jolted Shi Qinglang awake from his meditation. He pushed open the window to behold the distant sky alight with flashes of lightning. Yet above him, the moon shone brightly without a hint of rain. For some inexplicable reason, as he gazed at the tempest, a sense of profound connection stirred within him. Without a moment to ponder, he leaped from the window, heading straight toward the source of the thunder. With Shi Qinglang's current prowess, it was not long before he found himself at the foot of a mountain. Looking up, he saw the summit enveloped in a tempest of thunder and lightning. Having cultivated the five thunder heavenly gang technique, he had reached the fourth tier of the Wulo realm, but had stagnated, unable to progress into the third tier of the Tongxin realm. At that moment, in the depths of the mountains, he observed the might of the heavenly thunder, its overwhelming force rendering him momentarily speechless. Unbeknownst to him, his inner energy had begun to circulate along the paths he had previously practiced. To Shi Qinglang, the lightning seemed to pierce through the heavens and earth, even passing through his own body, surging into his consciousness. Suddenly, his mind went blank, and a moment of enlightenment washed over him. Previously, in his modern understanding, he had perceived lightning as a phenomenon resulting from the friction of positive and negative charges between clouds and the earth. Yet now, Shi Qinglang realized that thunder embodies the righteous energy of heaven and earth. Born from the fusion of yin and yang, and aligns perfectly with his cultivation of the five thunder heavenly gang. Sound as thunder, form as lightning. When employed in martial arts, it becomes a force of destruction characterized by speed and might. Unconsciously, he began to execute the fist techniques outlined in the five thunder heavenly gang, his energy naturally following a predefined path within his body. With a powerful punch, his inner energy burst forth. With a thunderous boom, the sound of his strike resonated, harmonizing with the distant thunder. The energy of his punch shot straight ahead, exploding with a resounding crash 3 zhang away, shattering 2 ancient trees of considerable girth in its wake. Following this display of power, Shi Qinglang came to his senses, only to find himself utterly drained, collapsing onto his back, staring up at the sky. His chest heaved violently, and he gasped for breath. That single strike had expelled all his inner energy, resulting in such tremendous force, yet it had also left him feeling profoundly weak. However, Shi Qinglang paid no mind to this weakness. Rather, he felt a sense of exhilaration that a smile spread across his face as he realized this was the essence of the third tier of the Tongxian realm. The energy of his fist, guided by his mental strength, had erupted forth. Even if the energy had departed from his body, it remained inextricably linked to his mental prowess. Shi Qinglang savored the experience. Now, his control over energy had transitioned from within to outside his body, albeit limited to a radius of 3 zhang. Simultaneously, his perception had greatly enhanced. Within a mile, he could sense movements without needing to see. And the closer the source, the clearer the sensation that it was evident that his mind had evolved as well. Previously obscure concepts from the Five Thunder Heavenly Gang now felt lucid and integrated. His brain had developed a more profound, three-dimensional thinking capability, and his reaction speed had increased exponentially. This was nothing short of a leap in evolution. And no wonder his master had previously stated that the fourth tier of the Wulo realm and the third tier of the Tongxian realm represent a significant watershed moment. Crossing it would signify true entry into the path of martial arts. Shi Qinglang quietly contemplated the mysteries of the Tongxian realm, patiently awaiting the fading of his weakness before rising to sit cross-legged, beginning to restore his inner energy. Chapter 22. Celestial Beings in Combat at this moment. Shi Qinglang could sense the presence of a subtle essence in the world around him, likely the so-called essence of heaven and earth. Guided by his technique, this essence flowed into his body, akin to rivers converging into the sea, and after circulating through his meridians, gradually transformed into his own inner energy. This process was exponentially faster than his usual method of refining energy through tedious practice. In less than half an hour, Shi Qinglang felt his dantian swell with energy, his entire being brimming with strength. When he opened his eyes again, the world before him appeared transformed. Even in darkness, he could discern the swaying of the wild grasses, clearly observing the intricate patterns upon them. In his perception, the world had become more three-dimensional, vibrant, and layered, a subtle experience that defied description. Shi Qinglang surmised that his attainment of the Tongxian realm had led to an evolution of his brain. Expanding the range of electromagnetic wavelengths his eyes could perceive in simple terms. Both his visual and auditory senses had sharpened, and his body had become more agile and flexible, a transformation that felt almost miraculous. For the first time, Shi Qinglang felt a surge of confidence in his ability to thrive in this foreign world through his own capabilities. The thunder at the mountain's peak continued to rumble as he prepared to return to the inn. Suddenly, a sense of alarm washed over him. Something felt amiss. Logically, he should perceive the thunder from the sky, yet instinctively, he sensed it emanating from the mountain's summit. Since beginning his martial training, Shi Qinglang had increasingly found that his intuition often proved more reliable than his other senses. As he stepped into the third tier of the Tongxian realm, this feeling intensified. Resolute in verifying his suspicion, he crouched slightly, gathering strength in his legs before propelling himself upward, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he ascended the mountain. In that moment, Shi Qinglang experienced firsthand the lightness of a swallow in flight. Traversing the mountains and ridges felt astonishingly effortless, but he even sensed that if he continued to cultivate diligently, perhaps one day he might truly soar through the skies. Before long, he reached the mountain's summit, only to be struck dumb by the scene unfolding before him. A mere 10 zhang away, a celestial battle was taking place that a young monk clad in a yellow robe sat suspended in midair. Eyes closed and palms pressed together, as the beads on his wrists spun independently. The young monk seemed to be reciting verses of Buddhist scripture, surrounded by a brilliant golden light, encased within an almost tangible ancient bell. Meanwhile, hovering 3 zhang before him was a middle-aged man dressed in a dark robe. Despite his graying hair, he exuded an air of formidable power, one hand forming a seal while the other was poised to strike. Countless phantom fists filled the air, each appearing as solid as reality, crashing against the ancient bell, creating ripples of energy that reverberated through the atmosphere. Amidst the deafening explosions, the sounds of a morning bell and evening drum intertwined with the thunderous roars of the storm above. Shi Qinglang swallowed hard, utterly awestruck that the thunder he had sensed at the foot of the mountain originated from this clash. Could it be that these two individuals were truly celestial beings descended to earth? The two individuals engaged in a relentless duel, one attacking while the other defended, standing in opposition for nearly a quarter of an hour. The man seemed to be nearing exhaustion, slowly descending to the ground. Shan Guang, monk, do you truly wish for our conflict to end in mutual destruction? The monk known as Shan Guang recited a phrase of homage to Amitabha. Despite his appearance resembling that of an 8 or 9-year-old child, his voice was remarkably deep and resonant. The young monk retracted the golden light enveloping him, causing the ancient bell to vanish as well. Subsequently, he floated gracefully to the ground, standing tall and rigid. His delicate brows furrowed. Shiyu Lu, you conspire in secret to recruit followers, seeking to resurrect the demonic sect that I, as a monk, cannot allow you to fulfill your desires. The Shiyu Lu retorted furiously. I have already fled to the Dalan dynasty, where our paths need not cross with your Ling Guang temple. Do not overstep your bounds. The young monk, unfazed, replied, a demon is a demon, regardless of location. That I have journeyed thousands of miles to pursue you, intent on eradicating evil completely. That if you were to reach the realm of divine transcendence, achieving the status of an earthly immortal, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate you then, as the demonic path may rise again. Shiyu Lu threw back his head and laughed maniacally, unleashing his energy without reservation. That in an instant, the winds howled, dust swirled, and the sky rumbled with increasingly violent thunder and lightning. Shi Qinglang, standing at a distance, instinctively took several steps back. Despite the fierce winds having diminished considerably by the time they reached him, he still felt a sharp sting on his face. Quickly, he summoned a protective aura, which provided him some relief. Through the gaps between his fingers, he witnessed the young monk's garments billowing and rustling. Yet he did not retreat even an inch. To Shiyu Lu, you are merely flailing in desperation. After our prolonged confrontation, your energy must be nearly depleted, leaving you with scarcely a fraction of your strength. Why engage in empty bravado here? Haha, indeed. But what of it? Shiyu Lu laughed maniacally, his expression frenzied. Yet his aura surged dramatically. Since you refuse to spare me, let us perish together. Shan Guang, prepare to meet your demise. With that, Shiyu Lu soared into the air, ascending to a height of about 10 zhang. A sense of destruction radiated from him, causing the thunder above to grow ever more tumultuous. Bolts of lightning cascaded down like divine punishment upon the earth. The mountaintop reverberated with the explosive sounds of falling thunder. The lightning raged through the air, resembling the end of days. In fact, one particularly ferocious bolt struck Shiyu Lu directly, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds that was both dazzling and terrifying. Shiyu Lu emitted a roar of agony that was inhuman, and then he trembled violently, his garments instantly turning to ash to at that moment. He appeared as a luminous entity, radiating brilliance through the blinding light. One could vaguely see him raise an arm, his massive hand sweeping downward with great force. Instantly, a colossal palm materialized from the void, obscuring the sky and moon, descending amidst the thunder. The young monk's expression turned grave as he swiftly performed intricate hand seals. The beads on his wrists spun rapidly, gradually emanating a sacred Buddhist light. Under the radiance of this light, the beads shone brilliantly. Then, the beads magically soared into the air, forming a swastika. The swastika took shape. The Buddhist light intensified tenfold. The air resonated with the chant of the Buddhist mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, causing even the rapidly descending colossal palm to momentarily halt. The swastika, seemingly imbued with sentience, transformed into a beam of golden light, racing toward the gigantic palm. With a resounding crash, the swastika collided with the palm, unleashing a deafening roar that reverberated through the very earth, creating shockwaves that spread outward. Even the raging lightning in the sky was obliterated in the wake of such an explosion. The brilliance of the blast illuminated the night sky as if it were day, causing the mountain to tremble unceasingly. Shi Qinglang had never witnessed such a spectacle. The ground beneath him felt as if it were heaving like a dragon, while above, it seemed as if the sun were plummeting. He staggered, momentarily dazed, and suddenly his mind went blank as he collapsed, losing consciousness. After the explosion, a 2-foot-deep crater appeared beneath the young monk's feet. He turned pale as snow and coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Meanwhile, Shiyu Lu, suspended in midair, plummeted to the ground, his body resembling charred remains, emitting plumes of black smoke. He convulsed a few times before falling utterly still. Chapter 23. Rejuvenation. The young monk, Shan Guang, took a breath, then swiftly appeared beside Shi Lu, gazing at the almost carbonized corpse beneath him. He uttered a Buddhist chant, his eyes reflecting a sense of release, that he then moved to Shi Qinglang's side. Aware of the sudden arrival of another, he had noticed him earlier. However, the perilous situation had prevented him from attending to Shi Qinglang, ultimately leading to his entanglement in this affair. The young monk quickly checked Shi Qinglang's pulse and found him to be unharmed. Merely unconscious from the shock. Relieved, he prepared to depart when suddenly, a subtle yet profound sense of causality tugged at his heart, prompting him to halt. Frowning, a look of confusion crossed his face. The young monk mentally retraced the origins of this feeling. In an instant, a flash of insight struck him that he bent down, forming a sword with his fingers, and touched the space between Shi Qinglang's brows that a fragment of his consciousness entered Shi Qinglang's being. Upon losing consciousness, Shi Qinglang felt as though he had entered a void, inexplicably transported to a place where the distinction between heaven and earth had vanished, surrounded by drifting starlight, that he could not perceive his own body, yet felt an odd sense of visibility, akin to having gained a divine perspective. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, a sudden flash of black light pierced through the void that in his vision. A mass of black mist emerged abruptly. Before long, a flash of golden light darted past. Before he could discern its nature, the black mist swiftly enveloped the golden light, causing it to vanish at the same time. The young monk's body trembled violently, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Just as I suspected. Shi Lu, you cunning strategist, you nearly deceived me. The young monk slowly withdrew his fingers, murmuring to himself. With that, he ceased to regard Shi Qinglang and began to meditate and recover his energy. An hour passed swiftly. The young monk's complexion had returned to normal. He slowly opened his eyes, turning his right hand palm up, allowing a droplet of blood to form at his fingertips, suspended in midair. This droplet differed from the vibrant blood he had previously expelled. It shimmered with a faint, golden glow. Using his blood as ink, the young monk began to inscribe symbols in the void. Once the golden-red droplet completely vanished, an unusual seal radiating golden-red light materialized in the air. After completing this task, the young monk's visage appeared to age slightly, as if he had aged several years in mere moments. With a solemn expression, he once again directed the seal towards Shi Qinglang's brow, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. Shi Qinglang, oblivious to the passage of time, sensed a hint of danger from the mass of black mist before him. However, in his current state of ethereality, he could do nothing. Just as he was at a loss for what to do, a ray of golden-red light suddenly pierced through the void, illuminating the entire space as if it were a radiant sun. Then, Shi Qinglang felt a sharp pain in his head. His eyes flew open, and he awoke with a start. "Little benefactor, you are awake." The young monk, Shan Guang, smiled warmly, his voice carrying a weight of ancient wisdom. Though his face bore the features of a child, there was an unmistakable air of benevolence about him. Shi Qinglang wiped the sweat from his brow, recalling the bizarre events he had just experienced. Still trembling with trepidation, that he forced himself to regain his composure, eyeing the seemingly youthful monk, whose voice and demeanor belied his appearance, and immediately felt a surge of wariness, understanding the unspoken thoughts in Shi Qinglang's mind. The young monk chuckled and explained, "Little benefactor, there is no need for alarm. I have cultivated a special technique, and upon reaching a certain level, I can regain my youth. I am not truly a child." Regain youth? Shi Qinglang's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would find it hard to accept such a violation of physical laws. That a glimmer of golden light sparkled in his gaze as memories of the earlier confrontation between the young monk and the middle-aged man flooded his mind. An awe-inspiring spectacle indeed. If divine beings clashing was true, then what else could be deemed impossible? "I am Shi Qinglang, merely passing through this area. Might I inquire what transpired just now, master?" Shi Qinglang took a deep breath and clasped his hands in respect. The young monk, possessing keen insight, noticed the flicker of golden light in Shi Qinglang's eyes. "Little benefactor, you possess great fortune and exceptional talent. It seems this misfortune has brought you unexpected blessings. Please, master, enlighten me. Shi Qinglang responded, still bewildered but sensing he had stumbled upon something fortuitous. The young monk recited a Buddhist phrase, nodding with a smile, that I share a karmic connection with you, little benefactor. And thus shall not conceal the truth that I hail from the Ling Guang Temple in the western regions, and my Dharma name is Shan Guang. The individual you just witnessed was once the formidable demon lord of the western regions. Named Shi Lu years ago, the demonic sect was exterminated by the righteous, and Shi Lu escaped severely wounded. After so many years, Shi Lu has remarkably advanced in his powers and surprisingly wishes to resurrect the demonic sect. Making a comeback, the old monk has no choice but to return to the mountains once more, seizing the opportunity to eliminate the demon before he reaches the realm of divine wandering. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang glanced at the charred corpse not far away, realizing that the master had indeed succeeded in slaying the demon. However, master, you just mentioned the realm of divine wandering. What is that? To my knowledge, there is no such term within the 9 ranks of martial arts. Could it be that different nations have different terminologies? The monk Shan Guang responded with a chuckle, his smile unwavering, and said, in the 9 ranks of martial arts, the top 3 ranks are considered masters. Above the first rank, there is the concept of a terrestrial immortal. Have you ever heard of it? That is what is referred to as the realm of divine wandering. This was the first time Shi Qinglang had heard of such a concept. Lei Hao had never mentioned that there was a realm of divine wandering above the first rank. Terrestrial immortal? He mused, finding it quite imposing. Could it be that even my master is unaware? The monk Shan Guang, noticing Shi Qinglang's expression, surmised, perhaps your master refrains from discussing such lofty aspirations, fearing that you might become overly ambitious at a young age. Perhaps so, Shi Qinglang replied with a bashful smile, that my master has always been reticent about matters beyond the first rank. I only know that the first rank is called the law manifestation realm. The monk Shan Guang nodded in understanding. This is not difficult to comprehend. The third rank, the profound understanding realm, serves as a formidable barrier in martial arts, obstructing the majority of practitioners that if one has not reached the third rank, there is little need to delve deeper. Being overly ambitious can easily give rise to inner demons. However, I perceive that you, young benefactor, seem to have already entered the profound understanding realm. Shi Qinglang bowed respectfully. Acknowledging, master, your insight is remarkable, that I indeed experienced a moment of enlightenment at the foot of the mountain, which allowed me to break through to the profound understanding realm. Chapter 24. Only 3 years remain. The monk Shan Guang smiled and said, young benefactor, you are indeed gifted. Since you have reached the third rank of the profound understanding realm, there is no need for excessive caution, that as we share a karmic bond, I shall take the liberty to elaborate a bit more. The first rank of the law manifestation realm is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the concentration realm, where one consolidates their primordial spirit within the sea of consciousness. Once the primordial spirit is established, one can be considered to have transcended their mortal form, enabling communication with heaven and earth, thus gaining a deeper perception of the laws governing all existence. The second stage is the law domain realm, which requires one to comprehend the profound mysteries derived from the laws governing the operations of the universe. When one can speak the law with authority and embody the heavenly principles, they have attained the law domain realm. The intricacies of this realm are difficult to articulate without experiencing it firsthand. The third stage is the celestial phenomenon realm, where thoughts manifest and one can create from nothing, altering the very fabric of reality. That in simpler terms, it is the ability to merge and utilize the laws of heaven and earth, materializing one's intentions, approaching the essence of the Tao. Above the first rank, one is referred to as a terrestrial immortal, which is synonymous with the realm of divine wandering. The so-called terrestrial immortal represents the unity of heaven and man, where the primordial spirit can leave the body and wander the heavens and earth, traversing vast distances with ease, achieving great freedom. Through the monk Shan Guang's explanation, Shi Qinglang finally glimpsed another dimension within the martial arts realm, that he now understood the notion of there being greater heights beyond comprehension. Previously, he had reveled in his recent advancement to the third rank of the profound understanding realm, inevitably harboring a hint of pride. Yet at this moment, it felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, awakening him to the realization of the long and arduous road ahead. Recalling the earth-shattering duel he had previously witnessed, he gazed intently at the monk and asked, "Master, both you and Shi Yulo are terrestrial immortals of the realm of divine wandering, correct?" The monk Shan Guang replied truthfully, "I have only just entered the realm of divine wandering, while Shi Yulo stands at the pinnacle of the celestial phenomenon realm. However, he recently forced his way into the realm of divine wandering by sacrificing his own life essence to summon heavenly lightning into his body." The monk continued, "Though Shi Yulo paid a heavy price, he indeed inflicted serious injury upon me and nearly caused harm to you, young benefactor." Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglong's entire being trembled as he questioned, "Master, what do you mean by this?" The monk Shan Guang did not answer directly, but instead asked, "Young benefactor, did you experience any peculiar sensations earlier?" Shi Qinglang did not conceal anything and recounted the strange occurrences he had just experienced in as much detail as possible. "Exactly. The place you were in earlier was within your own sea of consciousness," the monk Shan Guang remarked with an expression of calm, as if he had anticipated this. That he continued to explain. Shi Yulo likely realized that he had no chance of survival tonight, that it appeared he wanted to perish alongside me. But in reality, he was attempting to escape. He used his temporary powers from the realm of divine wandering to secretly send his severely injured primordial spirit into your sea of consciousness. Shi Yulo's cunning scheme was indeed a masterstroke, that he sought to nurture his primordial spirit within your sea of consciousness. Once his primordial spirit gradually recovered, he would look for an opportunity to seize your physical body, effectively being reborn. Since you have only just stepped into the profound understanding realm and your sea of consciousness is still unstable, this provided Shi Yulo with an excellent opportunity. Undoubtedly, the demon lord Shi Yulo possesses a depth of cunning that almost deceived even me. That mass of black mist is Shi Yulo's primordial spirit. Shi Qinglang suddenly grasped the situation, realizing the truth. The monk Shan Guang nodded. "Indeed, that is his primordial spirit. After Shi Yulo's demise, I felt an unsettling disturbance within my mind, as if there were an inexplicable sense of cause and effect. Upon reflection, given Shi Yulo's character, he would never willingly choose to fight to the death. It seems that he had this plan in mind the moment he saw you arrive. Thankfully, I managed to awaken in time, that be why probing into your sea of consciousness, I was able to uncover Shi Yulo's scheme." Shi Qinglang then recalled the golden light he had been engulfed by, realizing that it must have been a fragment of the monk's consciousness. But what was that dazzling golden red light that resembled the sun? After hearing the monk's explanation, Shi Qinglang felt an unsettling sensation creeping up his spine. "Master, what happened afterward? Is Shi Yulo's primordial spirit still within me?" The monk Shan Guang, with a hint of regret in his eyes, replied, "Afterward, I used a drop of my own blood as a medium to create a sealing spell, which has now sealed Shi Yulo's primordial spirit. You are temporarily safe from danger, but this method only addresses the symptoms, not the root cause. Without harming you, I cannot completely eradicate his primordial spirit. I can only seal it for now. However, this also grants him time to recover, and this seal will last for a maximum of 3 years. That if within those 3 years, you can reach the first layer of the law manifestation realm, perhaps there may be a way to eliminate Shi Yulo's primordial spirit." Shi Qinglang narrowed his eyes, his expression grave as he pondered. 3 years. What if I cannot reach the first rank within that time? The monk Shan Guang first muttered a prayer before sighing. If you cannot reach the first rank, there is a significant chance that Shi Yulo will reclaim his body. At that point, Shi Yulo could either be reborn or merge with you. In either case, you would no longer be yourself. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglong's heart roiled, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. "Master, is there truly no other way?" The monk Shan Guang silently shook his head. Shi Qinglang calculated in his mind. 3 years meant he had to reach the concentration realm before turning 20 to have any hope of survival. Was this even possible? His master, Lei Hao, was now 32 years old and still lingered at the second rank. Even across the entire world, 99% of people would never touch the threshold of the first rank in their lifetime. Although Shi Qinglang had a modicum of confidence in becoming part of that 1%, the idea of achieving the concentration realm within 3 years felt utterly absurd. Advancing through the ranks of martial arts is notoriously challenging. It is entirely normal for one to remain stuck at any given bottleneck for years, or even a lifetime. His own recent breakthrough to the third rank of the profound understanding realm was a result of serendipity. a moment of enlightenment while observing the thunder. Otherwise, he had no idea how long he would have to wait for such an opportunity, which is a rare and elusive gift. To leap from the third rank to the first rank within 3 years would be akin to a Herculean task, an endeavor that could drive one to despair. The monk Guang seemed to sense Shi Qinglong's despondency and sighed softly. Young benefactor, do not be too pessimistic. Indeed, reaching the first rank within 3 years is extraordinarily difficult, but not entirely impossible. I can sense that you possess profound blessings. If I am not mistaken, you should have opened your heavenly eye, correct? Chapter 25. Let us just do it. Open my heavenly eye. What on earth does that mean? Shi Qinglang instinctively touched his eyes, feeling as though there was nothing particularly special, that he blinked vigorously, gazing into the distance that as expected. His vision remained clear and vivid, just as it had been upon breaking through. Yet, where was this so-called heavenly eye? He concentrated, directing his mental focus toward his eyes. Suddenly, the voice of Master Guang resonated in Shi Qinglang's mind. Following his instructions, Shi Qinglang closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. After a brief moment, he felt a gentle warmth emanating from his eyes. When he finally opened them again, he found that his gaze shimmered with a golden light. Indeed, it was as if his eyes had been endowed with a high-precision magnifier, rendering all surrounding entities, no matter how minute, crystal clear. He could perceive the dust particles suspended in the air and even the more subtle substances that drifted about in the flowing space. Remarkably, in Shi Qinglang's vision, the entire space appeared to transform into a multi-layered three-dimensional construct, transcending the limitations of ordinary three-dimensionality. The space was no longer static. It resembled a tangible ocean, undulating and teeming with fine particles, resplendent with vibrant colors. This visual experience was nothing short of exquisite. After reaching the third grade of the Xian realm, he had sensed the world as a multifaceted entity, but witnessing the true essence of the world through his eyes was an altogether different sensation. Shi Qinglang's gaze shifted, and he discerned the intricate veins on a leaf 5 zhang away, emanating a faint luminescence, the unique vitality of a living organism. Not just that single leaf, but all things around him became exceptionally vivid and animated in his perception. A surge of joy welled up within him, but as his mind relaxed slightly, the golden light in his eyes promptly faded, and the view around him reverted to its original state. Shi Qinglang also felt a hint of fatigue seep into his mind. However, it did not significantly affect him at the moment. Could this be what is referred to as the opening of the celestial eye? Master, what does this mean? Shi Qinglang asked eagerly. Master Guang explained. The drop of my essence blood transformed into a seal to suppress the primordial spirit of Shi Yulo. Yet, unexpectedly, it resonated harmoniously with your mental energy, inadvertently aiding you in unlocking the celestial eye of the Buddha. Thus, I say you possess profound fortune and exceptional talent. With this celestial eye, entering the second grade of the subtle realm will be a natural progression, and you shall not encounter significant bottlenecks. As for whether you can reach the first grade of the concentration realm and successfully condense your primordial spirit within 3 years, that will depend on your own fate. Shi Qinglang had not anticipated that he would gain such extraordinary benefits, and the gloom in his heart diminished considerably, that he hastily clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance." Master Guang waved his hand gently, his expression softening as he replied, "This is your fortune, a bond between us. There is no need to thank me. Ultimately, I still feel a sense of guilt for involving you in this matter, even putting your life in jeopardy." Shi Qinglang smiled wryly. "Perhaps this is destiny. However, I will not concede so easily." He narrowed his eyes, his gaze resolute. "No matter how difficult it may be, I shall endeavor to reach the first grade within 3 years. I will simply do it." Master Guang expressed his relief. "It brings me comfort to see your determination to show my apologies. I shall impart another skill to you, named Heart Bell. This is a profound technique I have comprehended. It can guard your true essence while also serving as a shield against adversaries. This skill encompasses both offense and defense. Young disciple, observe closely with your celestial eye." With that, Master Guang's aura began to circulate autonomously. In an instant, a solid golden bell began to materialize from the void, radiating brilliance and enveloping Master Guang entirely. It was the very technique he had used when confronting the demon Lord Shi Yulo. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang did not dare to delay and quickly activated his celestial eye. Under Master Shangguang's intentional guidance, Shi Qinglang could distinctly observe the flow of Master Shangguang's energy within his body. These energy currents surged like torrents of water, traversing the meridians, circulating endlessly in a complex and ever-changing manner. At certain acupoints, they paused in ways that were ineffable and mysterious. The entire process appeared chaotic, reminiscent of countless individuals stumbling through an immense and intricate labyrinth. Yet, through the celestial eye, Shi Qinglang sensed an underlying rhythm and order. He meticulously memorized the pathways of these energy flows. This holographic projection-like instruction was far superior to mere textual descriptions in martial arts manuals. He even began to silently simulate the techniques within himself as he observed. Naturally, in the beginning, he encountered repeated failures. Shi Qinglang persevered through each setback, displaying no signs of discouragement. Rather, his eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance until the sun began to rise. By that time, Shi Qinglang had lost count of the number of failures he had endured, never once achieving success. Master Shangguang exhibited no impatience, his face adorned with a gentle smile that he glanced at the rising sun and lightly flicked his fingers against the heart bell. With a clear, resonant chime, it echoed like a genuine temple bell at dawn. Shi Qinglang's entire being shuddered as he watched the ripples emanating from the heart bell, gradually illuminating his eyes with a glimmer of enlightenment. By the time he regained his composure, Master Shangguang had already vanished without a trace. Though Shi Qinglang had not slept throughout the night, he now radiated vitality and vigor. He exhaled a deep breath. Rising to bow toward the distance, the experiences of that night were truly extraordinary. The saying that misfortune often conceals fortune, and vice versa, perhaps encapsulated his situation. Shi Qinglang glanced once more at the corpse of Shi Yulo not far away. Despite harboring some resentment toward the man, he understood that death extinguishes all. Ultimately, he felt a twinge of compassion for the fallen demon lord, leaving him to rot in the wilderness, finding a suitable spot atop the mountain. Shi Qinglang buried the body before gracefully returning to the inn in the nearby town. Upon arriving at the inn and refreshing himself, breakfast time was fast approaching. Shi Qinglang requested a rather sumptuous breakfast from the innkeeper and proceeded to knock on Xiao Fengtong's door. "Come in," came Xiao Fengtong's voice from within. As Shi Qinglang entered, he noticed Xiao Fengtong seated at the table and promptly placed the food before her. "You seem somewhat changed after just one night." You appear more spirited," Xiao Fengtong remarked with curiosity. Shi Qinglang was taken aback by her keen perception and couldn't help but hold her in higher regard. It seemed this ninth princess was not merely a pretty face. Unsure of how to explain, he decided to feign ignorance and focused on his breakfast instead. Xiao Fengtong smiled lightly, choosing not to pry further. Chapter 26. The dog in power. After the two finished their breakfast in silence and tidied up, they set off to meet Feng Jinxiong at the appointed time. The trio traveled together, with Feng Jinxiong leading the way, making their journey much more convenient. In less than an hour, they arrived at Yunming's. Along the way, Shi Qinglang observed that many individuals sought medical aid from this direction. In the distance, two towering peaks stood upright, as if cleaved by a colossal axe, forming a grand canyon, the front of the canyon. A small village appeared, with roughly 20 houses forming an expansive courtyard, above which the words Medical Hall were inscribed. He could faintly discern numerous people bustling about within the courtyard, accompanied by the aroma of herbal medicine wafting through the air. Not far from Shi Qinglang and the others was a sizable inn, its scale exceeding that of the inn they had previously stayed in by 2 or 3 times. Even in the capital, inns of such magnitude were rare. It was clear that this establishment housed a significant number of guests. "Brother Feng, is this the Yunming's Medical Valley?" Shi Qinglang inquired, turning to Feng Jinxiong. Feng Jinxiong shook his head. "Not quite. This is the periphery of the Yunming's Medical Valley. Many of the healers residing here are outer disciples of the esteemed Dr. Mei. The true Yunming's Medical Valley lies beyond this Grand Canyon. But no one has ventured there. It is said that beyond the canyon, the ground is riddled with marshes that if you are unfamiliar with the path, even if you possess exceptional skills, you may very well meet your demise within." Xiao Fengtong frowned. "Then how are we to locate Dr. Mei?" Feng Jinxiong replied helplessly. "Every so often, Dr. Mei emerges from the valley to offer guidance to these outer disciples in their medical practices." "To meet Dr. Mei?" We can only wait here, that if fortune smiles upon us, we might encounter him tomorrow. If not, we may have to wait 10 days, or even half a month, upon hearing this. Xiao Fengtong fell silent. She had yet to find any leads on the medical sage, Jiang Shang. Remaining here indefinitely would be a tremendous waste of time. Should she dare to venture into the depths of Yunming's? Just as Xiao Fengtong hesitated, a commotion erupted at the medical hall. The trio hurried toward the source of the noise and beheld several burly men driving away those seeking medical treatment. "Hey, how can you do this? On what grounds are you chasing us away?" Someone shouted angrily. "On what grounds?" Simply because we are from the Tianshui Lu family. If anyone has a problem with it, step forward. I could use a bit of exercise. One of the burly men retorted impatiently, twisting his wrist. "Besides, we have already compensated you. Haven Tiwi, you lot should remain at the inn for a few days. And once our young master has recovered from his ailment, you may come up then. Our young master will attend to his own afflictions while we focus on ours. There is no reason for our paths to cross." One of the burly men with a dark complexion stepped forward to voice his opinion. Yet before he could finish his words, he was sent crashing to the ground with a single punch. The robust man from the Lu family placed his foot upon the fallen figure, declaring, "Do not overstep your bounds. Having received your payment, you should make yourself scarce, if blame is to be assigned. It should be directed at those inept doctors who could not heal our young master, leaving him to rely solely on the illustrious Mei Lin. Should you remain here and become an eyesore? What if the divine healer Mei cannot see our young master?" Observing the fearsome demeanor of these strong men, the common folk naturally refrained from provoking them, hastily taking their leave with their money in hand. A few individuals well-versed in martial arts attempted to resist, only to be swiftly subdued by the burly henchmen. Others, undeterred by the henchman's brutality, were nonetheless wary of the Tianshui Lu family. After all, it was merely a matter of waiting a few more days for their due compensation. There was no need to offend such a powerful clan. Before long, the once bustling courtyard of the medical establishment was rendered desolate. Shi Qinglang furrowed his brow, murmuring softly, "The Tianshui Lu family. What an imposing presence." Fang Jianxiong, maintaining a stern countenance, replied with bitterness, "They are merely bullies who exploit their power." Xiao Fengtong let out a cold laugh, her autumn-like eyes narrowing as she commanded, "Shi Yin, go teach them a lesson in humility." "Certainly. Just wait and see, my lord." Shi Qingling agreed, eager for a target to hone his skills. Among the Tianshui Lu family members, there were only a couple of third-tier experts that he and Fang Jianxiong together would not be without a chance, even if they were to be outmatched, with Xiao Fengtong as their formidable ally. They would face no real danger. The Lu family would hardly dare to provoke someone from the imperial family, so the odds seemed overwhelmingly in their favor. Unbeknownst to Fang Jianxiong, he had just suffered a significant loss at the hands of the Lu family the previous day. Stripped of his clothing, he had been suspended at the town's entrance for over an hour, an act of humiliation that still lingered in his mind. Fang Jianxiong attempted to reason, "Young Master Feng. Brother Shi, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. The Lu family does have two third-tier experts." Xiao Fengtong understood Fang Jianxiong's concerns and responded with a gentle smile. "Very well. Shi Yin and I shall investigate first. Brother Feng, you may stay here and observe the developments." Seeing that Xiao Fengtong was resolute in seeking trouble with the Lu family, Fang Jianxiong felt the heat of his own blood rising. Gritting his teeth and declaring, "Young Master Feng underestimates me. If you are not afraid of the Lu family, why should I retreat? Today, I shall confront them." With that, Fang Jianxiong boldly strode towards the Lu family. Shi Qinglang, observing Fang Jianxiong's reckless determination, could not help but chuckle inwardly. Yet he acknowledged that this man had the makings of a true comrade. It's the little young master of the Zhulong gang. One of the Lu family's thugs exclaimed, "How was it basking in the sun yesterday, stripped bare?" A middle-aged man dressed as a steward emerged from behind, appearing to be in his 40s with a rat-like visage and a sly demeanor. A short sword hanging at his waist, he clicked his tongue in mockery and continued, "It seems our little young master has an insatiable appetite for such experiences. Fear not, we have plenty of tricks in store for you today." At his words, the other members of the Lu family erupted into laughter, their expressions laced with malice. Fang Jianxiong's face flushed with indignation as he retorted, "Lu Xiang, you are merely a lackey of the Lu family. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson." Just as Fong Jinxiong was on the verge of losing his temper, he felt a hand on his shoulder, halting him. Chapter 27. A minor trial of strength. Shi Qingling gently patted Fong Jinxiong's shoulder, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Brother Fong, why wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? For such a petty villain, there is no need for your intervention. Allow me to handle this." That Liu Xiong cast a dismissive glance at Shi Qingling and Xiao Fengtong, noting their youthful appearances, and remarked, "Which noble house do you hail from? Were you the ones who rescued Fong Jinxiong yesterday? Do you not realize the enormity of the trouble you are courting by offending the Tianshui Lu family?" He assumed the two were merely young scions of some prestigious family, oblivious to the gravity of their situation, yet his tone was surprisingly cordial. "What? Tianshui Lu family? Never heard of it." Shi Qingling feigned ignorance, digging into his ear and scoffing. "You." Liu Xiong pointed at Shi Qingling, enraged yet amused. "What a sharp-tongued little brat. Once I remove your teeth, let us see how you boast then." Shi Qingling playfully beckoned, a devilish grin on his face. "Old fool, I await your challenge. Come at me." Liu Xiong's face twisted into a snarl as he raised his hand, disdainfully approaching Shi Qingling without drawing his sword. In response, a glimmer of golden light flashed in Shi Qingling's eyes. To him, Liu Xiong's movements seemed to slow, revealing numerous openings. Maintaining an impassive expression, Shi Qingling swiftly evaded Liu Xiong's attack, positioning himself perfectly behind him. Though Liu Xiong was seasoned in combat and remained composed despite the surprise, his elbow strike aimed backward was rendered futile as Shi Qingling's agility exceeded his expectations. Unfortunately for Liu Xiong, he faced a perceptive Shi Qingling who would not squander the opportunity. With a fluid motion, Shi Qingling evaded the elbow strike and delivered a punch to Liu Xiong's lower back. As Liu Xiong's sword barely cleared its sheath, Shi Qingling disrupted his internal energy with a solid blow, causing him to stumble forward. Shi Qingling followed up with another punch to the same spot, and though Liu Xiong managed to brace himself with his energy, he lost his balance. Every flaw in Liu Xiong's defense was laid bare before Shi Qingling's keen insight. In a swift motion, Shi Qingling executed a sweeping kick that sent Liu Xiong crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped one of Liu Xiong's legs and spun around, performing the maneuver with remarkable finesse. Liu Xiong, utterly frustrated, realized too late that he had barely utilized half of his potential in this encounter. With a mocking chuckle, Shi Qingling leveraged the momentum to slam Liu Xiong forcefully into the ground, ensuring that Liu Xiong's face met the earth first, followed by his upper body. "Da!" Liu Xiong cried out in agony, but his voice resembled the sound of air escaping from a punctured tire, as two of his front teeth flew from his mouth. Shi Qingling, satisfied, clapped his hands, reveling in the sweet victory of striking down this arrogant bully. Had Liu Xiong approached the fight with full commitment from the outset, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Alas, he could only blame. In Feng Chu's eyes, there lingered a hint of reluctance. "Young master, they are blind to the greatness before them that a mere lesson would suffice. There is no need for such severity." Liu Yiming interjected with a cold snort, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Feng Chu, you have only just sought refuge with the Liu family, and you dare to defy my words. There is no need to keep those who refuse to listen among us." Feng Chu quickly bowed and clasped his fists, replying, "Yes, my subordinate obeys," with a sharp sound. A large blade was drawn from its sheath. Feng Chu stepped forward, his gaze filled with pity. "Alas, young man, may you seek your own fortune." Shi Qingling seized a moment to glance at Xiao Fengtong. Noticing her calm demeanor, which left him feeling somewhat helpless, it seemed that a fight was inevitable. Very well, he thought. He was also eager to witness the true prowess of a peak third-grade practitioner of the profound realm. Fong Jinxiong had intended to step in and assist, but was blocked by Xiao Fengtong. She too was curious about the surprises Shi Qingling might unveil, seeing that the imposing figure before him had no intention of striking first. Shi Qingling took the initiative that he assumed a boxing stance and, with a surge of energy, launched a punch toward Feng Chu. Although this punch appeared fierce, Shi Qingling utilized only 20% of his strength. Feng Chu, however, did not dare to be lax and met the attack with a blade. After all, how could he afford to be careless against someone who had effortlessly defeated Liu Xiong? Shi Qingling had no intention of engaging Feng Chu in a direct contest. Seizing a moment when his punch slightly hindered the swing of the blade, he swiftly changed direction, sliding to Feng Chu's side and delivering another punch. As a peak third-grade expert, Feng Chu had extensive experience in combat. His initial slash was merely a probe, and he was prepared for a counter. The blade that had been aimed forward abruptly flipped sideways, intercepting Shi Qinglong's fist. Chapter 28. A maneuver as ferocious as a tiger, Shi Qinglong's expression shifted slightly. It was too late to alter his strategy. The blade and fist collided in a straightforward clash, with merely 3 inches separating them, their energies clashing fiercely before exploding outward. Shi Qinglang was sent sliding back 2 yards. While Feng Chu remained steadfast, his upper body swaying slightly but his feet rooted firmly to the ground. Clearly, in a mere clash of brute strength, Shi Qinglang was not yet Feng Chu's match. As Shi Qinglang rotated his slightly numbed fist, his eyes gleamed with determination. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a glimmer of golden light deep within his gaze, confronted with an opponent of superior strength. Shi Qinglang felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, he was filled with fighting spirit. With his heavenly eye ability, he could perceive the fluctuations in Feng Chu's energy, which bolstered his confidence, with a slight shift of his body. Shi Qinglang stood straight, channeling power into his legs, and unleashed another punch. This strike surged forth like a raging torrent, the energy radiating outward and barreling toward Feng Chu, accompanied by a faint sound reminiscent of thunder. Feng Chu's expression changed. Sensing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly gripped his blade with both hands and executed a diagonal slash. The blade gleamed momentarily before colliding with the punch, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds that echoed ominously. Through his heavenly eye, Shi Qinglang noted a swift decline in Feng Chu's energy, realizing it was an opportune moment. His previous punch, aptly named Thunderous Strike, appeared formidable but would detonate upon encountering external force. This technique primarily relied on the momentum of the punch and the explosive sound waves it generated to intimidate and disrupt the opponent's focus out of course, if Feng Chu were to underestimate it and allow the energy to draw near. The resultant explosion would be far more impactful than mere thunder. With his scheme bearing fruit, Shi Qinglang swiftly maneuvered, positioning himself directly above Feng Chu at the same time. He interlaced his fingers, forming a peculiar hand seal. Then, with a commanding shout, he brought the seal downwards, exuding an aura reminiscent of a mountain-splitting force. The energy transformed into a sharp and heavy bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Feng Chu. This move, known as Thunder Axe Splitting Mountain Palm, was one of the most destructive techniques within the 5 Thunder Celestial Arts. Shi Qinglang had only grasped its rudimentary form, yet it was his strongest strike at present, thanks to his heavenly eye. He executed the technique at the perfect moment, coinciding with Feng Chu's moment of preparation. The luminous blade zipped through the air, reaching Feng Chu in the blink of an eye. Feng Chu could only hastily raise his blade for defense as their energies clashed, sending ripples of force surging outward, but a cold smile crept onto Shi Qinglong's lips as he uttered a single word. Explode, then, with a deafening roar that surpassed the earlier explosion, the air was filled with the jarring sound of metal clashing. This exemplified the tyrannical nature of the 5 Thunder Celestial Arts, particularly at the 3rd grade and beyond, where mental energy guided the flow of energy. Each move carried the potential for spontaneous detonation. Yielding astonishing power as the shockwave dissipated, Feng Chu emerged, his chest garment tattered and his steel blade marred. Although he had not sustained significant injury, he appeared thoroughly disheveled. Shi Qinglang seized the moment to retreat to Xiao Fengtong's side, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his back slightly hunched. The continuous use of Heavenly Eye, Thunderous Strike, and the Thunder Axe Splitting Mountain Palm had taken a considerable toll on him. Despite appearing to have gained the upper hand, Shi Qinglang was, in truth, on the brink of exhaustion. Although Feng Chu looked ragged, he had only suffered minor internal injuries and retained his combat strength. Shi Qinglang, being a novice in the 3rd grade of the Profound Realm, was undeniably at a significant disadvantage compared to the peak 3rd grade Feng Chu. Even with the advantage of Heavenly Eye allowing him to control timing, he had merely gained a slight edge. If the battle continued, it was likely that within 10 moves, Shi Qinglang would face defeat. Only Shi Qinglang was privy to these realities. His previous display of prowess had momentarily bewildered Feng Chu, who now harbored uncertainty in his gaze. For a moment, he hesitated, unsure whether to strike, uncertain of Shi Qinglang's potential follow-up moves. This hesitation was precisely what Shi Qinglang intended, seizing the initiative, striking when capable, and instilling fear in the opponent. Should circumstances turn dire, he could only rely on Xiao Fengtong to intimidate with her identity. Your skills are commendable. Step back and recuperate. I shall handle the remainder. Just as Shi Qinglang and Feng Chu were locked in a silent standoff, each calculating their next move, Xiao Fengtong approached with an air of composure. Shi Qinglang's eyes flickered with surprise as he observed Xiao Fengtong's assured demeanor, clearly indicating her intent to engage in battle. Could it be that he had misjudged her? This delicate and esteemed ninth princess was indeed a formidable fighter. She appeared to be a year younger than him. However, as Shi Qinglang reconsidered, it was well known that the royal family was hardly lacking in skilled martial artists. Xiao Fengtong must have trained in martial arts from a young age, likely guided by esteemed masters, making it entirely plausible for her to possess greater strength. It dawned on Shi Qinglang that he was not the sole martial genius in the world. Intrigued, he stepped aside to observe Xiao Fengtong's prowess. Xiao Fengtong slowly drew her treasured sword, as the blade emerged from its sheath. A melodious chime resonated, sending a chill through the air, lowering the temperature around them. That a mere glance was enough for Shi Qinglang to recognize that the sword in Xiao Fengtong's hand was undoubtedly a rare and exceptional weapon, its silver-white body gleaming with a shimmering light, adorned with wave-like patterns that seemed to flow naturally, far beyond the ordinary. Shi Qinglang was in awe. The Dalan royal family truly amassed the wealth of the realm. Even a small princess's sword was of such a remarkable caliber. Just as Shi Qinglang was lost in admiration, he was struck dumb with astonishment. What did he just witness? Even with his heavenly eye, he could only grasp a vague outline of events. After unsheathing her sword, Xiao Fengtong made no overt movement. It appeared as if she merely took a step forward. Yet, that single stride conjured several afterimages. Before the illusions had fully dissipated, Xiao Fengtong's true form stood behind Feng Chu, and he was oblivious to when her sword had returned to its sheath. Feng Chu's eyes widened in disbelief. He barely had time to react before feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Looking down, he realized that such a subtle movement had caused his upper garments to explode in tatters. With a robust physique, sculpted from rigorous training, Feng Chu bore the hallmark of someone who had endured the trials of the third stage of body refinement. Even after Shi Qinglang's earlier display, which had only left Feng Chu somewhat disheveled and with minor internal injuries, now, however, two fine sword marks marred his iron-like chest, extending from shoulder to abdomen in an X shape. Yet curiously, no blood flowed from the wounds. Chapter 29. I told you to roll, not to walk away upon closer inspection. The sword marks on Feng Chu's chest were not deep. However, a layer of fine ice particles had formed around the wounds, effectively sealing them and preventing any blood from seeping out. Although Feng Chu was not gravely injured, had Xiao Fengtong not shown restraint, she could have easily struck a fatal blow. It was evident that the outcome had been determined. In a mere encounter, Feng Chu had been utterly defeated by Xiao Fengtong, without even the chance to respond. Feeling a chill run through him, Feng Chu snapped back to reality, shaking off his shock. He hastily turned and clasped his fists, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for sparing my life, young master. Xiao Fengtong, with an air of indifference, remarked, It is merely because I discerned a flicker of compassion within you just now that your sins do not warrant death. Should you continue to associate with the hedonistic scion of the Liu family and engage in further misdeeds, I assure you, next time I shall not spare your life. After a brief moment of hesitation, Feng Chu arrived at a resolution, exhaling softly. Understood. He vowed to extricate himself from the Liu family. May I inquire your name, so that I may return with a proper account? Xiao Fengtong turned to the now dumbfounded Liu Yiming, narrowing his autumn-like eyes and declaring, Liu Yiming, remember this. I am known as Feng Jiao. This time, out of consideration for the Liu family, I shall spare your life. Take your people and leave. Yes, I shall leave immediately. Liu Yiming instinctively gulped, repeatedly bowing in submission. At that moment, Feng Jinxiong stepped forward to obstruct Liu Yiming's path. Feng Jinxiong, you. What more do you wish? Did you not hear that young Master Feng commanded you to leave? Not merely to walk away. Feng Jinxiong crossed his arms, sneering, Do not push your luck. I am simply disinclined to deal harshly with a drowning rat. Otherwise, do you believe you would still have the chance to depart? With a single punch, Fong Jinxiong struck the ground, creating a crater. Hurry up. If you refuse to scram, I shall personally send you off. Liu Yiming, confronted by Fong Jinxiong's fierce gaze, felt a pang of fear. Having previously humiliated Fong Jinxiong, the tables had turned that a wise man does not suffer needless loss. I shall go. I shall go. Watching Liu Yiming flee, Fong Jinxiong felt an immense satisfaction that he turned to Xiao Fengtong, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Young Master Feng, as a disciple of the academy, you truly deserve my utmost respect. Xiao Fengtong replied graciously, Brother Feng, you flatter me. I am unworthy of such praise. My apologies, young master. Had I known you were a concealed master, I would not have embarrassed myself earlier, Shi Qinglang remarked, finally regaining his composure, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. Xiao Fengtong, rarely showing any smile, revealed a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Shi Yin, you have indeed surprised me, that I did not expect you to have reached the third tier of the profound realm. You broke through last night, did you not? Shi Qinglang nodded silently. Xiao Fengtong continued. No wonder I sensed something different about you this morning, that I was eager to ascertain your martial prowess. To defeat Lu Xiang at the onset of the third tier is quite impressive. Indeed. Shi Qinglang's face flushed slightly, feeling a rare sense of bashfulness. To catch young master's eye is an honor. My skills are hardly noteworthy. Among those of the profound realm, how can your achievements be deemed insignificant? Young Master Jiao, you too have reached the third tier. Why else? Xiao Fengtong smiled. Do you think attaining the second tier of the subtle realm is as simple as it seems? Though both are of the third tier in the profound realm, differing techniques can yield vastly different strengths. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang suddenly understood, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had genuinely believed Xiao Fengtong could easily overpower Feng Chu, nearly annihilating him, and had assumed Xiao was at the second tier. Now aware of the truth, he exhaled with relief. Being of the same age group, if Xiao Fengtong surpassed him too greatly, the psychological impact would have been considerable. Thank goodness, Shi Qinglang reassured himself inwardly, feeling rejuvenated. Fong Jinxiong, overhearing their conversation, deduced that Xiao Fengtong and Shi Qinglang were not merely master and servant. However, he was also aware of what inquiries to make and which to avoid. The balance of discretion is vital. When handled well, both parties feel at ease, but missteps may lead to irritation. As the three conversed, individuals from the clinic arrived, expressing their gratitude that we thank the three young masters for driving away that scion of the Liu family. Shi Qinglang turned to see several doctors approaching, clasping their fists in greeting. The leader, an unremarkable middle-aged man, displayed a notably warm demeanor. I am Lu Mu. I have the honor of meeting the three young masters. May I inquire your names? I am Shi Yin. This is my young master, Feng Jiao, and this is Fong Jinxiong, the young deputy leader of the Zhulong gang, Shi Qinglang introduced. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu nodded respectfully to Shi Qinglang and Fong Jinxiong, then bowed slowly to Xiao Fengtong. Thank you, young Master Feng, for your righteous intervention, restoring peace to our clinic. Dr. Liu, you are too kind. It was but a small effort, Xiao Fengtong replied, returning the gesture. Might I ask what prompted Liu Yiming's behavior? Lu Mu spat disdainfully. That Liu Yiming is a debauched individual, seeking pleasure everywhere. His excessive indulgence has led to a venereal disease, rendering him impotent. We, unfortunately, lack the expertise to treat such ailments and suggested he wait for Dr. May. However, he went so far as to drive away other patients in his desperation to see Dr. May that we dared not voice our anger. And it was fortunate that young Master Feng intervened to expel that scoundrel. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fengtong felt his cheeks flush slightly, disdainfully spitting, unwilling to discuss Liu Yiming further. Dr. Liu, we also wish to consult Dr. May. Is there any way to arrange this? Lu Mu replied candidly. Dr. May visits periodically, but there is no set schedule. He was here 4 days ago. If you wish to see him, you must wait. His words reiterated Fong Jinxiong's earlier information that we are in dire need of medical attention. Might you have any other suggestions, Dr. Liu? Xiao Fengtong inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Lu Mu sighed. It is not that we wish to trouble you, young master. The Yunming's medical valley lies within this Grand Canyon. However, it is said to be fraught with swamps, and we have never ventured there ourselves. Xiao Fengtong tentatively asked, might we attempt to enter? Lu Mu's expression shifted, hastily advising, there have been those desperate for treatment who ventured inside. But none returned alive, that a few fortunate souls encountered Dr. May and were spared. But it is unheard of for outsiders to navigate the Yunming's medical valley alone, that I implore you, young Master Feng, to reconsider. Xiao Fengtong nodded. Thank you, Dr. Liu, for your prudent warning that we shall deliberate further, that I hope you gentlemen will refrain from rash actions. Lu Mu concluded, shaking his head as he led the other physicians back to their respective chambers. Chapter 30. Ingenious Ideas. Xiao Fengtong rested her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. Their objective was not merely to find Dr. May, but rather the legendary healer Jiang Shang. Even if they were to encounter Dr. May, it likely would not yield significant results. Given the mystery surrounding the Yunming's medical valley, she speculated that Jiang Shang might be hidden there, concealed from outsiders. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved, I cannot remain here idly awaiting fate. I must venture to Yunming's and see for myself. Shi Yin, what about you? Shi Qinglang promptly replied, Naturally, I shall accompany the young master. Are you jesting? Would I dare not join? If the Emperor Tianqi learned he allowed the ninth princess to venture into danger alone, he would fear for his own life. Count me in, Fang Jinxiong declared, thumping his chest with loyalty. Shi Qinglang, upon hearing this, regarded Fang Jinxiong with newfound respect. Despite the perilous nature of this endeavor, Fang Jinxiong volunteered without hesitation. While they owed Fang Jinxiong some gratitude, it is rare to find someone so appreciative. Xiao Fengdong, not wishing to burden him, politely declined, I appreciate your goodwill, Brother Fang, but this journey is fraught with danger. Precisely because of the danger, having one more companion increases our chances. Fang Jinxiong interjected, deliberately feigning displeasure, that do you doubt my strength, young Master Feng. Seeing Xiao Fengtong's discomfort, Shi Qinglang quickly interjected, Brother Feng has a point. However, I believe it would be wiser for you to remain here. Consider, Brother Feng, if we all venture inside and miss Dr. May, we would surely regret it that if we successfully locate the Yunming's medical valley. It would be a joyous occasion, but should we encounter difficulties, we would rely on you to bring Dr. May to our aid. Thus, it is prudent for Brother Feng to remain here, awaiting Dr. May's arrival, which is the safest course of action. Xiao Fengtong's eyes brightened, secretly admiring Shi Yan's adaptability and thorough considerations. She cleared her throat and concurred, Indeed, this is precisely what I intended to suggest. Fang Jinxiong was persuaded and recognized the logic in their reasoning. Very well. In that case, I shall remain here to provide support, and you must exercise utmost caution. After the three had finished their discussion, Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong did not linger any longer, promptly making their way towards the Grand Canyon. Given the legend surrounding the Grand Canyon, both proceeded with utmost caution. Once they exited the canyon, their vision was suddenly widened. Ahead lay an endless expanse of plains, lush with flowers and grasses. Though sparse in trees at a first glance, there appeared to be nothing unusual. However, Shi Qinglang dared not let his guard down and immediately activated his celestial vision. Upon a closer inspection, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What lay before them was not a plain at all, but an expansive marshland, its surface disguised by layers of decaying vegetation, creating a fade that seemed innocuous, yet was, in reality, a treacherous floating layer that could not bear weight. Just as Xiao Fengtong was about to step forward to test the ground, Shi Qinglang swiftly interjected, My lord, do not. This is entirely a vast marshland. With that, Shi Qinglang picked up a large stone and cast it a short distance away. Look, upon hitting the ground, the stone emitted a dull thud before slowly sinking beneath the surface. Xiao Fengtong, remarkably calm, merely frowned slightly and remarked, Indeed, it is as difficult to traverse as it appears. Shi Yin, do you have any solutions? Shi Qinglang, with a helpless smile, replied, This marshland is of indeterminate depth and spans far too wide. If we lose our way, proceeding carelessly would be fraught with peril. Unless we could soar through the skies or walk upon water, I cannot think of any other alternatives. Xiao Fengtong's eyes sparkled with inspiration as a charming smile graced her lips. Flying is out of the question. No one can achieve that below the first rank. However, walking upon water is certainly worth contemplating. Shi Qinglang cautioned, This marshland is no ordinary water. Anything with weight will sink. Xiao Fengtong beamed. Then what if we were to walk upon ice? Shi Qinglang paused, momentarily perplexed. When he saw Xiao Fengtong draw her treasured sword and, with a graceful sweep of her hand, the silver blade shimmered with a blinding cold light. Centered around Xiao Fengtong, a wave of frigid air rapidly spread outward that in mere moments, the ground and vegetation within a radius of 3 zhang were cloaked in a layer of icy frost. Shi Qinglang stared in awe, involuntarily swallowing hard. This was simply magnificent. Xiao Fengtong explained, "This sword is called Wangchuan, said to be forged from a millennia-old ice crystal from glaciers combined with 10,000-year-old cold iron from the deep sea. Wangchuan is renowned among the list of divine weapons, capable of cutting through iron as though it were mud and severing hair with a mere breath. Just the cold aura it emits is beyond the tolerance of ordinary individuals. Once activated with true energy, it can instantly freeze water into ice." Shi Qinglang gazed intently at the Wangchuan sword in Xiao Fengtong's hand, his eyes clearly reflecting his yearning. "What are you waiting for? Come here." Xiao Fengtong tossed the sword sheath to the ground, positioning herself at its front, and urged Shi Qinglang to follow suit. Realizing the brilliance of her strategy, Shi Qinglang stood at the back of the sword sheath, silently praising her cleverness. With a surge of energy, Xiao Fengtong propelled the sword sheath forward across the frost, gliding effortlessly across the icy surface. Periodically, they took turns activating the Wangchuan sword, and soon enough, their speed rivaled that of a swift steed. Yet, amidst the vast marshland, it took them over 2 hours before they finally beheld the faint outlines of human construction at the foot of a mountain. Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong exchanged glances, both feeling that their efforts had not been in vain. Clearly, this was their destination, the Yimin's Medical Valley. The mountain was not particularly tall, and they quickly ascended the stone steps leading to an entrance. Knock, knock, knock. Shi Qinglang took the lead in knocking on the door. After a brief wait, the door creaked open, revealing a young man who appeared to be of similar age, with a round face and small eyes. He bore a slightly plump figure, blinking in surprise at the sight of Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong. "Who are you? How did you find this place?" "I am Shi Yin, and this is my lord Feng Jiu. We have come to seek the esteemed medical sage, Jiang Shang." Shi Qinglang nodded slightly in response. The round-faced youth furrowed his brow, looking quite wary. "How do you know my master is here?" Chapter 31. The Ninth Prince. Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong exchanged glances, both feeling a surge of joy. They had indeed come to the right place. Shi Qinglang hastily clasped his fists and said, "To be candid, we are friends of Dr. Wei Jie. The young master of our family has fallen gravely ill and is in a dire situation. Dr. Wei, having exhausted all options, referred us to the esteemed Jiang Shini. We have come to the Medical Valley, seeking his mercy to save my young master's life." "Wei Jie? Who is that?" The round-faced youth pouted. "I don't know him and have never heard of him." Shi Qinglang patiently explained, "Dr. Wei is a disciple of Jiang Shang." The youth responded with a realization. "Oh, so that is how it is. All right then, wait here a moment while I ask my senior brother." With a resounding thud, before Shi Qinglang could react, the round-faced youth slammed the door shut and turned away. After a brief wait, the door reopened, and this time, the round-faced youth was accompanied by a middle-aged man. The man bore an elegant countenance and sported a short beard, appearing warm and friendly. Upon seeing Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong, he expressed great surprise that I never expected anyone to traverse that marshland. "Two young masters, how rare indeed. I heard Nanqing mention that you are friends of Wei Jie's disciple. No wonder you are here seeking my master. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, that I am Mei Lin. And this is my junior disciple, Su Nanqing." Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong simultaneously cupped their fists in greeting. "So you are the famed Mei Shini. It is an honor to meet you. We have intruded upon your peace and wonder if Jiang Lao is available for an audience." Mei Lin hesitated, saying, "My master has a rather peculiar temperament. I believe Wei's disciple has informed you that he has not treated patients for many years, that if you seek medical assistance, you may discuss it with me. Perhaps I can offer some help." Shi Qinglang glanced at Xiao Fengtong, who nodded in agreement. He then recounted the 12th prince's condition in detail. After listening, Mei Lin stroked his short beard, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. "It seems my medical skills are insufficient. I have never encountered such symptoms before." Xiao Fengtong exclaimed urgently, "If that is the case, may we request an audience with Jiang Lao? We hope he can lend his assistance." Mei Lin looked apologetic. "That I'm truly sorry. My master has long instructed us to focus on our research and not to disturb him. Xiao Fengtong's expression darkened, suppressing her anger as she retorted. Is saving lives not a valid reason to disturb him? Isn't that the very purpose of his research? Su Nanqing rolled his eyes, responding, with so many people in the world, can we really save them all? Besides, my master's research may not necessarily be for saving lives. Perhaps it is for ending them. Xiao Fengtong was momentarily at a loss for words. She had forgotten that the esteemed title of medical sage was a respectful appellation bestowed upon Jiang Shang by others. While he himself referred to his dual mastery of medicine and poison, that he was a complex figure, capable of both saving and taking lives, defying conventional understanding. Mei Lin gently tapped Su Nanqing on the head. Turning to address the visitors, do not mind my junior disciple's foolishness, that my master is genuinely devoted to the art of medicine, purely out of passion. Shi Qinglang could not help but inwardly scoff. Is that what we care about? We are concerned with whether Jiang Lao can be persuaded to come out of seclusion. Noticing Xiao Fengtong's increasingly stormy demeanor, Shi Qinglang sensed her frustration nearing its boiling point. As expected, Xiao Fengtong suddenly let out a cold laugh, revealing the royal token on her person. Mei Lin, Su Nanqing, I am the 9th prince of the realm, that my younger brother, the 12th prince, is gravely ill. If my brother cannot be cured, do you have any idea how many lives would be lost as a consequence? If you deny me entry today, have you considered the wrath of the emperor? Su Nanqing, upon hearing this, was taken aback for a moment, then inexplicably excitedly exclaimed, Oh my, a prince! Senior brother, it's actually a prince! I've never seen a prince before. No wonder he looks so handsome. Mei Lin, one hand on his forehead and the other hastily covering Su Nanqing's mouth, thought, if this little disciple keeps talking, who knows what embarrassment he might bring upon us in front of royalty. Shi Qinglang couldn't help but chuckle. This little fellow's thought process was quite unique and amusing. Xiao Fengtong's countenance had darkened to an unprecedented degree, the veins on her forehead subtly pulsating. Clearly indicating her agitation, it seemed this was the first time someone had dared to mock her so openly. Calm down, 9th prince, please remain calm. Shi Qinglang hastily intervened, stepping forward to mediate. Mei Shenshi, you surely do not wish to create a scene. Do you just look at this? Alas, very well. I shall inform my master at once. However, whether stirring him will bring fortune or calamity, I cannot predict. You must prepare yourselves mentally. Mei Lin, sensing Xiao Fengtong's fury, hastily uttered this line before grabbing Su Nanqing and making a swift exit. 9th prince, children often speak without restraint. You must exercise patience. We are here to seek medical assistance, not to engage in violence. That lad is inexperienced. Do not take his words to heart, Shi Qinglang implored earnestly. Xiao Fengtong exhaled deeply, her expression finally softening somewhat. Shi Yin, you are right. For the sake of my brother, I must not act impulsively, that Su Nanqing is merely speaking without thought. There is no need for me to lower myself to his level. It appears that persuading Jiang Shang to come out of retirement is not going to be an easy feat, Shi Yin. Your mind is sharp. Think of a solution quickly. Shi Qinglang, with a wry smile, could only agree to comply for the time being, intending to adapt as circumstances unfolded. Before long, Mei Lin returned alone. Esteemed ones, His Highness the 9th Prince, my master has asked me to invite you inside for a discussion. Xiao Fengtong nodded slightly and stepped into the courtyard, walking alongside Mei Lin. Shi Qinglang trailed behind, realizing that the courtyard was indeed a hidden gem, far more expansive than he had anticipated. The entire compound was nestled against the mountain. Simple yet refined, permeated with the scent of medicinal herbs that Shi Qinglang followed Mei Lin through the front and middle courtyards. He noticed that apart from Mei Lin and Su Nanqing, there were a few others scattered about, each engaged in their own tasks. Upon spotting Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong, they cast curious glances in their direction. Not far away, Su Nanqing was animatedly pointing at them along with a girl of similar age. Xiao Fengtong chose to ignore it entirely. Under Mei Lin's guidance, they proceeded to the rear courtyard, arriving at a 3-story structure. Chapter 32. Immovable Mei Lin pushed the door open from the side, ushering Xiao Fengtong and Shi Qinglang inside. The interior revealed a guest hall, modestly furnished. Seated at the head of the hall was an elderly man with graying temples and a somewhat pained expression, none other than the famed physician Jiang Shang. Judging solely by his appearance, Jiang Shang appeared to be around 50 years of age. Had it not been for his white hair, he might have seemed even younger. Master, the ninth prince has come to see you. Mei Lin bowed respectfully to Jiang Shang. The old man glanced at Xiao Fengtong, curling his lips in a sardonic smile. What ninth prince? She is clearly just a little girl. Mei Lin was taken aback by this remark. Instinctively shifting his gaze toward Xiao Fengtong, specifically her chest. Only to be met with her fiery glare, he quickly lowered his head, muttering a silent prayer to avoid her wrath. Suppressing her indignation, Xiao Fengtong turned and clasped her fists, saying, "Junior pays respects to the esteemed physician Jiang Shang." Jiang Shang regarded her with a hint of amusement. "Ah, little girl, who exactly are you?" Xiao Fengtong replied with poise, "You possess keen insight. Zhang Lao, I am indeed not a male. It is merely for convenience while traveling that my name is Xiao Fengtong, and I have come to seek your assistance for my royal brother." Jiang Shang clicked his tongue in realization. "So, you are a little princess? No wonder you have such a temper. What, do you plan to wipe out my Yumin's medical valley if I refuse to help?" Xiao Fengtong bit her lip, swallowing her anger. "Your words are harsh. Zhang Lao, that I have come here sincerely, solely to seek your aid, that I hope you can show mercy and save my unfortunate brother." Jiang Shang, however, was not swayed, responding sarcastically, employing both soft and hard tactics, typical of someone from the royal family. Xiao Fengtong insisted, "Zhang Lao, I assure you, I mean no such thing." Jiang Shang raised his hand to interrupt her. "Little princess, let me be frank with you. Firstly, I have no desire for the royal family's favor. Secondly, I am not intimidated by your royal threats. Since you have made the effort to come here and show some sincerity, I will extend a courtesy to your family. Here is a list. It contains rare items from the world, if your royal family can procure even one of them. I will accompany you on your journey, but of course, if I cannot cure your brother, you must return the items. Which seems fair, does it not?" Xiao Fengtong reached out to take the list. Jiang Shang tossed her way, unfolding it to reveal her astonishment. The list detailed approximately a dozen rare items, each with a brief description. Earth Fire 9 Petals Lotus. Growing deep within underground magma, resembling a lotus, bright red like fire, with 9 petals when mature. Arhut Relics. The relics left behind by a saint after passing, radiant and resplendent, containing divine essence. Crystal Crowned Snake Gallbladder. A rare snake species crowned with crystal on its head, with gallbladder like jade. Jade Immortal Mushroom, emerald in hue, resembling an umbrella, fragrant like musk, a true treasure among mushrooms. "What is this?" Xiao Fengtong exclaimed, bewildered, despite considering herself well-read and knowledgeable. She had only heard of 1 or 2 of these items, mostly in obscure texts, without knowing their authenticity. The majority of the items were entirely unfamiliar to her. "Zhang Lao, do these items truly exist in the world? Have you ever encountered them?" Jiang Shang rolled his eyes. "If I had seen them, would I need your royal family's assistance to find them?" Xiao Fengtong could only respond truthfully, "Zhang Lao, we currently do not possess any of these items. However, should you agree to save my brother's life, I promise to spare no effort in procuring them for you." Jiang Shang scoffed. "Anyone can make empty promises. That conditions are right here. Come back and talk to me once you have truly found something." Xiao Fengtong finally understood the adage that seeing is believing. Jiang Shang's temperament was indeed as capricious as rumored, more elusive than she had anticipated. Yet, she was not one to concede so easily. A cunning thought crossed her mind, and she smirked. Could it be that even Zhang Lao is unable to cure my royal brother's ailment, thus seeking to make things difficult for me? Preposterous! Jiang Shang exclaimed angrily. "Little girl, your provocations are futile. They will only serve to infuriate me. Do you believe that if you continue to provoke me, you will even be able to leave this valley?" Xiao Fengtong retorted defiantly. "Zhang Lao, since I have come here, I will not depart without persuading you to come down from your mountain. Then I shall personally escort you out," Jiang Shang declared as soon as the words left his mouth. His entire demeanor shifted dramatically. He slowly extended a palm, an overwhelming force surging forth, akin to an invisible mountain bearing down upon Xiao Fengtong. With a clang, the Wangchuan's sword was drawn, instantly cooling the atmosphere of the room. Xiao Fengtong's expression turned grave as she formed a sword seal with one hand, swiftly unleashing 2 strikes that merged into an X-shaped sword energy, vanishing in an instant. This time, Shi Qingling utilized his heavenly eye. gaining clearer insight into the unfolding events. Although Xiao Fengtong's strikes were sequential, the speed of the latter was astonishingly swift, catching up with the former in an instant. The two sword energies merged in a peculiar manner, their velocity and power suddenly doubling. With a ripping sound akin to tearing fabric, Xiao Fengtong's full-force sword energy managed to break through Jiang Shang's palm strike, yet her sword energy was also completely dissipated in the process. Third-grade completion, Jiang Shang remarked, a flicker of surprise in his eyes that at such a young age, possessing such martial prowess was indeed a rare talent. Xiao Fengtong clasped her fists. Thank you for your praise. Jiang Lao. Compared to you, my third-grade cultivation is hardly worth mentioning. Jiang Shang, discerning her identity and level, suspected that she was at least at the second-grade micro-realm. Unmoved, he replied, little girl, there is no need for flattery. I have only reached the second grade at my age and am far inferior to you in terms of martial talent. However, you are still nowhere near my match. If you are wise, you will leave quietly. If I must act again, I won't be so lenient. Faced with Jiang Shang's impenetrable demeanor, Xiao Fengtong found herself at a loss. Shifting her gaze, she sought help from Shi Qinglang, understanding her unspoken plea. Shi Qinglang stepped forward, cupping his fists in greeting. I am Shi Yin. Honor to meet you, Jiang Lao. Jiang Shang observed everything keenly. You, a mere subordinate, have been allowed to speak. This is quite interesting. What is your background? Shi Qinglang replied with a smile. I am but an ordinary guard, yet I do possess some knowledge of medicine that I was hoping to inquire what research Jiang Lao is currently engaged in. Jiang Shang displayed a hint of disdain. You seem to harbor ill intentions, do you? What, if you cannot obtain medical aid, do you seek to challenge me? Chapter 33. The fish is hooked. Your words are exaggerated. Jiang Lao, that I merely wish to see if I can assist you in any way. Shi Qinglang maintained his composure. Jiang Shang smirked. You may be young, but your words carry a considerable weight. It is of no consequence to inform you, for I fear you may be woefully uninformed. Have you ever heard of the art of blood replenishment? Blood replenishment? Shi Qinglang was taken aback. Could it be that this Jiang Shang is researching blood transfusion methods? If that is the case, then this esteemed Zhang's medical skills are rather avant-garde. Shi Qinglang was indeed intrigued, and his words conveyed a newfound sincerity. May I inquire, esteemed Jiang, if you could elaborate on this matter? Jiang Shang huffed dismissively, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes. This, he still wishes to seek my medical knowledge. At that moment, Mei Lin stepped forward to mediate. It is as follows. We have found that many individuals succumbing to grievous injuries ultimately perish due to excessive blood loss. While hemostatic agents can stem the flow of blood to some extent, should the wound be too substantial, these remedies often prove ineffective. Once blood loss reaches a critical level, treatment may come too late to save the individual. Therefore, my master is investigating methods of blood replenishment to see if it might buy us precious time for treatment. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang's eyes lit up. Indeed, this Jiang Shang possesses an advanced mindset that is not typical. Shi Qinglang respectfully bowed to Jiang Shang, his gaze earnest. May I ask how far along your research has progressed, esteemed Jiang? The younger generation has some insights that may be of assistance to you. Just you. Jiang Shang immediately bristled with indignation. Insights? Aid me. Who do you think you are? Very well. I shall ask you, what is your stance on the notion of blood-based kinship identification? Naturally, it is a baseless claim. Shi Qinglang retorted almost instinctively, without a moment's thought. Jiang Shang appeared somewhat surprised, his tone softening slightly. Pray, elucidate how it is a baseless claim. This is precisely fortuitous, Shi Qinglang declared with confidence. The bloodlines of individuals are inherited from both parents. While there exists a certain probability that one may share a blood type with either father or mother, different blood types may also arise, and even mutations can occur. The principle behind blood-based kinship identification is that identical blood types will merge, while differing blood types will elicit agglutination reactions. Should one be able to gather a substantial number of samples, it would become evident that even non-relational blood could merge. Furthermore, even among blood relatives, such as between parents and siblings, blood may also agglutinate. Thus, employing blood to ascertain kinship is an exceedingly hasty method. A.S. Shi Qinglang concluded his remarks. A profound silence enveloped the room. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Xiao Fengtong suddenly found herself questioning her own understanding of life. Every word spoken by Shi Qinglang was clear to her. Yet strung together, they resembled an incomprehensible scripture. Mei Lin's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Shi Qinglang, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of contemplation and doubt that it was indeed the first time he had encountered such a theory. Though he grasped but a fraction, it nonetheless resonated with a sense of reason. Jiang Shang appeared pensive, and after a long pause, finally inquired, "What do you mean by blood type?" "That term carries some significance." Shi Qinglang patiently explained, "Blood can indeed be categorized, with each category corresponding to a specific type. Collectively referred to as blood types, human blood types are generally divided into 4 common types and several rare types. 99% of individuals belong to the common blood types, as long as the blood types are identical. It is possible to realize the blood replenishment method you speak of, esteemed Jiang." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shang swiftly moved to Shi Qinglang's side, and he excitedly seized Shi Qinglang's arm, eagerly asking, "How then can one distinguish blood types?" A glimmer of amusement danced in Shi Qinglang's eyes. The fish had finally been hooked. He feigned reluctance, stating that the matter is rather lengthy and may take several days to explain that I am currently under royal orders. And since you refuse to treat the 12th prince, I must take my leave to seek alternative methods. Once the 12th prince's ailment is resolved, I shall return. Enough of this, Jiang Shang impatiently interrupted. Do you take me for a fool with your endless prattle? You simply wish for me to come out of retirement to treat that young prince, do you not? Jiang Shang, you are astute. Shi Qinglang did not deny it, chuckling in agreement. Astute, indeed. Jiang Shang retorted irritably, "You have won. I shall agree to assist, but you must also promise me one thing." Shi Qinglang understood the implication. Of course, once the 12th prince's condition improves, I shall share all I know with you. Jiang Shang's eyes twinkled, feigning superiority. "I have nearly completed my own research on this method. Even if you do not speak, given time, I shall deduce it myself." Indeed, Shi Qinglang responded in agreement, though inwardly he scoffed that "I trust your word." Not at all. This matter involves cellular knowledge, which cannot be easily deciphered. However, in this moment, Shi Qinglang still sought Jiang Shang's favor. Thus he maintained a cordial demeanor. "Surely, with your esteemed medical expertise, such matters will pose no challenge for you." Indeed, Jiang Shang nodded approvingly, a satisfied expression crossing his face, as if to say, "You possess discerning insight." Shi Qinglang refrained from revealing his thoughts. Patiently awaiting further discourse, Jiang Shang, with a playful smile, declared that the matter he sought was not that which had just been discussed. "Pray, enlighten me, esteemed Jiang." Shi Qinglang inwardly cursed the old fox, yet maintained a beaming smile. Jiang Shang cleared his throat. "After saving the young prince, I require you to promise to stay in the medical valley and accompany me for a year. Should you agree, I shall set out immediately. If you refuse, you may leave at your discretion." All present were astute individuals, naturally understanding Jiang Shang's intentions. Xiao Fengtong observed Shi Qinglang's hesitation, her impatience evident as she repeatedly signaled him with her eyes, clearly conveying, "Is it not merely a year? Shi Qinglang, what are you still pondering?" After a moment of contemplation, Shi Qinglang extended 3 fingers and decisively declared, 3 months. You dare to demand an exorbitant price. I shall equally counter your offer." Jiang Shang immediately fumed, furiously glaring to no. "At least 6 months. Otherwise, we part ways here, and I do not believe you will back down. It is settled." Words alone are insufficient. A handshake seals the pact. Jiang Shang raised his palm, and with a resounding clap, the agreement was solidified. Upon witnessing the 2 clasped hands, Xiao Fengtong finally felt a weight lift from her heart. With the oath established, Jiang Shang immediately transformed. Beaming as he pulled Shi Qinglang to sit beside him, "At a glance, I can tell you are no ordinary person, my young friend. Come, tell me, where are you from, and how old are you this year?" "Oh dear, why this sudden shyness? Fear not. I assure you, I am the most affable of companions." Chapter 34. The Art of Poison. Mei Lin stood agape, his eyes nearly bulging from his head. Is this truly the same master who previously wore a perpetual scowl? As if the entire world owed him a debt. Ahem. Xiao Fengtong coughed lightly, addressing Jiang Shang. "Might I inquire when we should set forth? My brother's condition truly cannot afford delay." Jiang Shang, growing impatient, retorted, "Young lady, why the haste? Do you not see that I am engrossed in conversation with my young friend?" Shi Qinglang inwardly scoffed. It is clear that you are the only one speaking here, while I have remained silent. What concern is that of mine? However, in the next moment he felt the weight of Xiao Fengtong's gaze upon him. Indeed, nature has a way of balancing itself. Shi Qinglang could only offer encouragement, suggesting, "Esteemed Jiang, perhaps we could converse while on the road?" The 12th prince's condition cannot afford further delay. Should anything happen to him, I too would meet a dire fate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shang's demeanor shifted dramatically. Then what are we waiting for? Let us depart at once. Xiao Fengtong's face flushed with anger, her expression cycling through shades of red and white. "I am the one beseeching you, esteemed Jiang, yet your double standards are glaringly apparent. Am I not a dignified princess in my own right? Must I forego my pride? Alas, I shall endure for the sake of my brother." Mei Lin pondered briefly before suggesting, "Your Highness, given the weariness of travel, it would be prudent to rest within the valley for the night. We could set out early tomorrow morn. It is but half a day's journey from Yunming Marsh to the capital, and one night will not make a difference. This way, Your Highness can thoroughly discuss the young prince's ailment with my master." Allowing for ample preparation, Xiao Fengtong clasped her hands in gratitude, acknowledging, "Your consideration is most thoughtful. Mei Shini, we shall impose upon you for the night." Shi Qinglang seized the opportunity to mention the matter concerning Fang Jianxiu. "This matter is simple. Fear not, Shi Gongzi, I shall step out of the valley shortly." With Mei Lin's assurance, Shi Qinglang felt alleviated of his concerns regarding Fang Jianxiu. This expedition to the Yunming Marsh Medical Valley could be deemed a resounding success. With all parties satisfied, Shi Qinglang felt a lightness within him, looking forward to a well-deserved rest. The following morning, Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong accompanied Jiang Shang as they exited the Yunming Marsh Medical Valley. They departed in a leather raft, reminiscent of the sheepskin raft Shi Qinglang had seen in his previous life. That it was uncertain from which animal's hide this raft was crafted, yet it astonishingly traversed the marsh, carrying people across. Indeed, the wonders of this world are boundless. Certainly, to navigate this raft through the marshes, one must possess at least the cultivation of a 6th-grade internal energy practitioner, capable of propelling it with their own vital energy. Shi Qinglang also discovered that Jiang Shang traversed this swamp using a particular route. According to Jiang Shang, should one deviate from the path he took, even with a raft, it would be exceedingly difficult to maneuver through this marshland. Thus, when Jiang Shang learned that Shi Qinglang and the others had relied on artificially created eyes to glide through, a myriad of emotions stirred within him. The fact that Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong were able to locate the medical valley amidst the vast marshland was attributable not only to their innate strength and intellect, but also to an extraordinary stroke of luck. After passing through the Yunming Marsh, Shi Qinglang had become quite adept at navigating the return journey. As the three returned to the palace, night had nearly fallen. Xiao Fengtong led the way, guiding Shi Qinglang and Jiang Shang directly to the Wutong Palace. After Jiang Shang meticulously examined the body of the 12th prince, he stroked his short beard, falling into deep contemplation. Xiao Fengtong, unable to suppress her growing anxiety, finally inquired, "Jiang Laozu, what is the situation?" She glanced at Jiang Shang's expression, cautiously posing her question. Jiang Shang responded slowly, nodding his head as he uttered 2 words, "Can be cured." Xiao Fengtong, filled with hope, finally heard these words, and tears welled in her autumn-like eyes, nearly overflowing with joy. Shi Qinglang also felt a sense of relief, grateful that their arduous journey had not been in vain. Yet his curiosity piqued, he asked Jiang Laozu, "Do you know what poison afflicts the 12th prince?" Jiang Shang lifted his chin slightly. A look of pride on his face that it is no exaggeration. Within the Great Lan dynasty, I am perhaps the only one capable of discerning the origin of this poison. Indeed, nothing escapes your discerning gaze. Jiang Laozu, I humbly await your teachings. Shi Qinglang promptly flattered. Jiang Shang nodded in satisfaction before elucidating. This poison, to be precise, is not a poison at all, but rather a form of sorcery from the western frontier. Someone has implanted a larval goo worm into the young prince's brain. Judging by the prince's condition, the worm has not been there long. The scent of that yellow powder likely stimulates the goo worm, causing the prince excruciating headaches. The western frontier? Xiao Fengtong exclaimed in astonishment. That isn't that territory of the Shilin dynasty, Jiang Shang confirmed. Indeed, it is currently under the Shilin dynasty. However, over 20 years ago, there existed a small nation in the western frontier known as Yunzhao. The sorcery originates from that nation. Unfortunately, after Yunzhao was annexed by the Shilling dynasty, the art of Gu sorcery became lost to time. That it is truly remarkable to encounter it again in the Great Lawn Palace. Xiao Fengtong urged Jiang Laozu, since you are aware that the 12th prince is afflicted by Gu sorcery, you must possess a remedy, correct? Though Xiao Fengtong sensed the peculiarity of the situation, her primary concern remained her brother's health. Jiang Shang nodded. There is a method, but it is not something that can be accomplished swiftly. That I need to thoroughly study the yellow powder that stimulates the Gu worm. That I hope to concoct a similar substance to lure the worm out of the young prince's brain. This process is akin to unraveling silk from a cocoon. It cannot yield results in a short span. That it may take at least 10 days to half a month, or even longer. Xiao Fengtong expressed her concern. During this period, will the prince be all right? Jiang Shang replied, as long as nothing continues to stimulate the Gu worm in his brain, he will remain unharmed in the short term. However, I recommend that the young prince accompany me back to the medical valley in Yunmeng for treatment. Firstly, it allows him to distance himself from the tumult of the palace. Secondly, I possess all the medicinal supplies and instruments in the medical valley, which will expedite my research. Xiao Fengtong contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, then I entrust everything to you. Jiang Laozu, I will approach Father Emperor shortly. I believe you will not oppose this, and I shall accompany you as well. Jiang Shang pointed at Shi Qinglang, reminding her, Little Shi must also return with me, that we agree that he shall reside with me for half a year. You must not go back on your word. Xiao Fengtong, both amused and exasperated, replied, Very well, that is not an issue. Please, Jiang Laozu, stay in the palace tonight. Jiang Shang had no objections to this. Xiao Fengtong then dispatched servants to prepare a guest room and a meal to welcome Jiang Shang. Seeing that he had no further business, Shi Qinglang arranged to meet Xiao Fengtong the following morning. That he excused himself to return to the Imperial Medical Institute, but in truth, he stealthily returned to Lei Hao's residence. It had only been 2 or 3 days since their last meeting, yet he found himself missing his master. Master, your disciple has now attained the 3rd grade Tongxian realm. Are you surprised? Are you astonished? This rare opportunity to boast was not one he wished to overlook. Chapter 35. Farewell. Shi Qinglang restrained his aura and stealthily infiltrated the courtyard, only to find that Lei Hao's room was already darkened. Wishing to surprise his master, he tiptoed towards Lei Hao's quarters and quietly pushed open the door. However, he was immediately met with a fist. Shi Qinglang seemed to have anticipated this, and he swiftly retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists collided without flourish. Shi Qinglang felt an overwhelming force emanate from the impact, sending him flying backward. He had to perform 2 midair flips to dissipate the force, yet his arms still tingled from the shock. Lei Hao, clad in inner garments, swiftly exited his room. You little rascal, do you seek to deceive your master? Have you even learned to ambush me? Shi Qinglang stepped forward and enveloped Lei Hao in a warm embrace. Grinning as he showered his master with compliments, that I intended to give you a surprise, but it seems your skills are unparalleled. You saw right through me. Lei Hao shook his head with a wry smile, scrutinizing Shi Qinglang with eyes filled with pride. That it has only been a few days. Did you encounter some extraordinary fortune that allowed you to break through? Shi Qinglang had no intention of withholding the truth from Lei Hao and recounted all that had transpired during his journey. However, to spare Lei Hao from worry, he omitted the incident regarding the possession by Zayulu. Lei Hao listened in astonishment, even expressing a hint of envy as he remarked, Qinglang, you truly possess great fortune. Remaining within this palace is a disservice to your talents. Shi Qinglang was unfazed by this comment, his eyes filled with reluctance as he replied, Master, I must depart again tomorrow and may not return for at least half a year. Lei Hao gently patted Shi Qinglang's head, his expression tender. Qinglang, this is a good thing. You should not linger here. Heed your master's words. Find an excuse to avoid returning to the palace again. Why, Master, are you driving me away? Shi Qinglang asked in surprise. That do you intend to remain in the palace as a false eunuch for eternity? Lei Hao countered. Shi Qinglang opened his mouth to argue, but suddenly realized. Right, I am not an eunuch. What am I doing here? Lei Hao patted Shi Qinglang's shoulder again. Qinglang, with your talent and abilities, the outside world is where you truly belong. All gatherings must eventually part. Your martial arts cultivation has reached the 3rd grade Tongxian realm. Beyond the third grade, the most critical aspect is comprehension. There is little more I can teach you. The path ahead is for you to carve out on your own. I believe you will forge your own destiny. All right, master, I will ponder this carefully. This moment. Shi Qinglang felt a tumult of emotions. Rationally, he understood that Lei Hao's words held truth, but the suddenness of the farewell left him unprepared. There was a tinge of reluctance in Lei Hao's eyes. Shi Qinglang was one of the few attachments he had left in this world, but he had long ceased to harbor hopes for his own future. Living in constant peril, yet he could not allow his disciple to bear the same fate. The next morning, as Shi Qinglang prepared to bid farewell to Lei Hao, he found that his master had vanished without a trace. Shi Qinglang understood that this was his master's way of signaling him not to return. Reluctantly, Shi Qinglang took one last glance around, cherishing the memories of the first stable life he had known in this foreign world. Having spent 2 years here, he had never imagined departing in such a manner. He bowed deeply towards Lei Hao's room before turning to leave. Unbeknownst to him, on a distant rooftop, Lei Hao watched him leave. His eyes filled with a complex mixture of pride and sorrow. Shi Qinglang made his way to Wudong Palace, only to unexpectedly spot a shadowy figure lurking outside, peering around. The figure was tall and had a simple, honest demeanor. It was none other than Su Hu. Huge brother. Shi Qinglang quickened his pace and called out to Su Hu. Upon seeing Shi Qinglang outside Wudong Palace, Su Hu was momentarily taken aback before hurrying over to give him a bear hug. Little Stone, what brings you here? That is what I should be asking you. Huge brother, what are you doing here? I heard from Lord Tang that you and the 9th prince had returned to the palace. So, I hurried over to see you. Continuing, Su Hu delivered a punch to Shi Qinglang. Not too hard, but certainly not gentle either, and huffed in annoyance. You rascal. Running out of the palace without a word. You had me worried for several days. That he demanded. Speak. How did you manage to cling to the Wangtong Palace again? Shi Qinglang could sense Su Hu's concern, and a warmth flooded his heart, rubbing his shoulder. He grimaced and replied, Brother Hu, I didn't intend to. The situation arose so suddenly that I had no time to find you. He proceeded to briefly explain the sequence of events. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the assassination attempt on the 12th prince, as such knowledge would be more harmful than beneficial for Su Hu. No wonder, Su Hu remarked, seemingly relieved. Since it involves royal matters, people like us can only obey. Brother Hu, I will be accompanying the young prince to treat his illness, which will likely take about half a year, Shi Qinglang continued. Half a year? Su Hu's eyes revealed a hint of reluctance. Shi Qinglang nodded and cautioned, During my absence, you must be extra vigilant. Su Hu pounded his chest, declaring, Little Stone, you may not know, but I am now a close attendant to Lord Tang. Lord Tang believes I have potential and is personally instructing me in martial arts that I in just a few days. I've reached the 4th rank of the Wu Lu realm. Even Qindong treats me with courtesy and is making a point to befriend me. Shi Qinglang, upon hearing this, felt a surge of surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Tang would take a liking to Su Hu, with a master of the 1st rank guiding him. Su Hu's future appeared bright. That I in that case, I can rest easy. Shi Qinglang mused, then added, As for Qindong, simply play along. Even if you sense something amiss, don't act rashly. We will address it when I return. Brother Hu, such an opportunity is rare. You must seize it and focus on learning martial arts from Lord Tang. That is of utmost importance. That Su Hu nodded in agreement and exchanged a few more words with Shi Qinglang before taking his leave. Upon entering Wangtong Palace, Shi Qinglang discovered that Xiao Fengtong and Jiang Shang had already prepared for his arrival. Without further delay, the group set forth to return to Yunming's Medical Valley. Chapter 36. Taking a prince as a little brother. 2 months swiftly passed, that on a mountaintop overlooking the Yunming's Valley, 2 boys, one large and one small, sat side by side at the edge of a cliff. Shi Qinglang affectionately ruffled the hair of the boy beside him, who was none other than the 12th prince, Xiao Fengwu. After 2 months of interaction, Shi Qinglang had thoroughly won over this once rebellious youth to Shi Qinglang. It was entirely due to his unique charisma. Resist if you dare. A few needles, and you'll be crying for mercy. Illness must be treated. Having a prince as a little brother, what a delightful sensation. Xiao Fengwu recognized that, in a sense, Shi Qinglang had indeed saved his life. Moreover, during this time, Shi Qinglang's vast knowledge, martial prowess, and medical skills had left Xiao Fengwu in awe. Of course, he only shared this admiration with his sister, Xiao Fengtong, that in reality, He had been thoroughly subdued by Shi Qinglang, enduring a rather humiliating defeat. It was the kind of bullying that was both blatant and indisputable, leaving him with an aversion to silver needles. However, since Xiao Fengwu had genuinely pledged his allegiance, he had grown increasingly close to Shi Qinglang. As parting loomed, Xiao Fengwu found himself reluctant to bid farewell to his newfound leader. He blinked his innocent, clear eyes and feigned a pitiful expression. "Brother Stone, I don't want to go back. What if someone in the palace tries to harm me? My sister will return to the academy, and I will be left all alone in Wantong Palace. Why don't you come back with me?" Shi Qinglang rolled his eyes dramatically. "Spare me. I stopped playing this game 2 years ago. I promised old Jiang I would stay here for half a year. There are still 4 months left. I cannot go back on my word, fine." Xiao Fengwu pouted, his cheeks puffed out in resignation. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. "Brother Stone, how about you come to Wantong Palace permanently? I'll make you the head eunuch there. You'll still be the boss. You should be the eunuch. And your whole family too. Never mind, I shouldn't speak so carelessly. I can't even think that way." Truth be told, Shi Qinglang hadn't fully made up his mind. He sighed deeply, placing his hands behind his neck and reclining back. Gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, he felt a pang of melancholy, recalling Master Lei Hao's words. "What do you mean you haven't made up your mind?" Xiao Fengwu mimicked him, lying down beside Shi Qinglang. "Fengwu," a clear voice called from a distance. Xiao Fengwu sprang to his feet, spotting his sister, Xiao Fengtong, approaching. Shi Qinglang also stood up, slightly awkwardly adjusting his attire, but he felt free to treat Xiao Fengwu as a little brother and speak candidly. But he restrained himself around Xiao Fengtong. "Fengwu, have you finished your conversation? Then let's prepare to head back to the palace," Xiao Fengtong remarked, casting a glance at Shi Qinglang before turning her attention back to her brother. Xiao Fengwu, unwilling yet compliant, responded with a reluctant okay, waving goodbye to Shi Qinglang. "Brother Stone, I'm leaving now. You must come visit me." Shi Qinglang nodded in a rather perfunctory manner. Xiao Fengtong's gaze lingered on Shi Qinglang, her expression somewhat complex. "Shi Yin, I want to say much in thanks. Just take care of yourself." Shi Qinglang earnestly nodded in response. Xiao Fengtong smiled gently, taking Xiao Fengwu by the hand as they descended the mountain. After 2 months of companionship, Xiao Fengtong seemed to have forgotten Shi Qinglang's identity as a little eunuch, treating him instead as an equal friend. At that moment, Xiao Fengtong felt an indescribable sentiment within her heart. With this farewell, the next meeting was uncertain. Even she could not say whether they would still relate as they did now. Xiao Fengwu, feeling disheartened, gazed back longingly after boarding the carriage. "Can't we stay a bit longer?" he lamented. Xiao Fengtong chuckled helplessly. "You've been free for over half a month. The poison in your brain has been removed, yet you stubbornly feigned illness to avoid leaving. Do you think I was unaware? I've indulged you for long enough. It's time to return. Father has already sent letters urging you back several times, and this time he even dispatched the shadow guards to fetch you. If you linger any longer, he may begin to suspect something." Caught red-handed, Xiao Fengwu lost his temper, drooping his head and sighing dramatically. At the mountaintop, Jiang Shang appeared, triumphant. "Little Stone, that young prince has finally departed. Otherwise, he would have been monopolizing your time daily. It was quite vexing. Of course, Fengwu is a prince and will eventually return to the palace. That I owe you my gratitude, old Jiang," Shi Qinglang replied with a weary smile. "That was only because of your influence." Jiang Shang seated himself beside Shi Qinglang and suggested, "Why not just stay here in the Yunming's medical valley? It would be a splendid life for us both to explore medicine and pharmacology together. Akin to living like divine beings. Your medical skills are truly remarkable. I've gained much from you these past 2 months. Here we go again." Shi Qinglang felt a familiar headache coming on. Jiang Shang had repeated this suggestion countless times. In truth, Shi Qinglang was not entirely indifferent to the idea. Staying in the valley was indeed far preferable to the palace. Moreover, given his accomplishments, the royal family would likely not force him back. Yet, thoughts of Lei Hao and Su who weighed heavily on his mind, leaving him unable to make a decisive choice. "Old Jiang, allow me to ponder this a bit longer," Shi Qinglang replied evasively. Jiang Shang had grown accustomed to this response, nodding. "All right, take your time. There is no rush. That we still have 4 months until the appointed time. That be why the way. What have you been tinkering with lately? I cannot quite comprehend your use of so much nitrate and sulfur." Shi Qinglang smiled mysteriously. "That I cannot reveal just yet. Speaking of which, have you made any progress on the antibiotics we discussed last time? Upon mentioning medical matters, Jiang Shang's eyes sparkled with excitement that I have already begun the purification experiments and believe success is imminent. However, the issue of preservation remains. Additionally, if you wish to experiment with the blood transfusion method you mentioned, we will need to store a significant amount of blood that I have pondered this for quite some time with no solution. You must offer some guidance, young man. Chapter 37. The Path to Wealth. Upon hearing the words, Shi Lang was somewhat taken aback, not expecting Jiang Shang to have made such rapid progress in his research. He had merely provided some ideas, yet Jiang Shang was able to swiftly transform them into practice. Shi Lang recalled the first time he visited Jiang Shang's laboratory, which resembled a rudimentary ancient chemistry lab. Were it not for his repeated probing into Jiang Shang's capabilities, he would have truly believed that Jiang Shang had traversed through time as well. Indeed, every era seems to be graced with pioneering thoughts that propel the advancement of civilization. Jiang Shang, a giant in the field of medicine, possessed a mind that soared beyond the ordinary, often leaving Shi Lang in awe. Over the past 2 months, Shi Lang and Jiang Shang had forged an unlikely friendship that transcended their age difference. It was hard to fathom how two individuals decades apart in age could engage in sleepless discussions about medical issues. Jiang Shang generously shared his knowledge with Shi Lang, holding nothing back, while Shi Lang's feedback on medical concepts often enlightened Jiang Shang as if he were experiencing a profound epiphany. Their relationship was one of mutual mentorship and camaraderie, so Jiang Shang's desire to retain Shi Lang was not mere politeness, but a heartfelt sentiment. Having never married nor engaged in romantic pursuits, Jiang Shang devoted his life entirely to the study of medicine and pharmacology, showcasing the fervor of this medical sage. Noticing that Shi Lang had fallen silent, seemingly lost in thought, Jiang Shang gently nudged him. "Xiao Shirtu, what occupies your mind?" It was only then that Shi Lang recalled Jiang Shang's previous remarks and promptly replied, "ISNT this about your inquiry. I believe we could construct a cave at the foot of the medical valley as a cold storage facility. This would allow for the long-term preservation of items." "Cold storage?" Jiang Shang frowned. "You mean an ice cellar, don't you? I have considered this as well. There are indeed ready-made caves here in the medical valley. However, transforming a cave into an ice cellar is no small undertaking that IT would require purchasing large quantities of ice from the north during winter. Only with a sufficient supply of ice can we create an ice cellar. Such an extravagant endeavor is beyond what we can manage here at the medical valley." Upon hearing this, Shi Lang's eyes brightened. "ISNT there anyone in this era who knows how to make ice?" "Making ice?" Jiang Shang questioned. "It can certainly be done in winter, but once the season passes, ice becomes a luxury that in the south. Only the royal family and a few elite families have the means to construct ice cellars." Shi Lang beamed with excitement, patting his chest as he proclaimed, "Old Jiang, leave this matter to me. I have a plan." The reason for Shi Lang's exhilaration was that he had envisioned a path to wealth: artificial ice production. Indeed, wisdom is the true path to prosperity. Over the past few days, he had come to a clear understanding that to establish a foothold here, wealth, power, and skill were all indispensable. Mastery of skills naturally referred to martial arts. Given the 3-year hidden danger, he dared not slacken his efforts. As for power, that was not something that could be achieved overnight. It would require careful planning in due course. The remaining concern of wealth was something he had pondered for some time: how to leverage modern knowledge to generate profit in ancient times. Today, clarity finally dawned upon him, and he was filled with immense excitement. Not only that, but Shi Lang also devised additional plans that he intended to take advantage of the stability afforded by his time in Yunming's medical valley to prepare diligently for the future. 3 months later, midnight, in the imperial palace of the Dalan dynasty, wearing a set of night attire, with a black cloth obscuring his face, Lei Hao moved like a specter through the royal palace. Having thoroughly familiarized himself with the route to deftly evade the patrolling shadow guards, before long, he arrived outside a resplendent palace. Gazing at the 3 characters inscribed on the plaque, Yufu Palace, a glimmer of coldness flickered in Lei Hao's eyes. "Hua Mingyao, tonight is the night you pay for your sins." Outside Yufu Palace stood 4 shadow guards, each possessing the formidable cultivation of the 4th rank. Yet in the next moment, they felt a blur before their eyes and found themselves unable to move even a fraction. Lei Hao swiftly incapacitated the 4 guards with a touch, then pushed open the door and strode into the inner courtyard of Yufu Palace. Inside, two third-rank shadow guards, concealed in the shadows, immediately sensed a looming crisis. Without a moment's hesitation, they burst through the door, only to be met with a barrage of fist shadows. Despite exerting all their strength, they could not withstand the onslaught and were swiftly rendered heavily injured, collapsing unconscious to the ground. As Lei Hao traversed the front courtyard, he suddenly sensed a gust of wind approaching him. A cold smile crept across his lips as he reciprocated with a punch. The punch shadow, already quite solidified, not only dispersed the incoming force but also continued its relentless pursuit. First-rank law manifestation. A middle-aged woman, dressed as a palace maid, exclaimed upon witnessing the imminent fist shadow. Although the maid was startled, she remained composed, retreating while unleashing 5 consecutive palms, ultimately dissipating the formidable punch that ITSU. The maid recognized Lei Hao's martial prowess and shouted furiously, "2 years ago, you attempted to assassinate the noble concubine that I never imagined your treachery would persist. You dare to come again. Speak. Who exactly are you?" Lei Hao replied coldly, "2 years ago, you and I were of equal standing, yet I could not overcome you. However, tonight, let us see who can thwart my intent to kill Hua Mingyao." Realizing that further dialogue would be futile, the maid silently gathered her energy, a visible black aura swirling around her hands. Compared to 2 years prior, her mastery of poison had markedly improved, yet she held no confidence in her ability to withstand Lei Hao's fists. Soaring into the air, Lei Hao swiftly formed hand seals, fingers interlocking, with a flickering electric light emanating from his palms. That it was the thunder axe splitting mountain palm previously demonstrated by Shi Qinglang. Though now executed by Lei Hao, it was of an entirely different caliber. With the formation of his palm imprint, a colossal blade of lightning began to coalesce into the phantom of a gigantic axe, radiating a white glow as it descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the maid. The maid, frantic, unleashed a flurry of palms in rapid succession, swiftly accumulating energy until a swirling mass of black mist formed above her head. The white axe blade struck through the black mist, cleaving it in half. The maid was left with no choice but to endure, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth as she struggled to maintain her stance. With a cold exhalation, Lei Hao uttered a single word, "Explode." Instantly, the phantom axe detonated with a thunderous roar, tearing through the black mist. The shockwave sent the maid crashing against the palace wall, prompting a painful cough as she spewed forth a mouthful of blood, her vitality waning. Clearly, this blow had inflicted severe damage upon her. With a merciless gaze, Lei Hao showed no signs of compassion, just as he prepared to capture the maid and compel her to lead him to Hua Guifei. A white ribbon suddenly descended from above, swiftly ensnaring the maid and retreating with great speed. Chapter 38. The Beauty and the Tough Guy. Following the white ribbon's trajectory, Lei Hao beheld a woman in red standing atop the roof, elegantly poised against the wind. This woman was breathtakingly beautiful, her lustrous dark hair cascading like a waterfall in the moonlight, reminiscent of a celestial being. Even her voluminous robe could not conceal her enchanting grace. With a smile playing on her lips and a gaze brimming with allure, every gesture she made exuded an enchanting charm. Even though Lei Hao had long since renounced any desires, his heart remained unyielding. He could not help but feel utterly captivated by her presence. That he had to admit, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered, without exception. "Who are you?" Lei Hao inquired coldly, his mind racing with caution. For he recognized that the woman's earlier display of skill in saving the maid had been executed with utmost stealth. "And you, who might you be?" The woman responded with a charming smile, her voice as melodious as silver bells. "Why not unveil your true self, so we may converse amicably, rather than resorting to violence?" Lei Hao remained unmoved, retorting, "I seek only to kill Hua Mingyao. If you allow me passage, I shall not trouble you. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Are you truly willing to destroy a flower so delicately beautiful?" The woman toyed with a strand of her hair. Feigning innocence, Lei Hao gazed into her eyes. A sudden haze enveloped his mind, and an inexplicable sense of tenderness surged within him. How is this possible? He thought, alarmed, as a wave of dizziness struck him. And visions of the woman flooded his mind. "My lord, am I beautiful? My lord, would you not cherish me? My lord, would you accompany me to the peaks of Wushan? My lord, the woman's whispers danced through the air. And Lei Hao's mind became a whirlwind of captivating images. Though the man's face remained blurred, his physique was unmistakably his own, while the woman appeared in countless alluring forms, each more enchanting than the last. Lei Hao felt a rush of heat coursing through his veins, his blood racing uncontrollably. Yet suddenly, a sharp pain gripped his lower abdomen that in an instant, he jolted awake, drenched in sweat. When he opened his eyes again, the entrancing visions had vanished without a trace. Charm magic, Lei Hao exclaimed instinctively. That was close, he thought, realizing that had he not been a eunuch, he might have succumbed to the enchantment, unable to extricate himself from its grasp. Oh! The woman's eyes glimmered with surprise. To escape my enchantress heart technique so easily, it seems you are indeed a ruthless individual. Lei Hao was on high alert, yet he let out a cold snort, dismissing the lascivious techniques as mere trifles. The woman's eyes sparkled with mischief as she smiled knowingly, just a false first grade, incapable of even condensing a primordial spirit, yet you speak so boldly? How do you know? As Lei Hao prepared to advance, a chill ran down his spine upon hearing her words, leaving him in a state of shock. Indeed, he was currently a false first grade, since reaching the second grade subtle realm. He had endured over 2 years of arduous training, now merely a step away from the first grade law image realm. Yet that single step felt like an insurmountable chasm, filling Lei Hao with despair. He was acutely aware that with his innate talent, without fortuitous circumstances, he might never breach the threshold of the first grade. However, what opportunities could one hope for in such a deep palace? If he remained stagnant at the second grade subtle realm, would he forever be deprived of revenge for his grievances? After much hesitation, Lei Hao resolved to employ a secret technique to forcibly elevate his realm, achieving a false first grade status. The cost was a decade of his lifespan, and he would forever be unable to condense his primordial spirit, preventing him from attaining true first grade status. Such a covert matter, he had not even confided in his disciple, Shi. Yet this woman had discerned it with a single breath. Even with Lei Hao's mental resilience, he felt a shiver of dread. The woman laughed, her beauty radiant and enchanting. Do you think my Xian Nu Mei Xian technique is merely an ordinary seduction skill? A false first grade ultimately cannot grasp the true intricacies of the first grade. Let us not dwell on that. Pray tell, why have you come to assassinate the noble consort? The woman's methods were treacherous and unpredictable, and Lei Hao feared becoming her next target. Thus, he chose to strike first. With a forceful stomp, Lei Hao leapt into the air, his aura surging dramatically. The energy within him flowed relentlessly, finally converging in his fists like rivers merging into the sea. Brilliant white light erupted from his fists like lightning, resembling swift thunder serpents racing towards the woman. This technique, known as PLL-ish, was the fastest martial art within the Five Thunder Heavenly Gang technique. The woman maintained her composure, her exquisite countenance adorned with a faint smile. Only when the thunder serpents were within 3 feet of her did she utter a single word, disperse. The thunder serpents dissolved into the ether, as if obeying a command. A hint of disdain flickered at the corners of the woman's mouth as she extended her delicate hand. The white ribbons surrounding her danced like dragons and snakes, charging directly at Lei Hao. Before Lei Hao could comprehend what had just transpired, the white ribbons surged towards him. Suspended in midair, he unleashed several punches, the sound of thunder echoing as he barely managed to fend off the onslaught of the ribbons. With a change of stance, the woman pressed her palms down forcefully. Instantly, the ribbons surged with energy, transforming into a colossal palm print that bore down upon Lei Hao. Having lost the initiative, he could only adopt a defensive posture. Yet, regardless of how fierce his punches were, they could not halt the slow descent of the palm print, which felt as heavy as a mountain, relentlessly suppressing Lei Hao until Hua Su Jin speculated. Could it be someone sent from that side? Hua Mingyao furrowed her brow in contemplation, then shook her head. No. If they were sent to assassinate me, how could they not even recognize my appearance? Perhaps we should wake him up and let me interrogate him first. Hua Mingyao nodded, agreed. Since we have yet to alert others, you must extract a conclusion tonight. Huang Yuing, come over and carry him inside. Yes, 2 women dressed as palace maids emerged from the shadows. One of the maidens, possessing a gentle demeanor, was about to bend down to lift Lei Hao when she suddenly gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Huang, do you recognize him? Huang Mingyao inquired, her brow furrowing. The maid, known as Huang, immediately knelt down, lowering her head and stammering, "No, I do not know him, that I was merely startled to see his grievous injuries." Hua Mingyao narrowed her autumn-like eyes, shifting her gaze between Hua Ying and Lei Hao. Suddenly, a figure flashed through her mind. "I remember now." Hua Mingyao smiled playfully. "Hua Ying, is this not your little lover from years ago? The scion of the Lei family? It has been over a decade, and he is still alive. It appears he knows something about the events of that year, which is why he has come seeking revenge." Hua Ying, how do you think I should deal with him?" Upon hearing this, Hua Ying quickly knelt further, trembling all over. "I will obey your orders, my lady." Hua Mingyao leaned down, lifting Hua Ying's upon encountering the envelope. Shi Qinglang immediately recognized it as having been sent by Xiao Feng, as was his custom. He tore open the envelope and glanced through its contents, only to be struck dumb as if by a bolt from the blue. His mind blank and his body frozen in shock. Chapter 41. Shocking news, Brother Shi. A grave incident has transpired within the palace. Just days prior, concubine Hua had been the target of an assassination attempt, and the assailant has now been apprehended. It is said that the culprit is a eunuch from the inner palace, purportedly from the cold palace. By the name of Chunimo, the situation has unfolded with twists and turns. I have heard that concubine Hua appointed her own cousin to personally interrogate the assassin. Initially, the assailant refused to confess, but under severe torture, he ultimately admitted that he was acting on the orders of the Empress. This revelation has escalated matters further, inciting the Emperor's wrath, who has taken it upon himself to question the assassin directly. To everyone's astonishment, the assassin retracted his confession on the spot, claiming that concubine Hua had instigated him to frame the Empress. Brother Shi, do you think this assassin is audacious beyond measure? It is rumored that despite continued harsh interrogations, the assassin stubbornly insisted on implicating concubine Hua. In the end, the Emperor concluded that the assassin intended to incite strife within the royal family and personally decreed his execution. The sentence is set to be carried out tomorrow at noon in the bustling marketplace, as a warning to others. Alas, I shall not be able to witness such a grand spectacle. Shi Qinglang gripped the letter tightly, the veins on his hands bulging, his eyes reddening. His master had indeed encountered trouble. What was he to do now? Shi Qinglang felt torn, knowing that Lei Hao would certainly disapprove of him risking his life in this situation. Moreover, with his limited skills, would he not be walking into death's embrace? How could he possibly save anyone? As the saying goes, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear for firewood. He could always seek revenge for his master at a later time. Yet could he bear to watch his master perish without intervening? The tug-of-war between reason and emotion within him was excruciating, akin to a hammer relentlessly pounding upon his heart. Suddenly, Shi Qinglang coughed up a mist of blood. Memories of his time with Lei Hao flooded his mind, and he could almost hear his master's earnest teachings echoing in his ears. Damn reason! With a fierce punch, Shi Qinglang shattered the table beside him, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as a decision formed in his heart. Let it be. I shall throw caution to the wind. Master, you must wait for me. Taking a deep breath, Shi Qinglang forced himself to regain his composure. Although he had made up his mind, he could not act recklessly. He calculated the time. Lei Hao's execution was scheduled for noon the next day. If he rode swiftly from Yunming's to the capital, he would have half a day's time, surely enough to make it in time. However, Shi Qinglang did not set off immediately. Instead, his mind began to race. In such critical moments, one must not become flustered, but if he devised a well-thought-out plan, perhaps leveraging the trump card he held would offer a glimmer of hope in the capital city of Jiangling. The northern market was particularly lively today. Just a day prior, a large contingent of the Buddhist guards had arrived to cordon off an area designated as the execution ground. The common folk, accustomed to such occurrences, were not overly surprised. For notorious criminals, the government often executed them in public to instill fear. Today was no exception. The populace, having received word, flocked to the market in droves, even before noon. The square was already teeming with people. A large circle had been formed by the Buddhist guards, clad in black and gold robes, keeping the crowd wide to ensure order. 2 inspectors from the Buddhist guard sat solemnly at the execution platform. One was named Fang Yen, a burly man with a long face and short beard, exuding an intimidating presence. Were it not for his ornate attire, one might mistake him for a member of a gang. The other, named Hua Yuxuan, was elegant and charming, tall and handsome, and was in fact a cousin of concubine Hua. Adjacent to them sat another inspector from the Shadow Guards, a gaunt man named Dalan, his demeanor cold and his hair graying. Dressed in crimson, To attained such a position. These three were undoubtedly of high caliber, demonstrating the royal family's seriousness regarding this execution. The presiding executioner, a mid-aged man named Qiu Yi, had grown portly over the years. Looking up at the sun overhead, Qiu Yi turned to inquire, "Esteemed gentlemen, the time is nearly upon us. The prisoner should be arriving soon." Hua Yuxuan nodded. "Lord Qiu, the prisoner has long been brought forth. We await your command." With a courteous smile, Qiu Yi acknowledged, "I appreciate your efforts, gentlemen. I shall commence." The three inspectors inclined their heads slightly in response. Qiu Yi then turned, suppressing his smile, and struck the gavel decisively. "Bring forth the prisoner, Chenem Odian." No time. Two Buddhist guards appeared, carrying a stretcher to the execution stage. One figure was shrouded in a black cloak, rendering their feast suddenly. The common people erupted into a cacophony of tumultuous cries. Their gazes fixated on the loins of Lei Hao. They could hardly fathom that such an audacious assassin, bold enough to attempt the life of a noble consort, turned out to be a eunuch. Seated at the execution table, Dalan, the shadowy governor and fellow eunuch, closed his eyes in reluctant sympathy, not out of compassion for Lei Hao, but rather due to an innate sense of kinship for the humiliating spectacle that unfolded before him. In stark contrast, Lei Hao wore an expression of serene defiance. Seemingly indifferent to the scornful gazes and derisive taunts that surrounded him, he slightly tilted his head towards the sky, as if beholding the visage of a youthful countenance. "Little Shirtu, I shall depart ahead of you. Take care of yourself henceforth." The executioner cast a glance at Lei Hao's loins, instinctively displaying a hint of disdain, as any normal man might, that he circled behind Lei Hao. Disregarding the nearly lacerated condition of his back, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, in one swift motion, the executioner's blade plunged accurately into the vertebrae of Lei Hao's back. Slicing down along the spine, paused briefly at the lumbar region before curving in a semicircle, returning to its starting point. The entire procedure transpired in mere moments. The executioner reveled in the fluidity of his technique. What followed was the agonizing process of flesh being torn away. This was the most protracted and brutal aspect of the ordeal, that a full quarter of an hour passed before the executioner completely peeled away the mangled flesh from Lei Hao's body. With the final stroke of his hand, a resounding cry erupted from Lei Hao. "Ah, what ecstasy! Ha ha! Continue!" At first, Lei Hao gritted his teeth, silently enduring the torment. However, as the pain escalated beyond the limits of human endurance, he instinctively howled, his expression twisted in agony. The executioner remained unmoved, swiftly replicating his method to strip away another layer of flesh. Below, the floating pagoda guards presented the gruesome trophy of flesh to Qiu Yi for inspection. Qiu Yi frowned, casting a cursory glance before dismissively waving his hand at the executioner, signaling him to proceed. Now armed with a curved blade resembling a hook, the executioner positioned himself before Lei Hao. "You read quite the tough one. What follows is a slow slicing and bone extraction. Can you endure it? Come on. The more it hurts, the better. Pain to the brink of death is truly exhilarating." "Ha ha!" Lei Hao's voice was parched, sweat streaming from his brow. Though he spoke lightly, the tortured smile that adorned his face appeared increasingly sinister. The executioner, upon hearing him, was momentarily unnerved, casting a look of disbelief at Lei Hao. Perhaps only Shi Qinglang could comprehend the tumultuous emotions swirling within Lei Hao at that moment. Despite the slaughter of his entire clan, Lei Hao had always perceived himself as the true perpetrator of their demise. Had it not been for his existence, how could such a catastrophic fate have befallen his family? For years, the guilt that gnawed at him was relentless. This perpetual torment was the most horrifying of all. Were it not for the burning desire for vengeance, Lei Hao might have succumbed to despair long ago and taken his own life in remorse. He harbored hatred for the assassins, resentment towards Hua Mingyao. Yet his deepest loathing was reserved for himself. Thus, he had willingly chosen to enter the palace, sacrificing his own body, a cruel act of self-retribution. In his quest for revenge, Lei Hao had disregarded all else. Only after encountering Shi Qinglang and accepting him as a disciple did he find a flicker of concern at this moment. Though Lei Hao felt a profound sense of injustice, having endured in silence for so long, he ultimately could not exact revenge. Yet since he lacked the capability to retaliate, he would embrace the most excruciating death possible. This extreme punishment aligned perfectly with his desires that he wished only to transform into a vengeful spirit after death. Relentlessly pursuing Hua Mingyao for retribution, the executioner, momentarily intimidated by Lei Hao's madness, forgot to continue the execution until urged by the floating pagoda guards. Feeling humiliated, he allowed a hint of cruelty to surface within him. The blade in his hand lunged towards Lei Hao's left chest, violently carving through flesh, as if performing the first incision of a disembowelment. The executioner appeared to be getting into the rhythm, even exhibiting signs of eagerness, when he noticed that the right side of Lei Hao's chest had nearly been seared to charcoal, forcing him to seek another target. After a stick of incense had burned, Lei Hao was nearly reduced to a husk, a large pool of blood collecting beneath him. After enduring such torture, even the strongest will begin to falter. The executioner realized he could no longer continue the dismemberment, for there remained the even more arduous task of bone extraction. Before proceeding, he needed to ensure Lei Hao remained alive. After hastily cleansing his hands, he prepared to switch to another blade to AT that moment. The sky darkened abruptly, compelling everyone to gaze upwards involuntarily. Even Shi Qinglang, who had just arrived, instinctively halted his actions. Indeed, despite his hurried journey from Yunming's to the capital, Shi Qinglang had arrived too late. Upon reaching the city, he discerned the location of the turmoil and chose a vantage point atop a building approximately 50 paces from the execution site. From this height, he beheld the barely breathing Lei Hao, a bloodied figure on the execution rack, scarcely resembling his former self. Chapter 43. Thunder from the Nine Heavens, damn it. Shi Qinglang's eyes turned crimson with rage, his fury igniting within him. Witnessing his master's torment stripped away all semblance of reason. Abandoning his previous plans, he was consumed solely by a desire for vengeance. Just as he prepared to rush in recklessly to save Lei Hao, a sudden tempest brewed in the heavens, accompanied by rumbling thunder. A streak of light zipped through the air, halting abruptly above the execution ground. To everyone's astonishment, the newcomer was a man standing upon a wooden sword, gliding through the air. Was he a celestial being manifesting his power? Clad in an archaic Taoist robe, the man appeared unremarkable, seemingly in his 40s. Yet his countenance was etched with fury, his eyes reflecting a complex spectrum of emotions. Foolish child, what folly is this? Though his voice was soft, it resonated with sorrow and lamentation. Master. Lei Hao stared in disbelief at the sword-wielding figure, exclaiming in shock. The only individual who could elicit such a title from Lei Hao was none other than his revered teacher. Wufang Taoist. Disciple has brought shame upon you, master. Please forget that you ever took me as a disciple. I have willingly descended into depravity and brought this upon myself. Master, you must leave. I cannot bear to face you any longer. Even under the excruciating torment, Lei Hao remained unyielding. Yet upon seeing the man who had arrived on his sword, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Foolish child, since you are my disciple, I cannot stand idly by. No matter what, I shall take you away today. Wufang Taoist shook his head with a sigh, his expression resolute. Before Lei Hao could utter another word, Wufang Taoist began to act, raising his fingers as if wielding a sword. He lifted them high, the sky reverberating with thunderous roars. With a swift motion of his arm, he uttered two words. Thunder falls. As he commanded, a tempest arose, the sky shifting ominously. Subsequently, bolts of lightning cascaded like serpents, descending upon the earth. These lightning serpents seemed to possess a will of their own, deftly avoiding Lei Hao, exploding all around the execution site. One bolt struck the executioner directly, enveloping him in smoke. After a series of convulsions, he collapsed lifeless. The onlookers were thrown into disarray. Terrified of being struck by the lightning, they hurriedly distanced themselves from Lei Hao. The execution platform transformed into a tempestuous domain. No one dared approach any closer. Even the three governors of the floating pagoda guards and shadow guards, faced with this divine retribution, exchanged glances, paralyzed with fear, unwilling to take any reckless actions, given their cultivation levels. They could easily discern that the Taoist before them could effortlessly manifest his will into reality, indicating he had at least reached the second tier of the first rank, a genuine master of the law domain. Together, they were no match for him. Presumptuous? At that moment, an enraged voice echoed from the void. How dare you act with such impunity beneath the feet of the Son of Heaven? As the words fell, a beam of red light surged towards the celestial thunder. In the blink of an eye, the once rampant lightning serpents came to a halt. What a remarkable method! To think you could interrupt my thunder-calling technique. Wufang Daoist's gaze sharpened, furrowing his brow. Who might you be? I implore you to reveal yourself. I am Xiong Tiancheng, the commander of the Floating Pagoda Guards. Who might you be to dare obstruct the court's execution of a criminal? Do you believe that just because you are a first-tier expert, you can disregard the authority of the court? As the last word left his lips, a streak of light descended upon the execution ground. The man with sword-like eyebrows and a square face donned a black and gold robe, wielding a blood-red dagger. His formidable aura caused his garments to billow dramatically as he hovered in the air, a distance of 5 zhang from Wufang Daoist. Wufang Daoist snorted, I am Wufang Daoist, a wandering man of the Tao. Whatever the court may do, I have no interest in meddling with worldly affairs. However, I cannot turn a blind eye while my disciple suffers unjustly at your hands. Innocent suffering from punishment. Xiong Tiancheng coldly scoffed. The nation has its laws, and families have their rules. Chenemo initiated the assassination of the imperial concubine. How can there be any injustice in this? Shouldn't such a person be executed? The Wufang Daoist rubbed his nose and remarked, I am most familiar with my disciple's temperament. Those he seeks to eliminate are undoubtedly wicked individuals. That imperial concubine. One can tell at a glance she is no virtuous person. Release my disciple at once, and I shall not hold it against you. Shi Qinglang, secretly listening, felt a surge of delight. He appreciated such a protective master. With such unwavering defense from you, I have no doubt of your status as a master. Xiong Tiancheng, infuriated, retorted, This is the first time I have encountered such shamelessness in a Taoist. Today, not only will I execute your disciple, but you shall not escape either. What audacity! Wufang Daoist waved dismissively, his expression one of disdain. Come, let me teach you the ways of humanity. Xiong Tiancheng's face darkened, and narrowing his eyes, he commanded below, Quickly execute Chen-Mo. I shall deal with this mad Taoist. You seek death? Wufang Daoist shouted in anger. Xiong Tiancheng, dismissive of further argument, swiftly drew his blade, aiming it toward him. Before the blade reached its mark, a powerful aura locked onto Wufang Daoist, ensuring that if he could merely delay him for a moment, anyone could proceed to execute Lei Hao for leaving Wufang Daoist alive. That was merely a pretense to regain some face. Observing Wufang Daoist's demeanor, it was evident he was likely an unparalleled master at the celestial phenomenon realm. If Wufang Daoist truly wished to escape, none would be able to stop him at such a level of martial prowess. He was indeed justified in disregarding the royal family, as even if he could not defeat them, he could certainly flee in return for a covert assassination, which would be a headache for anyone. Master, you must leave. Your unfilial disciple shall repay your kindness in the next life by being a beast of burden. Lei Hao, witnessing the floating pagoda guards charge at him, remained calm, shouting toward the sky. However, Wufang Daoist was in a state of great anxiety, entangled by Xiong Tiancheng and unable to free himself, that as he saw Lei Hao on the brink of death. Suddenly, a volley of arrows shot from the shadows, aimed at the floating pagoda guards. What is this? They are even smoking? Wufang Daoist wondered, only to see several arrows land harmlessly on the ground. Almost everyone present was left aghast at the poor marksmanship. Yet, in the next moment, a cataclysmic explosion erupted. The entire execution ground trembled as if a dragon were stirring, enveloped in white smoke and chaos. The power of this explosion was unprecedented, far beyond the might of any martial artist's aura. Even the recent heavenly thunder paled in comparison. What on earth is this? The same question echoed in everyone's minds. Chapter 44. The trump card all of this was, of course, the handiwork of Shi Qinglang. The arrows were affixed with explosive devices he had meticulously crafted that he understood the potency of explosives, and such a trump card was most effective when employed for the first time. Shi Qinglang aimed his arrows at 2 targets. One wave targeted the floating pagoda guards charging at Lei Hao, while the other was directed at the three town protectors. For Shi Qinglang, the greatest threat on the execution ground was undoubtedly those three second-tier experts. Thus, he had prioritized them from the outset. Initially, the three town protectors were calm and collected, not even glancing at the incoming arrows. Their keen eyes quickly discerned that the arrows lacked sufficient force, likely to land at their feet at worst. The landing points of the arrows had been meticulously calculated by Shi Qinglang. He anticipated that the three second-tier experts, overconfident in their martial prowess, would not deem these seemingly harmless arrows worthy of their attention. As expected, everything unfolded as Shi Qinglang had envisioned. After the arrows landed, the three only sensed a hint of danger, but it was too late. The sudden and violent explosion catapulted all three into the air. The weakest, Dalan, was the first to be struck, drenched in blood and struggling to stand. Fang Yin and Hua Yuxuan were similarly battered, bloodied and disheveled, their garments in tatters. Though they were severely injured, they still retained some fighting capacity. However, the floating pagoda guards rushing toward Lei Hao were far less fortunate. This explosion, more terrifying than heavenly thunder, sent them flying, leaving them sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. Shi Qinglang's trump card was indeed earth-shattering, instantly intimidating all present, leaving no one daring to act recklessly. After all, the unknown is the most terrifying. Seizing the moment of chaos and enveloping smoke, Shi Qinglang swiftly approached Lei Hao. Unnoticed at this moment, even Lei Hao had not yet regained his senses. Shi Qinglang picked up the cloak that had fallen beside him, draping it over Lei Hao once more, then hoisted him on his back and fled toward the northern gate of the capital. Qinglang, is that you? Lei Hao, gazing at the figure carrying him away, instantly sensed a familiar aura. Deep down, he already knew the answer. Who else would risk their life to save him besides his master? It could only be Shi Qinglang. Master, it's me. Do not speak. Rest for a bit. I will take you away. Shi Qinglang's voice trembled. Having just witnessed Lei Hao's bloodied and mangled body, he felt an overwhelming sorrow. Someone saved Chen Mo and fled toward the northern gate. Xiong Tiancheng, hovering in mid-air, observed everything clearly to Diana's shock. He was the first to react, quickly issuing orders to pursue. Fang Yin, Hua Yuxuan, you must stop that person. They cannot be allowed to escape. Today, Xiong Tiancheng had been thoroughly humiliated that I in the capital, beneath the emperor's feet. If someone truly managed to disrupt the execution, he would have no face left. But now, the situation had reversed, and Wufang Daoist had become his stumbling block. Fang Yin and Hua Yuxuan, receiving the command, disregarded their injuries and immediately divided their forces to pursue Shi Qinglang. Hua Yuxuan, with his swift movements, led his troops to intercept from another direction, while Fang Yin took a contingent directly behind Shi Qinglang, that as a second-tier expert. Even severely injured, his speed was formidable, rapidly closing the distance to Shi Qinglang. Cough, cough, cough. Lei Hao coughed weakly, feeling increasingly fragile. Qinglang, I may not live much longer. You carrying me will only hinder your escape. Obey me, put me down, and you might still have a chance to flee. Master, I cannot heed your words this time. Since I am here, I must ensure your escape. Today, we shall live or die together. Qinglang, you master, you know my nature. Conserve your strength. Trust me, I will surely get you out. With tears brimming in his eyes, Lei Hao sighed softly and ceased further protest. Shi Qinglang ran desperately, acutely aware of a powerful pursuer closing in behind him. However, he had anticipated this, and without looking back, he swiftly tossed out a dozen grenades. These grenades, though appearing numerous, were mostly fakes. Only Shi Qinglang could discern their true nature. Fang Yin, having once been bitten by a snake, was now wary of ropes. Upon seeing those mysterious weapons flying toward him, he instinctively sought to distance himself. Yet this only made it more difficult for him to catch up to Shi Qinglang. Shi Qinglang had temporarily shaken off Fang Yan's pursuit, but before he could relax, a flash of blade light appeared before him. The speed of the blade was so rapid that he had no time to evade. With no other choice, Shi Qinglang concentrated his entire aura into his fist, bracing himself to withstand the oncoming blade. With a resounding clash, the blade met his fist, and Shi Qinglang immediately felt an overwhelming force surging through him. Yet, To protect the Lei Hao on his back, he dared not release any of that force. He relied solely on his own physical strength to endure the entire impact. The two forces clashed, and Shi Qinglang was forced to slide back 5 paces before he managed to dissipate the blade's energy. After this brief encounter, Shi Qinglang felt his blood and energy churning, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood before feeling somewhat better. However, this delay allowed Fang Yin and the floating pagoda guards to catch up. Hua Yuxuan also led his men to encircle Shi Qinglang. The earlier blade light had indeed come from him. Hua Yuxuan sneered. A mere third-tier transcendental realm cultivator dares to disrupt the execution ground. Truly, you do not know the meaning of death, that I advise you to surrender obediently, and perhaps you will suffer less. Shi Qinglang realized he had encountered the worst possible situation. Facing the encirclement of 2 second-tier experts, he felt a wave of anxiety. However, he had also foreseen this outcome. The reason he had arrived a bit late was that he had made ample preparations. Let us not forget, he had a lifelong friend who was an expert in both medicine and poison. Thus, he had naturally prepared another trump card. Poison. Master, close your eyes. Shi Qinglang quietly instructed a phrase. Then hurled a dozen red pills in all directions. The instant those pills struck the ground, they erupted with a thunderous bang, releasing a vast expanse of crimson smoke. Beware of toxins. Hold your breath, commanded Hua Yuxuan, who, being well-versed in various matters, immediately recognized the danger as the red smoke began to spread. It must be noted that Hua Yuxuan's reflexes were remarkably swift as he dispersed the toxic gas with his energy. He held his breath and retreated rapidly, soon exiting the range of the red mist. The other floating pagoda guards, seasoned and experienced, instinctively held their breath as well. For individuals of their caliber, holding their breath for a short duration posed no challenge. However, the reality unfolded with an unforeseen ferocity. Chapter 45. The malicious delight of the Scarlet Beauty upon encountering the red smoke. The floating pagoda guards suddenly felt a searing pain in their eyes. Clutching their heads and screaming in agony, their cries hauntingly despairing. Even Fang Yin, caught off guard, succumbed to the effects, covering his eyes. Though he did not wail as pitifully as the others, he trembled from the pain, nearly losing his footing. Witnessing this scene, Hua Yuxuan was momentarily stunned. Hearing the anguished cries of his comrades, he dared not act rashly. Shi Qinglang had foreseen this outcome. Prior to their arrival, he had applied a special ointment to his eyes. He even activated his heavenly eye, rendering the red smoke incapable of obstructing his vision. Wherever he perceived the presence of individuals, he relentlessly tossed those red pills. Soon, within a radius of 5 zhang, the area was engulfed in crimson mist. While the toxicity of this red smoke was not particularly potent, it posed a significant irritation to the eyes. Any contact with the red smoke would result in excruciating pain, and in severe cases, could lead to temporary blindness. This was a peculiar poison concocted by Jiang Shang, whimsically dubbed Scarlet Beauty. The title of Master of Medicine and Poison was not without merit, especially the poison aspect, which Jiang Shang had manipulated into countless variations. It was no wonder he dared to disregard the imperial family. He truly possessed formidable confidence upon his first encounter with the Scarlet Beauty. Shi Qinglang was left in profound admiration for Jiang Shang. It was akin to an enhanced version of tear gas. When used effectively, it could yield surprisingly advantageous results, just as it had now. A cold smile crept upon Shi Qinglang's lips. The Scarlet Beauty proved to be even more effective than he had anticipated, instantly cowing everyone present. Without further delay, Shi Qinglang continued his sprint towards the North City Gate. Even Hua Yuxuan, now thoroughly intimidated by Shi Qinglang's unending array of tactics, refrained from obstructing him. With the floating pagoda guards no longer impeding his progress, Shi Qinglang's speed surged, and he swiftly reached the entrance of the North City Gate. At that moment, the guard stationed there had yet to receive any news. Shi Qinglang regarded these guards with disdain. Before they could react, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending those in front of him flying. The gate swung open, presenting no further obstacles. Shi Qinglang, with Lei Hao on his back, dashed outside the city in a flash. Once beyond the confines of the capital, the world would be vast and unbounded. Even if pursuers arrived, their escape would undoubtedly become much easier. Wufang Daoist, while fending off Xiong Tiancheng, kept a watchful eye on Shi Qinglang's situation. Upon witnessing their successful exit from the city gate, The anxiety that had been plaguing him finally subsided. Wufang Daoist chuckled heartily, forcing Xiong Tianqing back with a palm strike, that I have no time to play with you if you dare to pursue. We shall settle this with a fight to the death. Ha ha ha. Xiong Tianqing glowered, his face darkened with anger, yet he chose not to press further. At this juncture, he understood that he could not catch up, and thus was reluctant to continue entangling himself with Wufang Daoist. Given Wufang Daoist's sword mastery, if he truly wished to depart, Xiong Tianqing could not hope to hinder him, for pursuing Wufang Daoist. Xiong Tianqing felt a twinge of trepidation. The roles of hunter and prey could easily reverse in such circumstances. Currently, Xiong Tianqing had reached the pinnacle of the first rank of the law domain. Yet he had not ascended to the celestial phenomenon realm. From their confrontation, it was evident that Wufang Daoist had likely already attained that realm. Xiong Tianqing had been emboldened by his home advantage in the capital, daring to confront Wufang Daoist head-on. However, beyond the city limits, the unknown factors multiplied that a single misstep could cost him his life. Unfazed by Xiong Tianqing's thoughts, Wufang Daoist maneuvered his wooden sword, which transformed into a streak of light and soared away. In a short time, he caught up with the fleeing Shiqingling. "Kid, get up here. I'll take you away." Wufang Daoist hovered in front of Shiqingling, announcing, "All right. Thank you, master." Shiqingling responded without hesitation, leaping onto the wooden sword. Wufang Daoist enveloped the two behind him with his energy, formed a sword seal with his hands, and soared skyward. "Master, could you teach me this sword technique?" This was the first time Shiqingling experienced the sensation of flight. Excitement shining in his eyes. "You are Hauer's disciple?" Wufang Daoist countered with a question in response to master. "I am Shiqingling, accepted as a disciple over 2 years ago." Shiqingling, not bad. Wufang Daoist nodded in satisfaction. "You are willing to risk your life to save your master. Hauer did not misjudge you. Had it not been for you, today, both I and your master would likely have met our doom. Truly, it is your master's prowess that has saved us. Perhaps it is fate. I felt a certain calling and hurried over." Wufang Daoist thought of Lei Hao's injuries and sighed deeply. "Alas, I arrived too late. Is there still hope for Hauer? Master just fainted." "Master, I know a skilled physician. If we bring master there, perhaps that senior may have a way to heal him." Shiqingling, filled with concern, spoke with a serious expression. "All right, I shall follow your lead. Guide the way." Shiqingling directed Wufang Daoist back to the Yumen's medical valley. The esteemed physician he referred to as none other than the medical immortal, Jiangshang. Upon seeing the two individuals brought by Shiqingling, Jiangshang did not inquire further. Out of respect for Shiqingling, he would extend his utmost effort to provide treatment. However, after examining Lei Hao's battered body, even he felt a sense of helplessness. "Alas." Jiangshang shook his head with a sigh. "Little stone, I can only prolong his life for one more night, that if you have anything to say, do so quickly." An incense stick's worth of time later, under Jiangshang's care, Lei Hao gradually regained consciousness, his complexion appearing slightly more vibrant. Previously, after Shiqingling had escaped the city gate, he could no longer endure and fell into a faint. Now, being able to awaken once more surprised even him. However, seeing that both Wufang Daoist and Shiqingling were safe before his impending death brought him a sense of peace. "Master, I am an unfilial disciple, bringing shame upon you and nearly endangering your life." Lei Hao's eyes brimmed with regret, yet his words were abruptly cut off by Wufang Daoist, who wore an irritated expression. "What foolishness are you speaking?" Wufang Daoist exclaimed angrily. "Tell me, how did you end up in this state?" Chapter 46. The Arhat's relic. Lei Hao recounted the entire sequence of events succinctly. Upon finishing, Wufang Daoist began to pound his chest and lament. "You foolish child, how could you have made such a grave error? You must not treat your body with such disdain. The reason I took you as my disciple was because your innate talent and physique were exceptionally suited for my techniques. The 5 Thunder Celestial Tactics is a method of utmost rigidity and yang. With your talents, entering the first rank before 30 was indeed within reach. Yet you chose to sever your essence. Do you not realize that once a man loses his vigor, the yang energy within him will gradually dissipate? Thus, you began to diverge from the path of the 5 Thunder Celestial Tactics, making it exceedingly difficult for you to even reach the second rank. Yet you chose to destroy your foundation, truly blinded by hatred. Realization dawned on Lei Hao as he comprehended the truth. The reason he could not break through the bottleneck of the second rank was not due to insufficient talent, but rather because he had severed his essence. Fate truly plays tricks on us. He had been so consumed with thoughts of vengeance, fervently training, yet he had unwittingly embarked on an irreversible path, truly reaping what he had sown. With a bitter smile, Lei Hao said, "Master, at this juncture, discussing these matters holds little significance that I have allowed hatred to bind me, leading to this grave error. However, I do not regret it. My only regret is disappointing you. Master, that if there is a next life, I will surely toil endlessly to repay your kindness." Wufang Daoist felt both anger and heartache, momentarily at a loss for words. Shi Qinglang, observing Lei Hao's remarks, harbored doubts. Seizing the opportunity amidst the awkward atmosphere, he quickly shifted the topic. "Master, since you agreed to concubine Hua, why did you go back on your word at the last moment?" After a moment of contemplation, Lei Hao responded with a counter-question. "Qinglang, do you believe that Hua Mingyao spoke the truth?" I shook my head. Her words appear reasonable, yet upon closer examination, they are illogical that if the queen truly wishes to deal with concubine Hua, the most effective strategy would be to capture the master alive, by exploiting the bond between the master and Hua Mingyao to incite the emperor's jealousy. She stands to gain the most. Sending assassins to eliminate the master's entire family would be a foolhardy tactic. Indeed. Lei Hao squinted his eyes and remarked, "I was somewhat swayed by Hua Mingyao's words at that time. However, upon reflection, I sensed something amiss, that I had tormented that assassin leader to the brink of madness. He merely repeated Lady Hua unconsciously, which cannot be feigned. If he were sent by the queen, it would be rather illogical." After much contemplation, I ultimately found Hua Mingyao's words untrustworthy, that I suspect her intent in sparing my life is to manipulate me into toppling the queen, using me for her own ends. Such malicious tactics. I cannot allow her to succeed. Subsequently, I renounced my earlier stance before the emperor, hoping to take a gamble and see if I could drag her down with me. Alas, my efforts were in vain. Shi Qinglang's gaze sharpened as he declared, "Master, I will uncover the truth for you, that if all of this is indeed the doing of Hua Mingyao, I shall ensure she pays the price." Lei Hao sighed softly. His eyes filled with reassurance, saying, "Death extinguishes all like a snuff candle. Qinglang, do not burden yourself with thoughts of avenging me. Let all these grievances dissipate along with me. Remember, regardless of what transpires in the future, do not act with such impulsiveness as you have today. The greatest comfort of my life has been taking you on as my disciple. From now on, you must rely on yourself." Upon hearing these words, Shi Qinglang could no longer contain his grief and knelt beside the bed, grasping Lei Hao's hand tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably. This was the first time Shi Qinglang felt despair, the first time in 2 lifetimes that he sensed the impending loss of his closest kin. And yet he could do nothing. Lei Hao, however, chuckled with a carefree smile, saying, "Silly child, why do you weep? No one can escape this day." Suddenly, Wufang Daoist snorted coldly, saying, "When it comes to taking on disciples, you are indeed superior to me. How did I end up with such an unworthy disciple?" Lei Hao, upon receiving this reprimand, surprisingly smiled with delight, exclaiming, "Master speaks true. Qinglang, did you hear? Your grandmaster is praising you." "Master." At this moment, Shi Qinglang had no heart for jest. Watching Lei Hao's visage grow increasingly radiant, he finally broke down, weeping inconsolably. "Enough! What are you crying for?" Wufang Daoist scoffed, exasperated. "You 2 disciples have had your fill. Qinglang, your master is not dead yet." Shi Qinglang was instantly stunned. "What? Not dead? Could it be that your medical skills surpass Jiang Shang's?" Lei Hao forced a smile, saying, "Master, please do not comfort me. I silence if I say he is not dead." "Then he is not dead," Wufang Daoist interrupted impatiently, then turned to Jiang Shang, producing a gleaming, extraordinary object from his robes. "Jiang Shini, this is a relic left behind by a divine monk who achieved the realm of divine wandering. I possess some knowledge of pharmacology, and it is said that such relics can revive the deceased and restore the bones, that if this is used, can it save my foolish disciple's life?" "Rohatsu relic," Jiang Shang exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement. He quickly accepted the legendary sacred object, examining it with rapt attention, completely oblivious to the fact that others awaited his response. After waiting for some time, Shi Lang could no longer restrain himself and snatched the Rohatsu relic. "You little rascal! What are you doing?" Jiang Shang finally snapped back to reality, glaring at Shi Lang as if he wished to devour him. Shi Lang, feeling helpless, replied, "Elder Jiang, you have been examining it for ages. We are all waiting for your response. Can this Rohatsu relic truly save my master?" Jiang Shang rolled his eyes, responding tersely, "It should be able to save him. It is said that as long as there is a breath left, no matter how severe the injuries, the Rohatsu relic can bring one back to life. After all, it is a sacred object capable of reviving the dead and restoring the bones. However, this is my first encounter with such a sacred item, and I cannot be certain how to use it." Hearing this, Shi Lang curiously scrutinized the Rohatsu relic in his hand. The relic was no larger than a fingernail. Pure and flawless, radiating a brilliant golden light, it felt as hard as rock, yet possessed a subtle elasticity, resembling neither stone nor jade. That Wu Fang Daoist inquired, "Can it be ingested directly?" This Rohatsu relic was also something he obtained by chance, and no one knew if another existed in the world. Even though he was well versed in many things, he too did not know how to utilize it. Chapter 47. Heaven's thunder infiltrates the body. Life and death at stake, no. Shi Lang decisively shook his head, asserting that such petrified objects cannot be digested by mere stomach acids. Furthermore, given his master's current condition, he cannot rely on his own true energy to aid in the refining process. "Little Stone, what is stomach acid?" Jiang Shang inquired, his gaze intense with curiosity. At this moment, with a glimmer of hope for Lei Hao's survival, Shi Lang felt a surge of optimism that he patiently explained. "Stomach acid is a substance secreted by the stomach, much like how saliva is produced in the mouth. Elder Jiang, you must have seen individuals who drink excessively. After a certain point, they will vomit stomach acid. Stomach acid possesses corrosive properties, breaking down the ingested substances into nutrients required by the body." Wu Fang Daoist, hearing this for the first time, was taken aback that he had not expected Shi Lang to be so knowledgeable about medical theory. No wonder he recognized the medical sage Jiang Shang. It seemed that this disciple of his knew even more than Jiang Shang. What a peculiar little disciple has my Howard taken on. The more Jiang Shang listened, the more excited he became. Just as he was about to ask further questions, Shi Lang quickly interjected, "Elder Jiang, saving my master is the priority. We can discuss these matters later." He understood Jiang Shang's nature well. If allowed to continue questioning, who knows where the conversation would lead. Jiang Shang, realizing the gravity of the situation, nodded and shifted his focus back to the Rohatsu relic. If it cannot be ingested directly, then could it be crushed and consumed afterward? Shi Lang proposed that Wu Fang Daoist shook his head, stating, "No, though I may not be as proficient in medicine as you, I can sense a pure energy contained within this Rohatsu relic. This must be the essence of the relic. If external force were to shatter it, that energy would dissipate into the ether before it could even be consumed." Jiang Shang shot Shi Lang a glare, frowning as he said, "Indeed, the master speaks rightly. Little Stone, how could you entertain such a violent notion regarding this Rohatsu relic? Quickly hand it over to me. Such fine treasure should not be squandered in your hands." Shi Lang, feeling somewhat helpless, returned the relic to Jiang Shang. He was well aware of Jiang Shang's intentions. Even a few more glances at it would be beneficial. Jiang Shang accepted the relic, cradling it gently in his hands, his eyes gleaming as he examined the extraordinary stone, his face lighting up with joy. Shi Lang, disinterested, scratched his head, feeling rather despondent that if this won't work and that won't work, what are we to do? Wu Fang Daoist pondered for a moment and suggested, "I still believe it should be ingested, and then we can use external force to shatter the relic. In that way, the essence within the relic will naturally be absorbed by Hao." Shi Lang responded, "That method is feasible, but how do we apply the external force? Grandmaster, do you have a plan?" "There is a not quite viable solution, but it involves considerable risk. That tell. Grandmaster, it involves harnessing the power of thunder." "What?" Shi Lang was taken aback. "This idea seems a bit too far-fetched," that Wu Fang Daoist explained. "Once Howard ingests the Rohatsu relic, we will summon the thunder to infiltrate his body. The power of thunder will undoubtedly activate the essence of the relic." Upon hearing this, Shi Lang felt a lump in his throat. In his previous life, he had perished from a lightning strike. Earlier, He had witnessed Wu Fong Daoist summon the thunder of the heavens, striking down that executioner. Did I ask this a means to save a life or to take one? Grandmaster, this is indeed perilous. The human body struggles to withstand the high-voltage currents produced by lightning, and the mortality rate is exceedingly high. Furthermore, given his master's current physical state, it is likely Wu Fong Daoist, upon hearing this, hesitated. He naturally understood the dangers involved, and to describe it as a matter of life and death would not be an exaggeration. Although he was knowledgeable in the art of lightning summoning, even he did not dare to claim he could fully endure the power of lightning with his physical form. Yet aside from this, he genuinely could not conceive of a better method. The room fell into a profound silence. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Should they employ the wrong method, not only would the Rohatsu relic be wasted, but Lei Hao might not have a second chance. Just then, Lei Hao suddenly spoke. Let it be so. Life and death are in the hands of fate. In truth, this frail body of mine hardly warrants the use of that Rohatsu relic. However, I am aware that even if I refuse, Master, you will not acquiesce. Since there is no better alternative, let us leave everything to fate. Daesh Shurqinglang was about to voice his objections. A sudden flash of inspiration struck him. In truth, there exists a compromise. There is a natural hot spring behind the medicinal valley. Water can conduct electricity and also dissipate the intensity of electric currents. That be why first immersing Master in the hot spring and subsequently directing the heavenly thunder into the spring. We can mitigate the risks involved. That Wu Fong Daoist listened, somewhat bemused, and could not help but exclaim, how come you know so many peculiar things? What is this about conduction? What is this current? Did you comprehend any of this? The latter question was directed at Lei Hao and Jiang Shang. The two exchanged knowing glances and nodded in perfect harmony. Having spent considerable time with Shurqinglang, they were no longer taken aback by such matters. At this moment, even if they did not understand, they had to feign comprehension. After all, they were all men. Who among them would not wish to maintain their dignity? Wu Fong Daoist was momentarily taken aback, wondering why he alone was at a loss. Could it be that the world had changed too rapidly in recent years, leaving him isolated and uninformed? Shurqinglang, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head and said, I shall explain it to you later, Master. Right now, Master-S injuries are of utmost importance. We must not delay. Let us proceed at once to that. Jiang Shang hesitated before continuing. Little Stone, are you perhaps underestimating the situation? It seems unlikely that there will be thunder tonight. With my medical skills, I can only extend your master's life for one more night at best. Shurqinglang chuckled and replied, Old Jiang, you need not worry about that. Just wait and see that my master is indeed a celestial being, summoning wind and thunder with ease. Jiang Shang, however, misinterpreted this, expressing his astonishment. Master, are you a terrestrial immortal? Wu Fong Daoist shook his head and smiled ruefully. Jiang the divine physician, do not heed this lad's fanciful talk. By the way, I have yet to formally introduce myself. I am known as Wu Fong. You may simply call me Daoist Wu Fong. This is my disciple, Lei Hao, and also Qinglong's master. That I have merely scratched the surface of the celestial phenomenon realm, and I am still far from being a terrestrial immortal. However, the lineage I belong to practices thunder techniques, which is why I possess some knowledge of summoning lightning. Jiang Shang expressed admiration. Even on a global scale, masters of the celestial phenomenon realm are exceedingly rare. With such abilities, I can rest assured. I shall lead the way. Chapter 48. Rebirth and Thunder in the Royal Palace. Within the Jade Fu Palace, Hua Yuxuan was reporting to Hua Mingyao about the recent events at the execution ground. How intriguing! Hua Mingyao reclined on a long couch. Her enchanting eyes narrowed, radiating unparalleled beauty. She toyed with a strand of azure hair, her voice languid as she mused. This Lei Hao certainly continues to surprise me. Not only did he outwit His Majesty, but he also possesses a master from the celestial phenomenon realm. Huaying, it seems your little paramour is indeed extraordinary. Beside her, Huaying knelt on the ground, saying, It is the fault of my subordinates. Please forgive me, your highness, and no matter. Hua Mingyao replied with a gentle smile, This matter is not your fault. That Lei Hao does possess some cleverness. Yuxuan, has he perished? A glimmer of fervor flashed in Hua Yuxuan's eyes as he bowed his head and responded, Your Highness, Lei Hao has already undergone the slow slicing punishment. Even if he were to be rescued, He is unlikely to survive that. Oh, that is somewhat regrettable, Hua Mingyao said, her eyes sparkling with a glint of cunning. However, nothing is absolute, that I have an inkling that he will not perish so easily. Yushuan, relay orders to the Holy Sect to diligently investigate the whereabouts of Lei Hao and his master. If that Lei Hao is indeed still alive, let us see if we can entice him to join the Holy Sect under its banner. He is now considered a wanted criminal by the court, and the Holy Sect is equally a thorn in the side of the court. Perhaps he would be willing to collaborate with us. Hua Yushuan admired her foresight, stating, Your Highness, you are truly prepared for all contingencies. With brilliant strategies. Even if that Lei Hao is fortunate enough to escape death, he will not evade your grasp. Hua Mingyao's gaze flickered. Lei Hao was of little consequence. Even if he survived, he would be akin to a cripple. If we could draw in his master from the celestial phenomenon realm, and that poison expert, it would be an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. At the Yunming's Medical Valley. Near the hot spring, Wu Fang Daoist examined the spring with keen interest. The energy within this spring was remarkably pure, indeed a rare sanctuary for healing. Jiang Shang smiled modestly. You flatter me, master. Now let us witness your miraculous abilities. Wu Fang Daoist nodded slightly, then turned to instruct Qing Lang, place Howard into the hot spring. Shortly, I will infuse a protective talisman into his body to temporarily alleviate some of his suffering. Shi Qingling nodded and first administered the Arhat's relic to Lei Hao. He then removed Lei Hao's tatara. Lei Hao was enveloped in a dazzling display of electric light, emitting a roar from his parched throat that resembled no human sound. This was, indeed, the most mournful cry he had ever uttered in his life. Chapter 49, Be Human. Stripped of the buffering warmth of the hot spring, confronting the terrifying power of the heavenly thunder was simply beyond the capacity of his mortal flesh. In an instant. Lei Hao's formidable body became carbonized, subsequently consumed entirely by the onslaught of lightning. Witnessing this scene left even the unfathomable Daoist Wu Fang dumbfounded, causing him to instinctively cease his lightning-attracting technique. After a brief moment, countless rays of golden light erupted from Lei Hao's body, coalescing into a luminous sphere that enveloped him completely. Even with Wu Fang Daoist's keen eyesight, the interior of the sphere remained obscured. Shi Qingling, taken aback, turned to silently inquire of Jiang Shang and Daoist Wu Fang, but saw nothing but bewilderment reflected in their faces. Jiang Shang cleared his throat, attempting to offer reassurance. It should perhaps be the efficacy of the Arhut relic. We can only await the outcome. The most challenging ordeal is past, and now we must leave the rest to fate. The three waited for a full 3 hours as night descended and the stars glittered brilliantly in the sky. The stars appeared particularly luminous, perhaps a consequence of the recent lightning strike. The golden light surrounding Lei Hao gradually dissipated, revealing a black cocoon-like form. With a resounding thud, the black cocoon, devoid of golden support, plummeted directly into the hot spring. Shi Qinglang hurriedly fished the humanoid cocoon out, and the three gazed at the pitch-black figure, momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Were it not for their knowledge that this was indeed Lei Hao, they might have mistaken it for a massive lump of charred wood. At this moment, Lei Hao's body was rigid, his visage obscured. Shi Qinglang cast a questioning glance at Jiang Shang and Wu Fang Daoist. His eyes filled with uncertainty. What is this? What should we do? You two have seen much of the world. Surely you can think of something. Should we break it open to see? Jiang Shang awkwardly scratched his head, tentatively suggesting, break it open. Shi Qinglang shot him a glare, exasperated. I senti that rather rash. Just as the three were at a loss, the black cocoon suddenly began to crack, piece by piece, resembling a shattered eggshell, albeit in a rather unsightly hue. Shi Qinglang cautiously pried off the fragments from the head of the black cocoon, gradually revealing Lei Hao's face. Lei Hao's features remained unchanged, and he appeared to have even regained a few years of youth. His skin now seemingly more translucent. Master, Shi Qinglang called out urgently, but Lei Hao showed no signs of response. Upon checking for a breath, Shi Qinglang's expression shifted drastically. Master, it seems he is not breathing. Do not panic. It is entirely normal for Howard to be breathless after being trapped in that black cocoon for so long. Having condensed his primordial spirit, he has already become a being of innate nature, capable of sustaining long periods without breath. Upon hearing this, Shi Lang felt a flicker of hope rising within him, that he swiftly removed all the cracked fragments from Lei Hao's body. When the three finally beheld the complete figure of Lei Hao, they stood in stunned silence. Even the erudite Wufang Daoist and Jiang Shang found it hard to believe at this moment. There was not a trace of injury on Lei Hao's body. Aside from the absence of hair, his skin glimmered like jade. His physique, sculpted from sinewy muscle, appeared even more robust than before, that a subtle golden glow danced across his skin, resembling a divine body of adamantine. Behold the resurrection of the dead, flesh from bone. The Arhut relic truly lives up to its name. However, what astonished Shi Lang and the others even more was yet to come. The three simultaneously directed their gazes towards Lei Hao's lower region, where the once severed organ had miraculously reformed. The regeneration of a severed limb, particularly that of a man's essence, was a phenomenon unheard of, unseen before. Witnessing such a miracle, Shi Lang no longer harbored doubts. Lei Hao had indeed returned to life. Wufang Daoist pointed to Lei Hao's brow, sending a fragment of his consciousness into Lei Hao's being. After a moment of sensing, tears streamed down his face. Heaven has eyes. My poor disciple, after enduring countless tribulations, has finally been reborn today. Shi Lang felt a twinge of emotion, tears of joy welling up as he asked, Master, how is he now? Good, very good, exceedingly well. Hao has turned adversity into fortune. Not only has he regained his manhood, but he has also condensed his primordial spirit. This Arhut relic is indeed a divine treasure capable of profound transformation. Truly remarkable, utterly astonishing. Wufang Daoist laughed heartily, filled with emotion. Jiang Shang's gaze roamed over Lei Hao's form, meticulously inspecting every detail, fearful of overlooking even the slightest aspect, particularly the newly grown essence. Shi Lang rolled his eyes at Jiang Shang's behavior. Exasperated. Please, act like a decent human being. If I didn't know your obsession with medicine, I might think you have some peculiar proclivity, given that gluttonous expression. Unperturbed by the opinions of others, Jiang Shang remained enthralled, exclaiming, To witness the miraculous effects of the Arhut relic in my lifetime is indeed a rare fortune. The regeneration of severed limbs is beyond comprehension. As he spoke, Jiang Shang could not help but reach out, attempting to touch the wondrous manifestation. Shi Lang, unable to bear it any longer, forcefully swatted Jiang Shang's hand away. Jiang Lao, that's enough. Don't take advantage of my master while he is unconscious. Jiang Shang huffed and puffed, indignant that at my age, what have I not seen? It's merely a touch. How can that be considered taking advantage? Why, you wretch, how could you betray your own kind? Shi Lang had grown weary of Jiang Shang's antics and turned to Wufang Daoist. Master, why hasn't he awakened yet? Wufang Daoist smiled broadly, his spirits lifted. The golden light upon Hao has yet to dissipate. It is likely he has not fully absorbed the energy of the relic. If I am not mistaken, he should have achieved the indestructible body of the Vajra. The indestructible body of the Vajra. Shi Lang had never heard such a term before and inquired curiously. Jiang Shang chuckled, unexpectedly drawing a dagger and making a light incision across Lei Hao's body. Shi Lang barely had time to react, taken aback by Jiang Shang's sudden madness, that he opened his mouth to question. But the words died in his throat. The dagger, though appearing sharp, inflicted no harm upon Lei Hao whatsoever. Did you see that? Jiang Shang grinned, continuing, This is the indestructible body of the Vajra. Ordinary blades cannot harm such a physique. It is said that only high monks of the Buddhist sect can cultivate such divine abilities. Wufang Daoist added, Indeed, the cultivation methods of the Buddhist sect differ from others. The pinnacle of Buddhist practices places greater emphasis on the cultivation of the physical body. If one can refine the 7th grade body forging realm and the 4th grade formless realm to perfection, upon breaking through to the 1st grade Dharma image realm and achieving the primordial spirit, the flesh will transform into this indestructible body. Even experts in the realm of law would find it challenging to breach the defenses of this indestructible body. It seems we have indeed made a fortunate wager. With the aid of heavenly thunder, Hao must have absorbed all the energy of the Arhut relic, resulting in such extraordinary effects. Chapter 50. Joining the Shadow Guard. Just as Wufang Daoist finished speaking, Lei Hao's body stirred slightly, and he emitted a low groan. Master has awakened, Shi Lang exclaimed. Noticing Lei Hao's movements with delight, Lei Hao slowly opened his eyes. He was met with the joyful expressions of the three. It seems I am not destined to die. A mischievous glint appeared in Shi Qinglong's eyes as he glanced downwards. Master, you are not just alive. You have undergone a complete transformation. Take a look for yourself. Confused, Lei Hao followed Shi Qinglong's gaze downwards and beheld the miraculous regeneration at his loins. Instinctively, he swallowed hard, rubbed his eyes, and wore an expression of disbelief. Ignoring the presence of others, he reached down to touch it himself. Feeling the long-lost sensation, Lei Hao remained incredulous. What is happening? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? Shi Qinglang beamed. Master, you are not dreaming. It is all real. This is surely the effect of the Arhat relic. Resurrection of the dead, flesh from bone, and even the regeneration of severed limbs. Wufang Daoist slapped Lei Hao's sturdy shoulder, exclaiming, Foolish disciple, your foolishness has indeed brought you great fortune. Well, it seems you have quite the asset. This statement jolted Lei Hao into full awareness, and he immediately felt his face flush with embarrassment, hastily pulling a cloak to cover himself. The joy he had felt moments ago was now overshadowed by sheer mortification. Reflecting on his instinctive actions, he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Utterly humiliated, observing the playful grins of the three, he chose to close his eyes, feigning unconsciousness. Laugh to your heart's content. Regardless, I am currently unable to hear, see, or know anything. A month later, the half-year appointment between Shi Qinglang and Jiang Shang has arrived. In the end, he decided to leave the Yimin's medical valley and return to the imperial palace. Had the incident with Lei Hao not occurred, perhaps Shi Qinglang would genuinely have considered staying in Yimin's. However, this time, Lei Hao was nearly tortured to death, and he would never allow such a thing to happen again. Now that Lei Hao's identity has been exposed, it is even less likely for him to return to the palace for revenge. If fate has dictated this, then let him, as the disciple, uncover the truth on behalf of his master. The first step in Shi Qinglong's plan is to infiltrate the Shadow Guard and wait for the right moment to act. His return to the palace has already been reported in advance. The person who came to greet him is none other than Su Hu. Little Stone, you have finally returned, Su Hu exclaimed, stepping forward to envelop Shi Qinglang in a bear hug. After half a year apart, Shi Qinglang noticed that Su Hu had become significantly more robust, his energy now contained and evidently greatly improved. Huge brother, have you broken through? Shi Qinglang inquired tentatively. Su Hu patted his chest, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Your eyes are sharp. That we were fortunate. Just a couple of days ago, I broke through to the 3rd rank of the Tongxian realm. What do you think? Impressive, right? Huge brother. As expected of you. Shi Qinglang raised his thumb in sincere admiration. That Su Hu led Shi Qinglang, chatting as they walked. Lord Tang has asked me to take you to the Shadow Pavilion. Little Stone. I heard from Lord Tang that you are to join our Shadow Guard. Shi Qinglang nodded, spreading his hands. That it's rare for Lord Tang to take notice of me. I have no better place to go. Do I? That's splendid. Su Hu threw his arm around Shi Qinglong's shoulders, winking. From now on, we can be together again. The two chatted casually, and soon they arrived at the Shadow Pavilion. Su Hu guided Shi Qinglang directly to the highest level of the pavilion, where a man clad in a purple robe slightly nodded, accompanied by a sword-wielding youth. Shi Qinglang stepped forward, cupping his fists in greeting. That I pay my respects to Lord Tang. Tang, he took a sip of tea, nodding slightly. Shi Yin, from your letter, it seems you have decided to join the Shadow Guard. I have made up my mind, and I hope to receive Lord Tang's guidance in the future. Good. After this cup of tea, we shall be like family. As Tang Yi's words fell, a young attendant named Xiao presented a cup of tea. With a flick of his finger, Tang Yi sent the cup soaring towards Shi Qinglang. Shi Qinglang felt a surge of pressure emanating from the seemingly innocuous cup. Aware that it was enveloped in a potent energy, ready to unleash a lethal strike at any moment, he extended his hands to catch the cup. But before his fingers could grasp it, the cup suddenly surged forward, piercing through his energy and heading straight for his face. Though startled, Shi Qinglang remained composed, deftly sidestepping the cup. That he then spun around, his arm arcing gracefully as he dissipated the force behind the cup with his own energy, simultaneously punching backward to sever the residual pressure. The cup landed steadily in Shi Qinglang's grasp, and not a single drop of tea was spilled throughout the entire process. Applause erupted. Shi Yin, I am pleasantly surprised. You have also reached the third rank in these 6 months, Tang Yi exclaimed. Astonished, while Su Hu stood dumbfounded, playfully punching Shi Qinglong's shoulder. You rascal. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Were you trying to fool me? Cough, cough. Tang Yi cleared his throat, casting a sidelong glance at Su Hu. Su Hu scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly, refraining from further interruptions. Shi Qinglang explained, half a year ago, I became a disciple of the medicine immortal Elder Jiang. Seeing my lowly martial arts, he provided me with some medicinal assistance to enhance my cultivation. Only then did I achieve some minor success, that I fear I have embarrassed myself before you, my lord. These words had long been rehearsed by Shi Qinglang, utilizing Elder Jiang's renowned mystique to mask the origins of his martial prowess. Whether Tang Yi believed him was beyond his concern. You are quite honest and have not hidden your talents. However, gaining Elder Jiang's favor is no small feat, Tang Yi remarked, evidently not wishing to delve deeper. For each person harbored their own secrets. Shi Qinglang quickly flattered. My lord is a first-rank grandmaster, with discerning eyes that can see through the heavens that I would never dare to conceal my meager skills before you. Tang Yi nodded in satisfaction and proceeded directly to the point. Given your abilities and past contributions, you would be more than suitable to serve as a 1,000 household in the Shadow Guard. However, your current qualifications are still somewhat lacking, and you may struggle to command respect, that I shall temporarily appoint you as a 100 household, primarily responsible for investigating cases. After some time, we will find an opportunity to promote you to 1,000 household. How does that sound? Chapter 51. A scene 2 stimulating Shi Qinglong's heart leapt with joy, and he feigned astonishment, that I shall abide by your arrangements, my lord. I have no objections. Subordinate Tang Yi chuckled, shaking his head. You are quite clever, adapting to your new role so quickly. Very well, I have a case for you. Shi Qinglang cupped his fists. Please enlighten me, my lord. 3 days ago, Qindong suddenly passed away, Tang Yi said, his expression growing serious. Qin Baihu? Shi Qinglang was taken aback, instinctively exclaiming. Tang Yi nodded. Indeed, it is he. His death was shrouded in mystery, and even the coroner could not ascertain the cause, since you have returned. I have witnessed your proficiency in autopsies that I shall entrust this matter to you. Shi Qinglang accepted the task and inquired, May I ask where Qin Baihu's body is? Can I see it now? Now. Yes, the longer a body remains, the harder it becomes to trace useful information. Good, I did not misjudge you, Tang Yi replied with a hearty laugh. You can accompany me. The body is in the morgue, and I shall join you for a closer look. With Tang Yi leading the way, the trio soon arrived at the morgue located in the lower levels of the Shadow Pavilion. Shi Qinglang stood before the naked body of Qindong. Noting that not only were his clothes absent, but his hair had also been shaved off, that it bore a somewhat professional air. The coroners could not find any wounds, so they resorted to your method from the last autopsy, even shaving Qindong's head. Their final conclusion was that he died of sudden death, Tang Yi explained. Shi Qinglang nodded slightly, refraining from expressing any opinion. He retrieved a rolled cloth bag from his attire, unveiling an entire set of various instruments. The largest knife measured no more than the size of a palm, while the smallest was merely the size of a thumb. Each blade gleamed with a unique metallic luster, indicating no ordinary craftsmanship. Tang Yi was astonished, as this was the first time he had encountered such exquisite tools, some of which were oddly shaped, leaving him puzzled as to their purpose. Shi Yin. What are these tools? Return to my lord. These are instruments for autopsy, Shi Qinglang replied, picking up a small 3-inch-long knife, clearly enamored with it. Despite its simplicity, he had spent a considerable sum to have them crafted. Nearly half of the 1,000 taels of silver bestowed by the emperor had gone into creating this set of tools. Lord Tang, I intend to perform an autopsy on the body. The scene may be somewhat. Not to worry. You may proceed, and we shall observe, Tang Yi assured him. Tang Yi noted that once Shi Qinglang encountered a corpse, he seemed to transform entirely, exuding an earnest focus that inexplicably inspired confidence. However, as the autopsy continued, even Tang Yi began to regret remaining. Shi Qinglang meticulously dissected Qindong's body, extracting every organ to conduct a thorough examination. It was the first time Tang Yi and Su had witnessed such a close encounter with human innards. The sight was undeniably stimulating. Tang Yi covered his nose, his complexion growing increasingly pallid, while Su suppressed several near retches, on the verge of vomiting had he not exerted significant control. Only Shi Qinglang remained fully immersed, diligently conducting the autopsy from start to finish. Little Stone, what have you discovered? Su Hu eagerly inquired as Shi Qinglang finally paused that as of now, there are no injuries on Qindong's body, whether externally or internally. Shi Qinglang replied, maintaining his composure, though a contemplative glint shone in his eyes. Could it truly have been an accident, and Qindong merely died of sudden death? Am I overthinking it? Tang, he murmured to himself. Not necessarily. There is still one area that has yet to be dissected. Shi Qinglang pointed at Qindong's head and said, Su Hu, upon hearing this, could not help but swallow hard. He realized that Shi Qinglang was not merely jesting. He genuinely intended to strike Qindong, that Su Hu quickly covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Tang smacked Su Hu's hand away and glared at him. What a worthless thing. Am I to endure this alone? Before long, Shi Qinglang, using tweezers, grasped a shriveled object and presented it before Tang. My lord, this is the cause of Qindong's demise. Tang took a couple of steps back with a hint of disdain. Clearing his throat. What is this? My eyesight is quite good. There is no need to bring it so close. Shi Qinglang chuckled. If I am not mistaken, this is a gu worm, the Gu worm. Tang, he exclaimed in shock. Shi Qinglang nodded silently. Tang exhaled, turning to Su Hu, Tiger. You should step out for now. This matter is of great significance. It is better that you remain unaware for the time being. Su Hu, though curious, understood that some matters were best left unasked. As he could hardly endure the tension in his stomach, he seized the opportunity to take his leave. Tang sighed. Shiyin, I shall not conceal this from you. It pertains to you as well. Several months ago, upon the 12th prince's return to the palace, the 9th prince secretly requested an imperial edict for me to investigate the matter of the 12th prince's poisoning. You should also be aware that the 12th prince has indeed been afflicted with gu poison. The 9th prince informed me that Qindong might be involved for the past 3 to 4 months. I have been discreetly looking into Qindong's circumstances. However, I never anticipated that Qindong would suddenly perish. It now appears that he likely instructed Wu Lu to poison the 12th prince. Following the incident, Qindong killed Wu Lu, framing Su Hu for the act. Shi Qinglang was naturally familiar with this situation. It was he who had suggested the investigation into Qindong to Xiao Fengtong. My lord Tang, what have you uncovered in your investigation? After a moment of hesitation, Tang astoundedly revealed, Qindong is a person placed within the shadow guard by the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince. Shi Qinglang exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed. Tang nodded silently and continued, there is no need for such surprise. It is quite normal. Not only in the Shadow Guard, but even within the Buddhist Guard, there are spies arranged by various princes and princesses. Generally, as long as these individuals do not overstep their bounds, I tend to turn a blind eye. However, since this involves the Crown Prince, I cannot afford to be careless. Shi Qinglang instinctively remarked, could it be that the Crown Prince wishes to harm the 12th prince? Mind your words, Tang cautioned. Such matters cannot be spoken of lightly. Based on the current evidence, it can only be proven that Qindong was an agent of the Crown Prince. Nothing more can be inferred. Shiyin, you strike me as an intelligent individual. Be cautious in your words and actions within the palace. Shi Qinglang clasped his hands and bowed. Understood, my lord. Chapter 52. What is genius? After Tang Yi's admonition, he continued. This matter has come to the attention of both the emperor and the 9th prince. They have not said much, only instructing me to continue my investigation discreetly. Shi Qinglang pondered for a moment and asked, may I see Qindong's case file? Tang Yi smiled. Of course, the records of Qindong's movements over the past few months are documented in the file that we shall return together shortly, and I will show it to you. However, only you may view it. Furthermore, this matter must remain between us. Not even Su Hu can know that you understand. Shi Qinglang was aware of the gravity of the situation and quickly assured him. After dealing with Qindong's remains, he followed Tang Yi back to the upper levels of the Shadow Pavilion. Upon receiving Tang Yi's instructions, Xiaobai brought forth a file nearly half a person tall and placed it before Shi Qinglang. Here it is, Shi Qinglang. Are you certain you wish to examine it thoroughly? Shi Qinglang nodded with a smile. In investigations, attention to detail is paramount. I cannot afford to overlook even the slightest clue. Xiaobai flashed a look of surprise, but said nothing further before taking his leave. Several hours passed swiftly. When Tang Yi returned, he found Shi Qinglang seated at the table, deep in contemplation. Tang Yi approached and rapped on the table. Shiyin, are you planning to stay here? Shi Qinglang came to his senses. Quickly rising to clasp his hands, "I pay my respects to my lord." Tang Yi patted the file and asked, "What have you gleaned? How much have you read?" Reporting to my lord, "I have meticulously read through it twice." "Twice?" Tang Yi exclaimed, astonished. "Are you certain you have read it thoroughly, rather than skimming?" Shikingling blinked in confusion and nodded. "Was there something amiss with my reading?" Tang Yi, still skeptical, inquired. "On the 3rd of September, where did Qindong go?" On the 3rd of September, Qindong was on leave. After leaving the palace early, he first went to Qingjai Fong, and then Shikingling recounted the details from the file as if he were reciting a familiar tale. Tang Yi continued to pose questions, and Shikingling answered each one without missing a word. The DOU possessed the ability to read 1,000 lines at a glance, retaining every detail. Shikingling nodded. "Is that so difficult?" Yet he soon realized that such memory was not merely a product of evolution, but required training and skill. Tang Yi was astounded. Even if he himself were to review such a file, it would take him a day and a night to finish it. Yet here was Shikingling, who had managed to read it twice in just a few hours, with an impeccable memory. What is genius? Without comparison, there can be no harm. How is your mind so sharp? Come, little stone, take a seat. Tang Yi suddenly became warm and friendly, even changing how he addressed Shikingling. "That it seems I have indeed found a treasure. From now on, you and Tiger will be my right and left arms. No, wait. That lad Tiger has decent martial aptitude, but his intellect pales in comparison to yours. You shall be my right arm. And let Tiger be your left. Allow him to learn from you. Perhaps this thick-headed fellow will gain some insight." "Ha!" Shikingling felt somewhat unaccustomed to Tang Yi's sudden enthusiasm, forcing a smile. "Thank you for your kind regard." "My lord," Tang Yi, with piercing eyes, remarked, "you seemed lost in thought just now. Did you discern something?" Shikingling nodded. "I do have a faint idea. According to the records, aside from secretly delivering messages to the Eastern Palace, the place Qindong frequented the most was Jibeifang. That a few months ago, Qindong owed Jibeifang several thousand taels of silver. Yet shortly thereafter, he repaid this debt. The timing closely coincides with when the 12th prince was initially poisoned." "My lord, do you not find this suspicious?" Tang Yi furrowed his brow. "Is there not much to it? There are many who enjoy gambling within the Shadow Guard. While Qindong lost a considerable sum, it is not impossible for him to win it back. Moreover, with the backing of the Eastern Palace and his position in our Shadow Guard, acquiring some money is not difficult, is it? As for the timing, it is indeed coincidental. However, this alone lacks convincing power. That my lord makes a valid point," Shikingling acknowledged, nodding in agreement. Not daring to contradict his superior openly, he continued, "I merely sensed a hunch. Jibeifang holds some suspicion based on the records. Currently, with no other leads, why not allow me to investigate Jibeifang?" Tang Yi pondered for a moment. "Since you find it suspicious, then investigate. However, the power dynamics in the capital are complex. That it is impossible for a gambling house of such scale to operate without backing. The public owner of Jibeifang is of little importance. That if we are to investigate, we must uncover the true mastermind behind the scenes. This matter will be handled by me. Once we have clarity, I will inform you." Shikingling rose and clasped his hands. "Then I shall return and await news. That if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." "Wait," Tang Yi interjected. "Little stone, where do you intend to go?" "Reporting to my lord, I have used the Emperor's reward to purchase a residence in the capital, thus securing a place to stay." Tang Yi chuckled. "Well done. You have thought ahead. That in fact, we of the Shadow Guard already have accommodations within the palace. However, since the 12th prince requested personnel from me, I did not arrange a place for you." "The 12th prince?" Shikingling exclaimed, surprised that it seemed his little brother had not been unwise in his choice, immediately thinking of his elder brother. Tang Yi nodded slightly. "This brings me to the second matter I wish to discuss with you." Shikingling's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that another case had arisen? Tang Yi shook his head with a smile. "This time, it is not a case. The situation is as follows. In 7 days, the Crown Prince is to undertake an inspection in Yuzhou, accompanied by the 9th and 12th princes. The 12th prince, upon learning of your return to the palace, specifically requested that you accompany him as protection. Thus, for the time being, you shall reside in Wudong Palace." Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang found himself laden with numerous questions. However, observing Tang Yi's expression, which clearly suggested a reluctance to elaborate further, he could only acquiesce and take his leave. Shortly thereafter, Shi Qinglang arrived outside Wudong Palace, where two seemingly spirited shadow guards barred his path. "Which palace do you serve as a eunuch?" they inquired. Shi Qinglang presented a token exclusive to the shadow guards, emblazoned with the characters for Bai Hu and Shi Yin. Upon seeing the token, the two guards immediately clasped their fists in salute. Subordinate Ding Su, UXI, greets Lord Shi Bai Hu. Chapter 53. The Tripartite Division of the Realm. Shi Qinglang smiled and replied, "No need for formalities. My brothers, that I have come to pay my respects to the 12th prince. I would appreciate it if you could relay my arrival." Ding Su ingratiated himself. "Lord Shi, the young prince has instructed that you need not announce your presence. You may proceed directly to the prince's quarters." That Yuxan hastily added. "The young prince also mentioned that within Wudong Palace, all must heed your commands. Lord Shi, that we kindly ask for your guidance henceforth." After exchanging pleasantries with the two, Shi Qinglang made his way to seek out Xiao Fengwu. Inside the sleeping quarters, Xiao Fengwu had already prepared a banquet of wine and delicacies. Aside from himself, not a single maid or eunuch was present. Upon spotting Shi Qinglang, Xiao Fengwu rushed towards him. "Brother Shi, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you for half the day and have sent people to urge Tang multiple times." Shi Qinglang gently ruffled Xiao Fengwu's hair, his expression tender. After half a year apart, Xiao Fengwu had grown taller and stronger, a veritable handsome youth. The two conversed as they dined, with Xiao Fengwu chattering incessantly, while Shi Qinglang listened patiently, occasionally chiming in. Once Xiao Fengwu had spoken at length, Shi Qinglang inquired, "Where is your sister?" With a shrug, Xiao Fengwu replied, "Sister is still at the Xinhua Academy and has yet to return to the palace. She said she would come back to join us right before we depart." Shi Qinglang responded with an "oh," then curiously asked, logically, "The Crown Prince's expedition does not concern you and the 9th princess. Why are you both accompanying him?" With a mysterious smile, Xiao Fengwu said, "Brother Shi, you might not know this, but father has intentions of designating Yuzhou as my fief once I come of age. And I believe this trip is to allow me a glimpse of it." Shi Qinglang frowned and questioned, "Then why is the 9th princess accompanying you?" After a moment's thought, Xiao Fengwu explained, "With my sister looking after me. Father can be more at ease, that it may also be, because Yuzhou is close to the western border, an area already under my uncle's influence, that I have heard that the border has been tumultuous these past 2 years, often clashing with the Shilin dynasty, that my uncle has not returned to see me and my sister for 2 years. So this is a good opportunity for us to visit him." Shi Qinglang blinked in surprise. "Your uncle? Who is he?" Xiao Fengwu rolled his eyes and smirked. "Brother Shi, you really don't know? My uncle is the esteemed General Feng Hanzhan, the conqueror of the West." Feng Hanzhan? Xiao Fengting? Feng Jiu? Xiao Fengwu? As these names crossed his mind, Shi Qinglang suddenly comprehended that this brother and sister duo hail from the Feng family. The audacity to incorporate their surname into the imperial lineage suggested that the Feng clan possessed considerable power. Given Xiao Fengwu's expression, it appeared that General Feng Hanzhan was indeed quite renowned. Seeing Shi Qinglang's bewildered demeanor, Xiao Fengwu exclaimed in astonishment, "Brother Shi, you haven't heard of the 3 great war gods of our Dalan dynasty?" Instinctively, Shi Qinglang shook his head. Truth be told, he had never concerned himself with such matters, and even Shi Qing's memories contained scant references to them. Xiao Fengwu's eyes twinkled mischievously as he grinned. "No worries, let me play the sage today and give you a thorough lesson." With that, he began rummaging around mysteriously until he finally unearthed a scroll. "Brother Shi, take a look at this." Upon approaching the table, Shi Qinglang beheld a sprawling map of the region. It was the first time he had seen the entire layout of this continent. "Brother Shi, this continent is known as Jelo Continent. Our Dalan dynasty lies to the east, while the Shilin dynasty is to the west, and the Baiyuan dynasty to the north, thus dividing the realm into 3 parts. You see, our Dalan dynasty shares a northern border with the Baiyuan dynasty and is adjacent to the Shilin dynasty to the west, while to the east and south lies the vast ocean. There are some smaller nations across the east and south seas, but their strength pales in comparison to our Dalan dynasty. The entire southeastern coastline is under the command of General Xie Fengyin of the Xie family, who is also the maternal family of the current empress. Xie Fengyin and the empress are cousins. The northern front is guarded by General Qin Zhan of the north, who is also the maternal uncle of the second prince and the elder brother of concubine Zhuang. The remaining western defenses are entrusted to my maternal family, the Feng clan, and my uncle, Feng Hanzhan, is the conqueror of the West. Xie Fengyin, Qin Zhan, and my uncle Feng Hanzhan are regarded as the pillars of our Dalan dynasty. Each has rendered tremendous service to the dynasty and is in the prime of life, collectively dubbed the Three War Gods. Shi Qinglang listened intently, gaining insight into the intricate web of interests that constituted the royal family. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he seized the opportunity to ask, "What about the favored concubine Hua in the harem? Does she lack any backing?" "Concubine Hua?" Xiao Fengwu paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon replied truthfully, "To my knowledge, concubine Hua's family is merely a wealthy clan. The Hua family wields no significant influence. However, she is indeed the most beautiful among the concubines in the harem, which explains Father S' profound affection for her. Currently, she is the sole concubine in the harem, and even Empress Xie holds her in some regard." After pondering for a moment, Shi Qingling asked, "Fengwu, how is your relationship with the crown prince?" Xiao Fengwu blinked and replied, "Our Feng family has no intention of contending for the throne, so naturally, we do not have any conflict with the crown prince. The crown prince is humble and has been quite considerate towards me. Especially 4 years ago, when our mother passed away due to illness, the crown prince was particularly attentive to us siblings. Brother Shirtu, are you investigating the matter of the poison I was afflicted with?" Shi Qingling nodded with a smile, acknowledging the boy's cleverness. Xiao Fengwu scrunched his nose and remarked, "Our siblings have always been uninterested in worldly affairs that if someone truly seeks to harm me, it might very well be the seventh prince." "The seventh prince?" Shi Qingling exclaimed in surprise. "What makes you say that?" Xiao Fengwu elaborated, "The seventh prince's mother, concubine Duan, has had some grievances with our mother, concubine Xian. Therefore, the seventh prince has been at odds with us siblings since childhood, and I naturally have no inclination to treat him kindly. Over time, our relationship has grown increasingly strained. However, while the seventh prince is indeed cunning, he does not seem to possess the audacity for such actions." Shi Qingling reassured him, "Rest assured, I will investigate this matter. It is best for you to avoid alarming the snake. Just exercise caution that it is getting late. Fengwu, you should retire for the night." Xiao Fengwu smiled. "With you here, Brother Shirtu, I feel even more at ease." The thought of soon leaving the palace and seeing his uncle filled him with joy. "Brother Shirtu, in the future, when you enter the palace, please stay with me, so I have someone to converse with." Shi Qingling silently nodded, realizing for the first time that Xiao Fengwu had lost his mother at a young age, which explained his previously flamboyant demeanor. The siblings relied on each other. Even within the royal family, their lives could not have been easy. Chapter 54. Viewed from the front, a ridge. From the side, a peak point. 7 days later, a procession of at least 1,000 men departed the capital in grand fashion. Heading westward, among the throng, Shi Qingling drove an opulent carriage through the city gates. That moment, he suddenly sensed a gaze fixated upon him. Following the sensation, Shi Qingling turned his head and spotted a tall man donning a wide-brimmed hat amid the crowd. Although he could not discern the man's features, Shi Qingling surmised who it was and couldn't help but smile knowingly, filled with confidence. "Shi Yin, why do I feel as though someone is watching us?" A feminine voice suddenly echoed from within the carriage. "Miss Wenren, you are overthinking it. With so many people outside, there are bound to be countless eyes upon us. Perhaps someone is simply admiring my looks. After all, with this appearance, I am not undeserving of the title of charming." Shi Qingling jested. He had not anticipated that Wenren Sheng, the esteemed Hutu guard, would possess such keen perception. "Why would you, a fine young lady from a prominent family, forsake your status and choose to work among men as a Hutu guard?" Xiao Fengting chuckled lightly, taking Wenren Sheng's hand. "Sister Wenren, pay him no mind. That's just how he speaks." Wenren Sheng donned an exquisite black and gold brocade attire of the floating tower guard. Her appearance strikingly handsome, with a visage that defied traditional gender distinctions, exuding a unique charm that could only be described as androgynous beauty. Were it not for her familiar acquaintances, one might find it challenging to discern that she was, in fact, a woman, merely 18 years of age. Wenren Sheng had already achieved the rank of a third-tier adept, hailing from a prestigious noble family in the capital. However, this young lady had little inclination towards feminine pursuits, preferring instead the art of swordplay and martial prowess. Gifted with exceptional martial talent, Wenren Sheng had entered the floating tower guard. Following in the footsteps of her elder brother, who served as the regional commander, she had ascended to the esteemed position of 1,000 household commander through her own merit. Privately, she was a close confidant of Xiao Fengtong, and it was due to this connection that she was assigned to protect Xiao Fengtong during this journey. After all, being women made their collaboration all the more convenient. At this moment, when Ren Xing narrowed her eyes and scoffed lightly, remarking that while the observation made was indeed accurate, possessing a fine appearance was ultimately of little utility. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fengwu immediately felt a surge of discontent. In the past, he would have joined in the jesting. But now that Shi Qinglang was his elder brother, even if the latter were truly lacking in certain respects, it was not for others to speak ill of him. Sister Wenren, your statement is somewhat misaligned. Little Stone is a third-tier adept and 2 years younger than you. Should a confrontation arise, you might not necessarily prove to be his match, Xiao Fengwu retorted with a hint of challenge. Wenren Sheng regarded him with surprise, having initially assumed that Shi Qinglang was merely a favored eunuch of the 12th prince. Speaking freely due to his patronage, to her astonishment, he was indeed a third-tier adept, and so young at that. Connecting this with the 12th prince's demeanor towards Shi Qinglang, a realization dawned upon her. She winked at Xiao Fengtong, suggesting, "Is he a skilled individual nurtured by your Feng family, for his highness the 12th? Xiao Fengtong was momentarily taken aback, not having anticipated Wenren Sheng's line of thought. Xiao Fengwu, with a mischievous grin, feigned mystery. Well, I never explicitly stated it, so how you choose to interpret it is entirely your affair. If you guess incorrectly, I cannot be held accountable. Can I? Wenren Sheng understood, acknowledging her overstep. Indeed, I have overstepped my bounds and should not have inquired further. Xiao Fengtong, caught between amusement and exasperation, shot a glare at Xiao Fengwu, who promptly stuck out his tongue and shifted the conversation. Sister Wenren, what brings you along this time? He asked. Naturally, it is to safeguard the princess that on this journey to Yuzhou, I am the princess's personal bodyguard. Wenren Sheng replied with a resolute "Ai or is that's so?" Xiao Fengwu replied with a playful smile. Sister Wenren, are you certain it is not to visit my uncle? Feigning modesty, Wenren Sheng delicately pinched her fingers and exclaimed, Oh, your highness, you are truly, alas, if you expose such truths, how shall I ever become your aunt in the future? Indeed. Here we go again. Xiao Fengwu sighed, raising a hand to his forehead in resignation. Sister Wenren, can't you be a bit more discreet? At your age, you could almost be my uncle's daughter. Wenren Sheng retorted with a nonchalant demeanor. Discreet about what? Who in the capital does not know of my admiration for General Feng? If someone wishes to marry me, they must first defeat General Feng. Once that is accomplished, I shall marry without hesitation. Besides, your uncle is unmarried, and I am also unwed. Age is but a trivial concern. As soon as General Feng gives his approval, I will promptly send my father to propose. Outside the carriage, Shi Qinglang overheard the entire exchange and silently gave a thumbs up, thinking to himself, Indeed, she is quite the bold woman. Xiao Fengwu rolled his eyes. The key point is that my uncle seems to have no inclination towards your type. Wenren Sheng widened her eyes in curiosity. Then what does he prefer? I am still young and do not comprehend such matters of romance. Xiao Fengwu quickly deflected, gesturing toward Shi Qinglang, implying that he was well-versed in such topics. In Wenren Sheng's eyes, however, Xiao Fengwu was inadvertently revealing that Shi Qinglang was indeed someone nurtured by Feng Hantan, thus possessing greater insight into his preferences. Wenren Sheng first gave a thumbs up to Xiao Fengwu, acknowledging his thoughtfulness, before making a gesture to indicate her understanding, vowing to keep it a secret. Xiao Fengtong, watching this exchange, was left speechless, stifling her laughter. Sister Wenren, do be mindful, she cautioned. Wenren Sheng cleared her throat and called out from behind the curtain, Shi Yin, what type of woman do you suppose General Feng would favor? Shi Qinglang, his eyes twinkling with mischief, recalled how this young lady had just claimed he was all show and no substance, that he decided to seize the opportunity for a bit of playful revenge, knowing full well that no man would take kindly to such a cruel remark. With a knowing smile, he recited a verse. From one angle, a mountain appears as a ridge. From another, it presents as a peak. From afar or nearby, its heights and depths vary. What a beautiful poem, Xiao Fengtong exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with admiration. While Brother Stone, Little Stone, you can compose poetry too. Xiao Fengwu, equally impressed, echoed her sentiment. Wenren Sheng, however, was so engrossed in the verse that she failed to notice Xiao Fengwu's slip of the tongue. What does it mean? She mused silently, repeating the lines in her mind. Having read extensively, she recognized it as a rare gem of poetry, yet struggled to connect it to General Feng's preferences. As she turned towards Xiao Fengtong, her eyes displayed a helpless, pleading expression. Chapter 55. Reflect and consider. Those who understand will understand. Before Xiao Fengtong could respond, Xiao Fengwu interjected dismissively, Sister Wenren. How can you not grasp such a simple meaning? Wenren Sheng, feeling indignant, countered, Little Prince, why don't you explain it then? That's quite simple. He began. It means that a mountain, when viewed from different angles, reveals various landscapes. Each word in the poem is straightforward, yet when woven together, the essence transforms entirely. This is what we call profound simplicity. With that, Xiao Fengwu raised an eyebrow at Wenren Sheng in a gesture of provocation. Wenren Sheng rolled her eyes in response. Is that all? While I may not be as well read as the Little Prince, I did grow up reading, you know? I certainly understand the literal meaning of the poem. But how does this relate to General Feng? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Fengwu speculated, I would guess that Little Stone is suggesting that Uncle prefers women who are well-read. Shi Qinglang grinned widely. Reflect and consider. A friendly reminder, poetry and women have a rather nuanced relationship. Those who understand will understand. Even Xiao Fengtong found herself intrigued. She repeated the lines in her mind, increasingly convinced of their quality, rivaling the works of esteemed poets. Had Shi Qinglang composed this? If so, his literary prowess might surpass even his martial talents. Could it be possible? Observing Wenren Sheng's desperate gaze for assistance, Xiao Fengtong momentarily suppressed her curiosity, allowing her full attention to be consumed by the poem. The verses, seemingly about a mountain, conveyed the myriad forms and perspectives it held. Suddenly, an idea struck Xiao Fengtong, and her face flushed crimson. How unexpected! This seemingly harmless individual possessed a roguish essence beneath the surface. Utterly misusing such exquisite poetry, yet somehow it fit perfectly. Xiao Fengtong felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, marveling at Shi Qinglang's talent and cleverness. Princess, have you figured it out? Wenren Sheng inquired, noticing Xiao Fengtong's peculiar expression. Xiao Fengtong hesitated, but under Wenren Sheng's persistent questioning, she finally confided her thoughts. Wenren Sheng was initially left speechless, then glanced down at herself, feeling despondent. Does this mean I have no chance? Xiao Fengwu, utterly bewildered, asked in curiosity, Sister, what have you guessed? Wenren Sheng's expression turned serious as she responded, Sister, you must stay away from Shi Yin in the future and not learn these frivolous things from him. 5 days later, the convoy arrived at the gates of Yuzhou. The Yuzhou governor, Yu Mu, had long been waiting outside the city with a host of officials that Yu Mu, having served for 5 years, was renowned for his integrity and uprightness. Managing Yuzhou with remarkable order. Aside from natural disasters and floods beyond human control, Yuzhou was indeed a prosperous region. Now in his 40s, Yu Mu, though a civil official, possessed a robust physique that stood in stark contrast to his contemporaries, who had all succumbed to the bulging bellies of indulgence. With the arrival of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, Yu Mu felt a twinge of anxiety. After much negotiation with local wealthy merchants, he had secured a lavish residence as a temporary palace and had arrived more than an hour early to await the prince's arrival at the city gate. Upon seeing the prince, he respectfully offered his greetings and led all the officials ahead. After a journey of nearly half an hour, they reached a place known as Tsuelio Villa, the most impressive estate in all of Yuzhou. It could comfortably accommodate 300 to 500 guests, and the common folk within a 5-mile radius had already been temporarily relocated. Xiao Fengtong and Xiao Fengwu were settled in a secluded courtyard, accompanied by their personal guards, Shi Qinglang and Wenren Sheng. That evening, Yu Mu organized a sumptuous welcome banquet, and each official presented their token of appreciation. Noticing that the crown prince exhibited no signs of discontent, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The following morning, Wenren Ing, the prefect of the Fuchue, an elder brother of Wenren Sheng, came to pay his respects to the 9th princess and the 12th prince. Wenren Ing was a striking figure with prominent brows and piercing eyes, exuding an air of confidence. Under 30 years of age, he had ascended to the position of prefect, making him one of the key leaders of this journey. In the grand hall, Wenren Ing bowed and clasped his fists in greeting. I am Wenrening, paying my respects to the 9th and 12th princes. Xiao Fengtong smiled and said, Wenren elder brother, you are too courteous. Has His Royal Highness summoned you for something? Wenrening responded truthfully. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will soon be inspecting Longjiao River. He has dispatched me to inquire whether the 9th and 12th princes would like to accompany him. Xiao Fengtong nodded. If it is not too much trouble, we would like to go and have a look. Wenrening answered, His Royal Highness said it entirely depends on your wishes. It is no trouble at all. I shall return in an hour to escort you. Xiao Fengtong replied with a simple acknowledgement. Then I shall trouble you, Wenren elder brother. Wenrening bowed. 9th Prince, you are too polite, if there is nothing else. I shall take my leave. After Wenrening departed, Shi Qinglang turned to glance at Wenren Sheng, clicking his tongue. Wenren girl, you didn't sneak in through the back door to join the Fuchwei, did you? Wenren Sheng narrowed her eyes and beckoned with her finger. Shi Yin, how about we have a sparring match? I've tolerated you long enough that a true man does not engage in quarrels with women. Are you even a man? Xiao Fengtong, observing the escalating tension between them, felt a headache coming on. All right, can you both settle down for a day? Hurry and pack up, we shall be leaving soon. Fengwu, how can you still laugh? It's all your instigation. Sister, I am wronged. Longjiao River, as the name suggests, is a vast river nearly 100 feet wide upstream, which suddenly splits into 2 branches downstream. From a distance, it resembles a dragon's forked horns. Hence its name. Shi Qinglang drove the carriage, following the main group until they reached the peak where Longjiao River diverged. The mountain peak beneath them was called Shindufa Peak, resembling a colossal axe that cleaved the river in two. The summit, roughly 10 feet above the river's surface, was flat and about 30 feet wide, providing an exceptional vantage point for viewing the river that as Shi Qinglang gazed at the rushing waters below. He was struck by the grandeur of the scene. However, his heart ached for the downstream populace, who would suffer the consequences of flooding. Not far ahead, Governor Yu Mu was leading Wenrening as they surveyed the area, likely discussing the river's conditions. Yet the Crown Prince was conspicuously absent. Chapter 56. The assassination by the Holy Lotus sect. Could one truly grasp the sentiments of the populace and inspect the flood from within a carriage? Shi Qinglang mused inwardly, a sense of foreboding creeping over him, that he wondered, where were the remaining 500 to 600 guards? Why had the Crown Prince not yet made an appearance? Suddenly, his heart raced, and he caught sight of nearly 100 figures soaring up from the cliff below, all clad in black and masked, wielding crossbows. The next moment, a hail of arrows rained down upon them. These individuals clearly possessed exceptional martial skills, particularly adept at concealing their presence. They must have been lying in ambush on the cliff face, unnoticed even by an elite like Wenrening that the assassin struck. Wenrening, true to his position as prefect of the Fuchwei, remained composed, observing the surroundings and responding swiftly, issuing a flurry of commands, despite the surprise attack, while some of the 500 guards were injured. The majority quickly regrouped and formed a defensive formation. 2 units of 50 quickly responded, shielding the 2 carriages carrying the Crown Prince and the 12th Prince, establishing a core protective circle. Most of the assailants' arrows rained down upon the carriages, but they were all intercepted by the guard shields, none managing to breach the defenses. Moreover, an additional 100 guards soon gathered around the carriages, creating an even larger protective ring, while the remaining 300 Fuchwei charged toward the assassins. Shi Qinglang observed the Fuchwei's composed response, silently commending their prowess. They truly embodied the elite of the royal household. Their situational awareness and quality of personnel were impeccable at this moment. Xiao Fengtong and Wenren Sheng also exited their carriage, with even Xiao Fengwu peeking out of curiosity. However, upon witnessing the chaotic scene of bloodshed, he quickly withdrew. Wenren Sheng surveyed the surroundings, sneering, "These petty criminals dare to attempt an assassination on the royal princes? They truly underestimate the Fuchwei. It is tantamount to courting death." Just as Shi Qinglang was about to agree, an unsettling sensation washed over him, prompting him to glance toward the river that in the center. He spotted a tall, slender middle-aged man with pronounced cheekbones and piercing eagle-like eyes, clad in black and standing on a single bamboo pole, gliding along the current. The voice that echoed across the river was deep and ominous. The Black Lotus Guardian of the Holy Lotus sect. Ghost Hand has come to meet the Grand Eunuch of Sword Mastery, Tang Yi. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang's heart stirred. Tang Yi had also come. Yet why had he not seen him until now? So he is a fiend of the evil Lotus sect. If you wish to meet Lord Tang, you are not yet qualified. First, you must pass my test. Archers, fire. When Ren commanded loudly, A.S.'s voice fell. A barrage of arrows soared toward Ghost Hand. The latter's eyes flashed with disdain. He merely stepped lightly on the bamboo pole, propelling himself into the air, using the incoming arrows as stepping stones to ascend toward the peak. The arrows posed no threat to Ghost Hand. Instead, they served as his footholds. In mere moments, he reached the summit in a lead of the first rank. Shi Lang exclaimed in shock. Xiao Fengtong nodded, her brow furrowed in concern. Tio dare challenge Tang Yi. This Ghost Hand must undoubtedly be a formidable master. The Holy Lotus sect had always been a grave concern for the court. It was unexpected that they would be audacious enough to attempt an assassination in broad daylight. Did they possess some form of leverage? When Rensheng reassured, "Do not worry, princess. The Fuchue are all elites. They have long devised methods to deal with such martial experts. Even against a first-rank master, my brother, alongside the Fuchue, can manage." Not far away, Wen Rinning had already engaged Ghost Hand in combat. To Shi Qinglong's surprise, there was another hidden second-rank master among the Fuchue. Wen Rinning led several dozen guards in a frontal assault, while the second-rank master moved with remarkable agility, exploiting gaps in the defense. The two worked in perfect harmony, managing to hinder Ghost Hand and even gain the upper hand. As Shi Qinglong's gaze shifted, he noticed casualties mounting on both sides, the scene growing increasingly grim. However, the Fuchue, being numerous, would likely overwhelm the assassins if this stalemate persisted. Shi Qinglang felt an uneasy sensation. It couldn't be this simple. The Holy Lotus sect dared to attack so brazenly. Was it merely to strike against overwhelming odds? Just as his mind was clouded with doubt, a sharp cry of a hawk pierced the air. He looked up to see a large azure eagle circling above. "Not good. Protect His Royal Highness." Shi Qinglang urgently shouted, but alas, it was too late. A crimson figure fell straight from the back of the sculpture, akin to a bolt of red lightning, hurtling swiftly towards the carriage of the prince. No sooner had Shi Qinglong's words left his lips than the red figure had already penetrated the carriage, causing it to erupt in a resounding explosion, with dust and debris flying into the air. The shockwave from the explosion even sent all the surrounding Buddhist guards tumbling to the ground. Truly a scene of chaos, but there's no time. "Your Highness." Shi Qinglang desperately grasped the arm of Xiao Fengtong, who was about to rush out. The newcomer was evidently a master of the first rank. To approach now would be tantamount to courting death. As the dust settled, amidst the remnants of the completely shattered carriage, a red figure gradually emerged. It was a young monk clad in a red robe, looking no older than 30, with strikingly handsome features that bore a somewhat enchanting allure. The monk exposed half of his chest, his skin glistening like jade. After murmuring a phrase of Amitabha, his gaze turned toward Shi Qinglang's carriage, musing aloud. Could it be there? When Shi Qinglang met the monk's gaze, an involuntary chill ran down his spine. As if he were facing a life-and-death crisis. It was not just him. Both Xiao Fengtong, a master of the third rank, and Wen Rensheng felt the same unease. In their eyes, the red-robed monk resembled a ferocious beast. Should he strike, it would surely be a devastating blow. They feared that even combined, the three of them would be no match for a single attack from the monk, despite the presence of over 50 Buddhist guards around them. Without a second-rank master to restrain him, these guards were of little consequence. The monk appeared utterly unhurried, instead fixing his intense gaze upon Xiao Fengtong, his eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Red Lotus of the Holy Lotus sect. Dharma named Joyous. "May I inquire if this esteemed lady is the 9th princess?" The monk's voice was pure and resonant, possessing an inexplicable charm that made Shi Qinglang and his companions feel unexpectedly at ease. Even in this adversarial situation, Red Lotus, let us make haste. The prince may be within that carriage, came an urgent call from Ghost Hand nearby. Ignoring Ghost Hand's words, the joyous monk instead smiled broadly at Xiao Fengtong. "Your Highness, you and this humble monk share a bond that spans several lifetimes. It seems today I am not only to take the prince but also to rekindle our connection." Xiao Fengtong narrowed her autumn-like eyes and turned to Shi Qinglang beside her. "Shi Qinglang, take Feng Wu and leave quickly." Before Shi Qinglang could respond, The joyous monk suddenly inhaled deeply and bellowed towards the carriage that a visible sound wave surged forth like a tidal wave. The roar of a lion seemed capable of penetrating the very fabric of the mind, resonating with a deafening echo. In mere moments, aside from Shi Qingling, Xiao Fengtong, and Wenren Sheng, who barely managed to stand, the surrounding Buddhist guards were brought to their knees, hands clutching their ears, blood streaming from their orifices. Shi Qingling reacted swiftly. The moment the joyous monk unleashed his attack, he had already knocked out Xiao Fengwu inside the carriage to spare her from this calamity. Yet, at this moment, the three of them were akin to clay figurines crossing a river, unable to secure their own safety. They allow me to truly showcase the methods of the realm of LAWS. The voice of the joyful monk fell. His true form instantaneously shifted to the shadow beside the copper-faced man. Initially, that shadow aimed a punch at the copper-faced man's face. However, the shadow abruptly transformed into the joyful monk, along with a change in his fist technique. His fists suddenly plunged downwards, striking towards the copper-faced man's abdomen. The copper-faced man countered with a knee, colliding with the fist. Before he could catch his breath, 8 additional shadows surged forth to attack. Each shadow conjured by the joyful monk possessed strength comparable to that of a first-grade concentration realm. Although the techniques appeared somewhat rigid, the combined efforts of 4 or 5 shadows were sufficient to contend with the copper-faced man with 9 shadows, alongside the joyful monk's ability to freely shift his true form. It was an absolute display of overwhelming strength that in just a few breaths, the copper-faced man had endured countless punches and kicks, resembling a moving sandbag as the joyful monk struck him at will. The joyful monk twirled his wrist, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Having played enough, the young monk shall now send you to meet the Buddha. The copper-faced man repelled 2 shadows in front of him with a punch, sweeping his legs to fend off the 3 shadows to the side and back. Yet simultaneously, a shadow that had just come up struck him in the abdomen. 2 additional shadows seized the opportunity, one on the left and one on the right, to restrain the copper-faced man's arms. In the next moment, a flash of golden light revealed the final shadow, transforming back into the joyful monk. The joyful monk seized the opportunity, unleashing a palm strike that landed squarely on the copper-faced man's chest. A brilliant explosion of golden light erupted from his palm, and with a powerful thrust, the golden light detonated. The protective energy surrounding the copper-faced man was shattered, sending him careening backwards, bent over and crashing to the ground, rolling several times before finally lying still. The joyful monk, arms crossed, gazed at the copper-faced man, who was unaware of his own fate, wearing an arrogant expression as if to say that dying at his hands was a supreme honor. But he then turned to Xiao Fengtong with a mischievous grin. The stumbling block has been removed, little princess. It is your turn now. Do you prefer to take the initiative or to be passive? The young monk is well versed in various dual cultivation techniques. Rest assured. Bah! The joyful monk was abruptly interrupted, his smile freezing in disbelief as he turned to see the fallen copper-faced man struggling to rise. Once more. Not quite dead yet. Very well. The young monk shall send you to the west. The joyful monk narrowed his eyes, a sinister expression crossing his face that he had not anticipated that such a mere concentration realm could endure so much. This physical body was astoundingly robust, the copper-faced man. His clothes in tatters staggered to his feet, his legs bent, his back seemingly unable to straighten, yet his aura only grew more formidable. The copper-faced man let out a thunderous roar, an overwhelming energy bursting forth that completely tore his upper garments as his muscles swelled dramatically, glowing with a radiant golden sheen, appearing far more imposing than before. The indestructible diamond body. The joyful monk's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "As a practitioner of the Buddhist path." He immediately recognized the copper-faced man's display of the secret technique known as the indestructible diamond body. To perform such a technique, one must first cultivate the indestructible diamond body, a form that is notoriously difficult to master. Also known as the pure yang body, that must be perfected without losing the innocence of youth. Additionally, talent, temperament, and willpower are all crucial. Even within the Buddhist sect today, few have succeeded in achieving the indestructible diamond body. The joyful monk, who practiced the joyful Zen, was in stark contrast to the pure yang body of the indestructible diamond. He looked at the copper-faced man with a complex expression of envy and apprehension. And no wonder the copper-faced man's physique was so formidable. A concentration realm with the indestructible diamond body could indeed contend with the realm of law. However, nothing is absolute. The joyful monk was eager to see if he could overcome this legendary pure yang physical form. While the indestructible diamond body boasts an incredibly strong defense, it is not without limits. Especially now, as the copper-faced man employed the indestructible diamond technique, his defense was elevated further, yet he could not utilize other movements. This provided the joyful monk with an opportunity. His technique, the shadow shifting movement, emphasized transformation and was as unpredictable as a ghost. Before him, the copper-faced man was practically a living target, ripe for his merciless assault. That in a sense, the shadow shifting movement somewhat countered the indestructible diamond technique. It would be a test of endurance to see who could outlast the other. The joyful monk licked his lips, excitement and ferocity gleaming in his eyes. The 9 shadows split into 9 directions, simultaneously attacking the copper-faced man, while the joyful monk himself continuously shifted among the shadows, launching cunning and ruthless strikes aimed at the copper-faced man's vital areas, particularly his eyes, ears, and groin. The copper-faced man was entirely on the defensive, forced to protect his vital regions. Even with the indestructible body, those critical areas remained relatively vulnerable. The sounds of clashing echoed as each of the joyful monk's punches and kicks struck the copper-faced man, producing a sound akin to ringing bells, causing him considerable discomfort. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a full quarter of an hour, during which the joyful monk's 9 shadows dwindled to 6. The other 3 having been dispersed by the copper-faced man, the remaining 6 shadows began to gradually fade. This technique was immensely taxing on the spirit, unable to be sustained for long. This was its sole flaw. Had he not encountered the copper-faced man's indestructible diamond technique, this flaw would have been nearly negligible. Even among peers in the realm of law, few could match his prowess. The golden light surrounding the copper-faced man grew dim, his bare upper body marred with imprints from punches and kicks, appearing increasingly battered and precarious. As for how much longer the copper-faced man could endure, even the joyful monk was unable to gauge. Considering the task at hand, the joyful monk feared that prolonging the encounter could lead to unforeseen changes. Gritting his teeth, he quickly sent forth a shadow, directing it towards where Shi was situated with the carriage. Chapter 59. On the brink of life and death, what was meant to happen had finally arrived. Shi narrowed his eyes, letting out a deep sigh. 9th Prince, you and the 12th Prince should leave first. I will hold the rear. I will stay to assist you. When Ren Sheng declared with resolute determination that as Xiao Fengtong's guard, she had no reason to retreat. Xiao Fengtong cast a deep glance at the two. Aware that hesitation was no longer an option, she nodded solemnly, shouldering Xiao Fengwu and turning to leave. The joyful monk's shadow arrived in an instant. Being merely a shadow, it lacked complete consciousness and ignored the fleeing Xiao Fengtong. Instead, following the joyful monk's intent, it unleashed a powerful punch at those left in the carriage. When Ren Sheng drew her personal sword, infusing it with her entire aura before launching her most potent strike. A pure blade of light sliced through the air, heading straight for the shadow. When Ren Sheng understood that facing a first-grade expert, this was her only opportunity to strike, Shi Qinglang observed coldly. And as when Ren Sheng unleashed her lethal blow, he quickly pulled her behind him. Shi Qinglang pressed his palms together, a mysterious aura swirling around him. Gradually, this aura formed a vague image of a bell, enveloping both himself and when Ren Sheng within. This was the heart bell technique imparted to him by the good light monk. After half a year of diligent contemplation, Shi Qinglang had finally grasped the rudiments. Barely able to manifest a semblance of the heart bell, this was one of his trump cards. Even during the calamity at the law execution ground, he refrained from using this technique for fear of revealing his identity. Now, faced with a life-and-death situation, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. As the shadow's punch came crashing down, it instantly tore through when Ren Sheng's blade light, charging relentlessly and colliding violently with Shi Qinglang's heart bell. The sound of the explosion echoed as the heart bell shattered into fragments. Both Shi Qinglang and when Ren Sheng were propelled away, crashing heavily to the ground 3 zhang away. Thanks to the heart bell's defense, they managed to preserve their lives. Shi Qinglang bore the brunt of the impact, his internal organs churning violently, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. When Ren Sheng, protected behind him, suffered only minor injuries. The carriage behind them was caught in the aftermath of the explosion, instantly splintering into pieces. The joyful monk peered intently, but found no trace of the crown prince. Momentarily stunned, Dalan's ghost hand fended off the assaults of the stupa guards. He kept a watchful eye on the joyful monk's situation. Upon realizing that there was no sign of the crown prince in either carriage, his expression changed dramatically. "Not good. We've been deceived. Hong Lian. We must retreat." With a resounding shout, the ghost hand directed his fury towards the joyful monk, subsequently issuing a retreat command to the other black-clad assassins. Upon hearing this, the joyful monk hesitated for a brief moment. Casting a glance at the fleeing Xiao Fengtong, his resolve already forming in his heart, in an instant, that shadow turned back, joining the other 5 shadows to continue their entanglement with the bronze-faced man. Meanwhile, the true form of the joyful monk leaped forward, pursuing Xiao Fengtong. This entire transformation transpired within mere breaths. Xiao Fengtong had not managed to escape FAR. She sensed the joyful monk closing in. A flicker of determination crossed her eyes. She entrusted Xiao Fengwu to Wenren Sheng before unsheathing the Wangchuan sword. Employing a unique footwork, her figure became a blur, with a series of swift motions. Xiao Fengtong unleashed 3 strikes. 3 massive blades, glimmering with a cold light, surged forth like meteors racing across the night sky, aimed directly at the joyful monk. Just a yard away from the joyful monk, the 3 blades suddenly converged, transforming into a colossal beam of light, now double the size of the original. The speed of the beam surged, crossing the distance in an instant, arriving perilously close to the joyful monk. In terms of this strike, Xiao Fengtong showcased her prowess at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Regrettably, her adversary was none other than the joyful monk, the presence of a master at the law domain realm. Any attack not reaching the 1st tier was rendered as mere child's play. "Scatter." The joyful monk uttered a single word, his gaze unwavering. The true terror of a law domain expert lay in such effortless command. The sword energy, unleashed with all of Xiao Fengtong's might, dissipated without warning. The joyful monk then extended his right hand, his fingers curling inward into a claw shape that a golden claw materialized from the void. Lunging towards Xiao Fengtong. Realizing she could not hope to win, Xiao Fengtong refused to submit. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and leaped off the cliff behind her, plunging into the roaring river below. The cliff stood merely 10 yards high. Even if she fell, there was still a chance of survival. The joyful monk snorted coldly, thinking it absurd for a mere 3rd-tier practitioner to escape his grasp. With a thought, the golden claw surged forward at an astonishing speed, poised to seize her before she could reach the water. Just then, a sudden sense of life-and-death crisis surged within the joyful monk. Without a second thought, he dispelled the golden claw. Then, with his hands pressed together, he concentrated all his energy before him. Even the 6 shadows transformed into streaks of black light, instantly returning to integrate with him. In the moment he completed this, a sharp sound pierced the air that a streak of brilliance shot forth, striking the protective energy surrounding the joyful monk. The energy held for merely 2 breaths before shattering. The brilliance penetrated the joyful monk's body, splattering a wide arc of crimson blood, even forcing him back 2 yards. The joyful monk looked down at the steel arrow lodged in his chest. A sensation of having narrowly escaped death washed over him. Just a hair's breadth more, and he would have met the Buddha, had he not shifted his body slightly in those fleeting moments. The arrow would have pierced his heart. It was the first time he felt so close to death. Cold sweat streamed down his shining forehead, nearly causing him to lose his composure. He had no time to glance at the origin of the arrow before he leapt into the air. A massive blue eagle swooped down, perfectly synchronizing to catch the joyful monk that on the other side, the ghost hand was equally startled by the arrow. Following its trajectory, he hastily glanced and saw a figure standing 500 paces away. Bow in hand, exuding an air of confidence. "Feng Han's Han." The ghost hand gasped, leaping onto the eagle, abandoning any concern for the other black-clad assassins as he fled alongside the joyful monk that moment. As Xiao Fengtong jumped off the cliff and the joyful monk was hindered by the arrow, Shi Qingling did not hesitate to follow Xiao Fengtong into the river. With the 6 shadows no longer entangled with the bronze-faced man, he too leapt into the Longjiao River, closely trailing behind Shi Qingling. This series of events unfolded in the blink of an ey. By the time everyone regained their senses, only Wenren Sheng remained. holding the unconscious Xiao Fengwu, sitting in a daze nearby. Chapter 60. An unexpected kiss beneath the Longjiao River. Although Xiao Fengtong lacked swimming skills, her peak third-tier cultivation allowed her to hold her breath for an extended period. She hoped to find a sliver of hope through the waterway. However, she did not anticipate the swift currents beneath the surface, far more perilous than the surface waves. Violent undercurrents relentlessly tugged and battered her body. Xiao Fengtong could not endure for long before a surge of energy within her was disrupted by the force of the current. Instinctively, she exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, a gravely perilous act underwater. The water immediately rushed into her mouth, and it was too late for her to hold her breath again that a stream of bubbles escaped her lips. She felt her body growing increasingly heavy, her consciousness fading. Was she truly about to perish? Just as Xiao Fengtong was on the verge of surrender, a wave of pure energy surged into her mouth, jolting her back to awareness that as her eyes opened. She was momentarily stunned. Moments earlier, having followed Xiao Fengtong into the Longjiao River, Shi Qinglang found her in a state of drowning that he hurriedly swam to her side, channeling a torrent of energy into her, thus saving her life. Upon regaining consciousness, Xiao Fengtong found herself in an intimate embrace with him. Having never experienced such a situation, this unexpected kiss left her flustered and disoriented. She felt a wave of heat engulf her, completely devoid of strength. Shi Qinglang noticed that Xiao Fengtong had awakened, yet her gaze remained vacant. He dared not relax his grip or release her. For Shi Qinglang, this was also his first kiss in 2 lifetimes. Filling his heart with unfamiliar emotions, that it was the first time he saw the hint of panic in Xiao Fengtong's eyes, igniting a rush of warmth within him, and he found himself captivated. He momentarily forgot where he was, entirely absorbed in that indescribable sensation. Despite the cold water surrounding them, he felt an unbearable heat within. Just then, a powerful undercurrent slammed into them, jolting both from their reverie. Xiao Fengtong instinctively shoved Shi Qinglang away, using the momentum to retreat. However, an immense force of suction suddenly pulled her back. Shi Qinglang's eyes widened in horror as he noticed a massive whirlpool had appeared behind Xiao Fengtong. The source of the overwhelming pulling force. Without hesitation, he swam fiercely towards her, that as Xiao Fengtong teetered on the brink of being engulfed by the whirlpool, Shi Qinglang grasped her tightly, holding her close. Yet, the whirlpool's force was too great. Shi Qinglang could not pull them away, and he assessed the situation and realized the suction force at the whirlpool's edge was already immense that if they were dragged into the depths, their chances of survival would be slim. In that critical moment, Shi Qinglang felt powerful arms enveloping both him and Xiao Fengtong, securing them tightly. Suddenly, everything spun around him, and he lost consciousness. Time passed, and when Shi Qinglang finally awoke, he found himself in a place illuminated by flickering flames. As his vision cleared, he saw a fire burning not far away, with Xiao Fengtong lying beside him. "Xiao Shitu, you're awake," a rich voice resonated nearby. Shi Qinglang turned to see a muscular man with a bare torso, striking features. His master, Lei Hao, the very bronze-faced man from before. "Master, was it you who saved us?" Shi Qinglang exclaimed in delight. Lei Hao nodded. "I feared for your safety, so I followed you into the river. Thankfully, I arrived just in time to protect you." Shi Qinglang glanced at Lei Hao, noting the bruises covering his body, and expressed concern. "Master, are you all right?" Lei Hao chuckled wryly. "I'm fine, just sustained some internal injuries. Were it not for my indomitable physique, I might have been killed by that monk." Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang finally felt relieved and began to survey their surroundings. Ahead lay a dark, eerie pool of water, while behind them was a pitch-black tunnel leading to an unknown destination. "Master, where are we?" Shi Qinglang asked curiously. "I'm not certain," Lei Hao replied with a rueful smile. "After I pulled you both to safety, I was swept into the whirlpool and ended up here." Shi Qinglang pondered for a moment and surmised, "It seems we are likely inside the mountain of the Divine Axe Peak. This particular pool of water is likely connected to the external Longjiao River, that we must have inadvertently stumbled upon it, swept in by the whirlpool beneath the surface." Suddenly, a soft murmur interrupted the conversation between the two. Shi Qinglang turned to see Xiao Fengtong slowly regaining consciousness. Xiao Fengtong, cradling her head, asked in a somewhat dazed manner, "Shi Yin, are we still alive?" Shi Qinglang grinned and replied, "Fear not, your highness, we are alive and well." We owe our survival to my master's timely rescue. Your master? Xiao Fengtong's gaze shifted, landing on Lei Hao. She found the figure somewhat familiar, memories of the previous battle atop the mountain surfacing in her mind. "Oh, you are that copper-masked man," she exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Lei Hao nodded slightly, addressing her, "Greetings, ninth princess. That my name is Lei Hao, and I am the master of Little Stone." Xiao Fengtong quickly clasped her fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior Lei, for saving my life." Lei Hao waved his hand with a smile. "Little Stone is my disciple. It is only natural that I protect him. Now that you both have awakened, please rest for a moment while I scout the way ahead," he said. With that, he departed, leaving Shi Qingling and Xiao Fengtong alone. Their gazes met. An unspoken understanding passed between them, prompting them both to turn away simultaneously, creating an awkward atmosphere. Xiao Fengtong recalled their kiss beneath the water, as well as the moment Shi Qingling had selflessly shielded her in his embrace, that a flush of crimson crept on her cheeks. Shi Yin, thank you for saving me, Do. It was merely my duty. Your Highness need not dwell on it," Shi Qingling stammered, running a hand through his hair. After a brief silence, Xiao Fengtong, her eyes glimmering, initiated the conversation. "Shi Yin, how did your master arrive just in time to rescue us?" Shi Qingling pondered for a moment before responding truthfully. "Ever since we departed from the capital, my master has been covertly protecting me. However, I am afraid I cannot disclose his background to you at this moment." Ninth princess. Xiao Fengtong acknowledged this with an O, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Her question had been casual, merely an attempt to break the silence, rendering Shi Qinglong's answer inconsequential. Shi Qingling, too, felt a hint of awkwardness. He understood the sentiment behind the plea for help in such moments. Cough, cough, coughed out. A few light coughs came from behind them. Shi Qingling breathed a sigh of relief, feigning nonchalance as he jested. "Master, you could have just returned without eavesdropping on our conversation." "Eavesdropping? I merely returned at an opportune moment." Lei Hao emerged from behind them, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He, being a man of experience, understood that the innocence of youth often leads to the stirring of first affections. Not wanting to expose his amusement, Shi Qingling seized the opportunity to shift the topic. "Master, what lies within? It appears to be a tomb that if we proceed 100 paces further, we will encounter 2 stone doors that open outward. Aside from that, there seems to be no other path." Lei Hao replied, his expression serious. After contemplating for a moment, Shi Qingling asked, "Master, if we were to retrace our steps, would we still be able to exit?" Lei Hao shook his head gravely. "Before you both awoke, I ventured into the water to investigate. The depths are quite profound and shrouded in darkness. It is utterly impossible to find our way back. Moreover, I have an unsettling feeling that this underwater realm harbors significant dangers, as if something lurks within." Shi Qingling shrugged, resigned. "Since there is no turning back, we must press onward." Xiao Fengtong glanced at Lei Hao, hesitating to speak. Sensing her gaze, Lei Hao smiled gently. "Princess, do you have something on your mind?" With a bashful demeanor, Xiao Fengtong inquired. "Senior Lei, do you know how my brother and the others are faring?" Lei Hao reassured her. "Rest assured, it was likely General Feng who arrived afterward. The prowess of General Feng, as Chuan Yun arrow and Palu Bao, is indeed legendary. He severely injured that monk with a single shot. The monk and that ominous figure fled together afterward, so the 12th prince is safe." Xiao Fengtong's eyes brightened with excitement. "So it was my uncle who came. That is wonderful news. My brother must be unharmed." Shi Qingling rolled his eyes, dousing her enthusiasm with cold water. "I say, princess, do exercise some caution. Your brother is merely safe for the moment. Do you not find the situation rather peculiar? We might have been used as pawns." Perplexed, Xiao Fengtong frowned. "Why would you say that?" Shi Qingling simply uttered 3 words. "Where's the crown prince?" Xiao Fengtong's expression shifted dramatically. Shi Qingling narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. "Consider this. Those from the Holy Lotus sect clearly aimed to assassinate the crown prince. Yet the crown prince's carriage was right there. Why has he vanished?" Xiao Fengtong, possessing keen intellect, quickly grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting that the crown prince deliberately used me and Fengwu as bait to lure the Holy Lotus sect into action?" Shi Qingling nodded, continuing his analysis. "That is a possibility. However, if it were merely a trap to ensnare the Holy Lotus sect, the crown prince should have moved to capture them once that joyous monk appeared. Ninth princess, think about it. Had my master not intervened, we would likely have met our demise today, unable to await your uncle's assistance. Unless, of course, the crown prince intends to eliminate both you and the 12th prince using the hand of the Holy Lotus sect. Impossible! Xiao Fengtong shook her head decisively. We siblings bear no grudge against the crown prince. Why would he wish to harm us? Shi Qinglang scoffed. Ninth princess, have you forgotten that Chen Dong is in league with the crown prince? Chen Dong incited Wu Lu to covertly harm the 12th prince with poison. This is an undeniable fact. Not long ago, Chen Dong was silenced, and all evidence points towards the crown prince. Xiao Fengtong nodded. I have considered all you mentioned. Yet precisely because it seems so apparent, I find it rather unsettling, as if everything has been orchestrated in advance, that if the mastermind truly is the crown prince, would he allow himself to be so easily investigated by Tang Yi? Even if Chen Dong is in league with the crown prince, it does not mean he orchestrated everything. The crux lies in the question I posed earlier. Why would the crown prince wish to harm Fengwu? I cannot fathom a reason. It is entirely unnecessary for him. Upon hearing Xiao Fengtong's reasoning, Shi Qinglang too sensed an underlying disquiet that a plot without motive indeed seemed implausible, seeing the two locked in contention. Lei Hao quickly interjected, Little Stone, Ninth Princess, arguing over this is futile, though we should concentrate our efforts on devising a plan for our escape. Shi Qinglang rubbed his nose, promptly conceding, Master has a point. The truth will reveal itself once we escape. For now, our priority is to find a way out. Master, Ninth Princess, shall we venture forward together? Xiao Fengtong and Lei Hao naturally had no objections. The immediate concern was indeed to uncover their escape route. If they could not exit, further considerations would be moot. The three of them each took a makeshift torch and soon arrived at the massive stone doors described by Lei Hao. The doors were grand. Standing 3 zhang high, 2 zhang wide, and of indeterminate thickness. Embedded in the doors was a device resembling a compass, the outer circle inscribed with the heavenly stems and earthly branches, while the inner circle displayed the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Appearing remarkably intricate, with a grave expression, Lei Hao remarked, these stone doors are at least several thousand jin in weight. They cannot be pushed open by mere human strength. Shi Qinglang surmised that the compass mechanism must be the key to opening the doors. Yet he was utterly clueless about the art of mechanisms, unsure of how to proceed. Suddenly, Xiao Fengtong exclaimed with delight, this is the mechanism technique of the Mo family. The Mo family. Shi Qinglang's eyes lit up at her words. Is there a Mo family here as well? He recalled from the annals of his past life that during the 100 schools of thought, the Mo family was a particularly illustrious school. It was said that the founder of the Mo family, Mozi, had once triumphed over Gong Shuban, the ancestral figure of craftsmen in later generations. This underscored the remarkable proficiency of the Mo family's mechanical arts. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Mo family had quickly faded from the annals of history, leaving behind only legends that it seemed that this place could genuinely be another parallel universe. The realm was similarly divided into 3 factions. However, they no longer corresponded to the 3 kingdoms of his previous life. How intriguing! Shi Qinglang's curiosity about this era deepened. Xiao Fengtong, well-read and knowledgeable, noticed Shi Qinglang's inquisitive demeanor and patiently elaborated. The legacy of the Mo family spans at least a millennium. 500 years ago marked the zenith of their influence. During that time, the Holy Yuan Emperor of the Great Xia dynasty nearly unified the continent. Our current Dalan dynasty and the Xiling dynasty largely encompass the territories once ruled by the Great Xia dynasty. Even the Northern Prairie, under the Northern Yuan dynasty, was significantly under the dominion of the Great Xia. The sovereign of Xingyuan achieved his remarkable feats of territorial expansion and monumental accomplishments only with the assistance of the Mahis school. This was the first time Shi Qinglang had heard of such history, and with great enthusiasm, he inquired, what happened next? If the Daxia dynasty was indeed so powerful, why have we not heard of it since? Xiao Fengtong shook his head with a hint of regret, stating that the rise and fall of history is often shrouded in mystery. The records merely mention that over 2 centuries ago, the Daxia dynasty perished, leading to the emergence of numerous smaller states and unceasing warfare. This period was marked by over a century of chaos, during which much went unrecorded. Subsequently, our Dalan dynasty, the Xiling dynasty, and the Baiyuan dynasty rose to prominence, establishing a tripartite division of the realm. And my knowledge of the Daxia dynasty primarily comes from the materials I encountered at the Xinhua Academy. Shi Qinglang continued to probe. And what are the Mahists? Your Highness, how do you know this is their mechanism technique? At this moment, Xiao Fengtong resembled a venerable sage, responding to every inquiry. With the downfall of the Daxia dynasty, the Mahists gradually waned in prominence. Today, their legacy is nearly extinguished, and they no longer command the court's attention. From a young age, I harbored a keen interest in mechanism techniques, and later assumed a pseudonym to study at the Xinhua Academy. Currently, my instructor there is a direct descendant of the Mahist lineage. Under his guidance, I have learned a considerable amount about their mechanism techniques that, if I am not mistaken, this door is controlled by the Mahist Qinji lock. Having learned it from my teacher, I should be able to unlock it given some time. Shi Qinglang gave Xiao Fengtong a thumbs up, proclaiming that regardless of the era, knowledge remains paramount, and reading extensively must surely bear fruit. Xiao Fengtong, however, paid little heed to Shi Qinglang's flattery, her focus entirely on the Qinji lock before her. Shi Qinglang and Lei Hao exchanged glances, each discerning the mutual understanding of their ignorance. The two chose not to disturb Xiao Fengtong, instead sitting cross-legged nearby to meditate in silence. Both Shi Qinglang and Lei Hao had sustained considerable internal injuries, and now was a perfect time to recuperate. Half an hour swiftly passed. The sound of machinery whirring from within the door jolted both Shi Qinglang and Lei Hao awake simultaneously. They turned their gaze towards the stone door, where they witnessed the compass spinning rapidly. Before long, the stone door began to tremble, gradually opening inward with a resounding rumble. Shi Qinglang approached, exclaiming, "Your Highness, you truly are remarkable." Xiao Fengtong smiled gently, replying, "Enough of the flattery. Let's enter and explore." The interior of the stone door was engulfed in darkness, prompting the trio to light torches and cautiously step inside. After traversing a short distance, the entire space erupted into flames. Torches ignited one after another, resembling a dragon of fire extending forth. It was then that the trio realized they stood upon a narrow stone corridor, less than a yard wide. Flanking the corridor, the stone walls were adorned with stone beasts, each holding a torch that blazed fiercely. The corridor stretched straight ahead for 500 paces, where another portal could be vaguely discerned. "What is happening? Could there be someone inside?" Xiao Fengtong exclaimed in surprise. Lei Hao stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong, his expression grave and vigilant, although he sensed no other presence. The sudden appearance of flames was indeed peculiar. After a brief moment of silence, Shi Qinglang speculated, "This must be the tomb of some significant figure." Xiao Fengtong nodded in agreement. Indeed, and the scale of this tomb appears considerable. It likely dates back quite some time. The use of the Mahist Qinji lock suggests it originates from the Daxia dynasty. But what is the source of these flames? If no one ignited them, could they have spontaneously ignited? Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang's eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration, that he leaned towards the torches and sniffed, realizing, the torches must be coated with a substance akin to phosphorus, which has a low ignition point. When we opened the stone door, fresh air surged in, increasing the oxygen levels, causing the torches to ignite. Given the intricacy of this mechanism, the path ahead will likely be fraught with peril. Xiao Fengtong listened intently, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Shi Yin, how do you know so much? What is this phosphorus? I have never heard of it before." Shi Qinglang could not help but think to himself, "If only you knew how much more there is you do not know." Yet he explained, "Your Highness, have you heard of ghost fire?" Xiao Fengtong frowned slightly, nodding in acknowledgement that my teacher mentioned it as a malevolent entity to be avoided at all costs. She had not only heard of ghost fire, but had encountered it during her studies at the Xinhua Academy, where she had witnessed many bizarre phenomena while traveling with her teacher. As a child, the sudden appearance of ghost fire had frightened her considerably. Shi Qinglang shook his head, smiling nonchalantly. "Whether or not ghosts exist, I cannot say. However, the phenomenon of ghost fire is not the work of malevolent spirits. The decomposition of any biological remains produces substances similar to phosphorus. As I mentioned earlier, phosphorus has a low ignition point. Occasionally, it can ignite spontaneously in the presence of air, resulting in the ghost fire you observe." With Shi Qinglang's explanation, Xiao Fengtong felt less fearful. She skeptically inquired, "Is what you say truly accurate?" Shi Qingling assured her, "Of course it is. That my character is such that I would not deceive you. Once we exit, I shall procure some phosphorus for you to examine, and then you will believe me." Xiao Fengtong, intrigued, asked Shi Yin, "How do you know all this?" A mischievous thought crossed Shi Qinglong's mind, and he chuckled. "Your Highness, why not call me brother?" Just as the words father teetered on the tip of his tongue, he swallowed them back. Though such a term did not exist in this era, Xiao Fengtong was exceedingly clever. Should she catch on to his slip, he would be in a precarious position. Shi Qingling quickly amended, "How about you call me brother instead? If you do, I will share my knowledge with you. What do you say?" Chapter 63. A Perilous Trap. Xiao Fengtong's face flushed slightly, and with a playful pout, she drew her Wanchuan sword from its sheath. Shi Qingling immediately shivered, forcing a stiff smile. "Ha, I was merely jesting." "Your Highness, why take it so seriously?" I was wrong, master. Save me. You may as well call me your great aunt. Great aunt, spare me." Lei Hao observed the exchange silently, shaking his head, feeling somewhat superfluous. After a brief flirtation between Shi Qingling and Xiao Fengtong, they decided to cease their banter. According to Xiao Fengtong, out of consideration for Lei Hao, she would not hold Shi Qingling to account. The trio continued along the corridor, approaching the midpoint without incident. Even Shi Qinglong's defenses began to relax at that moment. However, Shi Qingling felt the stone slab beneath him shift slightly, as if it had sunk. Alarm bells rang in his mind, and he thought, "This is not good." Suddenly, numerous holes appeared in the walls, from which a flurry of arrows erupted. Lei Hao reacted swiftly, utilizing his indestructible physique to shield Shi Qingling and Xiao Fengtong behind him, that he swung his arms, deflecting most of the arrows. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Qingling unleashed his heart's ultimate technique, enveloping both himself and Xiao Fengtong in a protective barrier. The arrows, forged from fine steel, wielded immense power. Even Shi Qinglong's barrier could not entirely withstand them. Yet with Xiao Fengtong's assistance, they managed to mitigate the danger. Lei Hao and Shi Qingling stood in front and behind, respectively, shielding Xiao Fengtong, who only needed to deflect the arrows that slipped through, thereby bearing the least burden. "Master, you should forge ahead. We cannot remain passive like this. Sooner or later, we will be overwhelmed." Shi Qingling bellowed, and upon hearing his words, Lei Hao, without the slightest hesitation, strode forward, braving the hail of arrows as he advanced step by step. Shi Qingling took up the rear, while Xiao Fengtong diligently ensured no gaps were left unaddressed in between. The trio's cooperation was seamless. Although their pace was slow, none were harmed. After a brief passage of time, they managed to traverse the remaining distance, finally nearing the end. Just as Shi Qingling felt a sense of relief, Lei Hao, who was at the forefront, suddenly changed countenance, his feet sinking once more. He barely had time to sound a warning before the stone slabs beneath them abruptly cracked open, sending the three plunging into the abyss. True to his reputation as a first-rate expert, Lei Hao quickly reacted, seizing Shi Qingling and Xiao Fengtong by their garments. With a sudden burst of strength, he hurled them upwards in midair. Shi Qingling hastily reached for his waist, unfastening his belt, and with a flick of his wrist, the belt descended straight down. Lei Hao grasped the belt, using its momentum to propel himself upwards. Shi Qingling and Xiao Fengtong were the first to escape the trap, and just as the stone slabs were about to close, Lei Hao barely made it out at that moment. The arrows within the passage ceased firing. Shi Qingling and Lei Hao, drenched in sweat, collapsed to the side, gasping for breath, while Xiao Fengtong slumped nearby, her complexion pale. All three shared a profound sense of having narrowly escaped death. The recent ordeal had been exceedingly perilous. Even upon reflection, they understood that below lay a veritable gauntlet of traps. Just moments before, the corner of Shi Qinglong's eye had caught sight of a swirling mass of razor-sharp blades below. Had they fallen, only Lei Hao, with his indestructible physique, might have had a slim chance of survival. Both he and Xiao Fengtong would surely have met a grim fate. Xiao Fengtong gazed at the two collapsed figures of her master and his disciple, her admiration for them blossoming genuinely. The events that had transpired unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving her almost unable to comprehend. Had Shi Qingling and Lei Hao hesitated even slightly, the trio would likely have perished without a trace. This unspoken understanding and the bond between master and disciple deeply moved Xiao Fengtong. Master, your indestructible physique is truly remarkable. It is akin to wielding a cheat code as a bulwark. Invincible, stop flattering me. I am well aware of your intentions. Wishing for me to be the tank while you reap the benefits. Master, you've even learned to speak like this. I am utterly in awe. Then you should promptly prostrate yourself before me. Master, it seems you're a bit exposed. With a hurried glance down, Lei Hao realized his remaining trousers had been shot to shreds by the arrows. Barely concealing his modesty, his face flushed crimson as he dared not look at Xiao Fengtong, and he irritably swatted Shi Qingling on the head. Enough nonsense. The princess is still present. Xiao Fengtong's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot Shi Qingling a glare. You yourself look like a beggar. How dare you mention Uncle Lei? Upon hearing this, Shi Qingling glanced down at his tattered clothing. While he wasn't as disheveled as Lei Hao, he certainly appeared no better than a beggar. Wait, Uncle Lei, Shi Qingling suddenly reacted, blinking in surprise. Did I say, Princess, what did you just call me? Xiao Fengtong rolled her eyes. Throughout this journey, Uncle Lei has saved me multiple times. Addressing him as uncle is hardly inappropriate. Lei Hao quickly waved his hands in a flustered manner. That won't do, Your Highness. There are distinctions of rank. I cannot accept such a title. Xiao Fengtong smiled sweetly. Uncle Lei, it's just the three of us here. What importance does rank hold? In front of outsiders, I shall still call you Lei Xiansheng, but privately, I will refer to you as Uncle Lei. Shi Qingling promptly winked at Lei Hao, seizing the opportunity for such a benefit. Lei Hao scratched his head, chuckling helplessly. Very well, I shall leave it to your discretion. Back to the matter at hand, let us take a moment to recover our strength. We have yet to face the unknown ahead. Upon hearing this, Shi Qingling and Xiao Fengtong wasted no time, settling down to meditate. After the passage of a brief half-hour, the three had sufficiently regained their strength. Looking ahead, they noticed the stone door, which had previously been closed, was now ajar. Shi Qingling reflected on the mechanisms they had just encountered and deduced, it seems the traps here are interconnected. Our activation of the trap likely also triggered the opening of the door. Xiao Fengtong nodded in agreement, praising Shi Yin, your observational skills are indeed keen. You've discerned the underlying mechanism so swiftly. Indeed, the essence of the MO family's mechanism technique lies in this interconnectedness. We must exercise even greater caution moving forward. Both Shi Qingling and Lei Hao silently nodded in acknowledgement. Shi Qingling peered ahead, confronted by an impenetrable darkness that rendered even his keen eyesight nearly useless. He quickly signaled to Lei Hao. With a wry smile, Lei Hao forged ahead, assuming the role of shield once more. The trio grasped their torches and cautiously stepped through the stone door. Chapter 64. The aquatic behemoth inside the stone door lay a completely different scene. Unlike the previous area filled with the marks of artificial excavation, this space resembled a natural cavern. After walking for a while, the trio was suddenly met with a rustling sound. Not good. Lei Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted. Surrounded by insects, they're swarming towards us. As soon as he spoke, Shi Qingling and Xiao Fengtong also noticed a vast dark mass advancing toward them. Da-da! Xiao Fengtong shrieked, her face draining of color, instinctively drawing closer to Shi Qingling. Shi Qingling smirked slightly. Indeed, insects were a woman's natural nemesis. Despite being a third-tier expert, Xiao Fengtong exhibited an innate fear of these creatures. With a resounding stomp, Lei Hao unleashed a shockwave that swept outward, toppling the insects within a 5-zhang radius. However, more soon surged forward. Xiao sure to. Think of a way. Xiao Fengtong urged instinctively, even her way of addressing Shi Qingling shifting unconsciously. Heh, Ninth Prince, just watch. Shi Qingling maintained his composure as he produced a porcelain vase from his pocket, pouring out a handful of white powder and scattering it around them. The moment the insects approached the area dusted with the powder, they began to writhe restlessly. Before long, they fled in all directions, vanishing as if drawn back by the tide. Xiao Fengtong's eyes brightened, exclaiming, Xiao Shi Tu, what is this remarkable substance? Shi Qingling beamed with pride. It's simply an enhanced version of insect repellent powder. It's a special concoction developed by Elder Jiang that can effectively counteract most insect species in existence. Without hesitation, Xiao Fengtong reached out, asking, then share some with me. Shi Qingling chuckled helplessly, no need to worry. The powder has already adhered to our bodies. The insects won't return. Once we're outside, I'll gift you a vial." Satisfied, Xiao Fengtong nodded in agreement. Having navigated through traps, mechanisms, and swarms of insects, the trio became increasingly cautious in their approach to the ancient tomb. Lei Hao continued to lead the way, and they proceeded with utmost care. After traversing for another half-hour, they found themselves at a dead end. Before them lay an underground river whose depths were indiscernible, with no other paths in sight. Shi Qingling turned to Lei Hao. His eyes filled with hope. "Master, can you soar through the air and carry us across?" Lei Hao scratched his head awkwardly. "If it were merely a span of 10 zhang, I could attempt it. But in this case, it seems implausible." Shi Qingling stared in disbelief. "In no way, Master. Are you not a first-rate expert?" "I've seen other first-rate experts defy gravity effortlessly," with an exasperated roll of his eyes. Lei Hao replied, "What do you know? There are 3 tiers even among first-rate masters. I've only just reached the a month ago achieve flight. One must attain, harnessing the laws of the universe to liberate oneself from earthly constraints." Reflecting on Lei Hao's words, Shi Qingling recalled the first-rate experts he had encountered. Shan Guang, the monk, was a master of a veritable celestial being. Following him was Xiyu Lu, who reached the pinnacle of, and even before his demise, he ascended to. Then there was his own master, Wu Fang Dao Run, likely in the Finally, there was the commanding general of the Shadow Guard, Xiong Tianqing, who could rival his master. Undoubtedly a peak expert, the commander of the Shadow Guard, Tang Yi, was likely another formidable figure as evidenced by the fact that the Holy Lotus sect dispatched 2 first-rate experts to confront him. These individuals could indeed transcend the earth and defy gravity. Curiosity piqued, Shi Qingling inquired, "Master, what realm are the 2 protectors from the Holy Lotus sect?" Lei Hao responded, "That monk is certainly at, while the Black Lotus protector is likely at the level." Shi Qingling recalled the formidable Black Lotus guardian known as the Ghost Hand, who had managed to traverse the vast river with the aid of a mere bamboo pole. Indeed, the disparity between the realm of concentration and the realm of law was substantial. With his master unable to soar through the skies or burrow into the earth, he was left to contemplate alternative methods. Surveying his surroundings, Shi Qingling noted the abundance of dead trees in the river. He proposed, "Master, what if we construct a simple bamboo raft to cross the river?" However, Lei Hao, with a grave expression, shook his head. "Let us not rush. I sense something peculiar in the waters that I shall venture forth alone to investigate, and you may await my return." "Very well, but do take care, Master," Shi Qingling replied. Lei Hao nodded slightly, picking up a relatively thick branch and casting it into the river. With a gentle leap, he landed upon the branch. And with a wave of his hand, it began to glide effortlessly across the surface of the water. As he ventured deeper into the river, a growing sense of unease enveloped him, that he persevered, gliding for approximately 15 minutes, until he finally discerned an exit ahead. Just as he intended to turn back, the surface of the river began to churn violently, and an instinctual sense of danger surged within him. Without the need to glance back, Lei Hao could feel something lurking beneath the water, pursuing him. When he was still 7 or 8 zhang from the shore, the river beneath him suddenly erupted. A pitch-black figure surged forth, letting out a deafening roar that echoed through the air. Lei Hao was instantly hurled into the air. Struggling to regain his balance mid-flight, he turned to behold a colossal beast. It possessed twin horns atop its head, scales covering its body, and vertically slit pupils that were larger than his entire form. The portion of its serpentine body visible above the water was thicker than a barrel, measuring at least a dozen zhang in length. The creature's piercing gaze locked onto Lei Hao, and with a swift twist of its body, it opened its cavernous maw to bite down on him. With a cold snort, Lei Hao unleashed a heavy punch imbued with blue lightning. The air crackled as countless phantom punches manifested, colliding violently with the beast. The creature let out an enraged howl, its body writhing as the river surged even more ferociously than on the surface. Lei Hao could sustain his flight for only a brief moment. Not daring to linger, he fled toward the riverbank. However, the beast's speed in the water surpassed his own. Before he could react, a sharp pain erupted in his back that in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, soaring across the river, only to crash against the rocky cliff on the opposite bank. Chapter 65. Dragon Slaying. With a thunderous crash, the mountains trembled, and rocks tumbled down. Such a colossal disturbance did not escape the notice of Shikingling and Xiao Fengtong on the riverbank. Shikingling activated his heavenly eye and clearly discerned that the shadow which had sent Lei Hao flying was, in fact, a massive tail. Both Shikingling and Xiao Fengtong, momentarily stunned, hurried towards Lei Hao. They found a large humanoid indentation in the cliffside. After struggling for a moment, Lei Hao rolled onto the ground, unable to suppress a mouthful of crimson blood. "Master, are you all right?" Shikingling rushed to assist him, anxiety evident in his voice that I am not dead yet. Lei Hao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, moving his limbs slightly, producing a series of cracking sounds. Seeing that Lei Hao, aside from some bruises, was not gravely injured, Shikingling breathed a sigh of relief. "Master, what was that creature? How could it be so terrifying?" Lei Hao shook his head gravely. "This is indeed the first time I have encountered such a monster. The force of his tail strike nearly shattered my indestructible body. It is truly fearsome that it is a jiao. There truly exists a jiao in this world." Xiao Fengtong exclaimed in astonishment that a jiao dragon. Shikingling echoed, equally stunned. Just as the trio conversed, the jiao dragon seemed intent on not letting them escape. In the blink of an eye, it surged to the riverbank, revealing nearly 2/3 of its massive form above the water. The jiao dragon extended its enormous claws, resembling colossal steel blades gleaming with a cold light, and lunged at the three of them. Each of them executed their skills to narrowly evade the jiao's assault on land. The jiao dragon was evidently much slower. Xiao Fengtong, quick as a flash, stepped onto one of the jiao's giant claws. She dashed along its length, and with a few deft movements, reached the thick neck of the jiao dragon that a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes as she wielded the Wangchuan sword and struck downwards with all her might. The razor-sharp blade struck the jiao's scales, creating a shower of sparks. However, her full-force attack failed to inflict any injury upon the jiao dragon, and instead, she was thrown back by a tremendous recoil. "Watch out for its tail," Shikingling shouted, soaring towards her. The jiao dragon's tail strike had nearly overwhelmed Lei Hao. Its speed was far greater than that of its claws. Xiao Fengtong barely managed to turn around, only to see a dark shadow closing in on her. She had just enough time to raise the Wangchuan sword defensively before being swept away by the colossal tail. She was sent flying back, but was caught securely by Shikingling, landing safely on the ground. With a look of uncertainty in her eyes, Xiao Fengtong regarded Shikingling. She had witnessed the jiao dragon's tail strike firsthand. How was it that its force seemed diminished upon reaching her? Shikingling explained, "It was mastered. He struck the jiao's tail just before it reached you, significantly reducing its force, which is why you could withstand that blow." Xiao Fengtong understood, and as she observed a figure glowing with golden light leaping across the jiao dragon's back, engaging it in combat, Shikingling sighed, "Ninth Prince, your Wangchuan sword cannot penetrate the jiao scales. It seems we are of little assistance. We must await our master's lead." "Princess, may I borrow your sword?" came Lei Hao's voice from above. Xiao Fengtong, realizing the moment, hurled the Wangchuan sword into the air. Lei Hao seized the sword and leaped atop the jiao dragon's head. Radiating an overwhelming aura, he gripped the Wangchuan sword tightly and plunged it downward. With a piercing sound, the sword embedded itself a foot deep into the jiao dragon's skull, blood spraying forth. The jiao dragon emitted a series of agonized howls, its shrieks piercing the air, resonating throughout the space. Utilizing the sword's sharpness, Lei Hao had grievously wounded the jiao dragon. However, in retaliation, the jiao dragon's tail lashed out, sending Lei Hao flying once more. The golden light surrounding him dimmed, and he crashed onto the riverbank, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood. It was evident that this blow had shattered Lei Hao's indestructible body. "Ninth Prince, our master appears to be gravely injured. It seems the burden falls upon us now," Shikingling said to Xiao Fengtong while hastily unfastening the cuffs of his trousers. Xiao Fengtong, puzzled, noticed that Shikingling had bound two peculiar devices to his calves. Without further ado, he handed two of them to her. "Ninth Prince, this is explosive powder. There is a pull ring on top. Once it is pulled, it will detonate after 2 breaths. That we must find the right moment to throw it into the jiao dragon's mouth. It may yield an unexpected victory." Time was of the essence, and Shikingling could not afford to elaborate further. "Ninth Prince, do you understand what to do?" Xiao Fengtong, still somewhat bewildered, nodded, though unclear about the specifics. Her expertise in mechanisms allowed her to grasp the gist of Shikinglang's instructions. Nearby, the Jiao dragon had already opened its cavernous maw, poised to bite down on Lei Hao. Shikinglang initiated the distraction with a punch. But to the Jiao dragon, it seemed as if it had completely disregarded Shikinglang's attack. With a casual swipe of its claw, it dispersed the force of Shikinglang's punch. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Fengtong dashed atop the Jiao dragon's claw. And in a flash, she was atop its head, gripping the Wangchuan sword. She channeled all her energy into the blade, plunging it 3 more inches into the Jiao. Meanwhile, Lei Hao finally caught his breath. Swiftly forming seals with his hands and unleashing the Thunder Axe mountain-splitting palm, that a massive blue axe blade cleaved through the air, striking the Jiao dragon's jaw. The Jiao dragon let out a pained roar, twisting its body in response, swiping at Lei Hao with one claw and lashing out at Xiao Fengtong with its tail. As for Shikinglang, who charged towards it, he was completely ignored after executing his strike. Lei Hao found his own energy nearly depleted, but he could only evade the Jiao dragon's claws, rolling and dodging along the bank. This time, Xiao Fengtong was prepared. After landing a successful hit, she leaped away to evade the Jiao's tail. In midair, she seized the moment, decisively pulling the ring on the explosive device. With a swift flick of her wrist, she hurled it into the Jiao dragon's gaping mouth, that on the other side. Shikinglang, unbothered by the chaos, acted almost simultaneously. The entire head of the dragon was blown to a bloody pulp, and after a few convulsions of its massive body, it crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Following a tremor that shook the earth, the air became infused with a charred aroma. Chapter 66. Bent and broken as the explosion erupted, Shikinglang swiftly caught Xiao Fengtong, activating the heart clock's defense. However, they were still tossed aside by the residual shockwave. Fortunately, shielded by the heart clock, they emerged unscathed and landed safely. This was the first time Xiao Fengtong had witnessed the devastating power of explosives. She stared at Shikinglang in astonishment, her mouth agape in shock, that a hint of pride curled at the corners of Shiqinglang's lips. The explosives he had modified were experimental specimens. Not only were they waterproof, but their power also exceeded that of previous explosives by a third, that he had kept these for explosives strapped to his leg for emergencies. And now, they were perfectly suited for dealing with this not-so-intelligent dragon. Lei Hao plopped down onto the ground, yet his expression was one of unrestrained excitement. "Little stone, that beast must be dead, right?" Shikinglang chuckled, "Dead beyond resurrection. It's almost cooked." Lei Hao grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "I never imagined that one day I would slay a dragon, damn. This is thrilling, absolutely exhilarating." Shikinglang gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Master is mighty." Lei Hao shook his head with a smile. "Enough with the flattery. Without your explosives' lethal strike, I would have probably fled in defeat. In terms of raw power, this dragon surpasses even the Red Lotus monk. I have sustained considerable injuries this time. I need to sit in meditation to recover. Little stone, you and the princess should go and take a look. The dragon is a treasure trove." Upon hearing this, Shikinglang's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he dashed off eagerly to at that moment. The dragon appeared to him as a mountain of gold and silver. An hour swiftly passed by the time Shikinglang and Xiao Fengtong returned. Lei Hao had nearly regained his strength. With a sudden burst of laughter, Lei Hao opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of Shikinglang struggling under the weight of 2 enormous bags that nearly engulfed half his body. "Little stone, have you skinned and flayed the dragon?" Shikinglang dropped the bags at Lei Hao's feet, his eyes gleaming. "Indeed, this is the largest corpse I have ever dissected in my life. Master, look. These bags are made from dragon skin. Inside, there are dragon tendons, horns, scales, and bones, complete from head to tail. But that's not all. Master, take a look at this," Shikinglang exclaimed, presenting a golden, shiny orb the size of an infant's fist. "What is this?" Lei Hao's eyes widened in shock. Could it be the legendary Li Pearl? Shikinglang exclaimed in surprise, "Master, you actually know about it. I thought only the 9th prince recognized this treasure." Ignoring Shikinglan's teasing, Lei Hao nodded solemnly. "Dragons possess Li Pearls. I once thought it was mere hearsay, but it appears this dragon truly had one. Princess, have you seen this before?" Xiao Fengtong responded, I have also encountered it in ancient text. It is said that only dragons that have cultivated a Li Pearl have the chance to transform into true dragons. The text also mentioned that the Li Pearl contains the essence of the dragon, providing immense benefits to martial artists. That I must clarify that I do not wish to claim anything from this ancient tomb. Shi Qinglang praised, "Princess, you are magnanimous. Of course, members of the royal family are typically wealthy. What treasures are absent from the palace?" Since the princess had made her stance clear, Shi Qinglang felt no hesitation in accepting. Yet, he understood that Xiao Fengtong's words were not born from a lack of desire for treasures, but rather a means of expressing gratitude for the lives they had saved. Recognizing the unspoken bond of gratitude, Shi Qinglang turned to Lei Hao and inquired, "Master, is this Li Pearl of any use to you?" With a serene smile, Lei Hao shook his head, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, above the first rank. "The most crucial aspect is the understanding of the mysteries of the universe. This Li Pearl would merely serve as an embellishment for me. It is better left for you and the princess. It will likely prove more beneficial for both of you." Xiao Fengtong quickly declined. "Uncle Lei, you really need not do this for me." Lei Hao interjected, "I know the royal family has no shortage of treasures, but the Li Pearl is rare and invaluable. This time, our successful dragon hunt was also thanks to the princess's divine weapon. The energy within this Li Pearl is pure enough for both of you to absorb. Princess, since you address me as uncle, do not refuse it for the remaining treasures. I shall not hesitate to claim them." Xiao Fengtong turned to Shi Qinglang, who smiled and said, "Ninth Prince, since Master has said so, you should accept." Xiao Fengtong nodded slightly, clasping her fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Lei." Lei Hao waved his hand and continued, "Little Stone, Haven to you always wanted to learn sword control. Those dragon horns are excellent materials for forging swords. They should be able to create a fine sword blank. With a sword of such quality, once you reach the first rank, you can attempt to learn sword control. The other items are also rare materials. Keep them for yourself." Shi Qinglang's expression turned grave. "Master, you are giving me all of this. Don't you need any for yourself? You also lack a good sword blank. Let the dragon horns be for you first. Naturally, you are my only disciple. I must prioritize your needs." Lei Hao replied matter-of-factly, "Master, if you continue this way, you might just bend me." "What a peculiar phrase. Hee. It's just a compliment from Master. Ha ha." "Master, your choice of words is becoming increasingly polished." Lei Hao rolled his eyes in jest. "Enough of this banter. You and the princess should seize the opportunity to absorb this Li Pearl. Who knows what else may lie ahead." Shi Qinglang, suppressing his laughter, scratched his head. "How does one absorb this?" Lei Hao explained. "Utilize your mental strength to guide the energy, directly absorbing the energy within the Li Pearl. Remember, you must not entertain any distracting thoughts during this process. Once the energy enters your body, immediately refine it with your true energy." Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong promptly settled into a cross-legged position, following Lei Hao's guidance to begin absorbing and refining the Li Pearl. Both were prodigies, swiftly grasping the technique. The Li Pearl floated between them, and visible strands of pure energy flowed from within the pearl, entering their bodies through their palms. Seeing Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong entering a state of deep concentration, Lei Hao nodded in satisfaction and also began to meditate. The battle with the dragon had taken a toll on him, and this was a perfect opportunity to recover. Chapter 67. The Golden Coffin. Several hours sped by. The luminescence of the Li Pearl had dimmed considerably, shrinking to a size that was 2/3 smaller. Xiao Fengtong gradually withdrew her hand and ceased absorbing the energy from the pearl. However, the energy within her fluctuated violently, emitting waves of cold air that coalesced into a misty white fog enveloping her entirely. Lei Hao sensed something amiss and opened his eyes, shaking his head in a wry smile. Being a seasoned practitioner, he recognized at a glance that Xiao Fengtong was on the verge of breaking through to 16 years old. She was about to enter the second rank of the subtle realm. He recalled how he had reached the second rank at nearly 30. Truly, one could only feel inferior in comparison. Fortunately, his disciple was formidable enough not to lag behind this young princess. With this thought, Lei Hao felt considerably better and resumed his closed-eye meditation. Time passed without the sun or moon to mark its passage. And eventually, the floating Li Pearl turned to dust, leaving no trace of energy within. Shi Qinglang slowly concluded his absorption, exhaling a plume of white vapor. Upon reopening his eyes, he appeared radiant and invigorated. "Little stone, you have finally awakened. How do you feel?" Lei Hao asked first. Shi Qinglang beamed with pride, clenching his fist to reveal faint blue electric sparks crackling around it. "Master, I believe I have reached the third rank's great completion. There are still some energies left unrefined within me. Once fully absorbed, I should attain the pinnacle of the third rank. This feeling of empowerment is absolutely delightful." A smile danced in Lei Hao's eyes, though his face remained impassive as he feigned disinterest. "Just barely, I suppose. Look at the princess. She absorbed only a fraction of the Li Pearl and has already broken through to the second rank of the subtle realm. Little stone, you must keep striving." "What, the second rank?" Shi Qinglang exclaimed in disbelief as he turned to Xiao Fengtong. She merely nodded slightly, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth to at that moment. Shi Qinglang felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. It was a crushing sensation of being overshadowed by a genius that I'm feeling rather emo. Lei Hao lightly rapped Shi Qinglang's head. "Enough with the self-pity. Pack your things. We should continue forward. It's hard to tell the passage of time here, but I estimate a day has already passed. Previously, deep within this river, I discovered an exit. Let us venture forth to investigate." Naturally, both Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong had no objections. Their abilities had each ascended to new heights, and at this moment, they brimmed with confidence. Lei Hao had previously prepared a rudimentary raft, and the three of them boarded it, gliding smoothly along the river. Before long, under Lei Hao's guidance, Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong beheld a relatively narrow cave entrance. The trio did not act rashly, but instead maneuvered the raft closer to the opening. Lei Hao took the lead, leaping toward the cave mouth, suspended in midair. His vision cleared dramatically. Outside the cave, there was a drop of less than a yard, revealing another narrow underground river, scarcely 3 yards wide. On the opposite bank loomed a majestic mountain, its peak lost to the clouds that a grand ancient hall was embedded within the mountainside. From a distance, it appeared to hover in the air, a sight both awe-inspiring and magnificent. From the riverbank, a long flight of stone steps ascended, totaling 999 in number, a staggering feat that elicited admiration. Lei Hao sensed no immediate danger, and, turning back, led Shi Qinglang and Xiao Fengtong directly across to the opposite shore. "Is this a royal tomb?" Shi Qinglang mused that I cannot be certain. Even the royal family of the Dalan dynasty would not construct a tomb of such magnitude. Xiao Fengtong replied, equally astonished, shaking her head. "Regardless of what it is, we have come this far. We must take a closer look," Lei Hao said with a carefree demeanor. The trio ascended the steps, and with their prowess, they reached the entrance of the hall in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. The hall, protruding from the mountainside, was constructed of massive stones, towering 3 yards high. Even the stone door was nearly 2 yards tall. That up close, the hall's grandeur was even more palpable. Merely the stone door weighed 1,000 pounds, requiring Lei Hao to exert all his strength to push it open just wide enough for two to pass through. As soon as they stepped into the hall, a fire dragon ignited before them. Thanks to Shi Qinglang's prior explanations, neither Xiao Fengtong nor Lei Hao was particularly startled this time. Bathed in the firelight, the interior of the hall revealed an astonishing vista, soaring even higher than what they had observed from outside. Several stone columns, standing 5 to 6 yards tall, rose majestically within the hall. The vast expanse of the hall felt eerily empty, clearly visible at a glance. "Look, there are murals over there." Shi Qinglang pointed to the wall on one side of the hall. The trio approached the mural, following its length while observing its details. The mural was remarkably well preserved, depicting large-scale machinery that left even Shi Qinglang in a state of astonishment. The mural illustrated a tale of an emperor's military campaigns. "These war machines are unlike anything I've seen before. This must be the long-lost mechanisms of the Mahe school," he exclaimed. "Could this possibly be the royal tomb of the Daxia dynasty? Could it truly belong to the Saint Yuan Emperor?" Xiao Fengtong initially murmured to herself, but by the end, she found her own thoughts hard to believe the TO construct a tomb of such scale. Even if it is not the Saint Yuan Emperor, it must belong to an emperor of similar stature. Shi Qinglang concurred, the murals, and lay another stone door. Lei Hao chuckled wryly. "Is this laborious task designed specifically for me?" With a rumble, the stone door opened, revealing a circular space measuring 10 yards in diameter. That in the center stood a square stone platform, with 4 towering stone columns at each corner, each intricately carved with the 4 sacred beasts, the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Most strikingly, at the center of the stone platform rested a golden coffin, glimmering brilliantly. The trio approached the golden coffin. Shi Lang caressed its surface, exclaiming, "What wealth! This coffin is made entirely of pure gold. Master, you must agree that whatever treasures are buried alongside it must be extraordinary." Lei Hao sighed. "Little stone, you don't truly intend to open the coffin and seize the treasures, do you?" Shi Lang chuckled mischievously, casting a glance at Xiao Fengtong. She quickly waved her hands, saying, "Don't look at me, that I've already stated that I will not take anything from this ancient tomb. You may decide what to do." According to conventional imperial burial practices, the treasures interred within coffins are indeed rare and precious, that if you wish to open the coffin, I hold no objections. Shi Lang turned to ask, "Master, what do you say?" Lei Hao furrowed his brow slightly. "You need not concern yourself with my opinion. Whatever you choose to do, I shall support your decision." Chapter 68. Are they human or ghosts? Alas, what a loss! I have lost it all. Oh, how I lament. Shi Lang wrestled with his thoughts, finally stomping his foot in despair. "Forget it. The dead take precedence. We are here to find a way out, not to plunder graves. Opening the coffin may bring unforeseen dangers. We cannot complicate matters further. I shall endure." Oh, the heartache. Xiao Fengtong could not help but chuckle, while Lei Hao, unable to contain himself, slapped his forehead. "All right, since we have made a decision, let us not dwell on regrets. We should quickly search for any possible exits." Shi Lang, feeling dispirited, remarked, "Ninth Prince, this is now up to you. Why Master and I are not well versed in the art of mechanisms. I need to catch my breath." "It is quite distressing." Xiao Fengtong paid little heed to Shi Lang's theatrics, but she could not help but admire him inwardly. How many could resist the allure of such easily attainable treasures? Xiao Fengtong wandered about, eventually arriving at the stone columns of the 4 sacred beasts. She scrutinized each one carefully, finally stopping before the vermilion bird column, now at the second tier of the subtle realm. Her vision and perception had significantly improved. Although the 4 divine beast columns were carved with remarkable detail, they appeared largely indistinguishable at first glance. However, she sensed that the vermilion bird column was subtly different. Xiao Fengtong examined the vermilion bird column more closely, not missing a single detail. Moments later, her eyes sparkled with realization. "Indeed, it is you." The other 3 columns formed a cohesive whole, while the vermilion bird column bore a faint ring of cracks. This minute detail had not escaped Xiao Fengtong's keen perception. Placing one hand upon the vermilion bird statue, she allowed her energy to flow outward, then twisted her hand to rotate the entire statue. With a crack, the stone wall behind the 3 opened, revealing a new portal. Shi Lang gave a thumbs up. "Ninth Prince, as expected of you." Xiao Fengtong smiled gently. "Let us proceed and see what lies within." Behind the door was a square chamber, not very spacious, but in the center stood a life-size stone statue. The figure was tall and imposing, with a stern countenance, adorned with a crown and wearing a flowing dragon robe. He leaned upon a stone sword, exuding an air of dominance. Shi Lang's gaze fixated on the stone sword, or more accurately, on the gem embedded in its hilt. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he stepped forward and placed his hand on the gem. Suddenly, a sensation of disorientation washed over him, and a voice echoed in his mind. "Not bad. Your realm may be lacking, but your foundation is solid, and your potential is vast. Who are you? Fear not, young one. I am but a remnant of consciousness, posing no threat to you." Consciousness? Are you human or ghost? Well, I am neither human nor ghost, to be precise. Where are you? Young one, I dwell within your sea of consciousness. Ah, there is also a sealed primordial spirit here. Intriguing. I care not who you are. Come forth at once, or else... Hey, young man, do not be so hot-headed. Very well. Let us converse elsewhere. No sooner had he spoken than Shi Lang felt a wave of dizziness, transporting him to a bizarre realm. Before him lay a world filled with shimmering points of light, resembling a glassy universe. As some of the light points gradually converged, they began to form the shape of a man dressed in white. The man was tall and handsome, exuding an air of effortless charm. "Young one, would you like to learn how to condense your form?" He said with a gentle smile. That it was then that Shurqing Lang realized he existed in a state of ethereality. Reflecting on the man's transformation, he began to sense an enigmatic connection. Following this intuition, Shurqing Lang concentrated his mental energy, gradually perceiving himself as a point of light. The surrounding scattered light points were intricately linked to him. Shurqing Lang attempted to visualize his appearance. Indeed, the surrounding light points were drawn to him, slowly coalescing into a shadowy figure. However, apart from his facial features, the rest of the body remained in a state between reality and illusion. The handsome man clicked his tongue in surprise. "Young one, you are quite clever. To grasp the essence of form condensation after a single glance is truly rare. Especially your mental energy. Your talent is exceptional. And achieving a first-tier status in the future is well within your grasp." Shurqing Lang glanced at his nebulous form, then at the man's solid body, puzzled. "Why can I not achieve your level of solidity?" The handsome man shook his head and chuckled. "Youngster, you should count your blessings that you not realize that you are attempting to condense your primordial spirit. If you were able to reach my level, you would attain the first rank of the condensed spirit realm. Given your current status at the third rank, being able to condense a portion of your soul is already a remarkable talent." Shurqing Lang, understanding the situation, clasped his fists and replied, "Thank you, senior, for your guidance. That I humbly apologize for my earlier rudeness and hope for your forgiveness." The man nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging him as a grateful and courteous youth. "May I inquire, senior, where exactly is this place?" "Li Mingzhu. Have you heard of it?" Li Mingzhu. Shurqing Lang recalled his earlier actions and suddenly understood. "Senior, could it be that the Li Mingzhu is that very orb I just touched?" The man slightly nodded. "Indeed, it was my intention to lead you here. Only by your contact with the Li Mingzhu could I manifest before you." Upon hearing this, Shurqing Lang felt a surge of caution. "May I ask who you are, senior? Why have you brought me into this Li Mingzhu?" Youngster, you are quite astute. It is permissible to inform you. Listen closely and do not be startled that my true name is Zhang Tiange." "Zhang Tiange?" Shurqing Lang instinctively queried. "Who is that? I have not heard of him." You have not heard of me? How is that even possible?" I should have, right?" Shurqing Lang hesitated, sensing the man's expression. "Perhaps I am just rather uninformed?" Zhang Tiange, after a moment of silence, continued, "Is it still the Great Xia dynasty? The Great Xia dynasty has perished for over 200 years. Has it been that long? Are you from the Great Xia dynasty? Or are you a ghost?" "What man? What ghost?" Zhang Tiange exclaimed in anger. "I am the Holy Yuan Emperor." Although Shurqing Lang had his suspicions, he was still incredibly astonished to hear the answer. "You are truly the Holy Yuan Emperor from 500 years ago." Chapter 69. In the blink of an eye. 500 years have passed. 500 years. Zhang Tiange sighed deeply, nostalgia flickering in his eyes. "It seems that after my time, the Great Xia dynasty enjoyed 300 more years of prosperity. Which is not too shabby, to be precise. I am but a fragment of the Holy Yuan Emperor's consciousness. My goodness, could it be that I am truly encountering a ghost?" Shurqing Lang quickly conceded. Esteemed Emperor, I beg your pardon for my ignorance. That we merely trespassed into your tomb and sincerely did not intend to disturb your eternal slumber. We have not touched anything within the tomb." "Eternal slumber? You are the one who slumbers." Zhang Tiange interrupted with displeasure. "I am not dead yet." "I'm not dead?" Shurqing Lang was utterly shocked, instinctively exclaiming, "It has been 500 years, and you are still alive?" Zhang Tiange snorted coldly. "It is rare to see such astonishment. Have you not heard of the ascension to immortality? Before my ascension, I had some unfulfilled wishes, which is why I left behind this fragment of consciousness. The Li Mingzhu can nurture consciousness, yet I did not expect that in the blink of an eye, 500 years would pass outside. Ascension?" Shurqing Lang pondered. "Ascend to where? Could there truly be an immortal realm? A place of eternal life?" Zhang Tiange shook his head with a wry smile. "After my body ascended, this fragment of consciousness severed its connection with it. Thus, I do not know if there truly exists an immortal realm beyond this world. However, there are always people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. These old sayings may not merely carry metaphorical meaning. Their literal essence is quite profound." Shurqing Lang contemplated this. "I have learned much," Zhang Tiange continued. "Such matters are far too distant for you. Pondering them now is futile. Once you reach the spirit travel realm and become a terrestrial immortal, you will naturally gain insights. Seeing that Zhang Tiange was reluctant to elaborate further, Shi Qinglang changed the subject. Senior, since you were still alive, why have you created a tomb for yourself? Who is in the golden coffin outside? Zhang Tiange scoffed lightly. That is merely a test and a trap. If you had opened that golden coffin, you would likely be dead by now. Shi Qinglang's eyes widened in alarm, and he patted his chest with lingering fear. Fortunately, I was not blinded by greed. Otherwise, I might have truly become a ghost. Zhang Tiange's expression turned nostalgic as he sighed. I ascended too early and did not find a suitable direct disciple. Although the Zhang family possesses my legacy. As royalty, they are too burdened by ties and likely struggle to concentrate on martial arts. After much contemplation, I decided to extract a fragment of my consciousness and nurture it within this Li Mingzhu before my ascension, hoping to await a fated individual to inherit my teachings. Shi Qinglang pointed to himself. Am I that fated individual? Zhang Tiange smiled with amusement. I suppose so. For now, I am somewhat satisfied with you. However, you seem to have a short lifespan. What is the situation with the primordial spirit sealed within your consciousness? Shi Qinglang contemplated and recounted the events from beginning to end. Oh, intriguing. Achieving the first rank within 3 years is indeed a considerable challenge for you. Zhang Tiange maintained a nonchalant demeanor, pausing for a moment before shifting his tone. However, Shi Qinglang, being exceptionally clever, immediately sensed opportunity and quickly clasped his fist to inquire. Esteemed senior, you are well-versed in an ascended immortal. You must possess a solution. I implore you to guide me. Zhang Tiange nodded, hands clasped behind his back, feigning profundity as he replied, Very well, considering our fateful connection, I shall point you towards a path. Before my ascension, I left behind a divine yuan pill in my treasure vault. This pill not only aids in condensing your primordial spirit, but also saves you several years of effort. With your talent, along with the assistance of the divine yuan pill, within a year, you should be able to reach the first rank. Shi Qinglang quickly bowed in gratitude, his heart brimming with joy. The heavens reward diligence. My fortune has finally turned. Thank you, esteemed senior. May I ask where the treasure vault left by you is located? Zhang Tiange squinted and smiled. It is just behind this secret chamber. However, to enter the treasure vault, you must gather 4 keys that I have only left the key representing the vermilion bird here. The remaining keys, the azure dragon, white tiger, and black tortoise, are entrusted to my descendants. After 500 years, I wonder who currently possesses the other 3 keys. What? Shi Qinglang was taken aback. To gather 4 keys that have been lost for 500 years amidst a sea of people is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Is this your idea of a clear path? It seems more like a trap. Shi Qinglang's lips twitched as he spoke disheartenedly. Zhang Tiange reassured him, You may inquire about the whereabouts of these keys while you cultivate. Since fate has brought you here, it signifies that you possess fortune. Perhaps you might indeed be able to gather the other 3 keys. Shi Qinglang's smile became stiff and perfunctory. Very well, I shall give it a try once I leave. Esteemed senior, since we accidentally trespassed here, is there another route to exit? Zhang Tiange smiled mysteriously. Of course there is a way out. Otherwise, why would I be waiting here for a fated individual? Uncle Lei. Is little Shi all right? Xiao Fengdong asked anxiously. That he should be fine. Perhaps we should wait a bit longer. Lei Hao felt uncertain as well. Since the 3 of them arrived here, nearly the span of an incense stick has passed. And Shi Qinglang had remained motionless, one hand touching the stone sword. Concerned that Shi Qinglang might have reached an epiphany after absorbing the energy of the Li Zhu and not wanting to disturb him. The 2 could only wait in silence. Even Xiao Fengdong was beginning to feel restless. Lei Hao was also hesitant. Suddenly, Shi Qinglang shuddered, regaining his senses. Little Shi, are you all right? What just happened? Why did you stand still? Lei Hao bombarded him with questions in a flurry of urgency. Master, I am fine. I was simply lost in thought. Shi Qinglang casually replied that it was not that he wanted to withhold the truth, but rather that he had made a promise with Zhang Tiange and could not divulge it to anyone else. Lei Hao responded with an "oh," not thinking much of it. That he continued, The princess and I have looked around, but found no mechanisms or hidden passages. I fear. Shi Qinglang interrupted with a mysterious smile. Master, I have already discovered the location of the mechanism. Chapter 70 Long Yuan. Upon hearing this, Lei Hao was momentarily stunned, while Xiao Fengtong's eyes brightened instantly. You found it? Where is it? Your Highness, please look. Upon the utterance of Shi Lang, he grasped the hilt of the stone sword firmly. Following the teachings of the war song, he slowly rotated the stone blade. Moments later, the statue quivered slightly, and the stone arms that held the sword gradually parted. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Lang withdrew the stone sword. With a resounding boom, a wall on the left began to rise, revealing a doorway. While Xiao Fengtong and Lei Hao remained in a state of shock, Shi Lang continued to present surprises that he directed his energy through his arm into the stone sword, causing the blade to tremble slightly and emit a dragon's roar. Subsequently, under the pulsations of energy, the surface of the stone sword began to crack, unveiling a magnificent sword of deep blue, intricately adorned with golden patterns. This was Long Yuan. Xiao Fengtong gazed at the golden patterns on the sword in astonishment and exclaimed, Long Yuan? Lei Hao pondered for a moment and curiously remarked, It seems this name is absent from the catalog of renowned artifacts. Taking a breath, Xiao Fengtong explained, Long Yuan has been lost for over 5 centuries. So it is naturally not present in the current catalog that I have only encountered descriptions of this divine weapon in ancient texts at the Academy. Uncle Lei, do you see how the golden patterns on the sword resemble something when viewed together? After scrutinizing it closely, Lei Hao still found it perplexing and shook his head with a wry smile. Listening to their exchange, Shi Lang's curiosity was piqued, and he examined the sword in detail. His keen observational skills quickly revealed some insights that resembled characters, yet not the ones currently in use. Indeed, Xiao Fengtong nodded in clarification, these are characters, albeit ancient ones that in fact, I do not recognize many ancient characters. The 2 characters for Long Yuan were taught to me specifically by my teacher, for they are the name of this sword. According to legend, Long Yuan was crafted by the ancestors of the Mo family and later became the sword of the Holy Emperor. It appears, then, that we are in the tomb of the Holy Emperor, that I never anticipated that the Holy Emperor would choose to accompany Long Yuan in this manner. This little girl possesses a remarkable breadth of knowledge and experience. If your words are ungracious, you shall accompany him in death. The voice of the war song echoed in Shi Lang's mind that he seriously doubted whether the Holy Emperor might have some form of mania. Having clearly fabricated a false tomb to ensnare others, yet forbidding any unfavorable remarks. Such double standards were truly excessive. After hearing Xiao Fengtong's explanation, Lei Hao couldn't help but admire her. The princess is indeed a student of the Academy. Well-versed and knowledgeable. Uncle Lei, you flatter me, Xiao Fengtong replied with a smile, then turned to Shi Lang and asked Little Stone, How did you know that this stone sword was a mechanism? Shi Lang scratched his head, deliberately feigning ignorance that I'm not entirely sure. Upon arriving here, I felt this sword calling to me that I simply followed that instinct and drew it out. These words were undoubtedly imparted to him by the war song. No wonder. Xiao Fengtong nodded slightly. The sword possesses a spirit. It seems Long Yuan has recognized you as its master. Lei Hao laughed heartily. Little Stone, your fortune is enviable. With this spirit sword in hand, once you advance to the first rank and learn the art of sword control, it will be effortless. Shi Lang grinned broadly, humbly attributing it to luck. Haha, it's purely good fortune. As Xiao Fengtong gazed toward the exit, she cautioned, Perhaps we should leave this place first. Lingering here may invite unforeseen changes. Prince Ninth? After a moment's hesitation, Shi Lang spoke. I have a small request that I kindly ask that upon your return, you refrain from disclosing the events concerning my master and hear to others. Very well. I promise. Xiao Fengtong felt increasingly perplexed by Shi Lang. She surmised he must be harboring some secrets. Yet after this ordeal they had endured together, she chose to trust him that the Chui Lu Villa. In the study, a middle-aged man clad in a blue uniform strode in with purpose. The man was of striking appearance, tall and robust, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, high nose, and full lips. Exuding a rugged handsomeness that commanded respect, at first glance, one could sense the unique air of ironclad resolve about him. Upon entering, the man clasped his fists in greeting to the individual at the desk. I, Feng Hans Han, pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. That a young man dressed in a yellow robe turned upon hearing this. His handsome features surpassed even those of Feng Hans Han, with a gentle brow and elegant demeanor. This was none other than the current Crown Prince. Xiao Yin. However, at this moment, Xiao Yin's brow was furrowed in urgency as he inquired, General Feng, Do you have any news regarding Xiao Jiao? Not yet, Feng Hanzhan replied with a shake of his head. It has been a day. Logically speaking, with Xiao Jiao's skills, it shouldn't be. Alas, it is my oversight. Xiao Yin spoke with a sense of self-reproach. Your Highness, this matter involves me as well. It was indeed an accident. And you need not blame yourself. Feng Hanzhan tried to console him. But how shall I explain this to my father? Xiao Yin sighed deeply. Just then a voice rang from outside. Crown Prince, Uncle, I'm fine. I have returned safely. Xiao Jiao, Xiao Yin exclaimed in surprise. Feng Tong, Feng Hanzhan, forgetting all propriety, rushed to Xiao Feng Tong, examining her closely. Good. It is well that you have returned safely. Xiao Feng Tong smiled brightly and stepped forward to greet. Feng Tong pays respects to His Highness the Crown Prince and greets Uncle. Xiao Yin nodded slightly, speaking softly. Xiao Jiao, it is such a relief to see you unharmed. Pray, tell me what transpired. Why have you only just returned? Xiao Fengdong had already prepared her explanation. That day, I fell into the Longjiao River and was swept far downstream by the currents that I was rescued by a boatman and remained unconscious for an entire night. The following day, I rested and only just recovered before returning. Xiao Yin did not seem suspicious, sighing in relief. Heaven has blessed you. You are fortunate indeed. Observing Xiao Yin's reaction, which did not appear feigned. Xiao Fengtong hesitated, but ultimately voiced her concern. Your Highness, may I inquire about the assassination in the Longjiao River? Xiao Yin furrowed his brow slightly. Xiao Jiao, understand you have your thoughts on this matter. If I were to explain it, it might lack persuasiveness. Perhaps General Feng should elaborate to you. Feng Hanzhan found himself in a difficult position. Your Highness, this, no need for concern. Xiao Yin waved his hand. At this juncture, there is no need to conceal anything from Xiao Jiao. General Feng, please speak with her privately. I shall take my leave for now. Chapter 71. Is he a eunuch? After the departure of Crown Prince Xiao Yin, Feng Hanzhan's demeanor relaxed somewhat as he beckoned Xiao Fengtong to take a seat. You have become even more beautiful in these 2 years, our Fengtong. However, Xiao Fengtong was not swayed by flattery. She frowned and retorted, Uncle, I am not in the mood for such pleasantries. What exactly are you and the Crown Prince concealing? My brother and I nearly lost our lives. All right. Feng Hanzhan's expression softened as he feigned a pitiful look. I concede. I shall tell you. But let us first visit Fengwu. He has been unable to eat or sleep well these past few days that I will explain everything to you both to prevent any rifts between you and the Crown Prince. Xiao Fengtong considered this and agreed, leading Feng Hanzhan to the other residents. Shi Qingling had been waiting outside the study and joined them, in the small courtyard of the other residents. Xiao Fengwu sat listlessly. Suddenly, upon seeing Xiao Fengtong and Shi Qingling enter, his eyes reddened, and he rushed forward, embracing them tightly and refusing to let go. Feng Hanzhan observed this with a furrowed brow, while Xiao Fengwu's affection for his sister was understandable. His closeness to this young eunuch was somewhat peculiar. Feng Hanzhan had previously inquired about the events at the Divine Axe Peak, learning of Shi Qinglong's selfless protection of Xiao Fengwu and how he had even jumped into the river alongside Xiao Fengtong to shield her. Although Feng Hanzhan was grateful to Shi Qingling, he wondered if such actions were not simply what a bodyguard ought to do. Yet, it was evident that both Xiao Fengtong and Xiao Fengwu regarded this young eunuch with unusual warmth. Sister, little stone, why have you only just returned? I was so worried. Xiao Fengwu exclaimed, wiping away tears. It's a long story. Where is Wenren? Wenren joined the search party to find you and Little Stone. Feng Tong. Rest assured, I have sent word. Wenren will soon receive news. Hearing Feng Hanzhan's assurance, Xiao Fengdong felt relieved. Come, let us go inside and talk. Uncle still has stories to share with us. At this, Xiao Fengwu's eyes lit up with joy. Wonderful. Sister, you all are safe. And now we have stories to listen to. Uncle, let us proceed swiftly. Without further ado, Xiao Fengwu grasped Feng Hanzhan's arm and led him into the grand hall. Feng Hanzhan, Xiao Fengtong, and Xiao Fengwu took their respective seats. Shi Qingling stood beside Xiao Fengwu, while a young couple, appearing to be in their early 20s, stood alongside Feng Hanzhan. The man had an unremarkable appearance and a somewhat slender build, whereas the woman possessed a charming visage and a radiant smile. Feng Hanzhan spoke with a smile. Allow me to introduce you to 2 individuals, that Su Lu and Yi Kai. Come forth to pay your respects to your young masters. The woman, Su Lu, and the man, Yi Kai, stepped forward in unison, bowing with clasped fists. "Greetings, young masters," they said in unison. Feng Hanzhan elaborated, "They are my trained assassins for you two siblings. Both are third-tier experts with considerable potential. Initially, I intended to keep them with me for a few more years until Fengwu came of age and established his own office, after which I would present them to you. However, given the recent events and your arrival, it is best that they accompany you directly from now on." "Uncle, is he a eunuch?" Xiao Fengwu inquired, blinking as she pointed at Ye Kai. "Fengwu, although Ye Kai is your assassin, you must not treat him lightly." Feng Hanzhan replied, frowning in displeasure. "But men cannot enter the palace. If he were not a eunuch, how could he possibly gain entry?" This Ye Kai interjected, a flicker of determination in his eyes. "You need not worry. General, for the sake of my master, I am willing to undergo castration to serve as a eunuch." Feng Hanzhan found himself rather uncertain. "Very well, your word suffice. I shall accept you." Xiao Fengwu nodded in satisfaction. "Nonsense." Xiao Fengtong shot a disapproving glare at Xiao Fengwu to Ye Kai. "You and Su Lu shall accompany me back to the academy. When Fengwu comes of age and establishes her office in 2 years, you may then follow her." Ye Kai glanced at Feng Hanzhan, who gave a subtle nod, and then looked at Xiao Fengwu. All right. Xiao Fengwu relented. "We shall follow my elder sister's wishes. Besides, I still have little Shirtu with me." "Uncle, please tell us a story." Feng Hanzhan shook his head helplessly and waved his hand. That Su Lu and Ye Kai understood and bowed as they took their leave. As they departed, Ye Kai cast a grateful glance at Xiao Fengtong. After all, which man would truly wish to become a eunuch? Shi Qinglang had intended to stay and listen to the story, but upon noticing Feng Hanzhan's expression, he too wisely took his leave. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fengwu tightly grasped Shi Qinglang's arm. "Uncle, little Shirtu is the person I trust most. He cannot leave. This matter is of great importance. Fengwu, you must listen," Feng Hanzhan said gravely. Xiao Fengwu quickly assumed a pitiful expression, turning to seek help from her sister. Xiao Fengtong smiled helplessly. "Uncle, little Shirtu has saved me and my brother several times. Without him this time, I would have found it difficult to escape. Both my brother and I trust little Shirtu completely. I believe he should be allowed to listen as well." "You all," Feng Hanzhan sighed, turned to Shi Qinglang. "Shiwan, I hope you do not betray their trust." "Understood." Shi Qinglang quickly clasped his fists in agreement. Xiao Fengwu impatiently urged, "All right, uncle, what story do you have for us? Please do tell." Feng Hanzhan nodded slightly and began to narrate. "This tale begins just over a month ago. The governor of Yuzhou, Yu Mu, informed me that they had discovered an ancient tomb beneath the Divine Axe Peak. They sent many individuals to investigate, yet none returned with any results. Those who entered either perished or were injured, as the mechanisms within the tomb were quite formidable. Subsequently, I personally undertook an investigation and uncovered several clues. Fengtong, as you know, Yuzhou was the capital of the Great Xia dynasty 500 years ago. Thus, I suspect that this so-called ancient tomb is the legendary treasure left behind by the Great Xia dynasty." "Divine Axe Peak? Treasure?" Xiao Fengtong exclaimed in surprise. "Could it be that the treasure your uncle discovered is related to the tomb they inadvertently entered? After all, both are within the Divine Axe Peak and pertain to the Great Xia dynasty." "What a remarkable coincidence." Chapter 72. By strength and luck what? "Little Jiao, you too have heard of the treasure?" Feng Hanzhan inquired, intrigued by Xiao Fengtong's reaction that no, I merely found it surprising that the assassination attempt also occurred at Divine Axe Peak. She replied dismissively. "Uncle, please continue." Feng Hanzhan, suspecting nothing, continued, "I subsequently reported this matter to the emperor. Not long after, I received a secret message from him, outlining a plan to openly construct a road while secretly advancing through the back." Xiao Fengtong was taken aback. "Father intends to use my brother and me as bait. Be cautious with your words." Feng Hanzhan quickly interjected. "Fengtong, the situation is not as you perceive. The emperor summoned both you and Fengwu, partly to reunite our family, and partly to obscure the whereabouts of the crown prince. Neither the emperor nor the crown prince had any knowledge of the Holy Lotus sect orchestrating this assassination. It was indeed an accident, and my oversight that on that day, the crown prince arrived at Divine Axe Peak with you, and then discreetly departed with Tang Yi. They took some men and joined me to enter the ancient tomb. We did not foresee that during our separation, you would fall into the ambush set by the Holy Lotus sect." Upon hearing Feng Hanzhan's explanation, Xiao Fengtong finally breathed a sigh of relief. So that is the truth. What happened afterward? Did you find the treasure? Once she comprehended the situation, her curiosity piqued, and she inquired further. Han smiled gently, his eyes betraying affection and concern. You truly are an understanding child. With the truth revealed, I no longer need to hold back, he continued. The tomb was fraught with perilous traps, and even with Tang, Yi, and me leading the way, we suffered significant losses. Ultimately, we reached the innermost chamber, where there was a mechanism lock. The last time I reached this point, I was unable to proceed further. However, this time, the Crown Prince had brought a key said to be the key to the Great Xia Dynasty's treasure vault. After much tribulation, it eventually fell into the hands of our Dalan Dynasty's royal family. Indeed, the key could unlock the mechanism, though we became increasingly convinced that this was the treasure vault of the Great Xia Dynasty. Yet, the journey ahead proved even more treacherous, that we almost lost half our personnel before arriving at another bronze door. Xiao Fengwu listened intently, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Noticing Feng Hanshan's pause, she urged, Uncle, what happened next? Did you find the treasure? Feng Hanshan shook his head with a wry smile. The IT was not so simple. The lock on that bronze door was exceedingly complex and required 4 keys to open. The Crown Prince possessed only one of them. Despite our best efforts, we found ourselves at an impasse. Later, when I returned to the mountaintop to find you, I encountered the Holy Lotus sect. The events that followed, you all are already aware of. Xiao Fengtong and Xiao Fengwu listened with rapt attention. Meanwhile, Shi Qinglong's mind was in turmoil, that he could almost ascertain that the treasure Feng Hanzan spoke of was indeed the one mentioned by Zhang Tiange. Indeed, the path they took was the one I meticulously designed. The voice of Zhang Tiange echoed in Shi Qinglong's mind. What about the path we took? Shi Qinglang inquired curiously. Zhang Tiange chuckled. There will always be shortcuts in this world. You could say you took a shortcut. One path relies on strength, while the other on luck. However, regardless of the path, as long as you can gather all 4 keys, you can unlock the treasure vault. You, my friend, are indeed fortunate. Now you have learned the whereabouts of 1 key. But knowing it changes nothing, Shi Qinglang thought to himself, rolling his eyes. That is the royal family of Dalan. Do you expect me to steal it? I have no intention of risking my life for a treasure vault. Zhang Tiange continued to jest. Ah, splendid. To remain so calm at this moment without succumbing to greed is commendable. However, when assessing the situation, you must think broadly. Consider 1 key has made its way into the royal family of Dalan. It is very likely that the other 2 keys are held by other royal families, such as the Xiling dynasty to the west and the Beiyuan dynasty to the north. The difficulty is comparable. Whether stealing 1 or 3, it remains theft. Shi Qinglang felt as though he might die from frustration. Do you even hear yourself? Zhan, please act like a reasonable person. I can barely contend with the royal family of Dalan, let alone the Xiling and Beiyuan dynasties. Why not just send me to the heavens instead? Zhang Tiange chuckled, adopting a demeanor as if relishing in the chaos of the world, that if you aspire to ascend to the heavens, you must first cultivate to the realm of divine wandering, and the most expedient path lies within the treasure trove I have bequeathed. You remain oblivious to the multitude of wondrous items contained therein. Enough, interrupted Shi Qinglang. No matter how magnificent the treasures may be, one must possess the means to seize them. Zhang Tiange, exasperated, retorted, You are merely 16 years old. Why do you present yourself with such an air of solemnity? You exhibit none of the impetuousness characteristic of youth. It is rather disappointing. After all I've shared, does nothing stir your heart? Consider this. Presently, no one is aware that you are the possessor of a key. You reside in the shadows, while they bask in the light. There lies immense potential. Shi Qinglang remained silent, resolutely ignoring Zhang Tiange's attempts at persuasion, though he inwardly registered the latter's words. Given merely a few remarks from Feng Hanshan, Zhang Tiange had conjured such a plethora of thoughts. This extraordinary emperor, capable of unifying the continent, indeed possessed remarkable insight and audacity that as Shi Qinglang and Zhang Tiange communicated through their thoughts. Feng Hanshan inquired about Lei Hao. Feng Tong, it is said that on that day, a first-rate master also appeared to assist. Do you know who that individual was? Xiao Feng Tong, having made a pact with Shi Qinglang, could not divulge the truth and instead concocted a plausible excuse. Uncle, I am unaware. That person was always masked. Perhaps it was my father who secretly sent someone to protect us. Feng Hanshan nodded slightly. Your reasoning holds merit, since they are allies rather than foes. I shall not press further. Well then, now that you are informed, if there are no pressing matters, I shall take my leave. Feng Tong, rest well. I shall return tomorrow to take you for an outing. Chapter 73. A face-to-face encounter, terrifyingly frightening shortly after Feng Hanzan departed, when Ren Sheng hurriedly returned. Upon seeing Xiao Fengtong and Shi Qingling safe and sound, a faint smile finally graced her pale face. For the past 2 days, she had scarcely eaten or slept, tirelessly searching for Xiao Fengtong, consumed by guilt. Now, she could finally exhale in relief, even regarding Shi Qingling with newfound appreciation. Shi Qingling greeted when Ren Sheng, having shared a bond of mutual support in the past, which naturally drew them closer. Xiao Fengtong smiled radiantly, grasping when Ren Sheng's hand as they retreated to her chamber. Meanwhile, Xiao Fengwu insisted on hearing more stories from Shi Qingling. With the assassination matter finally reaching a conclusion, the following days saw Feng Hanzan lead Xiao Fengtong and her companions on delightful excursions amidst nature's splendor. One day, Shi Qingling was summoned privately by Tang Yi. "I greet you, my lord," he said. Tang Yi nodded slightly and got straight to the point. "Little Stone, I have received word from the Shadow Guard. We have uncovered the backing behind the Gathering Treasures Pavilion." "Can you guess who it is?" Given Tang Yi's tone, it was evident that the individual was not Crown Prince Xiaoyin. Shi Qinglong's eyes flickered with realization as he mused. Could it be the 7th Prince? Tang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. "How did you know?" Shi Qingling, without hesitation, recounted the conversation he had with Xiao Fengwu. Tang Yi responded, "Ah, I see. The feud between the 7th and 12th princes is common knowledge throughout the palace. Yet, to me, those matters seemed trifling, that I had never considered that this could be related to the 7th prince. Thus, upon discovering the individual behind the gambling house, I was quite astonished. Little Stone, do you suspect the 7th prince wishes to harm the 12th? Shi Qingling pondered. While it may not be a direct intent to harm, I have long been puzzled by certain aspects that if the 7th prince were indeed involved, it might clarify things. Tang Yi inquired curiously. What aspect do you speak of? Share your thoughts. Shi Qingling replied, I had the impression that the one employing the poison was not genuinely seeking to kill the 12th prince that A.S. Elder Jiang once mentioned. Poison can take lives silently. Much like Chen Dong, that if the one employing the poison truly intended to kill the 12th prince, why would they allow Wu Lu to trigger the poison's effects prematurely? Upon reflection, aside from enduring some suffering, the 12th prince's life remains unthreatened. This bears more resemblance to the 7th prince's methods. Tang Yi contemplated for a moment before nodding. Your reasoning indeed possesses merit. However, we lack any concrete evidence, and those involved are now beyond questioning that if we were to assert it was the 7th prince based solely on speculation, it could be problematic. Shi Qingling understood Tang Yi's implication and cautiously suggested, My lord, while uncovering the truth may pose challenges, it is not without its avenues. The question lies in whether you dare to take the risk. Half a month later, in the depths of the night, within the imperial palace of Dalan City, a young nobleman clad in resplendent garments was followed by 4 young eunuchs. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, causing the eunuchs to shudder involuntarily. One of them glanced around nervously and approached the prince, whispering, 7th prince, the inner palace has been rather unsettling lately. Perhaps we should hasten our steps and exit the palace. The 7th prince, Xiao Yunjie, scoffed. Xiaoan, what rumors have you heard now? Speak up so I may be entertained. Xiaoan hesitated, stammering, 7th prince, it is said that, well, there have been reports of ghosts. Xiao Yunjie dismissed it. Such nonsense. I have heard such tales before. They are but fabrications. Xiaoan, do you truly believe this? Look at your cowardice. When Xiao Yunjie did not receive a reply, he turned in annoyance, only to find that all 4 eunuchs had vanished without a trace, including the very Xiao and who had been so close. Although Xiao Yunjie was trained in martial arts, he felt lethargic about such matters. Now nearing 17, he had only just reached the 4th rank. Typically, he ventured out with expert guards and had no need to take action himself. Now left alone, panic began to creep in, especially with Xiao En's earlier mention of ghosts. Cold sweat broke out as he called out for Xiaoan repeatedly, but received no response. The surroundings grew increasingly eerie. At that moment, an unexpected cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, and a shadow materialized from within it. Chen Dong. Xiao Yunjie stumbled back, exclaiming in terror, that a fleeting glance revealed a disheveled figure with a pale face. Blood oozing from its 7 orifices, strikingly reminiscent of Qindong. "Seventh Prince, why did you wish to kill me?" The voice sent shivers down his spine. "Da-da." Xiao Yunjie turned and fled. Suddenly, a figure flashed before him. Executing a perfect face-to-face strike, that he collapsed onto the ground, trembling with fear. "Oh, it wasn't me. It was Jia Bei. He forced me to silence you." "Who is Jia Bei?" A familiar voice echoed in his ear. Xiao Yunjie looked up to see Tang Yi crouching before him. "Tang Yi, save me," he cried, throwing himself into Tang Yi's arms, weeping. "There are ghosts. Qindong has come for my life." Tang Yi sighed softly, helping Xiao Yunjie to his feet. "Seventh Prince, my apologies. The imperial mandate is hard to defy. That is not a ghost. It is merely a performance I orchestrated that I end the Yangxin Hall." The Emperor of Tianqi sat regally upon the dragon throne, flanked by the Grand Eunuch Huai on his left and the Sword Master Eunuch Tang Yi on his right. In a corner, Shi Qinglang stood with his head bowed. It was he who had masqueraded as Qindong. That startling face-to-face encounter had nearly terrified the 7th Prince to death, leaving a puddle on the ground. This plan had, of course, been devised by Shi Qinglang in consultation with Tang Yi, fearing that their return to the palace would arouse the 7th Prince's suspicion. Shi Qinglang and Tang Yi had chosen to return a day earlier to set the stage for this ruse. The rumors of hauntings had also been orchestrated by Tang Yi as groundwork. Naturally, all of this had the tacit approval of Emperor Tianqi. Otherwise, even Tang Yi would not have dared to proceed. Chapter 74. The drunkard's intent lies not in the wine at this moment. Xiao Yunjie knelt on the ground in a daze, too fearful to lift his head. "Yunjie, why did you wish to harm the 12th? The Emperor of Tianqi demanded angrily. "Father, I did not wish to harm 12th brother. I merely sought to teach him a lesson," Xiao Yunjie replied cautiously. "Fool. Even at this juncture, you still withhold the truth." The Emperor of the Apocalypse slammed his palm on the table, pointing at Xiao Yunjie and berating him. Xiao Yunjie, startled, shivered and nodded repeatedly. "Father, please temper your anger." I will confess. The truth is, I merely could not tolerate the arrogant demeanor of the 12th Prince. Subsequently, one of my advisors, Jia Bei, proposed a cunning plan, suggesting that we could discreetly teach the 12th Prince a lesson without anyone being the wiser. In my heated state, I did not ponder much and readily agreed. Jia Bei chose the Shadow Guard's Qindong to execute this scheme. He exploited Qindong's gambling addiction, leading him to accrue debts amounting to thousands of taels at the gaming house. Then, I intervened to bribe Qindong, instructing him to tamper with the dragon's saliva incense intended for the 12th Prince. Jia Bei assured me that this would induce a mysterious ailment in the 12th Prince that even the imperial physicians would be unable to diagnose. Indeed, everything transpired as Jia Bei had foretold. The 12th Prince fell ill. However, it seemed that not long after, he was miraculously cured. I presumed the matter was settled. Yet, recently, Jia Bei suddenly informed me that Tang Yi was secretly investigating Qindong. Jia Bei advised me to eliminate Qindong to prevent him from betraying me. I was then gripped by fear and consented. Nevertheless, I was unaware of the methods employed by Jia Bei. Before long, Qindong unexpectedly died under mysterious circumstances, with even the coroner unable to determine the cause of death. To my astonishment, it ultimately led back to me in the eyes of Father Emperor. "Father, this is all I know. Most of the actions were orchestrated by Jia Bei, and I am not well versed in the specifics. I acted impulsively. I beseech your mercy." Observing Xiao Yunjie bowing repeatedly, the Emperor of the Apocalypse furrowed his brow even more tightly. "Yunjie, are you unaware that the 12th Prince was cursed?" "Cursed?" Xiao Yunjie replied, bewildered. "What curse? I know nothing of it. Jia Bei informed me that it was a special powder, and prolonged exposure would lead to unbearable headaches." "Fool!" the Emperor of the Apocalypse roared. "If it were that simple, many would have been afflicted, not just the 12th Prince." Tang Yi clasped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, please do not be enraged. It appears that the 7th Prince is indeed unaware. The crux of this matter lies with that Jia Bei. I request permission to apprehend him immediately." The Emperor exhaled a heavy breath and inquired of Xiao Yunjie, "Where is Jia Bei now?" "He is at my residence." "Tang Yi, take Yunjie and apprehend Jia Bei at once. I shall await your return here. I shall obey. Little Stone, you remain. I am somewhat troubled and would appreciate your assistance." "Yes, I shall comply." Stone Qingling replied, clasping his fists. Having just witnessed this grand spectacle, he harbored a vague suspicion that Jia Bei was not a simple character and that Xiao Yunjie was likely being manipulated by him. If Xiao Yunjie's account is true, then Jia Bei possesses an alarming network of information. Perhaps, by now, he has already fled. Indeed, within less than half an hour, Tang Yi returned to the Yangxing Palace with Xiao Yunjie. Your Majesty, Jia Bei had already escaped before I arrived, Tang Yi reported, clasping his fists. The emperor rubbed his temples and, after a moment of silence, commanded, Tang Yi, discreetly track Jia Bei's whereabouts. For now, do not make this public. Yunjie, starting today, you are confined to the royal residence. Without my permission, you are not to step outside. Understood? Xiao Yunjie hastily knelt and bowed. I acknowledge my mistakes and accept my orders. Upon returning home, I shall reflect deeply and never act rashly again. The emperor wearied, waved his hand. You may all leave. I too am fatigued. Xiao Yunjie promptly took his leave. Under Tang Yi's cue, Stone Qingling followed him back to the Shadow Pavilion. Little Stone, what are your thoughts on this matter? Stone Qingling pondered for a moment and replied, I believe Jia Bei is the key, that we must capture him before we can draw any conclusions. Tang Yi chuckled. You rascal, it hasn't been long, and you've already learned to speak in officialese. At present, it is just the two of us. I want to hear your true thoughts. Stone Qingling smiled broadly. Then I shall dare to speak freely, that in my view, this situation is far more intricate than the seventh prince has described. It is quite possible that he is merely a pawn in a larger game, that at this juncture. Stone Qingling deliberately paused, gauging Tang Yi's reaction. Continue, Tang Yi urged, displaying a contemplative expression and nodding. Yes, Stone Qingling resumed his analysis. To begin with, Jia Bei is undoubtedly not a simple strategist. He seems to possess an uncanny awareness of the palace's dynamics. This alone is quite alarming. Moreover, consider his actions. First, he silently cursed the 12th prince. Next, he incited the 7th prince to act against the 12th prince through Qindong, that he was even aware of the officials investigating Qindong. Tonight, he managed to escape just before the officials arrived at the royal residence. Why would such a person willingly serve as the 7th prince's advisor? On the surface, it appears that Jia Bei is avenging the 7th prince against the 12th prince, but I suspect his true objective lies with the crown prince. Observing that Tang Yi did not seem particularly shocked, Stone Qingling inferred that Tang Yi had likely arrived at the same conclusion that at this moment. Tang Yi sought his opinion, possibly to validate his own thoughts. Indeed, none of the significant figures within the palace are without their complexities. Under Tang Yi's indication, Stone Qingling continued, Jia Bei's choice of Qindong likely stems from his connection to the crown prince, thus enabling him to frame the crown prince for the deeds to at that time. Even I suspected that it was the crown prince who silenced Qindong. Had we not fortuitously uncovered the lead at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and identified the 7th prince, the blame would still be directed at the crown prince for Jia Bei's motives. We can only ascertain them once he is captured. Tang Yi furrowed his brow, yet amidst this vast sea of people, we lack any leads. Capturing Jia Bei is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Stone Qingling suddenly exclaimed, My lord, previously, the Holy Lotus sect clearly aimed to assassinate the crown prince. If our suspicions are correct, then Jia Bei may very well be plotting against the crown prince as well. Could it be that Jia Bei is affiliated with the Holy Lotus sect? Chapter 75. We are also wealthy individuals. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi's eyes brightened, and he clapped in approval. Little Stone, your mind is indeed sharp. With your insight, this may very well be a breakthrough. Stone Qingling, sensing the underlying intent, inquired, My lord, do you have leads concerning the Holy Lotus sect? Indeed, Tang Yi nodded. That cult has always been a persistent threat to our court. Both the Shadow Guard and the Floating Pagoda Guard have dispatched numerous individuals to investigate this sect, some of whom have infiltrated its ranks. Yet we have been unable to uncover its foundation. After many sacrifices, we finally made some headway. The deepest undercover agent returned with a singular piece of information. Drunken Dream Pavilion. Drunken Dream Pavilion? Stone Qingling speculated. Is it a tavern in the capital? Tang Yi smirked. Not a tavern, but a brothel. However, the Drunken Dream Pavilion is not in the capital, but rather in Shanglin City, that we previously sent many agents to investigate the Drunken Dream Pavilion clandestinely. Yet they either returned empty-handed or vanished without a trace. This indicates that the Drunken Dream Pavilion is certainly not ordinary. Little Stone, your next mission is to travel to the Drunken Dream Pavilion in Xiangling City. I trust that with your skills, you will uncover something valuable. Stone Qingling outwardly accepted the order with respect, but internally he couldn't help but grumble. It seemed that serving in the Shadow Guard was no simple task. Was he destined to be a busybody? Having just returned to the capital, he was already being sent off again. Xiangling City was merely a little over an hour's journey from the capital, and by water it would be even quicker. After a day of rest, Stone Qingling took the water route to Xiangling City. Although he had never been there, he was already quite familiar with it. The Xinhua Academy, where the 9th Princess Xiao Fengtong resided, was located in Xiangling City. However, Xiao Fengtong had likely just returned to the palace and would not be returning to the academy so soon. Besides Xiao Fengtong, Stone Qingling had another acquaintance in Xiangling City, Feng Jinxiong, the young leader of the Candle Dragon Gang. Since their parting in Yunming's over 6 months ago, Stone Qingling had maintained regular contact with Feng Jinxiong. All for one reason: profit. Stone Qingling had long taught Feng Jinxiong the art of ice making. This lucrative venture was sufficient for both Stone Qingling and Feng Jinxiong to amass considerable wealth. Presently, Stone Qingling possessed at least 10,000 taels of silver, which made him quite a wealthy individual. Feng Jinxiong has greatly benefited, leading to a significant increase in the influence of the Zhulong Gang in Xiangling City. Upon his arrival in Xiangling City, Shi Qingling, unfamiliar with the area, intended to seek out Feng Jinxiong. With this local power broker as his guide, it would serve as the perfect cover. Shi Qingling inquired along the way and eventually located the Zhulong Gang's headquarters. True to its reputation for affluence, the gang occupied a sizable estate in the northern part of the city. At the entrance stood 8 brawny men, each standing tall and alert, brandishing their weapons. Shi Qingling approached and cupped his fists, saying, "Esteemed brother, I am a friend of young Master Feng. Might I trouble you to convey my presence?" One of the sturdy men displayed a hint of surprise at his words and returned the gesture. "My apologies, young hero. Unfortunately, the young master is not currently within the gang, and I am unable to relay your message." Shi Qingling smiled and replied, "No worries, that if you could inform me when the young master shall return, I will come to pay my respects then." The man hesitated, saying, "I am afraid I do not know when the young master will return." Suddenly, a voice from nearby exclaimed, "It's you!" Shi Qingling turned to see a robust man with his clothing partially open, revealing bandages wrapped around him, clearly in a state of injury. "Feng Chu!" Shi Qingling instinctively exclaimed. Before him stood none other than Feng Chu, whom he had clashed with outside the clinic in Yunming's Valley. Back then, Feng Chu was affiliated with the Liu family of Tianshui. How had he come to be in the Zhulong Gang now? "Vice Master Feng." The other men greeted him with cupped fists. "Vice Master? What is going on?" Shi Qingling questioned, bewildered. "You must be Shi Yin, the little brother. The young master often speaks highly of you, and we have indeed crossed paths before," Feng Chu said, scratching his head awkwardly. "What brings you here?" Shi Qingling, feeling a bit wary, asked. "What do you mean by that?" Feng Chu winked at him, saying, "This isn't the best place for conversation. Shall we speak inside?" Shi Qingling, albeit skeptical, followed Feng Chu into the Zhulong Gang. Given his current skills, he felt he need not worry about Feng Chu turning against him. As they walked, Shi Qingling noticed that the vast Zhulong Gang seemed to have fewer members than he had anticipated. Feng Chu led him to his quarters and got straight to the point. "Shi Yin, you are here to find the young master, correct?" Shi Qingling nodded. Feng Chu sighed. "I know you share a close friendship with the young master, so I will not conceal the truth from you. You have come at an unfortunate time. The Zhulong Gang is in serious trouble." Shi Qinglong's heart sank, and he instinctively asked, "Has something happened to Feng Jinxiong?" Feng Chu nodded gravely. "The young master has been captured by the Jinglei Hall." Jinglei Hall. Shi Qingling recalled that Feng Jinxiong had mentioned in his letter that Jinglei Hall was a formidable force in Qingyang City. The Zhulong Gang, Jinglei Hall, and the Liu family of Tianshui were once equals. But since a first-rate expert, Liu Changkong, emerged from the Liu family, their influence had overshadowed the others. The enmity between the Liu family and the Zhulong Gang was considerable, and there had been numerous entanglements with Jinglei Hall. Ironically, Feng Hong, the leader of the Zhulong Gang, had a good rapport with Du Tao, the head of Jinglei Hall. Logically, one would expect the Jinglei Hall and Zhulong Gang to support one another. How had they turned against each other? Feng Chu explained, a few days ago, the young master took me and several brothers to visit Jing Lei Hall. The young master intended to ally with them against the Liu family, even proposing a joint venture in the ice storage business. In his words, it was about making money together to counter the Liu family. However, Du Tao betrayed us and attempted to monopolize the business for himself. Unfortunately, we were no match for Du Tao. The young master was captured, and we were severely injured. The Du Tao allowed us to return merely to inform the leader. Currently, the leader has taken a group to Jing Lei Hall. I can only hope they can rescue the young master. Chapter 76. Li Dai Tao Jiang. Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang let out a sigh of relief that a common man is innocent, yet has a jewel in his possession. It seemed Jing Lei Hall was envious of Zhu Longgang's sudden wealth. However, since Jing Lei Hall was motivated by profit, it was unlikely that Feng Jinxiong's life was in immediate danger. Worst-case scenario, they could share the ice-making technology with Jing Lei Hall. After all, that was far less valuable than Feng Jinxiong's life. With this realization, Shi Qinglang felt no urgency and instead curiously regarded Feng Chu. "Brother Feng, how did you become the vice master of the Zhu Longgang?" Feng Chu grinned. "Did I not promise young Master Feng that I would leave the Liu family? Shortly thereafter, I fortuitously encountered the young master, who, despite our past, invited me to join the Zhu Longgang. After proving myself a few times, I was appointed as the vice master." Shi Qinglang had no reason to doubt Feng Chu's words. Given Feng Jinxiong's magnanimity, such an act was certainly within his character. Moreover, having a formidable ally like Feng Chu was undoubtedly a significant advantage for the Zhu Longgang. After a casual chat with Feng Chu and gathering some information about the Jing Lei Hall's location, Shi Qinglang took his leave. Though Jing Lei Hall wielded considerable influence in Qingyang City, its main headquarters was situated outside the city, on a mountain known as Taiyin Mountain. Xianglin City, Qingyang City, and Tianshui City were all closely located near the capital, not far from one another. Shi Qinglang hastened his journey, and after more than an hour, arrived at an inn at the foot of Taiyin Mountain. This moment, he was not alone. Accompanying him was a burly figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat, his master, Lei Hao. Shi Qinglang had also taken the liberty of disguising himself. To the untrained eye, it would be difficult to recognize him. The two intended to stay at the inn for a night, gather information about the situation, and then devise a plan. Inside the inn, a surprising number of patrons were present, and the main hall was nearly filled to capacity. Shi Qinglang and Lei Hao seated themselves in a corner and ordered some food and drinks. Shi Qinglang cast a quick glance around. Most of the guests appeared to be from the martial world, all equipped with weapons. Among them, he even spotted a few individuals wearing the garb of the Zhu Longgang. As he pondered whether to inquire further, his gaze fell upon a woman on the second floor, leaving him momentarily stunned. The woman, though of average beauty, possessed a slender figure and appeared to be in her 30s. Her expression somewhat frosty. "Little stone, what troubles you?" Lei Hao noticed Shi Qinglang's unusual demeanor and asked, "Master, I think I have seen someone I recognize." Shi Qinglang had barely responded when the woman vanished from sight. "Master, follow me." The woman, looking hurried, was about to exit through the back door of the inn when she suddenly found herself confronted by Lei Hao, who stood at the threshold. Without hesitation, she struck out at him, only to be astonished to find herself bound by an unseen force, as if her acupoints had been sealed, leaving her immobile. "Yao Nyang, you have indeed recognized me," Shi Qinglang said from behind her. At the same time, Lei Hao retracted his aura. The woman, referred to as Yao Nyang, offered a bittersweet smile and turned to say, "Your Highness, you have truly come." Shi Qinglang furrowed his brow and replied, "Yao Nyang, I arrived here by mere coincidence. What brings you to this place? And if you recognized me, why did you attempt to flee?" Yao Nyang forced a smile, saying, "Your Highness, we are not strangers here. Since you have pursued me, and with such a formidable expert by your side, I have nothing more to say and willingly accept my fate." Upon hearing this, Shi Qinglang deduced that there must have been some events he was unaware of. "Yao Nyang, there must be a misunderstanding between us that I fear we have both been ensnared in a plot." Yao Nyang scoffed. "Who would dare to plot against your Highness?" "Shi Yin." Shi Qinglang uttered those two words, causing Yao Nyang's expression to shift dramatically. Indeed, Shi Qinglang shook his head in resignation and recounted the ordeal of how Shi Cheng had been schemed against by Shi Yin in its entirety. "After that, I was trapped in the Great Lawn Palace for over 2 years. When I finally had the opportunity to search for you, I discovered that you had long since vanished. Upon understanding the whole story, Yao Nyang knelt, tears streaming down her face. It was like this. Your Highness, you have suffered greatly. It is our failure to protect you, and we have wronged you. Shi Qingling quickly helped Yao Nyang to her feet. Yao Nyang, this place is crowded and filled with prying eyes. We should find a more suitable location to speak. Yao Nyang nodded hastily, wiping her tears, and led Shi Qingling and Lei Hao to her room. Your Highness, this is my residence. It is usually undisturbed and relatively quiet. Yao Nyang, what exactly transpired all those years ago? Shi Qingling, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired eagerly, although he was not the true Shi Qing. Having borrowed Shi Qing's body for a second chance at life, he felt compelled to uncover the truth on behalf of Shi Qing, both emotionally and logically. Yao Nyang sighed deeply, her face etched with guilt. Your Highness, we truly did not anticipate that Shi Yin would dare to impersonate you. You bear an uncanny resemblance. Even I failed to notice. Shi Qingling smiled wryly, teasingly remarking, Yao Nyang, if memory served me correctly, you were the one who arranged for Shi Yan's disguise. Upon hearing this, Yao Nyang's face flushed slightly, her lips twitching in embarrassment. Indeed, it was I. However, the incident was so sudden that I did not consider the implications. Shi Qingling chuckled knowingly, deciding it best not to dwell on the matter. Yao Nyang, let us return to the crux of the issue. What exactly transpired? Yao Nyang responded, Your Highness, many years ago, Lord Zhu summoned us all for an important announcement. However, after a few rounds of drinks, that false prince abruptly accused General Kong, General Xiang, and me of conspiracy. It remains unclear whether Lord Zhu and General Zhao were bewitched or if they conspired with Shi Yan from the outset. But they intended to execute us on the spot. Although General Xiang was our strongest warrior, he was unfortunately poisoned during the feast. In the end, General Xiang and I fought our way out. But General Kong was killed right then and there. Shi Qingling narrowed his eyes, his voice rising in anger. I suspected that Shi Yan possessed such audacity. It appears this was all premeditated. Clearly, Zhu Yuan and Zhao Yu had long conspired, using Shi Yan as a pawn. Only the 5 of you were aware of Shi Yan's existence. They likely surmised that the 3 of you would not collude with him. Over time, it would have been inevitable for you to recognize Shi Yan, prompting their desire to eliminate you. It is a pity for General Kong, who fell victim to their schemes. He then inquired, By the way, Yao Nyang, how is it that you find yourself here? And what of General Xiang Luan? Chapter 77. A match of power. At this moment, Yao Nyang's expression shifted to one of profound sorrow. After escaping with General Xiang Luan, we went into hiding and eventually arrived in Qingyang City. By chance, General Xiang Luan met Xin Yanhui, the second hall master of the Thunderclap Hall. The Thunderclap Hall has always had a good reputation, and subsequently, General Xiang Luan and I joined their ranks. I opened this ULI primarily to gather information for the Thunderclap Hall. As of now, General Xiang Luan has become the 3rd hall master. Shi Qingling had not anticipated such a coincidence. Today, he finally uncovered a portion of the truth behind events from over 2 years ago. However, without locating Shi Yan and his accomplices, he could only set this matter aside for the moment, as the situation regarding Fang Jianxiong was more pressing. Shi Qingling turned to Yao Nyang once more. Yao Nyang, are you aware of any recent developments concerning the Thunderclap Hall? Your Highness, you refer to the conflict between the Thunderclap Hall and the Zhu Long gang. Do you not? Yes, Yao Nyang. What do you know? Please share your insights. Yao Nyang pondered for a moment before responding candidly. All I know is that for some unknown reason, the main hall has detained the young master of the Zhu Long gang. Currently, Master Fang Hong is confronting the main hall with his M.En. As far as I know, the Zhu Long gang and our Thunderclap Hall have historically maintained a favorable relationship. However, it seems the main hall has resolved to sever ties with the Zhu Long gang. Shi Qingling contemplated this. Yao Nyang, what is General Xiang's stance on this matter? Both General Xiang Luan and the 2nd hall master opposed the main hall's decision, but before Yao Nyang could finish, a series of knocks interrupted her. Knock, knock, knock. Yao Nyang cast a reassuring glance at Shi Qingling before rising to answer the door. Who is it? Yao Nyang, it is I, came a deep, resonant voice from outside. Yao Nyang immediately opened the door, but before she could utter a word, a tall figure enveloped her in an embrace. The man, sporting a thick beard and a robust physique, appeared to be in his 30s. yet carried an air of maturity. With his arms around Yao Nyang's waist, he leaned in and whispered, "Yao Nyang, why are you so slow today? Have you missed your husband during our 2 days apart?" "Xianglun, please, my dear, you are shy again. Fear not, I shall be gentle." Cough, cough, cough. Shi Qinglang had to clear his throat loudly to interrupt the man's advances. Otherwise, he and Lei Hao might witness an unsightly scene unfold before them. "General Xianglun, I trust you are well." Upon hearing this, Xianglun finally registered Shi Qinglang's presence. Instinctively, he positioned Yao Nyang behind him, one hand drawing his sword. "Xianglun, do not be disrespectful to His Highness." Yao Nyang, her cheeks flushed, stepped forward to restrain Xianglun's blade. "Yao Nyang, do you still intend to protect him?" Xianglun exclaimed in anger, "That my husband. It is all a misunderstanding. His Highness has already explained everything to me." Yao Nyang replied softly. The term husband immediately quelled Xianglun's resistance. He sheathed his sword with a resigned expression, stating, "Very well. Whatever the matter, I shall stand by your side." Shi Qinglang chuckled. "Indeed, it seems that each has their match. Yao Nyang, you did not mention to me that you and General Xianglun were married. Your Highness, please do not mock me." "I, General Xianglun?" Xianglun interjected with a cold laugh. "Since the moment you sought to have us killed, I have ceased to be a general. Yao Nyang and I have long been of one heart. There is no need for us to consult anyone else. Your Highness, it would be best if you refrain from such platitudes. If you wish to kill or maim, direct your wrath at me." Shi Qinglang sighed. "Very well, General. I shall simply address you as Xianglun from now on. Your fiery temperament remains unchanged."